Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Purple arrows flew forward. There was a huge explosion in the middle of the battlefield. Artemis shot 3 arrows and used the rain of destruction. Howd held out his hand and used the void blade. 2 warriors fought with fire. A warrior in golden armor flew up. Helios raised his sword behind his head and shouted that the guy named Lorcan was finished. The golden armored warrior struck with a powerful blow and used a rock strike. The warrior caught the sword in flight. Helios opened his eyes wide. The main character grinned and asked what he finished. The warrior in golden armor trembled, and Min noticed that now it was his turn. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. Then a strong wind arose. The main character dealt a powerful blow and split the sword. Helios gritted his teeth and noted that he was a monster, and the notification reported that he had died. Ming raised his axe and asked that they really thought that the great Ming would die from such a thing. The main character looked displeased and heard that he was a minor pest in the Lord. Scatty put out his hand and shouted. A huge cloud of ice flew at the protagonist. The main character became covered in ice and asked that he was a minor pest. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that they were midges then. A moment later, all the ice broke due to the protagonist's battle cry. Several warriors froze at the protagonist's scream. Ming raised his sword and shouted that he would destroy them all. Then lightning appeared above his head. 2 lightning bolts struck the ground. The main character was pinned to the ground. He raised his head and saw a notification that he had 30% health left. The 2 gods looked attentively at the protagonist. Zeus held the lightning in his hands and Thor was next to him. Min smiled and asked how dare they, arrogant, if they wanted to come down. Zeus bowed slightly. The main character froze looking at them. Then he turned his head sharply. Another god appeared behind him. Odin spread his arms and summoned spears. The guildmaster Ragnarok looked at the protagonist with glowing eyes. The main character opened his glowing eye. Then he turned to God and called him loudly. One put out his hand. Then he launched spears straight at the protagonist. The main character began to fight them off. Ming gritted his teeth and read the notice that he was under pressure from an unknown force. His movement speed was reduced by 30%. His attack speed was reduced by 30%. Odin called down a rain of spears. The main character grinned and noted that he was an imbecile. One looked away. Spears flew from one side, then on the other side. The gods surrounded the protagonist, and a notification reported that his health had dropped below 2% and his body functions were impaired. One went down to the protagonist. The main character was covered in spears. The Ragnarok guildmaster opened his mouth and called the protagonist a non-entity. Min clenched his teeth tightly. One leaned over and added that the king of violence, who was once in first place, had become so pathetic, it was time to give up, no matter how many times he had tried. One extended his hand and told him to stop resisting and join him. He would give him back everything he had lost, even more. Kang smiled widely and heard that this was his last chance, so he had to think carefully. One froze, and the main character laughed. Min showed his middle finger and shouted that he would destroy him, so don't let him relax. One put his hand to his face and noted that it was pathetic. Then he cut off the protagonist's head, and the notification said that the main character had died. The following notice reported that he had some penalties for the death. The capsule suddenly began to open. The main character got out of it. Then he put his hands to his head and noticed that he had lost again. Ning began to hit the floor with his hand. The bald man raised his head up and noticed that this crazy man was rowdy again. The main character sat near the window. Then he opened his mouth and began to breathe. The name of the game appeared in his head and he said that the game The Lord, a few years ago, appeared out of nowhere and shocked the world. Ming closed his eyes and imagined himself in the game, and then added that this was an ideal virtual universe. The main character remembered the village and added that the game is so good that it is difficult to distinguish it from reality. Ming imagined the planet and thought that it was a huge world, larger than even the Earth. 2 people appeared in his head and he noticed that there was artificial intelligence that behaved like real people. Ming sat on the corpse of his enemies and noticed that he was the strongest in this world. The main character grinned and added that he occupied first place in the overall ranking of players. First place in combat power, was the strongest SSS rank user in the Berserker class, the King of Violence. The main character remembered the guildmaster and noticed that after this guy appeared, everything in his world went wrong. Min was sad at the window and thought that no matter what, Odin is definitely a cheater. Where did he get such incredible power? The main character remembered his last death in the game and noted that this was the 8th time he had been lynched by guys from the Ragnarok guild. With each death his level dropped and his equipment was removed. Ning started hitting the wall and added, so as not to make him laugh, he is the king, the strongest player in the Lord. A guy and a girl were sitting in a car. The main character remembered how dark silhouettes left him and thought that while others were bragging about how much money they raised from the game, he devoted himself entirely to the Lord. Min clenched his teeth tightly and noted in his head that he would rather die than allow these gods to win. The main character opened the capsule and thought that they would see which of them would give up first. The gods walked forward. One looked straight ahead. Ming began to fall and thought that he would destroy everyone in his path. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted in his head that he would never become the same as them. Then his eye glowed orange. It began to rain heavily. The main character lay covered in spears. The gods hung over him. Ming opened his mouth and called them names. Then he opened his eyes and read that he could not retain the title of the King of Violence. The main character opened his mouth and shouted that not this. The protagonist's hand disappeared. One opened his mouth slightly and asked that he was no longer a ranker. The guild master turned around sharply and noted that now there was no point in killing him. A moment later the gods disappeared. The main character was left lying alone. Ming gritted his teeth and noted in his head that in the end he had lost everything. He remembered himself with an axe in his hands and added that the title of the King of Violence, hundreds of levels, and all the items. A huge lightning struck the protagonist and he screamed, and the plot noted that the legend about the strongest and ruthless protagonist ended tragically. It was all over. The main character was sleeping. A moment later, the alarm clock began to ring. Ming hit it sharply and shouted that it was very loud. Then he rubbed his eyes and thought that it was impossible to return anything. The main character sat down all sweaty and added that he was becoming weaker and could not alone defeat those who were increasing their power with each death. Min lowered his hand to his neck and thought that tomorrow he needed to pay the rent. Then he stood up and noticed in his head that he needed to sell the remaining gold he had. The main character opened his eyes. Then he looked around the room and wondered where his capsule was. It was here. Did he really apply for its removal yesterday? This cannot happen. Even if he did this, he would never have opened the door. The main character turned and clenched his teeth. Ming looked down the passage and wondered where he was. A notification came to my phone. A message appeared on the screen that the release was coming soon. Surprised screams were heard from the store. The main character opened his mouth and asked what is serious now about 2021. The blonde guy turned his head and replied that everything was right. What was it he decided to ask? Min raised his hand and asked that his name was He Chul, and the blonde guy asked if he was okay. The main character lowered his head. Then he quickly ran out of the store. Call scratched the back of his head and noticed that his girlfriend had left him a couple of days ago. He had completely lost his head from frustration. Cars drove quickly down the street. The main character leaned on a pillar. Then he gritted his teeth and wondered if this was the same area in which he lived 3 years ago, the same favorite store, and the salesman with whom he was friends. What was going on? The main character remembered the gods and thought that after he was lynched in the Lord and deprived of his title. Min remembered how he was lying on the field and noticed in his head that he had died. The protagonist was struck by powerful lightning and he noticed that in the end he was struck by some kind of lightning. Ming looked at his hand and added that when he opened his eyes again, he moved back 3 years. The Lord had not yet come out. The main character grinned and wondered if he was dreaming then. Lightning flashed near the protagonist. He saw God in front of him and noticed in his head that it was definitely him. The main character lowered his hand and shouted that it was his doing. Min began to walk forward and thought that he bet he was playing with his mind with some strange skills. The main character took a breath. Then he opened his mouth and called the guild master. People looked at the protagonist in surprise, and he shouted at him to come out. To stop doing this, we need to figure it out one-on-one. Min sat quietly. The officer looked at the leaf and noticed that he would stroke it. His friend's name is Asen. What an interesting name. The main character left the station and heard that he would let him go this time, but let him not do that again. The main character became gloomy and began to think that since psychological attacks occur this way, what benefit does he have from such hallucinations? Ming looked sharply at the pillar. Then he grabbed it with both hands. A moment later he hit him. Ming grinned and noted in his head that, whatever one may say, it seemed like this was actually happening to him. The main character came to the gym, hit the bag powerfully. The main character struck the punching bag quickly. 2 trainers looked at him and asked what kind of martial art he was seeing. It was very similar to Sambo. Ming struck one last powerful blow. Then he grinned and thought that, of course, he was seeing this for the first time. This was his own style, which he honed in the Lord. The main character remembered the movements and noticed in his head that when the Lord came out, martial arts would become popular all over the world. Min remembered how the guy died from an orc and thought that this would happen due to the fact that players would often die from low-level monsters, which in turn would be to blame for low self-control. The main character warmed up and added in his head that players who used only a keyboard and mouse would not be ready for VR games like the Lord. The crowd of people looked at the protagonist in surprise. Ming grabbed the barbell. Then he began to squat. The main character strained his gaze and thought that this is why the most important thing is understanding and controlling your body. Min imagined the muscle structure in his head and added in his head that from the head to the tips of his fingers and toes, the ability to control his body is directly related to controlling the character in the Lord. The main character threw the barbell and noted in his head that it was time to accept it. Ming leaned against the wall and wondered if he had really returned to the reality of 3 years ago. Min remembered himself sitting on the mountain of enemies and added in his head that the Lord, which was everything to him, would be released in a month. The main character trembled all over. Then he imagined all the gods of the Ragnarok guild in his head and thought that even if they waited for him, he would become something that he could not cope with. He would tear him into small pieces. A month later, a capsule appeared in the protagonist's room. The main one was lying in it. Ming looked attentively at the screen. The star began to burn brightly, and notifications reported that the system had started loading and a connection was being established with the Lord. The main character opened his eyes. Before him was space. The main character was hanging in the middle of space and noticed that this was the world of the Lord. Then I turned my gaze and heard him say his name. The main character smiled and said his name. Nin suddenly changed his clothes and shouted that his name was Rockin. The village was burning with a bright flame. The main character appeared in the middle of it. Goblins killed the inhabitants. They shot them in the back. Min raised his fist and, after reading the notice, shouted that of course he wanted to. Then he turned his head when he heard screams. A level 2 goblin was running towards him. The main character picked up an axe from the ground. He grabbed him tightly and shouted that long live cruelty. The goblin saw a shadow in front of him. Ming swung his axe. A moment later he cut down the goblin, and he slammed his axe into the ground. Ming smiled and said to Bao, the king of violence has returned. The village was on fire and shouts were heard for everyone to run. The goblin was lying on the ground. Nin took a step towards him. The main character looked up and saw notifications that he had received an achievement. Min grinned and said that this was great, as it should be. The main character remembered how he stood on a pile of corpses and said that the peculiarity of the Lord lies in the system achievements. Every time someone performs a special action or achieves the impossible, the system either increases stats or gives a special effect. Ming remembered the cave with the skull and added that killing monsters with bare hands to increase the level is the most useless thing that exists in the Lord. The main character raised his hand and noted that, as he thought, since this is training, no experience is given for killing. Ming began to walk forward and thought that the conditions for completing the introductory quest were very simple. A goblin with a spear was killing people, and the main character added that you need to survive in the village that was attacked by goblins. The main character presented a diagram of the village and thought that, hiding from the goblins, he should go outside the village, and that's all. Since this is training, the system not only does not award experience points, but also gives the first level player a difficult task to deal with 2 goblins. Ming smiled and noted in his head that if there was another, correct way to complete the training. The main character remembered the dark silhouette and said that 2 months after the official release of the Lord, a user appeared under the nickname Tolkien. The dark silhouette put his hand to his chin and asked if it was so important to survive, and Ming added that he thought about the fact that the formulation of the goal of training was not escape, but survival. In the end, after dozens or hundreds of attempts, he found the perfect strategy. A dark silhouette approached the chest and noticed that there was such a way, and the main character said that, as expected, he received a reward that was very different from the reward for a normal passage. The main character took a step and thought that the Lord barely came out. Min smiled and added that the only one who knows the ideal strategy is him. Goblins were rioting in the street, and people were screaming in fear. The girl ran forward. The goblins followed her. Ming was sitting on the roof. The goblin raised his hand with a spear. The main character abruptly cut off his head. The other goblin turned back. Then the axe flew forward. The goblin screamed in pain. Ming grinned and noted in his head that the ideal passage that he then discovered was to destroy the goblins that invaded the village. Every single one. The main character saw the notification and noticed in his head that according to the data, 25 goblins had invaded the village. Ming began to take the axe out of the goblin and said that strategy 1, divide and conquer, ambush and strike on the sly is not his style. Min put his axe in front of him. Then he hid around the corner, after which he dealt a powerful blow and said that in this way 9 goblins could be killed. The main character threw the sword on his back and noticed in his head that, however, this method would not work for the rest. Ming imagined a diagram of the goblins in his head and said that when the total number of goblins is reduced to 15, the chief senses danger and gathers the remaining ones around him, after which they will stick together no matter what the player does. The main character took a step forward. He stood near the door and noticed that he was moving on to the second strategy. In the building, potions were on a shelf. Ming opened his mouth. The main character leaned on the bar counter and asked whether the decision to collide head-on with such a horde was reckless. Ming reached for the potion. Then he drank it, and the notification said that body functions had been restored. The main character wiped his mouth and noticed that it would be nice to drink a potion when he was hanging on the brink of death. The main character turned sharply when he heard the sounds. The goblin opened its mouth and screamed. The goblin chief stood up straight and growled. The main character came up from the side and asked if they were looking for him. Ming grinned and shouted for them to try and catch him. The leader looked at him furiously. Then he pointed the weapon at the protagonist. The main character reached behind his back and said, "Let him come closer." The leader sharpened his attention. Ning began to douse himself with the potion and said that he had prepared it especially for them. The second method, to strengthen himself to the maximum. Notifications reported that strength and agility increased by 10. The main character caught fire from the power. Then he pointed his hand at the goblin. Min threw the goblin aside. The goblin hit the wall with all his might. Then he got hit in the head with an axe. The main character took out an axe and called the next one. The goblin screamed sharply, after which the protagonist cut off many heads. The armored goblin began to yell. The main character gave him a kick, after which he spun around with an axe. The goblin in front of him began to spin. Ning smiled fiercely. Then he braked sharply with an axe. Then he turned his head sharply. Ning stared at the notification and thought that only those who actively use the achievement system can become stronger the fastest. The goblins around him disappeared and the notifications praised him. Ning grinned and noted that there was a bonus for getting the title for the first time. The main character looked at the notification and noticed in his head that although he had the first level, his strength reached 15 and his agility reached 14, these showed equivalent to the 10th level. A crowd of goblins screamed behind the protagonist. The main character picked up the axe and asked what they still hadn't realized. The head of one of the goblins flew off. Then at the next one also lost his head. The main character flew through a squad of goblins and shouted that they could not cope with him. The leader sharply raised his sword to strike. He struck a powerful blow and screamed. There was an explosion at the impact site. Ning blocked the blow and noticed that the stupid boss was still here. Smoke rose over the city. The goblin raised his weapon behind his head. Ning dodged every blow. Then he sharply parried a powerful blow. An explosion was heard at the site of the impact. Smoke rose from the place where the protagonist was. Min jumped to the side and thought that in terms of strength and dexterity he was very different from ordinary goblins. He was definitely a boss. The main character smiled and added in his head that no matter how you look at it, he is still just a goblin. Ning ran straight towards the enemy. Ning pushed off the ground powerfully. Then he raised the axe behind his head and thought that he had already figured out the sequence of his attacks. The main character hit his head powerfully. The goblin's ear fell off and the main character said what should have worked. The goblin looked at the protagonist furiously. Ning opened his mouth and asked what it was. The boss grabbed the protagonist's hand. Then he opened his mouth and screamed. The goblin hit the protagonist on the ground with enormous force. The main character gritted his teeth and took a lot of damage. The leader's leg is over the protagonist. Ning managed to jump away at the last moment. Then he got down on his knee and thought that it was not a matter of strength or speed. The main character opened his mouth slightly and added that it was a pain in the ass. The leader began to attack the protagonist, and he began to think that it was all about his protection. With his current characteristics and weapons, he would not be able to deliver a fatal blow. The main character stood up and noticed in his head that the potions lasted no more than 5 minutes. Ning smiled and asked if he was ready. The leader looked at him in surprise. The main character began to quickly run away and shouted that this was a strategic retreat. The leader froze in incomprehension. Then he screamed loudly. Ning opened his mouth and ran away. The goblin began to follow him and growl. Then he stopped and strained his gaze. The goblin saw a house in front of him. The leader smiled widely. The main character sat down and tried to catch his breath. Then he grabbed his chest and noticed that it seemed like his ribs were broken. Why everything was so realistic. Min took out the package. Then he opened it and noted in his head that now it was time to use the item he had taken from the store. A building collapsed on the side of the protagonist and Min noticed that all that remained was to lure him. The leader entered through a hole in the wall, after which he turned to the protagonist and he noticed that he looked very angry. Maybe you would calm down first. A moment later, the goblin launched powerful blows. A series of blows were aimed at the protagonist. The main character dodged all attacks. Then he saw the blade in front of him and noticed in his head that there was too little room for maneuver. Ning barely blocked the attack. Then he flew off. The main character crashed into a wall and received damage. The main character leaned against the wall and froze. The leader began to quickly run towards him. Min gripped the axe tightly in his hands. Then he waved his hand and screamed. The axe flew forward. The goblin dodged the axe. Min smiled and noticed that he could laugh as much as he wanted. The main character spread his legs and added that he would never have such happiness again. The building shook and the goblin began to turn. The axe cut off one of the columns. The main character left the building and shouted, "Let him stay happily," then thought that this is the third strategy, use the environment. The main character climbed through the window and the goblin screamed. The leader began to reach out with his hands, after which he was crushed by debris. The main character jumped away and landed near the building. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He then stood up and noted in his mind that even though he was doing this for the reward, he was sad that the former king of violence had fallen so low that he had to rely on someone else's strategies. The main character introduced the guild master and noted that this guy alone made him endure these humiliations. Ming clenched his fist and wondered if he would return the favor 100-fold. The main character looked up at the notification that informed him that he had completed the training. Ming looked up at the stream of notifications. Then he ran his finger across his throat and was surprised. Then he smiled broadly and shouted. The main character threw his leg over the rubble and stared at the notifications. Then he smiled even wider and noted that it was nice to receive awards. The main character looked at the destruction and noticed that now it was possible to check the effects of the titles. Min silently stared at the screen. Then he smiled and thought that this simply couldn't be. The main character looked joyfully at the status window and added in his head that this was really possible. The window reported his stats and titles. The next notice talked about barley bread. The last notification reported an unknown box. A huge notification appeared in front of the hero. Ming smiled and thought, what kind of cheating is it to immediately get a legendary title? The main character looked at the lines and thought that the indicators were already good, but he needed 3 more options. Min smiled wider and added in his head that thanks to this title he would be able to achieve his goal faster. At this rate he could even change his plans. The main character pressed his finger on the screen and thought that the effects of unique titles were even better. Chests appeared in front of the protagonist and he shouted that fast he would open all the chests received as a reward. The protagonist began to appear in the middle of the street. The main character smiled and noted that he had not been here for a long time. Ming spread his arms and noticed that this was the starting city of Carmenville. The main character waved his hand at his head and thought that, as he thought, it was already quite crowded here. Only a few hours had passed since the launch of the game. Ming looked at the masked guy and noted in his head that some of them were probably already here. The main character looked furiously, after which he introduced the members of the Ragnarok Guild and thought that Odin and his followers were members of the Ragnarok Guild. Ming clenched his teeth and thought that he wanted to find them right now and kill them. The main character looked away and noted that this was unreasonable. The main character introduced the guild master and said that Odin came into the spotlight after receiving the title of king, creator of a prosperous world. This happened 2 years after the release. One looked straight, and the main character noticed that, whatever one may say, it was very strange. One sat on the throne in the guild, and Min said that a large number of high-level rankers swore allegiance to him at once. They even changed their nicknames and their appearance. Zeus and Thor appeared in the protagonist's head, and Min added that everyone called them nerds, obsessed with their characters. What a stupid cosplay of Scandinavian and Greek gods, but now it is impossible to find them. Min put his hand to his chin and thought about who they were before they joined Ragnarok. He promised them some kind of reward, since they were as loyal to him as he paid them. Maybe he is the grandson of some director of a large company. The main character took a big step and said that he should just forget about it. His suffering will not solve the problem. Min tensed his lips and thought that in any case, the day they would meet again. The main character put his hands in his pockets and added that he should become stronger than everyone else. Min moved his feet and wondered what he needed now. The main character turned sharply and heard if he wanted to improve his combat skills. The old man folded his hands on his chest and added that let him come in, he can become as strong as he is. The old man winked. The main character put his hand to his chin and thought. The main character saw people training on the parade ground and noticed in his head that this was the first day, so there were quite a lot of people here. Min opened his mouth and noted that he wanted to practice. The man folded his hands and noted that he had potential. He wouldn't be able to charge such a promising guy the full price, so for him 20 copper coins. The main character was surprised and noticed that this was the effect of the title. The original price was 30 copper coins. The training ground was filled with soldiers. The main character withdrew his hand and noted that he was bored. Min raised his hand and smiled. The protagonist quickly beat the training dummy and thought that this was one of the ways to pump up in Carmenville. The warriors trained on mannequins and Min added that for each hit on a mannequin he was awarded experience. At first, many fell for it and rushed to the training ground. The bald man was exhausted and said that when the level rises, I've been beating him for 5 hours, and Min noticed in his head that they would soon understand that this was completely ineffective. The girl stood behind the counter and handed over 10 squirrel skins, and the main character noted that he personally would prefer to carry out NPC orders, for which he can get many times more experience and can get money or food as a reward. 2 guys began to leave the parade ground and noticed that it would be better to hunt goblins, but they wasted time, and Min added that if you continue to study on the parade ground, you will have to pay for renting a mannequin and food, a complete loss. In a past life he also thought this a waste of time. Ming furiously beat the dummy and added in his head that the real beauty of the training ground was not leveling up. The mannequin's head flew off, after which the protagonist began to regain his breathing. Then I saw the notification and turned around. Ming raised his fist in joy and thought that he needed to beat the dummy until all his stamina was depleted, and then the characteristics would increase by 1, regardless of the level. The main character took the bread in his hands and noticed in his head that now he is the only one who knows about this, but if someone else knew about it, he simply would not bother with it. The main character sat down on the floor and added that because during the same time it would be possible to quickly increase his characteristics by completing assignments. Min smiled and wondered if this would be the case later. The main character remembered how the goblin chopped and thought that it would take 1 or 2 days to rise from the very bottom to the 10th or 20th level. However, what about the 100th or 200th level? Now it is boring and tedious, and yet the day will come when his efforts will bear fruit. Ming started to get up and asked that he would try again. 9 days later, the protagonist was beating a dummy. The main character delivered a quick series of blows to the dummy. 2 guys passed by and one asked why he was making so much noise, and the second noticed that he just wanted to attract attention, they'd better go do quests. The main character turned his gaze to them and thought that as the level increases, the characteristics will not increase from simple blows. Ning put his foot out to strike. Then he split the mannequin. Ning looked at the broken mannequin. Then he began to breathe heavily. The main character raised his head and shouted that finally, a notification appeared that said that he had received a workaholic. The next notice announced that he had received the title of strongman of their area. Ning smiled and noted that he could now focus on leveling up. The old man came up to the side and asked him if he wanted to become stronger. The old man put out his hand and noted that he had been closely watching him for 9 days, and Min asked why he was watching him, why it sounded so creepy. The main character opened his eyes and heard that such a strong-willed and assertive guy like him could easily cope with this. The old man put out his hand and noted that if he wanted, he would show him something better. Ning looked surprised and wondered if this was a hidden quest. He had never heard of it. 2 men walked through the cave. The main character looked to the side and thought that, it turns out, there was some kind of underground passage under the training ground, and a man with a mustache walking ahead warned the guy that it was very dark here, so he should try not to trip. Lorcan remembered this man some time ago and wondered what he meant when he said there was something better. The main character smiled widely and assumed that the neutral NPC would teach him some hidden profession or skill when he was told that they were in place. The guy got angry and clenched his teeth. In front of them were several metal mannequins. The man with the mustache turned to the guy and said that this was an advanced training ground where only a select few could enter, and Lorcan began to curse that he was led to the dummies again. One of the mannequins began to approach them when the man said that these were unusual mannequins, and the main character was surprised. Nearby, one of them had a green stone in its body, and it itself was covered with cracks. This is what all the dummies looked like as they stood in fighting positions when the man added that since they move exactly like humans, they can counterattack, and if his level is less than 10, then he can die. The mustachioed NPC raised his index finger in front of him and said that the guy only has 1 try. Lorcan clenched his fists and remained silent. Afterward, he smiled widely and stretched his arms, saying that he was still angry, but he thought it would be fun. The feet walked forward along the stone floor. The door slammed behind the main character. He stopped in front of a crowd of mannequins. His body began to be enveloped in fire. One of them tried to stab him. Lorcan raised his fist and screamed furiously. The dummy flew up from such a blow. The main character spread his legs wide and hit his opponent with a stream of air. The mannequin's eyes glowed bright green. The guy prepared his knee and approached the metal fighter. His legs stopped abruptly. Lorcan held his hands out in front of him defensively. In front of him stood many mannequins in fighting stances. The main character took off from the ground and exclaimed that for such toys they fight well. Between the mannequins, something hit the floor, and at that moment the guy shouted joyfully that this was wonderful. Lorcan was ready to attack, his eyes were burning, and he was thinking about why don't they continue the fun. 5 days later, the same locked gate. The door opened slightly. One mannequin began to crawl out of the previously closed room. The guy's foot crushed him. His silhouette with one red eye smiled. He was glad that he had reached level 10 and improved his characteristics. A system notification appeared with the title Indomitable Will, which said that the guy has an indomitable will and never gives up, that no one can break him, and that he is the first to receive this title. The main character smiled widely. The notification window stated an additional effect that increases resistance to mental debuffs, and when health drops to 5% or below, all stats increase to 50%. Lorcan raised his head and looked at the system alert, thinking that he didn't think he could get such an epic skill in such a place. He became disappointed when he remembered how hard he had worked in his previous life to obtain this title. The guy thought about fighting with mannequins and repeated that who would have thought that it could be obtained by simply fighting with wooden dolls. The main character smiled and decided that the time had come. Behind the building with arched windows was the city of Thon. Under the sky stood a house with skulls and horns at the entrance. There was someone in armor lying on the bench. This man removed the rag from his face when he was addressed, calling him master. The guy asked him to serve a client and asked if he was going to work, and a man with thick hair and a beard asked if the visitor knew what kind of place it was. Lorcan smiled and asked if this place was the Berserkers Guild. Both men laughed. One said that the second looked like a berserker, and the other noted that the guy was in the know. The man with the beard raised his index finger up and asked the main character if he knew that if you get some profession, it won't be so easy to change it, and the guy said that he knows and asked him to finish quickly. The hand squeezed the seal and stamped it. The guy was enveloped in a glow. A system notification appeared with the words that he had changed his occupation to berserker. The man with the beard clenched his fist in front of him and congratulated the guy on being a berserker now. Lorcan smiled widely as a notification window appeared saying that he would be returned to level 1 and his stats would be preserved. The man picked up an axe and invited the guy to take a souvenir, choosing whatever he wanted. The hand clenched the hilt of the weapon. The silhouette of a guy with a glowing eye held an axe in front of him. The main character waved it and moved his hand to the side. The man with the beard looked forward carefully. At this time, Lorcan moved masterfully with a weapon in his hands. He suddenly stopped at the wall. Behind him sat a man who said it was impressive. The guy squeezed the handle with both hands and looked at them. He thought that this was what he needed. The main character imagined people in armor with a magic sphere and a sword while he was thinking about the fact that in fact he had been thinking about changing his profession for a long time. But unlike his previous life, now he knows about many hidden classes and how to get them. The guy remembered the faces of his enemies, turned around and decided that the only way to destroy them was to become a berserker. He remembered how he stood surrounded by enemies with an axe in his hand and thought that Odin's lackeys always followed him, and the more the berserker was pressed against the wall, the higher his characteristics would be. As he recalled how he swung at the dummy, Lorcan reflected that in addition, berserkers could increase their stats with the berserk skill, and that this was the best profession for someone who could use their raised stats more effectively. The main character stood with his back to the light with an axe in his hand. He smiled evilly and thought about how Odin beheaded him and decided that it would be fair if he cut off his head too. A dark window with blue pixels appeared in front of him. The man next to the guy asked if he was really so shocked by the change of profession. Lorcan answered in the negative. The guy stared blankly at the system notification window. It was written that traces of a storm that struck the world a long time ago had been discovered. The guy was ordered to find the remaining traces and fulfill the last wish of the storm. It was also written that the test of the advanced training site had been completed and the profession had changed. The main character held an axe in his hands and looked forward resolutely. He asked out loud whether this was really a hidden quest. He spoke thoughtfully about the storm. In front of the guy who was shouting about the loan, there was a girl who greeted him at the Aerok Bank and asked him to tell him his name and profession. And he shouted that he was the berserker Lorcan and asked him to hurry up. In response, the guy heard that since this was his first profession, he can get 30 silver coins at 3% a month. It was cloudy above the building with antlers and a tiled roof. The main character told the man with a beard that he needed all the skill books for those whose profession is berserk, and the man was surprised and said that it would be a little expensive, namely 10 silver ones. A system notification appeared in which it was written that he had learned axe mastery and 4 other skills. An axe icon appeared under it. Then a notification appeared which said that he could skillfully wield an axe, and the strength and speed of the attack directly depend on the degree of skill. At the moment the degree of skill is 0%, the current stage is beginner, and the attack power increases by 70%. An icon in the form of a green diamond appeared under this notification. Then another system window appeared with the title -LV1. Where it was explained that he could move faster and each step was equal to 3, and that while using the skill, agility increased by 110%. A picture of a dark silhouette with an axe appeared from below. New system notification. Hits become stronger with each subsequent attack, and strength and agility on the next attack are increased by 110%. An icon with 2 people in a green frame appeared. A notification has arrived that he is driving opponents into a stupor with a roar of madness. It was followed by an image of a man on fire. Last system window, violent self-immolation with a burst of enormous power. Lorcan looked thoughtfully at the notification window, and the man behind him asked if there were any problems. The guy turned to him and addressed him by the name Master. His eyes turned to a man with a beard. The guy asked him if he had heard anything about the storm, and in response they asked him what it was. The main character was sitting by the fountain. He was rereading an old system alert about searching for traces of a storm, which said that traces of a storm that had struck the world long ago had been found, and that he was told to find the remaining traces and grant the storm's wish. Lorcan, with a thoughtful face, pointed his finger at the screen and repeated the same word. He rested his chin on his finger and thought that this hidden quest had something to do with Berserker, but even the guildmaster didn't know anything. The guy remembered himself laughing in armor and realized with regret that he had never heard of it, even when he took first place among the Berserkers, and that someone else really got it. Lorcan grabbed his head and began to be indignant at the fact that he did not know how to figure it out without prompting. He looked displeased and thought that he really wanted to get the reward for the hidden quest. The guy decided that now he did not have the necessary information, so he would have to postpone it for now. A status window appeared in front of him: race, human, gender, male, level 1, profession, berserker, health 700/700, mana 150/150, titles, talented fighter, born fighter, descendant of David, 17/1, workaholic, indomitable will, nothing is impossible. The main character pointed his finger at the screen and summed up that he had changed his profession, and now he needed to start raising his level. The guy smiled, his eyes lit up. He decided that he should remember his plan, which he wanted to stick to. Sweat appeared on people's faces. They looked in one direction. Lorcan rested his head on his hand. A notification was shining above him that he was looking for a guide to the orc camp and was offering a reward of 15 silver. He turned his head and looked back when he was asked if he should be taken to the orc camp. The armor flashed, and the man wearing it said that he could help him. The man in armor smiled broadly and said that the reward should be given in advance. The main character looked seriously from under his brows. He turned to the man and asked if he was alone and what his level was. He was told that in front of him was a heavy knight of the 25th level. Lorcan waved at him and said that he didn't believe he was alone and advised him to look for someone else. The knight got angry and showed him the sign of an orc warrior, and then shouted that he earned it himself. The guy answered him that it seemed to him that the knight had caught a couple of scouts and was now fooling everyone. The main character put his hand in front of him and said that it would take at least 2 people with a level above 30 to get to the orc camp located in the heart of the forest. He advised the man not to be arrogant and just go his own way. Sweat appeared on the knight's face. He called the guy names and thought that he was disgracing him in front of everyone. The man in armor put his hand forward and performed the insight technique. A system notification appeared in front of the guy that his opponent had used a hostile skill on him. After this, other alerts appeared, which stated that self-defense skills would be available for 5 minutes, and the period of time could increase if the enemy resisted. Lorcan was bent over in front of the knight. The main character looked hostilely towards the man and asked what he was doing. The knight laughed and cursed. While the guy closed his eyes, the man began to question him about why he was acting so impudently, although in fact he was a first-level noob who had just changed his profession. The knight opened his mouth wide and began to threaten the main character that if he was so weak, then he should have sat down and not rocked the boat. Lorcan looked at the man and became furious. He asked if he wanted to die. The knight stood in front of the guy and yelled that let him try. He called him an impudent fool who thought that he could go to the orc camp with the first level. The main character smiled and asked about the first level. The man with the scar on his face did not understand anything. Lorcan stood opposite the knight. He invited him to fight on the condition that the winner would receive 15 silver pieces, and warned that there would be no punishment, since this was not murder. The man clenched his teeth and asked the guy if he was crazy. The main character put his hand in front of him, smiled and asked that the knight was really afraid that he would lose to a player with the first level. The guy clenched his fist as the man in front of him stomped aggressively. A system notification came that the player Bakel requested a duel, betting 15 silver. The man in armor was angry. A weapon began to appear in his hand. He made a terrible grimace and told the newcomer to attack. Lorcan smiled. The main character was happy. He was looking forward to this fight. There was a building with arched windows several stories high. Someone was walking along the road. 3 people walked together. They looked like a knight, a witch, and a nurse. They stopped near a crowd of people where they were gossiping about a fight at the fountain. The girl in the witch's hat covered one eye and said that people who had a dual right in the city had absolutely nothing to do. Lorcan smiled widely. Behind the guy there was a fountain, and in front of him stood knights in armor. Up close, the armor sparkled in the light. The weapon was covered in cracks in places. In front of the main character stood a tall man who called him a puppy and said that he would kill him. The knight opened his mouth and asked what weapon the guy had. Lorcan showed the man an obscene gesture and said that this was his weapon. The knight's eyes turned red. He asked the guy if he really thought that the man would draw his blade to fight someone like him, and then he called him names. System notifications appeared indicating that the duel had begun, and that if his health fell below 5%, he would lose. The ground broke under the force of the armor. The knight swung at the guy and shouted a death wish at him. He struck, and Lorcan easily dodged. The man in the helmet clenched his teeth. He began to strike one after another. The knight moved quickly. The main character's eyes turned red. He smiled when the man called him a rat who only knows how to dodge. Sweat appeared on the knight's face. He wondered if berserkers could be so fast. Lorcan appeared next to his face and said that now it was his turn. The man turned to him and waved. The guy hit him in the face. The knight's helmet broke into pieces. The main character raised his hand for the next blow. He remembered the dummies on the parade ground and thought that there he had pushed his extra stats to the limit. The guy raised his fist. He thought that the level had to be reset because of his profession, and that in fact his characteristics were different. Lorcan dealt an incredible blow to the enemy, whose armor began to disappear. The main character proved that he had at least level 50. The other players opened their mouths and began to sweat. The guy with gray eyes wondered how he could break the armor with his bare hands. The knight puffed out his cheeks, his face was sweating, he moaned. The guy covered his face with his hand and asked again about the first level. He pushed the man's head into the ground and smiled widely. Lorcan stood in front of his dead enemy. His statistics window appeared: race, human, gender, male, level 1, profession, berserker, health 700/700, mono 150/150, strength 79, endurance 70, intelligence 15, agility 63, strength 65, wisdom 12, additional characteristics 45. An alert appeared where it was written that the player Bakel died in a duel and lost 15 silver. He was lying with his mouth open in the ground. A system notification appeared saying that the player Lorcan had won and received 15 silver as he stood near the body and said that he had earned some money. People around were chatting about how the guy won with his bare hands, that he was level 1, and that he was a cheater. The main character clenched his fist. He put his hand in front of him and thought that this was enough to take the risk. A man in a red cloak addressed the guy from behind while Lorcan was thinking about how to get there. He turned around and looked back. 3 players stood in front of him. The player in the red cloak turned to the main character with the words that he heard that he wanted to go to the orc camp. He was answered positively. While the 2 girls stood in silence, he continued to say that they did not go into the camp itself, but they had been in the surrounding area, and he invited him to go with them. Lorcan raised his hand to his chin and asked about their levels. The player replied that he had 35, and both girls had 32. The main character looked carefully and thought. While the 3 were talking to each other, Lorcan noticed that they had good weapons and decided that they were well balanced since they had a tank, damage dealer, and healer. His hand was holding a full bag. He decided that they were suitable for him and said that he was not going to join the party, they would just have to accompany him to the entrance to the camp. The main character raised his free hand, smiled, and said that he would give 10 silver now and 5 silver when they get to the place. He also added that he would not participate in battles, and everything that falls in their way is their problem. Travelers walked through the wild forest. The guy in the red cloak walked first, followed by 2 girls, and at the end was Lorcan. The first one suddenly raised his hand and told them to stop. In front of them stood a stone tower, which was decorated with horns and skulls. The guy in the cloak turned to his comrades and said that the orcs' possessions began from here, and that watchmen were walking around the area. The main character opened his mouth slightly. He knew this information and asked them what they were going to do. The guy in red turned away from his companions and asked a blonde named Rosie to give him something. She asked to wait a minute. He turned sharply and threw something to the side. In the middle of the trees, a piece of meat fell to the ground. Green monsters came out of the thicket. Their eyes were empty and fangs protruded from their mouths. One of them smelled something and made an incomprehensible sound. They stared at the meat lying on the ground and screamed. While the orcs were discussing that the hunters had dropped this piece, the guy in red turned to his comrades. He raised his hand and called them to him. The guys sneaked behind the monsters while they were dividing up the spoils. Lorcan smiled and thought that these guys were more experienced than he thought. 4 players wandered along a forest path. They stopped and all looked forward together. They watched from the bushes the entrance to the orc settlement. Near the only loophole stood a tall orc with a weapon. The guy with black hair said that it seems they realized this and posted a sentry. The same guy looked forward and turned to the girl standing behind him. Elfie. She raised her hand to the staff and began to speak in an incomprehensible dialect. The seal she received hung over the guy in the red cloak. The girl said the name of the spell. It was silence. The orc made a characteristic sound. The guy moved towards him, pulling his sword out of its sheath. When the seal began to affect the orc, he shouted that intruders had appeared. He was interrupted and his head was taken off. A moment later, the guy with white eyes was already behind the headless body of the orc. He exhaled and stopped. His hand returned the sword to its sheath. He turned to the main character, pointed to the entrance and said that as soon as he passes through this hole, he will find himself straight in the orc camp. Lorcan handed him the bag, saying that they had done a great job, and in return they thanked him and wished him good luck. Rosie turned to the main character. She asked if he would really go there alone, because the camp is very dangerous, and he responded by saying that he knew this and thanked him for his concern. The guy in the red cloak turned away and repeated that it was dangerous here and that they should return. Rosie approached Elfie with a bag over her shoulder and asked how the guy would cope there, even if he paid for the journey here, and she was told to forget about him since he himself went to his death. The guy in front interrupted the girls and told them not to worry about it. When Elfie raised her hand, the guy added that he didn't know the exact reason, but he was sure that this man wouldn't be looking for escorts if he were weak, and the girl said that he overestimated him too much, despite the fact that the duel turned out to be excellent. The guy in the red cloak interrupted her and asked her what she thought was why he challenged that guy to a duel. He remembered the duel between the protagonist and the knight and said that according to those who had been watching them from the very beginning, it was the knight who used the hostile skill first. He introduced 2 players, one of whom drew a knife in defense and said that she knew that the player who was attacked first could use self-defense. The player who was holding the knife killed his attacker, and the guy added that if you defeat the enemy in this state, you can get experience points. Elfie agreed that this was a great way to increase his level, and Rosie, standing next to him, asked why he didn't do that. The guy in the red cloak looked ahead thoughtfully and replied that he didn't know for sure. As someone's feet walked on the ground, he added that the player named Lorcan had his own reasons. The main character smiled evilly, standing in the shadows, and the guy summed up that for some reason Lorcan had to maintain the first level before arriving at the orc camp. The 2 orcs were surprised by something. The guy walked with an axe on his shoulder among the monsters, who were excited because of the arrival of a man. Lorcan stopped and smiled widely. He took a deep breath. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted with all his might about whether anyone present knew about the honor of a warrior, and added that if there was a real warrior here, then he was ready to fight right now. In front of the guy stood monsters who were surprised that a person could know about the honor of orcs. The guy bared his teeth, looked forward fiercely, and thought that there was one little known way to defeat the orcs. He remembered his battle with the orc and continued to think that if he yelled like that in the very heart of the orc camp, which is a resting place for warriors, then he could qualify for one-on-one duels, since the orcs would defend their honor. Lorcan smiled and concluded that he was not here to level up. He understood that there was a prerequisite required to become the strongest in the Lord. The guy introduced a variety of monsters and himself with a crown in his hand, and told him that he needed to achieve almost impossible achievements and legendary titles. He believed that he had revealed his true purpose. The main character imagined many orcs and thought that for a duel with them, known as the most fighting race in the wild forest, you can get a good reward, and that in addition this is the best hunting ground where you can not worry about your safety and fight one-on-one. Lorcan opened his mouth and shouted for them to come out one at a time, and then asked who was the strongest among them. A very tall orc was looking down on him. The monster bared his sharp teeth and told the guy that this was his chance to defend his honor and ordered him to attack. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He realized that he was too self-confident because apparently this orc was their leader. He looked at him with his head thrown back and thought that this thug looked like at least a level 70 player who had changed his profession twice. The guy realized that he could not win, despite all the manipulations with the characteristics. Lorcan bit his lip and decided that it was stupid of him. He turned his head to the side when the other orcs asked the leader to leave this guy to them. The leader and the main character stood and listened to the cries of those present that their leader was too strong, and that they wanted a chance to defend their honor. The leader gritted his teeth and replied that he agreed that the guy should show what he was capable of before he fought him. Someone's foot landed loudly on the ground. An orc with a ring in his nose stood in front of the guy. His name was Callow. He was the 4th orc warrior in the ranking of the strongest. Lorcan smiled and thought that he was saved and that this should be enough, but he stopped. He froze, standing with his back turned. There was a look of horror on his face as he realized that he was relieved that he would be fighting a weaker opponent. The main character gritted his teeth. He was angry and told himself to pull himself together. The appearance of Odin appeared in front of him. The guy thought that if he continued to think like this, then he could become stronger than his enemy. Lorcan exhaled as he was told to take up his weapon and fight. The orc with the nose ring thought about it. He stood with a weapon on his shoulder in front of the guy and asked what he was doing. The protagonist's finger pressed the plus sign in the system window with his characteristics. Additional characteristics that were missing caught his attention. He distributed 45 additional stat points. Lorcan threw the axe over his shoulder and suggested they begin. At this point, the distribution of characteristics is completed. His status window has been updated. Race, human, gender, male, level 1, profession, berserker, health 700 over 700, mana 150 over 150, strength 112, endurance 70, intelligence 15, agility 70, durability 70, wisdom 12, additional characteristics 0. The guy's hand pointed to the orc leader, to whom he addressed. Lorcan smiled when he said that he wanted to tell about his fate, and then added that the orc leader would die today by his hand. The orc bared his fangs and said that the little man was interesting. The main character smiled widely. The orc's eyes were full of anger. Callow swung at the guy, calling him impudent, and shouted that he was now his opponent. The orc struck, but the guy dodged. The monster with the nose ring looked at his weapon. A white light appeared in his eyes when he was told that his axe looked better. The main character was next to him, bared his teeth and said that he liked him and that he was good at it. There was a bright flash. The orc with the axe and the guy found themselves at a distance from each other. The monster closed one eye and realized that the man was stronger than he thought. His eyes sparkled as he thought about using it. Suddenly the orc opened its mouth and roared. He used the cry of decadence technique. The main character frowned and started to sweat. The guy's hand shook, and a system notification said that due to the cry of decline, his characteristics would be reduced for a certain period of time. The guy looked down and thought that this was very similar to the Berserker battle cry skill. Callow ran towards the main character with an axe and shouted that the guy was very weakened, so he would win. Lorcan readied his weapon, his eyes lit up, and he asked the orc if he really thought so. Callow swung his axe when he was struck in the torso. The main character held the axe with both hands after the attack. Sweat appeared on the orc's face. He did not understand what had happened. Fury appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth, called the guy names and wished him death. The orc went to attack, but Lorcan crouched down and dodged. Callow swung his axe, and the main character continued to dodge. Sweat poured from the orc. He did not understand why he did not win. He had weakened this man with his skill. Callow continued to furiously wave his weapon when he heard the dissatisfied cries of his brothers asking him to deal with him quickly. The orc leader with a gray beard stood and thought that this was strange, because Callow had an advantage in speed and strength. While the guy smiled and took the blow from the orc, the leader continued to ponder why Callow had not killed him yet. Lorcan laughed and asked the orc if he was curious why everything was happening this way. He kicked Callow in the stomach. The orc's face distorted when the guy said that his attack sequence was painfully simple and stupid. The main character stood in front of Callow. He raised his hand and continued to say that it was easy to track by taking one look at his movements. The orc's eyes turned red and he roared. Then he jumped up sharply, swung his axe at the guy and told him not to be arrogant. Lorcan easily repelled his attack. The orc fell to the ground. Callow opened his mouth and looked ahead in confusion. An icon of a silhouette with an axe with the inscription "Strike" appeared. The main character jumped over the orc and swung it. A system notification has appeared for Strike LV1. Hits become stronger with each subsequent attack, and strength and agility on the next attack are increased by 110%. The guy's eyes glowed. He smiled and turned to the orc warrior Callow with the words that he would remember him. The orc said that the man was strong a second before the blow. Lorcan cut the orc in half. His face lit up with an ominous smile. The orc standing nearby wondered how a man could defeat Callow. The main character smiled proudly with an axe on his shoulder while the orc shouted that he was an amazing person and that he was very strong. A system notification window appeared in front of the guy. The notice said that he had an incredible achievement as he, as a level 1 player, single-handedly defeated an orc warrior, and it also said that many people would remember his prowess in battle. The next system notification was that he had received the title of Slayer of Orc Warrior at the first level, and then a window appeared with the words that he was the first to receive this title. Lorcan smiled and clenched his fist in front of him. He was glad that he had achieved his goal, because all this was for the title of Killer of an Orc Warrior at the first level. He imagined how a dark silhouette stood over the killed horned creature, while he thought that if, after changing his profession, he killed a monster of a higher level, he could get the title Killer 20 at the first level. The main character was looking at the system window when he thought that the higher the level of the monster, the greater the effect of the title. He understood that in any case he must defeat the unlucky orc leader. The guy saw something. Sweat appeared on his face. A system notification appeared with the words that his title and experience points were frozen. The guy looked at the notification window in disbelief. Another notification: you have taken on the task Honor of a Warrior. You will receive titles and points upon completion of the task. Lorcan stood surrounded by orcs and wondered why the warrior's honor was a quest. The orc leader appeared in front of him and told the guy that he had proven that he was worthy to fight him. The main character narrowed his eyes. He looked at the orc, holding the axe on his shoulder, and asked him if this was his decision. The leader remembered the screaming guy and reproached him for entering their territory and starting shouting about the honor of a warrior. Lorcan looked displeased when the orc finished his speech with the words that the guy is obliged to defend his honor to the end. The main character thought that this was not the case in the articles he had read in the past. He introduced the pixelated characters while thinking about the fact that technically the monsters are the same as NPCs, so it's not strange that they can give a quest, because the Lord was such a game from the very beginning. The guy nodded. A huge orc with a sword behind his back stood in front of him, and the main character thought that if he defeated the leader, he would receive an additional reward, and if he lost, then death would await him, but he doubted whether he would be able to receive already earned rewards. His hand clenched the hilt of the weapon, and he decided that he was talking nonsense for thinking about his defeat. The main character swung his axe, called the leader an old fart and said that he would smash him because he is the king of violence, Lorcan. An orc with a gray beard held the hilt of his sword while he said that the little man was truly funny. Then he shouted for the guy to attack because he had accepted his challenge. Lorcan smiled. He activated the berserk technique. A dark fog began to envelop him. The main character opened his mouth wide while the transformation lasted. A system window has appeared with characteristics called Berserk LV1, furious self-immolation with a burst of enormous power, All characteristics are increased by 200%. Activating skills does not consume mana, resistance to all psychic attacks. You cannot die even if your health drops to 0 from due to anger. You cannot distinguish between allies and enemies. After the skill ends, you automatically take damage equal to 50% of your maximum health. If after the skill ends, your health is 0, you have 5 seconds to restore it, and if your health is not at least 10% during this time, you will die. As part of the first side effect after the skill ends, all of your stats will be reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. As part of the second side effect after the skill ends, all of your stats will be reduced by 20% for 20 minutes. When activating the Berserk skill during side effects, the waiting time will be doubled, duration 10 minutes. Roman was in his own world, squatting, the guy's gaze was directed into the distance, and there was a weapon in one of Rocken's hands. Khan's look was happy, and a wide smile was revealed on his face. Rocken was happy with the exciting feelings of boiling blood and overwhelming strength. Rocken laughed. Looking high, there was a constant force near the guy. The guy said that this is why he would never change his profession as a berserker. One huge monster looked at Rocken carefully, gritting his teeth in anger. The monster looked at Rocken, who bent down to the ground, holding a weapon in 2 hands. The monster did not understand what this monstrous power was. Rocken's legs began to quickly move towards the creature. The monster asked Rocken that he had been hiding such power all this time. Rocken began to jump at the monster, swinging his weapon. Rocken hit the monster all over his body with great force. The guy's strength became greater and greater. Rocken, smiling with wild eyes, began to ask the monster that he had any questions about this. Rocken's foot began to quickly move away from the monster. Rocken spun away from the monster at high speed, trying not to fall under its hands. Rocken's sly and malicious smile was all over his face. The guy looked at the monster. The monster looked at Rocken with a face full of anger. The monster knew that when Rocken uses Berserk, it is very difficult to distinguish between enemies and allies. Since Indomitable Will neutralizes this effect, the monster knew that he would not confuse Rocken with someone else. Rocken bent down to the ground, holding a weapon in his hands and smiling maliciously. The monster knew that the first level Berserk lasts 180 seconds, and when they all expire it will be over. Rocken performed a dash, with the help of which, with wild eyes and a wide open mouth, he pointed his weapon at the monster and flew at him. The monster began to watch Rocken with incomprehension. Rocken's leg quickly moved away from the monster, preventing him from taking the leg. Rocken began to spin his weapon with great speed, moving away from the monster and scattering his magic in different directions. Khan, with anger and bloody eyes, began to look at the monster, holding his weapon tightly. The monster, covering his eyes, began to try to take the guy and call him names. Rocken held a weapon behind his back, walking quickly towards the monster. Rocken began to carefully observe the monster with a serious face. Rocken understood that the monster was strong and resilient, as expected from an orc boss. Rocken quickly ran away from the monster, creating wind. The monster swung its weapon at Rocken, who was constantly running away in different directions. Rocken understood that he was at least faster. Rocken's weapon quickly touched the monster, trying to wound it. The monster also tried to hit the guy, but could not, since Rocken was very fast. The monster was spinning in different directions, but could not do anything since Rocken was much faster than him. The boss's orcs looked at Rocken in surprise. They could not believe that their boss was beginning to be occupied. Rocken waved his weapon in front of the monster's face with quick movements. Rapid swings circled around the orc from many directions. The angry face of the orc looked at Rocken. The boss understood that this would not work. Rocken looked at the orc with in anger and realized that he was defeating him, but the guy did not cause significant damage due to the large difference in levels. Rocken crouched to the ground, looking at the orc and realizing that he was very strong. Rocken understood that he needed to deal a critical blow. The monster began to swing at Rocken with all his might. Rocken quickly began to run towards the orc, trying to injure him. Rocken took aim directly at the monster and began to run towards it, deciding that this was his chance and he needed to break through. The monster's face showed anger at the same time. Rocken looked at the orc angrily, gritting his teeth. The monster began to watch Rocken in order to wound him. Suddenly, one force appeared on the system window, which Rocken accepted. It was a throw. Rocken looked at his weapon with anger, realizing that he was in trouble. Rocken began to attack the orc, flying up and jumping straight at him. Rocken quickly jumped to the ground, looking at his broken weapon. It was a low-quality axe that was destroyed. Rocken's hands began to quickly move away from the monster. Notes began to appear on system windows stating that Rocken's health level had dropped below 30%, and the Berserk effect would last for another 80 seconds. Rocken looked from below at the orc, who was ready for the guy to come. Rocken didn't know what else he needed to do. The guy couldn't believe that he fell for such a stupid trick. Rocken began to peer carefully at the boss, gritting his teeth. Rocken understood that he was the boss, and this meant that his attack pattern could not be simple. The orc's legs began to approach Rocken, The monster asked the guy if this was all. The orc began to scratch his head and, with a smile on his face, looking at Rocken, began to say that he was really looking forward to this, but the guy disappointed him. Rocken stood with his back to the orc, saying nothing to him. A sly smile began to appear on Rocken's face. Rocken began to laugh hysterically, holding his head and looking into the distance. Rocken began to cover his face with his hands, asking the orc if he expected much. The guy laughed at the monster because he accepted his tricks. The surprised monster began to look carefully at Rocken, not understanding what he was talking about. The orc stood listening attentively to Rocken, who said that he understood that the monster could fight the guy from the very beginning. Rocken asked the orc that he didn't put it off until the orc's friend started talking nonsense in the selection process. Rocken began to smile slyly, looking at the orc and telling him that all this was in order to determine the guy's strength. The monster stood next to Rocken, not understanding what he was saying. The orc began to look at Rocken, and then began to laugh very loudly, asking the guy that he was talking nonsense only because he was waiting for defeat. The monster told Rocken that this was very dirty. Rocken looked down, smiling a sly smile, and told the orc that he was right. A smiling Rocken began to look at the monster, remembering how he used to become stronger. The guy replied that because of this desire he began to count too much. Rocken looked at the orc with a terrible smile and wild eyes, realizing that a head-on attack was best suited for a guy like him. The monster looked at Rocken carefully. There was a smile on the orc's face because the monster knew that he was stronger than the guy. The monster began to quickly move towards Rocken, trying to kill him as quickly as possible. The monster began to peer carefully at Rocken, wondering what to do. Rocken quickly began to move towards the orc, opening his mouth in anger and trying to kill him. Rocken was heading towards the monster, not afraid of his attacks and trying to wound him himself. The orc was very surprised that the guy stopped being afraid of him. Rocken's tired face looked with fear and confidence as the orc waved his huge sword near him. A huge orc stood next to Rocken and, holding a sword in his hands, wounded the guy. The system window began to say that Rocken's health had dropped below 20%. The orc began to look carefully at Rocken, asking the guy if he was too desperate. The monster told the guy that he was very impatient. Rocken's eyes began to become covered with anger and hatred, trying to kill the orc. The system window began to say that 60 seconds of the berserk duration remained. Rocken's mouth began to open wide, screaming at the monster to shut up. Rocken began to look at the monster with a murderous look and, gritting his teeth, began to quickly swing his weapon to wound the orc and then kill him. The orc calmly looked at Rocken with a smile on his face and told the guy that these were all useless attempts since the monster had already won. Rocken clenched his teeth and pointed his weapons at the orc. The monster dodged the guy's attacks, knowing that he would win anyway. The system windows began to show information that Rocken's health had dropped to less than 10% and the guy began to bleed. Ricotta sank to the ground and began to laugh with a slight smile. Rocken began to look at the orc from under his forehead, still laughing. The system window began to say that the guy's health had dropped below 5%. The monster with a smile on his face began to look carefully at Rocken, telling him that it was all over. The orc approached Rocken, who was on the ground, and holding his sword, the monster began to tell the guy that he had won, while Rocken just lay there and could not do anything. There was still a smile on Rocken's face that he didn't remove. The system window began to show that the effect of the epic title Unbending Will was turned on. The orc began to look with confusion at Rocken, who was covered in flames and began to slowly get up. The monster did not understand what was happening. The orc's muzzle began to show surprise and fear. The monster understood that Rocken had become even stronger and this frightened him very much. The system window began to show that all Rocken's stats were increased by 50% while his health was less than 5%. Rocken was filled with anger and revenge. The guy quickly got up from the ground, trying to go towards the orc. The system window began to show that Rocken had 30 seconds left in the berserk duration. Ronk's face was filled with a smile and laughter. The guy began to invite the monster to finish. The orc smiled widely and looked at the guy and began to confidently tell him that this was dangerous. The orc began to hold his sword and see with his restless eyes how Rocken began to turn on his iron body and increase his defense. Rocken began to quickly swing his weapon and head directly towards the orc. Rocken's face showed confidence. The guy opened his mouth wide and began to scream. The monster began to grit his teeth from the difficulty. The orc told himself that he had to endure it. The weapon began to slowly break with a crash. The monster began to carefully observe Rocken's actions, not yet doing anything. The system window began to show a message stating that the monster's opponent's weapon had been destroyed. The orc opened his mouth wide and, looking into the distance, began to scream and say that this was impossible. Rocken turned his head to the orc and with a smile on his face began to tell the monster that this was all possible. The guy had a strong weapon in his hands. Rocken made a blow. With quick movements, Rocken began to hit the boss, trying to kill him. After some time, a system window appeared which said that Rocken had defeated the orc leader, whose name was Tarkal. The orc stood motionless, looking at Rocken. The monster did not say anything. Rockin began to watch as the orc gradually lay down on the floor. The monster laughed, looking up, and said that he could not believe that he lost to an ordinary person. Rockin held a weapon behind his back and asked the lying orc that he didn't know what would happen now. Rockin, with a smile on his face, began to look at the monster and, holding a weapon, began to tell the monster that he would die by his hand. The monster's body began to move away and disappear. The laughter of the monster could still be heard in the distance. Calling the guy, the orc told Rockin that he recognizes him as a great warrior. The system window began to show that Rockin had defeated the orc leader, and because of this Rockin had increased his level. Near Rockin there were many other orcs who looked at the disappearing body of the leader. They could not believe that their boss had lost. The surprised orcs looked at the smiling Rockin and told him that they all understood that Rockin was very strong. Rockin was glad that these ill-mannered orcs finally recognized him. The system window began to tell Rockin that there were 5 seconds left before the end of the Berserker effect. Rockin looked at this system window with dissatisfaction and realized that he needed to heal since he could die. Rockin believed that Berserk was a great skill. Rockin began to open the lid of the potion and then began to drink it. The system window showed that an inferior healing potion had been used. Rockin knew that the fines were too high. The system window began to tell Rockin that he had received the title, which was 1-level killer of orc leaders. The system window showed the effects in the first level itself, which contained all the details. The system window showed Rockin that he had received the title, which was an honorary orc warrior. Rockin opened his mouth wide with laughter and joy. The guy was satisfied with this reward, and for him it was quite worthy. Rockin's smile began to turn into a very cunning and malicious one. The guy understood that he had to work hard, but now Rockin knew that he had exceeded his initial expectations. Rockin could not believe that he would receive the legendary title. The guy decided that he would continue in the same spirit and raise the level as if you are not yourself. Rockin began to laugh madly and loudly. Touching his sword in his hands, the guy asked everyone who would go to him first. The orcs began to turn away and tell Rockin that the battle was over and the guy had defeated the leader, so now Rockin was an honorary warrior of the orcs. Rockin's eyes were fixed on the system window. The guy was laughing and did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. The system window showed information about Rockin. Surprised and frightened, Rockin began to hold the system window and shout to him that he was not finished with his hunt. Rockin lowered his gaze. He understood that he just wanted to wander around and earn some stat points. Rockin did not think that defeating the leader would lead him to this. Rockin closed his eyes and decided that there were other abilities to level up. Rockin decided that a trusting relationship with NPS points will come in handy in the future. Rockin turned his head, seeing someone standing behind him. Rockin stood on a high object, and below there were a bunch of orcs. They were all talking about how the warrior spirit was about to come. Rockin looked to the side and smiled slyly as if he was coming up with something. In the tents there was a group of orcs to whom Rockin shouted that the warrior spirit would come to them. Rockin sat quietly in the city where everyone went about their business and did not bother anyone. Rockin pointed his hand to his chin and, with a smile on his face, still began to look at the system window. The guy looked at something and said that it was incredible. The system window began to show data about Rockin. A smile spread across Rockin's face. The guy was shocked that he was able to raise the level by 18 in 2 fights. Rockin smiled and said that if he could defeat the others, he would easily get 30. Rockin leaned against the seat and, closing his eyes, raised his head. The guy decided that he needed to come to terms with this. Rockin remembered that the girl's level was quite enough. Rockin's surprised face began to look into the distance, thinking about whether he could gain more skills. A huge force swept across the entire territory. The man in the pirate mask looked at the meat he was holding in his hands. The man began to show Rockin how to chop meat. Rockin was delighted. The system window began to say that Rockin had received the cutting ability. Rockin began to fantasize and talk to himself about whether the guy would sell the skin and meat of defeated monsters. Rockin understood that this way he could get a lot of money. The guy looked at the meat from different angles. Rockin decided that this would help with a set of rare materials. Library. Rana of the girls smiled sweetly at Rockin, who was immersed in a book. The girl told Rockin that if he reads this book, he will instantly learn everything. But also the guy will need to clean the dressing material. Rockin did not look at the girl and told her that he already knew that. The system window began to show that Rockin had received the first aid ability. The scissors in his hands skillfully cut the fabric. Rockin sat with scissors in his hands and looked down and said that he had learned first aid. The guy decided that now he could save money on potions. Rockin began to look at the bottle of medicine, realizing that the healing effect of this bottle was better, therefore it was more profitable. Everyone lived in the houses and nothing happened to them. The axe was on the ground. Rockin began to say that the repair was completed. The guy began to ask the seller for 1 silver axe. Rockin happily held the axe in his hands, trying to admire it. The guy remembered that he had received a profession and repaired the equipment, so the preparations would be completed. Rockin's face swam into a smile. He asked if they would start. Sewerage of KH Thon. Rockin stood in the sewer, covering his nose and asking with a displeased face what that smell was. Rockin walked through the sewer, still covering his nose and saying that he was expecting something like this, but not this. The system window began to show sewer cleaning. Rockin made an indignant face and began to say that he could not think that he would carry out such a task immediately after a life and death battle with the orc boss. Rockin decided to leave. Rockin made a dissatisfied face, closing his legs, and said to end this after all. The guy said that he needed to complete 10 related quests to start the main one. Rockin decided that it was better to end this as quickly as possible. Rockin began to notice something out of the corner of his eye and looked at it very carefully. Rockin slowly walked towards the huge beast, which was screaming with its mouth open. In the sewer there was a huge mutated rat with green foam coming out of its mouth. Rockin wrinkled his face and then began to ask this creature if everything was okay with him. The huge creature heard quickly ran towards Rockin, who was walking towards the beast. The rat began to jump straight at Rockin, opening its huge mouth with sharp fangs. The sword quickly moved across the rat's face. Rockin, with a smile on his face, began to jump away from the rat, which was cut into 2 parts. Rockin looked at the rat's body and asked him how he dared to do this. Rockin covered his nose with his hand again, realizing that he had found this place. Rockin began to look carefully into the distance, removing his hand from his nose. A huge stream of water began to flow from the sewer, which Rockin looked attentively. Rats began to run out of the water and ran towards the guy. Rockin began to look at the animals with wild eyes and a cheerful smile. Rockin began to stand by the fan, holding onto it, and began to say that it would be better for him if the monsters themselves came to him. The rats began to quickly run towards Rockin, suspecting nothing. Rockin quickly began to mutilate the rats with his sword. The monsters opened their mouths and were still trying to get to Rockin to kill him. Rockin's face was incredibly cheerful. He began to look at the rats with a smile on his face. Somewhere far away in the sewer, I began to hear the voice of Rockin, who was killing rats one after another. The bodies of the rats began to slowly disappear. Rockin stood up calmly and with a calm face began to say that he had a lot of losers. The system window began to show that Rockin killed 200 sewer rats, so he received the ability to catch rats. Rockin, with displeasure on his face, touched all the bodies of the rats, which turned blue. Rockin noticed that their bodies were strangely changed due to the plague, which must be somewhere nearby. Rockin began to look confidently at something out of the corner of his eye. Rockin began to peer askance at someone with a sly smile on his face. Rockin stood next to a huge rat, which sat and looked at Rockin. The monster was several times larger than Rockin. It was a level 23 plague rat. Rockin grabbed his sword tightly and with a smile on his face, looking at the rat, decided that this was his chance and he had to do it. The plague rat bowed its head and closed its eyes, as if taking in air. A window with characteristics appeared. She sharply raised her muzzle upward and roared loudly towards the hero with such force that he was struggling to stand on his feet, holding a weapon in his hands in front of him. The enraged hero directed his gaze towards the enemy. The air was still swirling around him from the powerful rat roar. He thought that every time he felt like vomiting at the sight of the plague rat, so now he needed to deal with it as soon as possible. The rat bent down again, preparing to strike. With a characteristic squeak, it directed its giant tail towards the hero with all its might. The hero, with a straight face, sharply deflected from the blow, his tail passing as close as possible next to his face. The rat resolutely tries to strike the enemy with its tail. It twists it in the air, but the hero skillfully dodges it, varying in the air high above the ground. The hero with an aggressive grin calls the enemy a stinking rat. At this moment, still dodging in the air, he raises his axe in a blow, directing it at the moving rat's tail. Turning to the enemy, the hero is amazed at how she dared to poke him with her dirty tail. At that moment, he strikes the rat's tail with his axe with all his might. The plague rat howled in pain, raising its muzzle to the sky. It continues to wave its stump of tail in the air. Green caustic saliva splashes from its mouth. The hero lowered his shining weapon after the blow. Behind him can be seen the rat squeaking in pain, which bowed its muzzle in a painful grimace. The hero with a smile on his face asks the enemy to be a good boy and show his neck so that it hurts less. At this moment the hero raises the weapon behind his back. The rat raises its head and looks in his direction. With a squeak, the plague rat throws its head back, ready to strike. In a fighting stance, she spits giant neon slime towards the hero. The hero, seeing this, exclaims in surprise, and with wide open eyes looks at the slime that is rushing towards him. Min manages to quickly take a step to the side and dodge the blow. The neon slime flies very close to him. The hero turns towards the slime that fell next to him. It dissolves everything it touches. Min remembers that it is poison, the existence and effect of which he has already forgotten. The opponent looks at all this from the side, squatting. The hero bows his head to look at his hand and sees that it has been caught in rat poison. Pieces of clothing have already dissolved in the places where the liquid got in. Min exclaims with a dissatisfied look. A window appears with information that the plague rat poisoned the hero with poison, and now every 10 seconds he will lose 1 health unit. The rat suddenly begins to approach the hero. He quickly raises his wounded hand and looks with hatred towards the enemy. They are separated by Mina's weapon, which is ready for battle. The hero, with his teeth bared, continues to look towards the enemy and says that the plague rat irritates him terribly. The rat rises above Ming, swinging a blow towards him. He stands still, raising his head towards the enemy. The hero bared his teeth in rage, steam coming out of his mouth. In the direction of the plague rat, the hero uses a battle cry. His mouth and eyes burn with fire. A powerful blow demolishes everything in its path in a whirlwind. The plague rat lowers its muzzle in horror and bewilderment from the blow, and a window appears indicating that its stats have been reduced. Ming attacks the enemy dynamically. The blows are so strong and fast that it is impossible to follow them. The hero, with a fierce smile and blazing eyes, raises his fist to strike his opponent. The fist is aimed straight at the rat's body with a powerful blow that causes fiery sparks to appear everywhere. The hero's blow moves at full speed into the enemy's body. The shock of speed becomes fiery and moves closer and closer to the rat's body. The hero strikes the enemy with such force that the plague rat flies back sharply, green poison spraying from its mouth. Ming laughs bitterly at her opponent and wonders how she could ever hope to kill him with her useless poison. The rat's body is enveloped in a glow, and it slowly begins to rise from the ground. The hero looks at this and exclaims in surprise. His eyes glow red, and a smile shines on his face. The rat rises to his feet and looks at the hero with an embittered look. She begins to regenerate. Her wounds are healed. Min notices that she is holding up well. It is not for nothing that she is called the left boss, because she can regenerate. The hero points his weapon at the enemy with a smile and asks to attack, because it's even more interesting for him to fight. The rat begins to run towards the hero, preparing to strike. Poison sprays from its mouth, and its mouth is wide open, exposing its fangs. She pushes forward and flies into the punch, extending her fist to slam it down on her opponent. Ming, grinning, raises his axe hand to strike back. The hero makes a dash and delivers a powerful blow to the enemy with his weapon, confidence and a smile shining on his face. Min laughs evilly, raising his head up. He holds the weapon tightly in his hands and says that his blow was excellent. All that remains is to see how long the enemy will last. The hero inflicts many cutting blows on the enemy with his weapon. He is confident in himself, and the enemy bares his teeth and clenches in surprise. Min bursts into laughter. There are small pieces left of the plague rat that are scattered on the ground. They are trying to regenerate. The hero looks at the severed rat's head, which is trying to regenerate, and throws his weapon behind his back. He points out with a grin that regeneration is useless here. The severed rat head still tries to growl and attack the hero, who towers over her, to which he only teases her and grins. Min points his foot towards the head of the plague rat, which squeaks in fear and sprays poison. Ming, grinning, tells the enemy about his weakness and sharply steps on the rat's head, thereby finishing off the enemy. Min smiles widely and rejoices in his victory. A window appears that says that the hero has increased his level and defeated the plague rat. Ming wraps bandages around the arm that was previously wounded by the enemy. Ming bandaged his hand. He sits on the ground, leaning on a hill. He admits that during the battle the poison irritated him greatly, but thanks to this he was able to gain a new skill of resisting poison. A window appears that says that the hero's body was able to resist the poison. Now he has the skill of resisting poison. The hero approaches the remains of the plague rat's body. They are scattered on the ground and glow brightly. Min says that now it's time to get what he wanted. A window appears with the butcher achievement. The hero takes a purple crystal in his bandaged hand and says that this is his main find, called the Plague Stone. The hero looks calmly at the hand in which he is clutching the Plague Stone. A window appears that says that the hero is overtaken by a plague curse. A window appears that says that the hero's characteristics have been reduced. Now every 10 seconds his health will decrease by 5 units. If he is not treated, he may die. With a dissatisfied look, the guy throws his head up to the sky and says that this was expected. In his previous life he was very confused by the curse, but this time everything will be different. The guy, with his hands in his pockets, slowly moves away from the battlefield. He says that it's time to get out of this stinking place because he needs to get some treatment. There is a view of a white castle with large wooden gates surrounded by red flags. The man in armor takes a bag filled with rat tails from the protagonist and confirms that rats have been increasingly causing trouble lately. Ming stands opposite the knight, who is holding the handed bag in his hands. The knight thanks the hero for the work done and is ready to reward him for his work. A window appears with information that the sewer cleaning task has been completed and the hero receives 10 silver coins for this. Min with a grin tells the knight that he has found another stone. A purple spot is visible on his face and neck. He raises his hand with a glowing crystal to show it to his interlocutor, who makes a surprised exclamation at what he sees. The knight looks at the stone and angrily shouts that it is definitely a cursed object, and that the hero is cursed because he has spots on his face. The hero looks at the knight in surprise, to which he tells him that such a find does not bring anything good and asks him to take it to Mr. Steroyan. He says that the hero will definitely be cured of the curse. Min stands with an irritated face and thinks that the knight could have taken this stone himself. A quest window appears that describes the task of delivering cursed stones and the reward for it. Min thinks that he cannot refuse such a quest because of the reward. Min calmly tells the knight that of course he can rely on him in this matter, to which the knight thanks him and says that it doesn't look good here and hands him something that can help. A window appears indicating that the hero has received 5 low-level health potions. The knight covers his nose with his hand and draws attention to the fact that the hero should wash it, because he stinks of sewage, to which the hero silently looks at him with irritation. There is a view of a tall white round tower with people walking around it. Ning approaches the building with a grin and looks around. He thinks that a lot of money has clearly been invested in the building. It is very different from the Berserker Slacker Guild. The hero passes by many passers-by. They all look at him and cover their noses from the unpleasant smell. He thinks with irritation that in a past life one of the most popular professions were magicians, and it would be better if they paid their attention to berserkers. The hero's face is covered with cold sweat. He grabs his wounded hand and realizes that he is getting worse. A window appears that says that the hero's health has dropped to 30%. The hero slowly approaches the round tower. The people behind him cover their noses from the stench of the sewer. Min thinks that he needs to hurry. Ning climbs the stairs into the building. He opens the doors sharply and irritably, loudly announcing himself. There is a gray-haired man in round glasses in the room. The man turns contemptuously towards the hero and asks him who he even is. The man with a dissatisfied look closes his nose, turning away from the guy, and tells him that he should wash himself before coming here. The hero stands with a displeased look. An unpleasant smell emanates from him in green clouds. Ning hands the man a cursed stone and says that he came for treatment and to hand over the crystal that he found in the sewer. The man looks attentively at this picture. The man is surprised to recognize the plague stone and the crystal and announces this to the hero with excitement and joy. Nin in response only looks at him emotionlessly, holding the flickering stone in his hand. The man already extends his arms benevolently and declares to the hero that he has come to the right place because he specializes in diseases caused by curses. He asks to give him the stone. The hero looks at the man with displeasure. The man angrily raises his hands and shouts to the hero to quickly give him the stone, because even now the curse is consuming him from the inside. The guy stands motionless opposite. Min declares that he will give up the stone if the man proves that he is really the same Storoyan, to which the man looks at the guy with a dissatisfied look and makes a questioning exclamation. The man continues to ask excitedly. Min extends his hand, and a blue glow forms under it. The next moment, a weapon appears in the hero's hand, and with an enraged look he points it at the man, who only exclaims in shock. Min looks at the man from under his brows. The question is asked, what does this all mean? They put a weapon to the man's face. Cold sweat is dripping from his face. The man is scared. The hero tells him that he can easily prove that he is a real Storoyan, because he could block his axe right now. An animal grin and a smile appears on the hero's face. He holds the man by the collar with one hand and swings his axe with the other. Min says that the man should use his skills right now, otherwise he will really kill him. Ning is ready to hit the man with all his strength. He begins to scream in fear and asks him to stop. Min is still holding the man by the collar, but stops his axe in the moment from the blow. He looks at the man in surprise. A small bird appears above his head. Cold sweat flows from his face from fear. Min looks at his hand, where the weapon was a second ago, but now there is only blue smoke left there. He realizes that he seems to have lost. The image of the old man shone with blue light and began to evaporate. Min turns around in surprise. Hearing a voice behind him, the voice says that in front of the hero there was only Storoyan's double. Thus he tests the abilities of the magicians. He never thought that this time a berserker would appear to him. The hero thinks that it seemed to him that the man was a bird at the window, because according to his memories they usually turn into animals. He remembers with a smile that he learned about this thanks to Tolkien's leadership and thanks him for this. An image of a guy with a window with Tolkien's characteristics appears in the background. Min looks at the achievements in surprise. Achievement windows appear. They say that the hero has received an incredible achievement. He exposed the deception of the Archmage without anyone's help. For this he receives the title He Who Sees Through Lies. The window says that Min is the first who could get this achievement. All the rewards are listed below. The hero looks at the achievements. The unique title makes him smile, putting his hand to his chin contentedly. He considers himself very lucky, because if he had not found his true form, he would not have been able to receive such a title. The old man waves his hand furiously, interrupting the hero from the good news. He screams and asks to give him the stone as soon as possible, because he does not understand what a dangerous situation he is in. The guy only looks at him in surprise. A window appears with information that the hero's health has dropped below 10%. Min, with an excited look, realizes that his health is really running low. He has already used up all his bandages. Min agrees with Stroyan's words without unnecessary emotions. The man exclaims questioningly towards the hero and spreads his arms in surprise. Min uses his new ability and rings the bell of truth with a smile. He tells the man that this time he really has to make sure that he is real. Now he definitely won't be able to fool the hero. A window appears with information that the hero is using the bell of truth. The hero continues to ring the bell with a grin. The man looks irritated at all this. A window appears that says that the man is not deceiving the hero. Min says that now he can definitely give him the stone. The man puts a flask with green medicine into the hero's mouth. He stands irritably in place and watches as the man leaves with an irritated look with a purple stone in his hands. A window appears with information that the hero has been cured of the plague curse. Min rubs his injured hand with a satisfied look. There are no longer any traces of the curse on his face. He says that he feels better and understands that the old man is most likely a high-level magician. Stroyan, with a serious look, controls the stone in his hands and says that the plague stone was in the sewer. The guy looks at the man from behind in surprise. From the actions of the old man, everything around is covered with a purple whirlwind and light. The hero covers his face with his hand. The man motionlessly controls the flying stone with his hands. The man looks thoughtfully at the levitating stone and says that he will need more time to study it. The hero approaches the table at which the old man is sitting. The stone continues to float in the air in a purple glow. The man irritably asks the hero for additional information. He replies that apparently the stone influenced the genome of sewer rats, so they mutated. Stroyan thoughtfully puts his hand to his face. He assumes that the rats were used to create chaos, but then he realizes that this is unlikely because the soldiers could easily deal with them. The guy watches the old man from the side. Min tells the old man that, most likely, this stone is fatal to people. The man thinks about this, leaning on his hand. He understands that the hero's experience can be trusted. In a second, Stroyan opens his eyes wide, as if he understands something important. He loudly declares that the ultimate goal is to become human. Min looks down on him and smirks. The old man says that if infected rats wandered through houses and alleys through the sewers, then, most likely, he understands what exactly they wanted to do. The stone at this moment continues to float in the air. Min listens to Stroyan with a grin. Smiling widely, Min thinks that the old man is clearly a high-level magician, because he understood everything with just a few clues. The hero continues the idea that they tried to spread the plague throughout the city through the sewers, but before they were discovered, the plague would already be everywhere. Starting with the slums, people in dark robes appear. Their faces are hidden. They induce plague rats, because of which the people, weakened by disease, sit on the bare ground in rags, awaiting death. Ning speculates that this is why the players had to complete 10 hellish quests to solve their problem. He believes that he managed to get past this. A picture opens up where people whose respiratory tracts are covered with rags aggressively attack people infected with the plague, the faces of the infected strewn with purple spots. Stroyan angrily says that he must immediately inform the captain of the guard about this. The hero stands behind him with a smile and silently listens. The old man turns towards the hero and with a thoughtful look asks to come see him in a couple of days. A window appears with information on the task plague spreaders. Stroyan and the city guards began to track down the one who threw the plague stone into the sewer. The hero is informed as soon as a new one appears. Tasks are recorded. Min receives experience points as a reward. Min thoughtfully twirls his finger in his ear, staring at one point. The hero stands with his back to the open doors and speaks of his desire to leave, because he has never encountered anything like this before. A window appears with information that the hero has chosen a branch of the main scenario. He pays attention to this with surprise. The hero turns around, seeing the continuation of the information. It says that the plague outbreak thread and other similar quests will be deleted. The hero is surprised by the general notification. Cold sweat runs down the hero's face. He is alarmed to realize that Plague Outbreak is the first quest in the 10 hellish quest chain, and this quest is lost because of him. Nin understands that now, in order to progress through the main scenario, it will be necessary to complete more complex and lengthy quests. A picture appears where a happy guy avoids a fight with 3 strong fighters and runs away from them. A crossed out inscription 10 quests appears between them. Min smiles widely and realizes that he has bought himself time. All that remains is to decide where to wait these 2 days before meeting the old man. The hero, with a confident look and a smile on his face, remembers that he has one place where he can wait out these 2 days. Min walks through the cemetery, playfully twirling his weapon, and thinks that he needs to look at the entrance. With a confident look, he maneuvers the weapon behind his back and remembers with a confident look that the entrance seemed to be somewhere in the east. Bright armor shines on the hero's shoulder and he talks about how he spent all his money on them and on throwing axes. He will probably be able to use them up to level 50. The hero continues to walk through the cemetery, throwing up the weapon in his hand. He says that, as is known, there is nothing in this place. Min turns his head sharply with a grin on his face and says that he knows one secret of this place. But in any case, no one knows about it now because the information will only appear in a couple of months. Ming stared at the object lying between the tombstones on the ground. He declares that he found what he was looking for. It opens up a view of a club-shaped object, which zooms upward. A window appears with a description of the item. It says that this is a normal level gravedigger's prosthesis. The legless gravedigger has lost his prosthesis. He will probably be happy if you return his item. In the hero's thoughts, images appear of a gravedigger who is leaning on a wooden stick and, with an angry cry, trying to hit someone with his prosthesis. A gray-haired man with emptiness for eyes is sitting on the ground. Min says that many do not even take this task seriously, because even if you return the find to the gravedigger, then in any case he will not give any reward for it, but will simply kick you out. But there is one big but. The hero finds a gravestone with a hole that follows the contours of the prosthesis. Ming inserts the prosthesis into this hole and it fits perfectly. The hero stands in front of the grave with a smile and watches as the ground in front of the tombstone seems to move away to open a passage. Everything around is covered with dust. A window appears that says that the hero has found the secret dungeon cemetery under the moon. This is a great achievement because Min is the first to find this place. He is the first to receive the title of Seeker. The hero at this moment looks motionless at the space that opens in front of him, a tombstone where the prosthesis was inserted. Min with a grin continues to look towards the passage and says that now he has a place where he can earn some money. A window appears with information about the new title and the additional effects that this title gives. The image stands in front of the weapon with a wide smile. Min talks about how with the help of this title you can not only improve your vision, but also increase the chance of detecting hidden devices, which will now be highlighted. A window appears that tells about the bonus received for this find. Min says that since he received a bonus for the first visit, he needs to use it and get a lot of interesting things. At this moment he confidently walks down the stairs from the secret passage that he had just opened. Ming comes downstairs with a suspicious look, leaning his hand on the brick wall. The hero raises his head, looking at the rectangular hole in the ceiling, from which light penetrates into the dungeon. Min turns towards the sound and sees how the torches on the wall light up one by one. He thoughtfully examines the room and tells himself that he will not be able to leave this room until he has completely cleared it, but this is a normal restriction for such a secret dungeon. A wild roar is heard behind the hero. He understands that this is a mob that is a ghost. It has bright eyes that glow and a huge mouth strewn with fangs. Min, from the realization that such things cannot even be cut with an axe, falls into a panic. The look on his face, cold sweat flows down. The hero, in confusion, turns towards the noise and sees a leg in a dark robe, shrouded in dark smoke. A window appears with a description of the enemy. It says that in front of the hero are skeletons of an old grave of level 25. The skeletons are dressed in armor. They run towards the hero with a roar. Their eyes glow red, and arrows stick out from the bones in some places. Ming swings his weapon at one of the skeletons and breaks his head. Ming smashes the skeletons that quickly surround him, leaving only bone fragments. The hero, grinning, calls the skeletons walking bags of bones, and he raises his weapon to strike another blow at the horde of skeletons in front of him. He laughs and says that he is clearly happier with them than with sewer rats. Min continues to smash his opponents at high speed. Spinning the weapon behind his back, the hero hovers in the air before delivering a crushing blow to the skeletons that are approaching him. Min smiles widely. With an evil laugh and burning eyes, he, as if playfully, smashes opponents who are trying to fight back. Severed parts of various skeletons mix in the air, their severed heads still trying to attack, their eyes glowing with a finger and their jaws open in anger. Ming angrily cuts through his opponents with a smirk on his face. A window appears indicating that he is getting a strike in the fight. Fragments of skeletons scatter in different directions with great speed and ringing. The hero stands in front of a pile of enemy remains, throwing his weapon behind his back. The remains are highlighted in blue. He thinks that this was not the easiest battle. A window appears that says that the hero has increased his level. Now he is level 22 Lorcan. Min, with an interested look, picks up the tablet with a desire to see how much he has accumulated after gaining a new level. A window with the hero's characteristics appears. He is pleased that he has already accumulated over 100 additional points, because most likely there is no need to accumulate more. The hero points his finger at the tablet. He realizes that there is a need for large glasses if he wants to increase the hunting speed. The window with the characteristics is displayed again. The hero triumphantly raises his fist with a happy grin and burning eyes. He considers his result excellent. A window with a strength indicator appears. The hero thinks that he needs more mana to use professional skills. This time he also decided to add a little intelligence. Min smiles broadly and raises his weapon in a triumphant gesture. He says that there are 2 days left before the start of the main scenario, during which time he needs to get level 30. A crushed skeleton, debris scattering around it. A powerful kick destroys the skeleton. Tired Rockin looks at the defeated enemies, expressing boredom at what is happening. He sees the boss, a skeletal warrior, swinging in front of him. The skeletal warrior screams, his eyes blazing with rage. Rockin destroys the skeleton at great speed. Level up notification, Rockin has reached level 30. Picking his nose, Rockin displeasedly notes that the enemy was weak, despite his importunity. Rockin stands with his back, looking out the statistics window. He is glad that he reached level 30 and completed the task. He remembers how he spent the last 2 days continuously destroying skeletons immediately after they were revived, which allowed him to quickly gain 10 levels. He counts his savings and finds that he has 1 gold and 80 silver coins. An armored figure, Rockin has collected many sets of skeletal knight armor that are highly prized among warriors. He sits on a mountain of armor and happily declares that he has a ton of armor. Smiling, Rockin decides to sell them and invest the money as he knows the Lord's future, which will make investing an easy task. Holding an axe on his shoulder, Rockin prepares to leave. He decides it's time to go, although he regrets having to leave this convenient hunting spot. Rockin smiles as he talks to the green-cloaked character. He suggests that he can make money by selling information about this place, especially to guilds who want to train new recruits. Rockin then walks down a torchlit hallway, thinking about what to spend his money on. He thinks about buying a new weapon or accessory with good stats. Surrounded by glowing symbols and a book, Stroyan uses magic. Rockin opens the door and greets him. Stroyan is happy to see him. He stood up from his chair and apologized for the sudden disappearance, explaining that there was an urgent problem. Rockin asks if the culprit has been found. Stroyan recalls how he looked for answers from the man and replies that despite the investigation, they were unable to find out anything and there were no witnesses. Rockin looks away, thinking that there were no witnesses and it would be difficult to catch them. The fallen follower holds dark magic in his hand. Rockin thinks about the fallen followers whose history involves stopping their plans. Rockin muses, holding his hand to his face. He believes he thwarted their plans from the start, but believes he can learn more if he investigates. Stroyan holds the glowing green crystal. He decides to use the Earth Stone to read the Earth's memory and remember it. A glowing green crystal infused with Earth energy, the Earth Stone has a special use in magic and is not prized as a gemstone. The silhouette of a man near whom there is a glowing crystal. Rockin explains that with the help of the Earth memory skill, you can see what happened in a specific area. Many times this has helped in finding ways to hunt monsters. Stroyan holds a glowing green crystal and says that they can find out the identity of the culprits with its help. Stroyan asks Rockin for a favor and asks if he can help. Rockin agrees, realizing that this is the main task. The serious Stroyan thanks him and says that even though they stopped the enemies, it is unknown when they will attack again. He asks Rockin to bring some items. The notice states that in order to prevent a powerful curse from damaging the lands, the High Mage Stroyan needs research materials, possibly from the blood of an orc warrior and a savage. Against the background of the orc and the savage, Rockin reflects that the blood of the orc warrior and the savage are important, but they will have to be hunted since they will not want to just give up the blood. Rockin remembers how he fought with orcs, and that he cannot hunt orc warriors because he holds the title of an honorary orc warrior and has even improved his reputation to the level of trust. Rockin ponders as he looks away, wondering if the only way to fight his enemies is to lose his title. He is standing in front of a large wooden door. An orc with a spear behind the fence. Rockin demands to open the door. The orc looks at him and says that he remembered him as an honest warrior. The door is open and Rockin looks at the entrance. A crowd of orcs greet him and ask what happened. Rockin looks seriously and asks for a favor. An orc against the sky agrees to help and asks to tell him what is needed. Wary and the orc listens as Rockin says that he needs the blood of the orc. The orc is surprised and asks again about the blood. The two orcs explain that they cannot simply give up the blood of a warrior, adding that orcs only shed blood in battle, otherwise it is a shame for them. Irritated, Rockin reflects that he does not care about such things as honor. If the orcs behave this way, he has other plans. The orc holds the axe handle. Rockin asks to borrow the axe. The orc agrees. The orc looks at Rockin with a questioning expression. The orc follows Rockin as he leaves and asks about his departure. Rockin explains that he has other things to do. The orcs bid him farewell, wishing him a quick return, not noticing the ominous face of their friend. Rockin grabs the axe handle and thinks it would be easier if they just gave him their blood. The sinister Rockin regrets that the orcs must defend their honor. He plans his next steps. Training camp. Savage with a weapon in his hand. His back is turned, his weapon resting on his shoulder. His face turned sharply, expressing concern. Screaming furiously, the savage ordered the enemy to appear. The spinning weapon flew towards the savage's head, but he managed to dodge. The weapon got stuck in the tree. The savage noticed that it was an axe. At high speed, Rockin headed to attack the enemy. Praising him for his successful evasion, he always knew that savages were faster than orcs. Smiling, Rockin held a vessel in his hand. He received the blood of a savage. Against the backdrop of the murdered savage, Rockin apologized and said that he had nothing against him. Rockin turned towards the noise while the savage was bleeding blue blood. He managed to hide behind a tree, smiling ominously. While the savages were discussing the death of their comrade, they noticed the axe of the orcs and thought that they had done it. The angry faces of the orc and the savage opposite each other. Rocken remembers that the savages are humanoid creatures opposing the orcs. According to legend, these two races fight among themselves for control of the forest. Smirking, Rocken thinks that he will provoke a war between them. It would have happened anyway, he will just speed up the process. A calm orc stands with a weapon. Suddenly a weapon slams into his head. The orcs examine the sword. They learn that this weapon belongs to savages. The rebellious orcs believed that they were being attacked by savages. They would not forgive them for this. Rocken looked at them. An ominously smiling Rocken noted their low intellectual abilities. Rocken approached the orcs, asking them what was going on. They noticed that he had returned, noting the urgency of the situation and pointing to the savage's sword. A crowd of orcs listened as Rocken told them that he saw savages nearby. Apparently they wanted to attack the village. The orcs believed him, indicating that they would fight. A smiling Rocken stood next to them and said that this would not be enough. Would they really wait until the savages came to the village? Grinning maliciously and pointing his finger at himself, Rocken offered to strike first. If all the orcs went, he would help. Raising his fist, the orc praised this idea, saying that the man was smart. A huge orc with long hair appeared and asked what was going on. He was enormous in size. Rocken did not understand who he was. The orc whispered something to him. Rocken assumed that this must be the new leader of the orcs. The chief held a huge sword in his hand as Rocken looked ahead. The hand raised the sword upward, shouting. The chief and the other orcs shouted furiously. The chief declared that they would attack first, calling for them to follow him. A smugly smiling Rocken noted that everything was much simpler than it seemed. The leader ordered the soldiers to gather. The hero with red eyes, against the backdrop of a crowd of orcs, called to go forward and have fun on the battlefield. An orc with burning eyes shows a grin. A large-scale invasion of orcs is unfolding. In their hands are spears and banners. Bakel, observing the horde of orcs, comments that they are thirsty for blood. The two men are hiding in the bushes. Bakel is shocked, since orcs usually do not behave so aggressively. Against the backdrop of a crowd of orcs, one man offers to escape, but the other convinces them not to run away, since they could be killed. He suggests hiding. Wide-eyed with fear, Rocken stands among the orcs holding a huge axe, and the men are surprised to see a man among the orcs. They notice that he is a gambler. The man anxiously asks who this man is among the orcs. Bakel, sweaty and scared. He suggests to his partner that he should run away. His friend noted that he had just said that running away was stupid. Tense Bakel, in despair, orders his companion to shut up and listen to him. He claims that if they do not run, then inevitable death awaits them. There is an orc behind him, which his companion points out to him. Rocken looks nonchalant and stands aside. Bakel and his fallen friend are surrounded by orcs. A dying comrade and alarmed by Bakel, Rocken notices that he met this man in a previous fight. Bakel, in a panic, grabs Rocken and asks him about the orcs, if they are on his side. He also asks for help, since they know each other. Rocken remembers beating Bakel in the past. A furious orc standing in front of the hero turns to Bakel, telling him he is rudely addressing their warrior. The orc asks his friend if he knows Bakel. Rocken, remembering their squabble, smiled sinisterly and declared that he did not remember him. Orcs with burning eyes are approaching the beaten Bakel, and Rocken orders them to deal with it. Bakel, furious and panicked, screams to be left alone as he fights off the orcs. Bakel, beaten, is surrounded by orcs. Rocken warns to be more careful next time, calling him a newcomer. A fierce battle unfolds, where the orcs fight with the savages. One of the orcs, huge and furious, commands to kill all the savages, leaving no one alive. Calm Rocken watches the battle between the two races. He stands near the orc banner without participating in the battle, holding a flask in his hand near a dead orc. He rejoices that he has finally received the blood of the orc warrior he was looking for. The savage stuck his sword into the orc's throat. Rocken thought that everything was better than he thought, but it seemed that the savages were really angry. At this time, Rocken spreads his arms and decides to join the fun. Sound waves scatter from the hero's figure. He uses a battle cry on enemies. The savages are weakened. They are in despair, thinking about how a person is capable of such things. He thinks that the orcs hired a mercenary. The savages rushed into battle against Rocken. The main savage is ordered to kill Rocken, who confidently enters the battle. The hero suddenly disappears from the enemy's field of vision. Rocken destroys crowds of savages with lightning speed, and shouts in defiance that no one can kill him, demanding that the leader of the savages be brought to him. With rage, and he continues the battle. Furious Rocken reminds himself that there is another reason to start a war, not just the blood of an orc. He could pretend to be a savage and simply kill the orc. The leader of the savages in a bone helmet made of a monster is a real goal for him. The monster boss is stronger than even the leader of the orcs. In addition, the savages are not obsessed with duels, so it will be more difficult with him. While he is cutting the savages in half, he thinks about using the orcs to take care of the leader of the savages. It is difficult to imagine a better chance. He is trying to find the monster. Analyzing the battlefield, he notices a figure similar to a mini-boss. By grabbing the handle of the weapon, he signals that he has found it. Rocken is located near the debris from the environment. The most brutal fight between an orc and a savage. The orc is pinned to the ground by his blades. The savage attacks the defending orc. This is the leader of the savages, wearing a bone mask. He says that he will definitely kill the enemy of his clan. The leader of the savages looks around sharply. A spear flew at him, but he managed to dodge. He laughs and says that such attacks will not work on him. Rocken suddenly found himself right in front of the leader and crouched down, preparing to attack. He used the strike skill, preparing to attack. He noted that the leader opened himself for a strike. Holding the weapon in his hands, the excited leader thought that he needed to quickly block the blow. A smiling Rocken flew into the air after his powerful blow. The bloodied leader growled. The amazed leader noted that Rocken looked weaker than he really was. The hero replied that he wanted to take 2 hands, but the enemy slept on one. Against the backdrop of a crowd of orcs, Rocken asked the leader what he was going to do, since his subjects were dead and he had nowhere to run. The grinning Rocken noted that he was not particularly patient, so he would soon take the head of his enemy. The bared leader growled. He began to scream and furiously ask how a person like him dares. He didn't finish because Rocken cut off his head. The weapon finished swinging. The flying head of the leader fell to the ground. Darkened silhouette of the hero. Smiling sinisterly, he leveled up. Rocken received an achievement. He defeated both rulers of the Harsh Forest. For this he was given the title Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. He is the first to receive such a title. Thanks to this he received effects that increased his strength and agility by 10, and also his total characteristics will be increased by 5% in forested areas. The crowd of orcs began to feast on their victory. Calm Rocken watched the notification window and noticed another one. He received the title Grey Cardinal the First. The system applauded his ability to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, with just 1 word. Thanks to this his intelligence and wisdom were increased by 20. A special effect allowed him to use identity disguise. Rocken was surprised by this. Joyfully looking at the window, he stated that although he was counting on winning the title of the Harsh Forest, he did not know about the title Grey Cardinal. The system said 2 birds with 1 stone. Rocken concluded that the system does not consider orcs as allies. Covering his face with his hand, he reasoned that he only had a good reputation with the orcs, which meant there was a chance that they could attack him. The green diamond, identity disguise skill and additional stats will clearly come in handy for him. The huge orc shouted that it was necessary to finish off the survivors while Rocken looked at him. The system notified that the battle between the orcs and the savages ended in victory for the orcs. The area around the savages' camp will be turned into a ruined savage's ruin. An indignant savage may appear in this village. The army of orcs moved forward. Rocken noticed that they were really enjoying this. Grinning, he noted that it was time to return to the old man. A tall tower with numerous windows against the backdrop of the city. Stroyan peered at the potions and asked if everything was ready. He thought it would take some time due to the high complexity. Rocken smiled and said that everything was not so bad, to which Stroyan replied that he needed to wait a little. Systema gave the hero the title of first student of Stroyan. He was the first to receive this title. Analyzing Rocken noticed that he was the first student. The system showed that he had earned Stroyan's respect, for which his stamina increased by 10, and the detective's assistant now gives a 5% bonus to speed. Standing wide, he was delighted by these effects. Stroyan gave a special antidote and ordered it to be taken to matter in Intrinsic. The system issued a task. It was the delivery of an improved antidote. It is necessary to deliver a new antidote to Martyrian, who lives Intrinsic. The reward for this is 3 silver and experience points. Joyfully taking the antidote in his hand, Rocken noted that this was the last task in Kh-Ton. Finally, it was time for him to go to Trinsic, a large city surrounded by walls. In a room with a minimalist design, there is a capsule from which steam rises. Rocken lies in the capsule, dressed in a black suit, his expression calm. He sighs with relief. He sits, rubbing his head, wondering why there is a time limit on connecting. He needs all the time available. He stands on his toes, looking at the door and contemplating the need to take care of his long-term health. Rocken leans over the monitor, looking at the screen, and muses that it will be at least 5 hours before he can connect again. He recalls a situation when there was a dungeon. Then he specially took screenshots of objects and the interior of the dungeon and uploaded them to the network. He hopes that there will be a lot of comments there. He looks at the screen with a surprised expression on his face. He notices that his post is in the hot posts category. Rocken looks at the screen, surprised that his post did not arouse people's suspicions. He thought that many would consider it a fake. He then notices something, making a sound of surprise. A headline about brave reporters is seen on the screen. Rockin is surprised. He didn't know they were supposed to be leaving already. The text on the screen says that a secret dungeon has been discovered and honorable reporter Raver has captured the secret dungeon. Two young people in a dungeon. A popular gaming web magazine reporter and user Rava wrote about a secret dungeon, revealing its information in the form of an adventure story. Two men, one in blue armor, the other in brown, stand in the dungeon corridor. Stairs leading down to the dungeon. The comments discuss dungeons. User Knack is surprised that secret dungeons exist. Lost Fighter expresses skepticism. He does not believe the reporter, and Attica reminds of Raver's post confirming the reality of such dungeons. Although he is not entirely sure about this, Shiver suggests that the post could have been made by another Raver account, but CHHA refutes this, pointing out the difference in mobs in the dungeons. Rockin looks at the screen and sees a comment from himself in which he writes that he is Raver, and from experience he will say that the post can be trusted. He is unlikely to buy this information, but if they agree to an interview, then they need contact them. Sitting behind his chair and smiling, Rockin realizes that his post has become popular thanks to this comment and receives many messages. People ask him to check their personal messages and offer him favorable conditions. Rockin sits at the computer and decides to first weed out those offers that offer the lowest prices. He remembers various people from the guilds, then he thinks that it is worth paying attention to groups discussing guilds, even if the guild system has not yet been introduced. He remembers several famous names from the past and realizes that the choice will not be difficult. Rockin's hand holds a computer mouse. He chooses the safest option. He remembers a group of people who appear to be the CI Guild, whose name comes from the term cultural game. The guild helps newcomers, disciplines malicious player killers, and much more, earning a reputation for its kindness. A notice inviting you to meet at a cemetery in the eastern part of the city. Rockin, sitting at the computer, decides that now he just needs to wait for the meeting. He reflects on how well things are going. Rockin sits at the computer, picking his nose, wondering if things are going too well and if he needs to be more aggressive in his actions. He looks ahead carefully, then decides to act gradually, according to plan, realizing that rushing will not solve anything. A memory appears before his eyes where he is wounded and screaming in pain. He thinks that everything will happen much later. Nothing will be solved if he rushes. Rockin decides to go grocery shopping and get some fresh air. Rockin's hand squeezes the package. Rockin goes outside with a package in his hand. Three men are standing near the building. They are talking. One of the men asks the other how many levels he raised on the goblin hunt. The answer follows that 3 levels in 2 days. The third man expresses surprise that he himself raised only 1 level after hard work. Rockin, passing by, muses that it's probably a matter of difference in control. Rockin smiles as he thinks about what everyone is talking about Lord's game. He walks down a nearly empty campus street in late September. He notices a girl with long black hair. Rockin takes a closer look and tries to figure out who it is. The girl next to the man seems very familiar to him. She notices him too. The girl turns to him, calling him by name, and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Rockin stands discouraged. He suddenly remembers. Rockin remembers that Lim, his ex-girlfriend, cheated on him and left him. He completely forgot about her because of the game. She laughs with a man who Rockin believes is now her new boyfriend, the first time she has seen him in 4 months, although many years have passed for him. Tense Rockin heard that this guy is good at playing the game. His ex-girlfriend loves games, so she prefers guys who are good at them. Lim smiles and tells Rockin that she heard that he is still struggling. Rockin is not happy and thinks, what nonsense is this? He furiously explains to the two that he took time off to play Lord, not because of her. Lim sarcastically replies that this is a relief for her. A man with brown hair stands. Lim suggests that Rockin contact him if he has any problems in the game. Since he is an expert in Lord, she says that he can help Rockin once or twice. Standing in front of the man, Rockin asks what his game ID is, and Lim replies that it is Philia, and Rockin has probably heard of him. Rockin chuckles and muses that he's never heard of that name, which means the player probably isn't that good. Rockin starts to leave. He promises to remember this and help if he meets him in the game. The man exclaims in surprise and asks what this is supposed to mean, and the girl wonders what Rockin meant. Rockin leaves, turning around, telling them to level up as best they can and to contact him if things get difficult. He thinks Lim should know that his in-game nickname is Rockin. He smiles, thinking that she will soon realize how stupid what she said is. In the evening, a man in armor and a red cloak stands in a cemetery. The man with red hair turns around at the word Kai. A huge man stands in front of him. The red-haired man said hello, to which he was told that he had finally found what he was looking for. Using the identity disguise ability, Rockin changes his name and appearance for an hour, now appearing as a muscular man. He believes there is no need to reveal his true identity because of one secret dungeon. A red-haired man in armor is asked if he came alone. He replies that yes, since the information is very valuable and should not attract attention. He anxiously adds that his comrades are ready and will come to his aid if he contacts them. Raken understands that this is a warning not to take any action. The red-haired man was already ready to move forward. He invites his interlocutor to continue, but he refuses. Raken smiled and demanded payment in advance, saying that he needed something to motivate him. The red-haired man looked at him. Red straightened his red cloak and said that he was using only one ability and required the creation of a protective network. Raken agrees. Red uses the detect ability on the calm Raken. The redhead looks calmly. After activating the ability, Raken thanks him for his cooperation and hands over part of the payment, adding that it is time to go. Raken smiles, realizing that such a trick will not work. Level 35 Krypton. A secret entrance to the dungeon, covered with a slab, is visible. Raken stands near the stove and explains the principle of operation of the mechanism that opens the entrance. Red understood how it works, noting that it is a mechanism. Raken smiled and told the red-haired man to make sure that no one knew about this place. He also asked for the rest of the amount. The red-haired man handed over his bag of money, saying that he would contact him if any problems arose. A bag of gold, 51 gold coins, 98 silver, 20 copper were received. Raken was happy. He received more than 50 gold coins. For selling the hidden dungeon, he noted that the guilds are the best, and at this stage it is impossible to earn that much money. Taking the bag in his hand, he began to leave the cemetery. Raken assumed that the red-haired man must have shaken money from all the other members of the guilds, and maybe even added his own. Raken transformed from a huge man into his form. He was finally finished. It was time to go to Trinsic. Raken sat down on the path between the trees and tiredly noticed that he was still very far away. The hero was very sweaty and tired. He noted that this is Lord's problem. The walking is too realistic. He has been walking for half a day, but the walk is probably coming to an end. He stood in the middle of the forest, noticing a city in the distance. There is a diagram drawn in the notebook. He cannot die since he is reborn, and he will have to go from the very beginning. Alarmed, Raken turned his head. He turned around when he heard a sound in the bushes. A gang of bandits look at the main character with confusion. One of them asks what is wrong with this guy. Looking at his terrifying face with brightly burning yellow eyes and a wide, crazy grin, the men assume that he has gone crazy because of... To which Raken, covering his eye with his hand, addresses them as guys. He addresses the bandits, saying that he will let them get away if he chips in on a piece of equipment, to which their hooded leader asks what. Holding his hand in front of him and looking at them with a smile, the main character asks what's wrong, and isn't that what PC shares usually say, so he'll give them a chance. Min thinks that their goal is items, and usually when a player dies at the hands of another player, they may drop an item. He imagines a situation in his head where he is lying on the floor, surrounded by bandits. Continuing to think, the hero tells himself that of course there is a chance that he will not fall, and this probability is greater than when killing monsters, but still about 10 or 20%. The bandits, together with their leader, begin to grin, charging their gaze with red. The leader of them asks Raken what he thinks, that they are stupid, adding that his balls are seriously stuck on his rollers. The bandits' weapons shine with purity and edge, and against the background of them the main character approaches, serenely making his way. To which the bandit says that if he dies here, he will again have to go all the way from KH-Dawn, so the path does not arise. Raken, with wild eyes and mouth, holding his weapon in his hand, says that the negotiations have failed. Raising his axe and looking through it with a smile, the guy admits that from the very beginning he did not want to break up peacefully. The hooded gang leader chuckles at how arrogant this is. The bandits immediately begin to attack forward, and their leader says that the level here is different from KKH-Thon. Suddenly, the largest of them begins to swing his weapon at the guy with all his might, dousing himself in red magic. Instantly, he launched his axe charge at the speed of light. Despite this, Raken moved even closer to him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Min, looking at him with a smile and also swinging his arms, says that he is a fool and will kill him first. Suddenly, the gang leader comes right between them, protecting the big guy with his shield. The main character looks at the leader with a smile and awareness, thinking that he has a skill to repel physical attacks, suggesting that he is a knight of protection. At the moment, after the leader protects the big guy jumps from above, aiming at Raken, swinging his axe, shouting that here he is. The next moment, an explosion of enormous force and sound is heard. Moving a little to the side, the main character, keeping his gaze intense, holding the axe, tells himself that their attacks are well connected. The main character turned his attention to the arrows flying sharply right at him. The story notice says it's raining arrows. The bandits, looking at how the arrows are stuck into the hero's location, say the word good. Looking at his arrows, the blonde, holding a bow in front of him, says that this does not make him bow, no matter how fast the main character is. Raken gestures in front of him and takes the arrow with his hand. He pulls her out of his lech, sitting on the ground around hundreds of arrows, and chuckles, saying that he is in trouble. Sitting on the ground around the rest of the arrows, the gang across from him shouts, asking him to be stupid, now seeing the difference between them. The leader, opening his eyes madly with rum, says that if he changes his mind about fighting, he will spare Rockin, asking why he doesn't take off his equipment and get out of here. The guy with a smile and thoughtful eyes looks towards the bandits, thinking to himself that they are using group tactics. Imagining a drawn situation where Min will look from side to side at each character, he tells himself that if he keeps his distance, he will get arrows, and if he comes closer, he will receive from the knight. And moreover, they do so close that they can easily cover each other. Rising rigidly from the floor in the background of the bandits, the hero tells himself that in this case he will act differently and says the word good to them since they wanted his items so much. Standing in a fighting pose and holding blue axes in both hands, the guy with a malicious grin says that he has something and let them catch it. The story notice states that the hero changed his weapon to a tomahawk. At that moment, the leader launched his axes forward with all his might. The big man begins to swear, to which their leader says that everything is fine, grab the axes, holding a shield in front of him. Suddenly the axes touch the shield, causing the leader to go into shock, opening his eyes. The axes immediately carried the guy back with all their might, not restraining his balance on his feet, as the big man whom he was protecting looked in surprise. The leader, behind the blonde and the big guy, curses, telling them it's okay and to hurry up and kill him. The big man was the first to fly straight at Rockin, holding his weapon at the last moment, to which the main character asks himself in his thoughts that such a provocation was enough for them. Ming begins to swing back, turning his body slightly to the side opposite the tall guy flying at him. The story notice says that the guy changed his weapon to an orc warrior's axe. Holding the axe and smiling from under his brows, the hero says that he will see how good the bandit's skills are. Ming slams the end of his axe into the big guy's stomach with all his might, causing him to twist and fly to the side with a huge gust of wind. Looking at the crumpled face of the big man, who has lost his eyes and saliva from being hit in the stomach with a weapon, the main character says that he thought he could handle it, noting that he is even worse than the hero thought. He grabs his cheeks, forcing them up even more. Drawing his sharp, huge axe back and holding the bandit, the guy says that there is already one. In the moment, his frantic face with a terrifying smile is covered in blood from the man in his arms. Suddenly, Min notices an arrow flying at the speed of light straight at him. Snatching it sharply and skillfully, he says with a smile that he has an exclamation word about no. Breaking an arrow with one hand and closing his eyes with a gentle smile, the guy tells the blonde bandit standing opposite him that if he wanted to shoot him, he should have done it while he dealt with his friend, adding that although he thinks he would have just died faster than the bandit expected. The enraged archer takes 3 arrows on his bow, pointing them at the frenzied protagonist, shouting the name of the multi-shot skill, to which he says that it is too late. The notification shows Rockin's punch and dash actions. The bandit, looking at the ominous silhouette of the Rockin swinging, thinks to himself, opening his mouth, that he is too fast and he will not be able to hit him with a bow. Ming hits the bandit's previous location with all his might when he successfully jumped back at that moment. With fright and fear in his eyes, the blonde decides to come up with something new, and a glowing knife appears in his hands in the background. The history notice says he changed his weapon to a combat knife. The bandit warily began to attack Rockin, but the guy successfully dodged. The blonde strikes from above, still missing the main character's body, to which he thinks that he has switched to a weapon for close combat, and he sees that the bandit knows something about combat. The guy with a crazy smile harshly grabs the bandit by the hand, telling himself that even this will be different. Holding the archer's hand with all his strength, he quickly chops it off with his axe, asking him if he really thinks that an archer like him can win in close combat. The archer's face contorted at the sight of blood and the feeling of pain. The bandit was lying on the ground with his back down, trying to hold onto his hand and at the same time screaming in pain in front of the terrifying silhouette of the main character with an axe on his shoulder, asking him how it felt when his hand was cut off in the game, noting that it was all quite realistic for VR. Rockin drew attention to the magical silhouette that appeared behind him. The notification states that the shield attack skill is being used. The main character turns back, when suddenly the leader of the bandits from behind begins to attack the guy with all his magic and his shield. With a wild, furious face, he shouts at Rockin to die. At that moment, the bandit leaned his shield against the guy's body, causing a huge blue explosion of magic to occur. The leader looks with incomprehension at his trembling shield, from the back of which the hand of the protagonist holds it, crushing the shield like a tin can, to which Rockin asks him, calling him a fool, that he also wants to compete in strength. Standing with an intimidating look behind the shield and continuing to hold it, the bandit looks at him with caution, listening to him say that earlier the bandit threw it away only because of the skill of reflection, asking him after that he really thought of killing him with something like this. The face of the bandit leader begins to grin with pain and fear, and his body begins to tremble. Looking at the guy, he says that he is a monster. Rockin tells him that this is not so, to which the man's gaze opened even more with fear. Hitting him on the ground, Min tells him that they are just weaklings. The bloody blade of the axe lies right next to the hand of the dead man. Turning to the one-armed archer, the hero, holding his axe on one shoulder, says that he is still alone. Min looks around, saying out loud that he needs to look at something. Taking one cobblestone, he begins to lift it with gloves on. The bandits' feet in the iron boots run into the distance with all their might. Holding his hand and running away from the scene in fear, the blonde thinks to himself that he is not going to die here. Turning back, he sees the main character doing something with the stone and asks himself out loud that it is not haunting him. Happily running away and holding his bloody hand, he shouts that he will survive and will repay him later, but right above him a huge cobblestone flies towards him. Covering his field of vision with his hand from above and flirting with himself, Rockin says out loud that he got it. Standing among the debris from the ground and whirlwinds of dust, the silhouette of a guy laughs ominously, noting that he hasn't felt so refreshed in a long time, and fighting players is much more fun than fighting monsters. Suddenly the guy was distracted by the sound of notifications, and he turned his gaze to them with interest. Standing among a dozen new notifications that said that he had won and the penalty would be proportional to the traits of his opponent's characters, he increased his level and received many items. Calmly watching the notifications, he says that the drop rate of items has increased due to the penalties of PC shares. But it looks like he hit the jackpot this time, adding that they are losers and should have just listened to him. Suddenly he turns to an incomprehensible unknown character, asking him if he also thinks so, calling him a little rat. The man behind the tree tries to cover his mouth with his hand to avoid being noticed. Rockin, with a smile, looking towards the man, tells him not to even think about throwing anything away, and let him go out before she cuts him down along with the tree. Standing in silhouette behind the man behind a tree, he says that there is no use hiding, and he will really kill him. A man comes out from behind a tree, shouting and asking the guy standing opposite him with an axe who he is, to which he asks him that he thinks he will recognize him if he tells the man. Looking at the frightened face and tears of the man, Rockin thinks that he is definitely at the same time with these PC shures, but he does not have red eyes, and it seems that he is just giving signs. Descending towards the bodies of the killed victims, Min calmly tells the man in the background to stand there if he doesn't decide to fight, and he is not interested in weaklings, noting that this is so disappointing. The man's teeth began to clench tighter. A man, from behind the bushes, begins to cast a detection skill, pointing his hand with magic directly at the crazy Sue equals loot of the main character. The notification tells the man that the character is level 35 and his name is Rockin. Holding his hand in front of him and reading the notice, the man asks Min again that he is only at level 35. Remembering the moments from the last fight with the bandits, the man begins to think to himself and asks that he defeated 3 level 40 players like that, noting that this is nonsense and he must have used a bug or cheats when suddenly Rockin's hand comes up to the man's frightened face. He grabs him and slams him into a tree, causing wood chips to fly away. The next moment, the man's body found itself slammed into a tree, and the main character opposite him stood with his hands on his sides, swearing and saying that he told him that he was letting him go, but he didn't want to listen. A notification appears stating that the player has won and he receives the opponent's items. Looking at the tree spewing energy, the guy stood with his hand on his face. He says that something also fell from this man, and he is blessed by fate. Looking at the bow in his hands, the shield and the robe behind him, Min thinks that these items are quite good, as expected from Trinsic, and there is even a bow with a very rare drop chance. They must be upset. Walking along the path to a huge, beautiful white fortress with orange accents, throwing his hands behind his head. Rockin says out loud to himself that reinforcements will probably soon show up for revenge or something similar, asking himself what he can do to be gentler with him, and all of this is somehow disappointing. Sunlight falls on the orange roofs of numerous houses. This is the city of Trinsic. Walking down the street among the houses with the rest of the players, Min looks around, thinking about how crowded it is, wondering if these are all players above level 40, adding that he is starting to realize how popular this game really is. Standing in front of a 4-story building, the guy says that the Magician's Guild here is simply huge. He opens the door sharply, looking inside seriously. Entering the corridor of the Mage Guild, a large staircase opens in front of the hero, a spacious room with other players. Rockin thinks that there are not so many people here compared to the size, adding that a mage is one of those professions in which it becomes more and more difficult and it's harder to level up. Walking alongside the players with his hands on his hips, the guy explains to himself in his head that maybe that's why the people here look pretty decent, and it looks like some of them have already completed their second class shift. A modest girl with red hair and a black dress extends her hand to Min, greeting him. With other heroes discussing something in the background, Rockin approaches the counter with a girl who tells him that this is an item store and he can ask her about the things that are sold here. Leaning on the counter, the guy politely asked for 1 set of rune books, to which the girl immediately began to look for something, asking him to give her 1 second. The main character, remembering a moment from the battle, with a thoughtful face, says to himself that the rune book is an item that should be used when PC shares appear. And this is a magic book that allows you to get to one of the 5 locations described in it when the character is not in combat. Imagining a black silhouette holding a book in his hand at the top, the guy thinks that this is a tied object, so there is no need to worry that it will disappear. And if there is enough money, he can expand the number of locations to 20 zones, adding that he should get one like this. Looking at the purple book and the linked scroll lying on the counter, the girl tells him that 1 ruined book and 5 marking scrolls, plus 20 teleport scrolls, will total 5 gold ones. The guy thinks to this that the problem is that they are terribly expensive. Shaking his money out of the bag with a gloomy face, Min remembers those same bandits, and thinks that 5 gold is not the amount that can be easily obtained intrinsic. Asking himself how much these bandits stole from the people, from them there was 1 each. The guy takes the book and looks at it carefully, to which the girl with the bob thanked him and advised him to come again. Looking at the open floors inside the building, the guy asks himself out loud that he is now on the 3rd floor. The blonde man with glasses looked at the main character with shock, asking the one that Sir Stroyan had sent him. The notice says that the character's name is Marion. Walking around the office, Rockin holds his hand in the air, explaining to the man standing opposite him holding a piece of paper that there is an antidote and a letter from it here. Holding his hand on his chin against the backdrop of the hero's malicious face, Marion, reading the letter, says that it really looks like he needs to prepare in advance, asking the guy that he is here to help him. Swiping his fist positively and pointing his thumb at himself with a huge smile. When asked by Maturian if he will be okay and what level he is at, Rockin confidently tells him to rely on him. The man with glasses, looking at the guy's satisfied face, thinks that he looks useless to him, but he cannot ignore Sir Stroyan's recommendations. Looking at the guy and moving his hand to the side in front of him, Maturian says that he has an assignment, and it will also serve as a test for the main character. The notice shows a test called Endless Research, explaining that after Maturian saw Stroyan's improved antidote prototype, he is looking for ingredients to enhance its effect, and the guy must bring him the Forest Goblin Witch Doctor's elixir. Min looks at the notification with a very pleased face and says to himself in his thoughts that it has begun. Imagining the dark image of Maturian wearing glasses, he speaks in his thoughts that Maturian is known to players as an evil NPC, starting with the elixir of the Forest Goblin Witch Doctor. Imagining the picture of him dominating all the rare ingredients against the backdrop of the kneeling soldiers, Min tells himself that he is requesting all kinds of rare ingredients not related to the main task and using them for other research. As he walks through the market with his hands folded in his pockets, the guy tells himself that you usually can't refuse the main task, so there's no choice but to reluctantly accept it, but that doesn't apply to him. The main character opens the notification in front of him with a calm face and a smile, saying out loud that he will check the auction. Stat notification in the game is waiting for a search in the auction. The main character thinks that he can vaguely remember what materials he will require later. Typing something in the stat in front of him with a satisfied face, a character with a goat skull on his head appears in his background. He thinks that since he came here anyway. At the same time, he will get rid of the objects that he knocked out, and there is no need to walk back there and do everything yourself. Looking at the description of the purple card item, Min says to himself that it's a good thing that most of these items are labeled as common items, so they are quite cheap. Holding coins between his fingers like a wolverine and contorting his face, causing confusion among the others in the background of the players, the guy shouts that it's time to go forward. Maturian holds a small cone next to his ear and reads something with wild eyes. Suddenly, a huge bag falls on his desk, breaking the flasks and causing him to scream what is happening. Rockin, holding the bag with one hand, looks at the man with a smile and glowing with happiness that he brought everything, to which the scientist says in surprise the word what. Digging through the things Rockin just brought, the scientist says in shock that he needs it right now, and how he knew about it, to which the guy with a Hollywood smile asks him if he thinks he should know a lot to be Sir Stroyan's assistant. The scientist begins to crack a small smile and says that it looks like he was wrong about the hero. With a villainous face, Maturian tells him that this is his reward, sending hundreds of notifications about leveling up and so on. The story notice says that Rockin has increased the level to 36. Min looks at the scientist with a pleased, villainous smile. Suddenly, another notice appears in front of Rockin, and the scientist says that he will leave this to him too. The notice reads about Infinite Research Mission 11, which states that after Maturian saw the improved prototype of Stroyan's antidote, he searches for the ingredients. To enhance its effect, the hero must bring him the heart and blood of a forest lizardman. The main character, making an angry face and imagining behind him the image of Maturian, ominously trying to capture him with his hands. The guy thinks that the scientist began to show his true essence, and he knew that even more tasks were coming. He gave it to him as if he was waiting. Remembering the moment when the hero with a huge bag was buying ingredients, the guy thinks about it. That plus items from the lizardmen were not on sale, and he wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. Imagining images of dark warriors on horses with red eyes, and below a red monster, Min tells himself that on the other hand, this makes sense, and the heart of the forest lizardman can only be obtained by defeating the level 80 boss, the great warrior of the forest lizardmen. Sighing and pouting his lips looking at the notification, Rocken thinks that now he cannot defeat him, so he will postpone this matter, and the most important thing is to finish the main task. Remembering the rest of the game, he tells himself that this is not all there is to Trinsic, and he will see what can be done, starting with the simplest tasks. A huge stone statue of a warrior is illuminated by the rays of the sun. Standing next to the fountain of the same statue and other players, the main character asks himself out loud what this one is here. Standing opposite the side of the fountain, on which the numbers 1123, L200, and 30 are engraved, the guy tells himself that in his past life, the player, having seen this clue, said something. Imagining the player with the warrior statue, the player says that where the hero points lies his heritage, to which Min says that he was simply ignored at the time, but eventually found it. Looking at the statue and holding his hands at his sides, Rocken thinks that it took a long time for the news to spread, but he knows the whole trick, so there is no problem. The main character walks happily where he needs to go, saying out loud that he needs to walk 1123 steps in the direction where the statue is facing. After 200 steps to the left, and then walking into the courtyards, he says that after that he needs to continue walking in the same direction for another 130 steps. Rocken's feet stop in one place. Standing in the alley, holding his head in his hand, the guy says out loud that it is somewhere here, according to the clue. Suddenly, the guy turns his attention to something on the side of him. The story notification says that the effect of the rare title seeker has been activated and a hidden device has been found. Min puts his hand up to the brick wall, thinking to himself how lucky he is. He presses a brick into the wall with his hand. The guy looked with a satisfied smile at the opening doors opposite him. The notice says that he has found a secret dungeon. Ning looked forward with an ominous smile. A beautiful white golden gate opens right in front of him, to which he says that he should enter it. The gate opened, revealing a staircase leading down. The guy tries to feel the pitch darkness and emptiness with his hand. He walks along it, running his hand along the wall. Walking up and down, he looks ahead with confusion, saying out loud that this is a little different from what he heard. The guy begins to think that he has already gone down and up many times, and his feelings are confused. He cannot say how high and far he has gone. As he looks more and more serious, he continues to think that the guy who found it deliberately spread false information to scare others away. The story notification says that the test for the first level hero has begun. Min, in shock with confused eyes, says the word what. Suddenly the cobblestones from the wall begin to crack. They fall straight towards Rocken standing on the stairs. He asks with a frightened face what it is. Holding his hands in front of him releasing energy, he says that he cannot dodge, so he will have to block. The cobblestones crash into the guy's hands, making him cough from the heaviness. He tries with all his might to hold them back, screaming at the top of his voice from the heaviness. The hero's face opens up wildly from the force of the blow, and his hands, increasing strength and dexterity by 110%, try to hold the stones. The protagonist's legs stopped, like all the cobblestones. Drops of sweat are flowing from the hero's face, and he is trying, greedily swallowing air, to catch his breath. Falling to his knees against the cobblestones, the guy says that he somehow stopped them. Releasing his hands from the stones and standing up, he thinks that all he did was block it, but his health had already dropped significantly, adding out loud that the cobblestone blocked the rise, asking what to do now. The guy clings to the cobblestone again, trying to transfer all its weight into his hands. He lifts a huge boulder with all his strength, screaming from the weight, and realizing to himself that it is very heavy. Standing, catching his breath, the guy, clenching his teeth, thinks about the hero test, and he knew that the first stage would be a test of will, but he didn't think that it would be so stupid. As he tries to clear the rocks from his path, sweating again and again, Min thinks about how several minutes have passed since he started to rise, asking himself, how long does he still have to do this? Jumping from the ceiling onto the floor and holding his knees with his hands, the notice states that he has passed the first stage of the hero test, the test of will. Straightening his hair with his hand and looking to the side, the guy says that this is much better. Looking at the next white gold door at the end of the corridor in front of him, he asks what is the next stage. Holding himself by the belt with a concerned person after the announcement of the notification that the second stage of the hero test has begun, he thinks to himself that he was not given any new information about the stage. The guy picks up a stone lying on the floor and says that then he will act differently. Swinging, he throws the stone with all his strength towards the door for the second stage. Against the background of Rocken, the stone rolled into the distance. Looking into the corridor towards the door, hidden traps begin to fire at the stone, and he notices that this is so cruel. Presenting a drawing of this trap, Ming thinks that if the information found is true, This must be a test of wisdom, and most likely they wanted people to use their brains in order to identify or remove the traps. Stretching his hands between himself, with the most confident expression on his face, the guy thinks to himself that this is not the way he does business. As he makes his way through the bottom of the trap, he tells himself that he will pass this test in no time. The notification indicates that the Berserk skill has begun to be used. The main character, surrounding himself with red magic, like a beast, makes his way through all the traps in the middle of the corridor to the door of the second stage. He jumps with all his strength with his foot to the side towards the door. The notification again states that he used the dash skill. The guy flies with all his might towards the entrance, destroying the floor covering behind him. He, immersed in his magic, quickly runs forward. Suddenly, arrows from traps are fired at him from different directions. The guy uses the dash skill again, and he quickly flies forward while the arrows accurately fly towards his body. They begin to hit him, flying right in front of his face, catching him by surprise. He grabs his weapon, the axe, with one hand. Trying to fight off the arrows with different actions, turning the axe in different directions, the guy notices something to the side. He rests the tip of his axe on the floor, breaking it into pieces. Rising up on his weapon, jumping, he dodges another ominous arrow flying straight to his previous location. He does a few somersaults and lands back on his haunches. The story notice states that he passed the second stage of the hero test, the wisdom test. Sitting right in front of the arrows on the ground, the guy wearily talks about deactivating the Berserker, adding that he thought he was going to die. The notification tells the guy that he is low on health and will die if he doesn't restore his health to at least 10% in 5 seconds, to which the guy drools and says that if it weren't for the penalties, this would be the best skill. The main character takes a step forward to the door of the second stage. The notification says that the third stage of the hero test has begun, as Rocken stands in a huge cave, looking at it with interest. Clenching his jaw and wrinkling his nose looking forward, he thinks that the third stage is a test of temptation, and he heard that here very strong psychic magic will seduce the applicant. Imagining the image of a beautiful woman in a black dress against the backdrop of treasures, he thinks that according to the information, a seductive woman appeared here, a bunch of treasures and objects, or a full table of dishes, from which Rocken's face changed. He began to bite his lip and blush. Squinting his eyes and blushing along with a smile, the guy asks himself in his head what it will be. Suddenly, history notifications begin to say that the effect of the epic title Unbending will has been activated, and a negative mental impact is reflected, to which the guy says the word what with shock, standing in front of a wooden bridge laid over a cliff. Bent over in sadness, standing in front of the bridge, the guy says the word clearly, sighing as he does so. Frustrated as he walks across the bridge, he thinks about how disappointing it is. The notice states that Rocken has passed the third stage of the hero test, the test of temptation, and is now standing with his hands on his hips and looking around the area. Another large corridor opens in front of him, at the end of which there is darkness. Taking the bell in his hands, the guy asks the system to call the bell of truth. Behind the wooden bridge, the guy begins to loudly shake the bell with a smile, asking him if this is the right path. He tells him that this is a lie. Scrunching his face into a smile, the guy thinks that he thought so. Imagining images of two people with a microphone, Min remembers that this guy didn't really explain what was coming after the third stage, so the hero tried to guess, and he was right. Throwing from side to side to each wall, listening to them, she says that they need to find another hidden path. Clinging to the brick with his hands, he turned his attention to the find and asked if it was there. Suddenly, the walls begin to open up in front of him, causing the guy to suddenly start screaming. He falls between the walls to the floor, looking forward with a dissatisfied face, saying out loud that this confuses him so much. Suddenly, a history notification tells him that he has passed the hero test. In front of him is the head of a warrior statue standing on dozens of swords. The notice states that the main character received the helmet of the sealed power of the Lion King, looking at it, from which blue magic emanates. The story notice again tells the guy that he has received a task, searching for the Lion King's armor. He needs to collect all the sealed power armor of the Lion King Gaekang and gain all his power. With frozen eyes, looking at the helmet, the guy says that this is driving him crazy. The notice reveals the helmet's information stat that it is rare and collectible, and the helmet was worn by the Lion King Gaekang during his lifetime, and some of its power is still sealed inside. The guy says it's just one item from the set. Holding it in his hands with a shocked face, he thinks about how he has such stat points, even taking into account the seal, adding that this is an item he can use up to level 100, even yes 150. Imagining a drawn picture of how he gets hit by what the guy, Rocken, tells himself that he alone will give him more protection than the average warrior, adding that he is very good. Clutching the hair of the helmet in his hands, the guy with an ominous smile thinks that it's bad that there are no clues where to look for the remaining parts, but this is much more than he expected. The notice says that the hero test is completed. The dungeon in which the guy is located, along with his helmet, begins to shake, and a notification says that the Tomb of the Lion King dungeon ceases to exist. Again, the story notice says that the pieces of the Lion King's armor are attracted to each other, and he will know when he is close to other pieces of the armor. Rockin's face became even more sinister with a smile, and he says that this is how it should happen. The notice says that he will be teleported outside 3, 2, 1. In the middle of the city, the magic of teleportation appears. Looking around, the main character asks himself that he has returned to the square, as other people in front of him begin to notice that cracks have formed on the lion statue. With all of them in the background and the stone image of a warrior shattering into pieces, Min looks at the notification, holding his hand on his chin, saying that the next task will be the messenger of love. Imagining the image of a man behind him and holding his hand to his face while looking at the notification. Rockin says that this is a related quest that can only be obtained after reaching the friendship reputation level, but thanks to his titles, he had already achieved it in the previous region. In front of the frightened players, he immediately rushed in the other direction, saying that he would continue to collect the best from the quests. Birds fly calmly against the backdrop of the evening sunset. With a dissatisfied face, walking around the city 3 days later, the guy walks forward, swearing, saying to himself that he realized that after working as a problem solver for the last couple of days, life is hard in reality. That here, remembering the image of a lovingly crying couple in an embrace, he thinks with a dissatisfied face that love letters have to be delivered in the messenger of love, and he couldn't miss it, so he had to watch and almost vomited. Sighing dissatisfiedly and taking out his hand with magic, he thinks about killing time. He completed many quests for the first time, so he earned several titles, raised his stats and gained a level, and also received a useful item. A pendant with a green stone is shown in front of the hero. The notice says that this emerald tear necklace, magical, made from an emerald that resembles a woman's tear, contains feelings of longing for a loved one and wishes him all the best. Looking at the necklace in his hand, the guy thinks that he needs something to raise his health due to the effects of berserk, but for now this will do, when suddenly the men start asking each other if they have heard something. The guy pays attention to the player's conversation that there is someone who has already reached level 70. In another he heard that there are players in 80, to which the guy says that he is jealous, asking when he will reach 50. Listening without emotions their conversation about that it's so hard to level up now because of all these PC shares, to which Rockin thinks that it seems like everyone is passionate about leveling up. Imagining his image in battle behind him, and holding the pendant in his fist in front of him, Min thinks about being the first to complete important tasks and receiving titles. He also needs to level up quickly, and it's time to accelerate. The notification greets the hero, saying that this is a notification about today's update, to which the guy's eyes widen with interest. The notice tells in stages that firstly, the guild system will be updated, and now he can buy a guild stone to create a guild. Secondly, the housing system will be updated, then more items will be added. Contacts, silk, bandages, dyes. The guy's eyes shone with happiness, and he talks to himself about it, that this is all just in time. Rockin stood in the circle of adventurers. A system message appeared in front of him that the guild system had been updated. He could purchase a guild stone and found his own guild. Smiling, the protagonist said that it had finally appeared. He looked at the system message, which said that he could purchase a guild stone for 50 gold coins, and added that the stone was worth 50 gold coins. Then, looking sarcastically in front of him, he sighed and remembered the guy who had minus 10 million gold in his account. He thought that one gold coin in real currency costs 200,000 won. The M guild must be in huge problems. Looking down and narrowing his eyes, he continued to reflect that now the problems of others no longer interest him. He put his hands on his belt and saw a system message that the housing system had been updated, after which he thought that in this update he could buy an empty house or a plot of land on which he could later build it. Continuing to smile contentedly, he looked around and thought that many might think that this is just a useless investment, but there is a way to turn everything in his favor. He must quickly get to the realtor before someone gets ahead of him. We are taken to a large house. Rockin looks around. A man in a blue vest stands behind him and affably says that he is glad to see the visitor and how he can help. Frowning his eyebrows, the protagonist looked behind him, and the frightened realtor asked what was bothering him, to which Rockin continued to think that this was great. Apparently, so far no one is interested in the housing system. Then he threw the bag on the table and said that it was 65 gold. Smiling broadly and looking at the frightened realtor, he said that he would like to rent all the 3-room and 2-story houses in the area. Looking contentedly in front of him, he continued to think that this is what happens after the introduction of the housing system. He imagined in his head how he was standing above a huge number of adventurers, and then he thought that real estate prices would rise sharply. Putting his hand on the counter, he thought that supply was limited and demand would only grow. Then he said that if he were to invest, it would be in real estate. The realtor, with his mouth wide open, looked at the bag with a lot of gold. He said, "That's good. But does his client really want all the objects?" To which the protagonist replied that, of course, for long-term rent. Smiling broadly, he imagined how he would already bathe in gold coins in the bathtub, and then thought that he would have to pay monthly rent for a year. But if he was the first to occupy this niche, he would soon earn so much that this amount will seem ridiculous. Then the realtor took out a counting device and said that there were then 9 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses. That's right, that's exactly what it was. To which the realtor pointed his finger at a blank sheet of paper and said that it's good. But then you will have to pay rent for the first month. Renting a 3-room house costs 4 gold coins, a 2-story house costs 5 gold coins, and that's 65 coins. The protagonist stuck his thumb forward and said that great, they will do it. The realtor added that the commission would be 32 silver and 50 copper coins, after which the system message said that his balance was 65 gold, 32 silver and 63 copper coins. Rockin took a piece of paper and a system message appeared in front of him that he is a giant in the real estate industry. He has signed a lease agreement for more than 9 houses at one time. Despite being called a giant in the real estate industry, he has no shortcomings. Everything the industry is beginning to observe it. The effect of signing a contract is that the commission will be reduced by 0.05%. The protagonist, leaving the building, holding a roll of paper in his hand, looked up and shouted that he was now rich. A system message appeared in front of him that his balance was 13 copper coins. Smiling maliciously, he looked at the bundle of paper and then asked what he could take and double the prices or how much the prices would change after that. He imagined the guy extending his hand to the knight and thought that especially if he took into account that the guild would need houses, they would need them not only to protect the guild stone, but also to demonstrate its power. They could not get by with one room. Tossing the contract in his left hand, he said that now he was done with it. Looking confidently in front of him, the protagonist continued to say that now he can go on additional quests and hunt. We are transported to the forest. The protagonist swings his axe and calmly walks forward. As he walks past the trees, he says that in a previous life the Lizardman Forest was a very popular place, and now he believes that this is not yet the case. Remembering the past, he thought that no one knows when the Forest Lizardman, a mighty warrior, will appear. The first time he came here after he had leveled up a little. Suddenly Rockin stopped. He picked up his axe and asked himself what he should start doing already. He took in a huge amount of air into his lungs, and then, opening his mouth wide, he issued a battle cry. A wave of air scattered in different directions at great speed. Luda lizards, menacingly clenching their teeth, raised their heads. Rockin, clenching his fist and looking into the thickets, said that this was great because he was able to aggro 2 at once. Smiling, he thought for them to come to him. Suddenly a huge monster appeared to his right and swung his axe. The enemy's weapon was already at the very eyes of the protagonist, but suddenly, smiling from ear to ear, he was able to parry this blow using his skill. Rockin, swinging his axe, easily cut the monster into 2 parts. He watched contentedly as blue blood splashed in his direction. A second later, another enemy appeared above him, who, placing his weapon behind his back, used all his power. There were stones that scattered in different directions, and Rockin, standing in a stance, swung his fists. His eyes were filled with rage and he screamed that it was too slow. Then, making a quick dash forward, he hit the monster in the chest with his shoulder and it flew back. Luda the lizard sat on the floor, frighteningly clutching his chest with his left hand, and Rockin, looking at him, said that he had not yet learned this skill, but it would be very painful. Smiling maliciously, he looked at his enemy, swinging his axe, and then added that he would have finished faster, but he couldn't die yet. Slamming his weapon down with all his might, the blue blood scattered in all directions. Rockin, licking his lips, thought that with 100% probability he could get his tail if he chopped it off while he was alive. Satisfiedly looking ahead, he put his axe on his shoulder, after which 2 system messages appeared in front of him saying that he had received a lizardman's tail. And then he thought that if he killed him after that, then with great luck there was a chance of getting another 1 item. Then a large system message appeared in front of him, which said that the supply of forest lizardman tails, because of the great taste of meat with the tails of the monster again. It is popular among gourmets. The conditions need to get the forest lizardman tail, and the reward is 2 silver coins. The protagonist thought, what if you complete the repetitive butcher tasks? Smiling broadly, he imagined himself coming into the shop, and then reflected that he could double his earnings in an hour or more. Then, turning around, he asked what they were doing there. He looked menacingly at his opponents, who were hiding behind the bushes, and then said that he needed to play with them. Rockin, swinging his axe, was ready to attack the lizardman. At that time someone in a black hood was watching them from behind a tree. He watched in fear what was happening. A strong explosion occurred in the middle of the forest, causing a large column of dust. The head of a monster appears in front of us. He is shaking all over, and his eyes are rolling out of their sockets. Rockin lifted the lizard off the ground, grabbed his neck, began to choke him, and then said that this was great. He got a good catch. A system message appeared in front of him that he had increased his level. Suddenly, he turned back and looked in front of him, puzzled. He felt someone standing behind him. Smiling frighteningly, the protagonist thought that he had fallen into his trap. He remembered how the lizardman attacked him, and then thought that he had been spying on him all this time, and only appeared because he decided that he was already exhausted. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and asked if it was him. A guy in silver armor stood in front of Rockin. He asked that he was the one who defeated the three alone. The protagonist looked ahead, puzzled. There was a group of people in front of him. The guy who came forward in white armor added that judging by the fact that he was killing lizardmen alone, he thought that he was a capable guy. Rockin, looking menacingly at his prey, laughed. Then he turned around sharply. A girl in a purple hat and a long suit shouted what it was. The guy standing next to him, gritting his teeth, said that it was his strength. Their leader in white armor, looking at Rockin, who was scared to death, said that his allies should not be afraid. Because he is alone, he does not even have a support group. Suddenly, the protagonist pulled his axe forward and said that he was glad to meet him because he did not expect to see them here. Looking menacingly in front of him, he continued to say that they had come to die, just one mongrel. The knight in white armor smiled and answered what nonsense he was talking about. Maybe they had already killed him before. Rockin remembered how Helios, swinging his weapon, attacked him, shouting that this was his end. Looking at the real guy in front of him, he thought that in his past life Helios was 19th place and 9th place in the guild. He said that this is even better. He is glad that Rockin does not run away like the last coward. He will give him such a thrashing that he didn't even dream about it. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, thought that they had finally met. He imagined the guy in his head and thought Ragnarok. And then, looking menacingly in front of him, he said that he would kill them. The protagonist continued to look menacingly at his new opponents. He thought that they had finally met. Spinning his axe, he began to take a few steps forward, to which Helios told him that this is even better. He is glad that he does not need to waste energy on catching him, after which Rockin thought that, of course, he does not know him yet, but it doesn't bother him at all. Helios, looking menacingly along with his allies in front of him, added that he would definitely teach him a good lesson. Then the protagonist looked at the girl standing nearby with a large hat and took a closer look at the tattoo that was on her face. He thought that it was the emblem of a ball and a bow. Maybe it was the emblem of the Blood Hunters PC Guild. He imagined several menacingly looking and laughing guys in his head, and then thought that since these decided to hunt him, it turns out that they and those three stupid people belonged to the same guild. Smiling widely, Rockin said that he was grateful for such a warm welcome. Looking at his smiling enemies, he continued to say that to think that Helios brought such a horde to capture one person. The guy in the white armor raised his hand and smiled and replied that they simply preferred to do their job properly. They should eliminate anyone who gets in the way of their business. To which the protagonist, looking contentedly in front of him, replied that, fortunately, he was of the same opinion. He absolutely did not care whether someone was being robbed or not. Taking off his shirt, he added that they had decided to compete with him, and now he would have to destroy the entire guild. Helios, raising his finger up, replied that this was too loud a statement. He watched as his followers rushed forward, raising their weapons, and then he added that Rockin could only say such things after he had defeated them. The protagonist looked ahead in disappointment and then asked if this was true. A second later, swinging his axe, he destroyed several people who attacked him at once. They, splashing blood, fell to the floor. The ground beneath his feet crumbled and he took a quick leap forward. Then, swinging his fist, aiming at Helios' face, he told him to blame himself. But Helios at the last moment managed to stop his opponent's fist. They met their faces, and he, smiling, added that he was more capable than he expected. Now he thinks that he really defeated those three alone, but simply by swinging an axe. Rockin looked ahead worriedly. Helios used his fire blast skill and released strong flames. He, smiling, looked in front of him, and then, laughing, said that he was not his opponent. A system message appeared that his level was 41. The class was a swordsman mage, after which he said that in current copper the swordsman mage is the best class. He watched the dust dissipate and then said that he doubted that he could hear what he was saying. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared from the dust, swinging his axe. Helios did not expect this. He jumped to the side, put his sword in front of him and was able to block the blow. He frowned in fear, looked ahead, and then thought that his attack had no effect. Opening his mouth wide, he used the flare skill. The flames around him intensified, and he thought that he needed to use something more powerful. A huge column of fire poured out of his hands a second later, throwing the protagonist several meters back. He grabbed the ground and stopped, and then, sitting calmly in place, he said that his opponent does not change. Apparently he has always been like this. Helios turned pale, beads of sweat dripping from his face, and then he heard Rockin say that he really believes that he is stronger because his level is a little higher than others, isn't it? After which the protagonist exhaled gray smoke and said that he, of course, is handsome, but in reality he is nothing of himself either in fencing or in magic. Does he really have no other skills left? Helios, gritting his teeth, looked ahead, and then, jumping forward, he released a huge flame, shouting to him not to be arrogant. Rocken, calmly dodging the attack, looked ahead. He waved his hand and blocked the blow, and then thought that it was too slow. He remembered Helios in the past and, looking at his frightened face, thought that since he had fought with him quite often in his past life, he saw right through him, and now he was like a flea to him. After a few seconds of thought, the protagonist used the dash skill and found himself behind his opponent, having previously wounded him in the shoulder. He looked in front of him in fear, his whole body shook, and Rocken, looking at him, added that he was a fool. Looking at Helios's shaking body, he continued to say that he believed that he was better than everyone, but he was only the one who chose weaklings as his opponents. Hearing this, Helios, frowning, opened his mouth wide and, swinging his sword, screamed loudly. Rocken looked ahead in surprise and listened as Helios said that he recognized that his skills matched how much he turned his nose up. Raising his sword up, he used the incinerate skill, and then shouted that he could resist it. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead worriedly, thinking that he was using a mid-level fire skill. He had already learned it. How long had he been playing? Helios laughed, pulled his sword in front of him, and then shouted that he was a piece of shit for the first time seeing something like this. Smiling widely, he released a huge flame and screamed for him to die. The protagonist watched as his death quickly approached him. Helios then struck the ground with his sword. Smiling, he looked around, laughed, and shouted that there wouldn't even be a wet spot left of him. His pupil shrank and he added that how dare someone like him look down on him. Suddenly he was frightened to see Rocken, swinging his axe, jump out of the flames. There was a silver mask on his face, and Helios, looking at it, said that it could not be that the 35th level could survive after mid-level magic. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at him not to make him laugh. Apparently this was some kind of bug, and that cheater, how dare he play with it. Rocken, looking menacingly in front of him, used the skill and, swinging his axe, shouted that he was an idiot because he had already said that he was just a weakling. Helios opened his mouth wide and, looking madly in front of him, screamed. The ground around them cracked and there were explosions everywhere. The protagonist took a few steps forward. Exhaling and removing the mask from his face, he said that he barely survived, and thanks to the helmet, he could have died right here. A system message appeared in front of him that he had increased the level. Looking at the items he received after the battle, he smiled and said that again good loot fell out. He remembered how Helios used his skill and thought that, to be honest, he was a little scared by the last attack. He didn't expect that he could use mid-level magic. Imagining in his head two children holding weapons, he continued to think that in a previous life, if these bastards were roaming around, then the players could not hunt. Then he imagined how a guy appeared in front of the children, who, smiling, put out his sword, and he thought that, however, later the ordinary players were able to unite and defeat the Packers. If he is not mistaken, it was the Guild that then defeated them. Thanks, this is why they became famous then. After which he imagined how he was smilingly holding a wallet filled to the brim with money in his hands, and thought that this time everything was different. Now the guild had financial problems, so it would be quite difficult for them to defeat their enemies. He had to get rid of the pack soldiers before they become a problem. Smiling and narrowing his eyes, he imagined how he defeated his enemies, and then said that it would be nice to also receive the title of Pack Killer. Suddenly, a blue beam appeared behind him, and then a group of adventurers. Rocken squeezed the face of one of them, and he looked ahead in fear. Having hit him on the ground, everyone jumped back in fear. And then, looking at his new acquaintances, he said that they had come to the right place. They were here as support. A strong aura emanated from Rocken. He smiled, looking menacingly in front of him, and asked what they were going to do. Let them come closer and not be shy. Rocken, swinging his sword, cut the adventurer's torso into two parts. Looking ahead with a crazy smile, he thought that there were 15 people against him. We are transported some time later. The protagonist is standing near a huge amount of loot, and a system message appears in front of him that he has increased his level. Smiling contentedly, he looked ahead. Adventurers and magicians were sitting on the tree in front of him. He thought that there were only 9 of them left. After which his opponents used a homing strike. They, pulling the bowstring, fired many arrows downwards, to which Rocken spun his axe so that all the arrows flying at him scattered to the sides with a crash. After which one of the archers, looking at the untouched enemy in front of him, asked how he was able to block it. This is a homing attack that hits the enemy in 100% of cases. He is definitely not a cheater. And, holding his axe behind his back, I thought that those morons don't even know about the mechanics of their own skills. They don't understand that repelling an attack is already considered a fall. After which he used the dash skill and with incredible speed, cutting down trees in his path, rushed forward. And then, landing menacingly on the ground, the enemies behind him fell one by one. Then suddenly he turned around, hearing someone's thin voice saying that he would make sure that the report was thrown to him. Smiling, Rocken replied that they were already tired of calling him a cheater. At least they should bombard him with reports. Approaching the defeated enemies, he collected loot from them, saying that now was the time for the harvest. Touching the head of one of his opponents, a purple light suddenly appeared. Rocken looked ahead, puzzled. A black robe appeared in his hand, and he asked what it was, after which a system message appeared in front of him that it was an invisibility cloak. Its level is rare. The cloak allows you to hide the appearance of its wearer and has a low level of protection. Looking at his find, the protagonist said that this item is of a rare level with normal stats, and it is difficult to get. This is a real jackpot. Then he thought what they were thinking about when they used such an item, being backpackers. Smiling and looking at the rest of the resources around him, he thought that they believed that they would not die because they had many players on their side. There are so many idiots in the world, apparently he should thank them for their stupidity. Then suddenly something caught his attention. He saw a shining blue beam in front of him, and then, sighing, said that they weren't even giving him a break, and then added that maybe he should take a test drive. He used stealth. The blue beam continued to sparkle. The teleportation was almost finished. Two guys appeared inside it. One of them asked who was there. His comrade, looking at his ally, said that it didn't matter anymore, and it seemed that their enemy had already left. Having walked a little further, he added that if he was not crazy, he would not stay here. Rocken, looking at them, thought that his opponent had really sunk a fortune into this game. The guy in golden armor asked if their enemy was indeed a cheater, to which his subordinate replied that he was sure of it. He furrowed his brows and added that he had survived the mid-level magic skill Incinerate and was reflected by Guiding Strike. They should complain about him. The guy in the golden armor asked that his friend knew the name of this cheater, to which he replied that his name was Lorcan. Before their man standing on guard died, he used the divination skill on him. Rocken, being under the cloak of invisibility, looked displeasedly in front of him and thought, looking at the cloak with the emblem of the Golden Knight, he continued to think that where he had seen it before. At the same time, the guy continued to say that there was no need to report him. He looked menacingly in front of him, and then added that he should tell everyone to immediately go in search of him. They can kill him, they can threaten him, but they must return the cloak. Then he grabbed his head and, laughing, added that why did that girl take him with her? I guess the player who took the cloak is his girlfriend or something, but judging by the way he responds. The Golden One's comrade raised his hand and asked what about the other dropped items, his weapon, to which his head replied that they were idiots. Afterwards, taking a few steps forward, he continued to say that he had already suffered enough when he tried to buy back information about the secret dungeon, and they were only adding fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Rocken wondered what kind of secret dungeon this was. Looking out from behind the bushes, he continued to think that he just remembered where he saw this emblem. At the same time, the Golden Knight said that they still need them for a while, so let him selectively choose the good ones. Looking at his opponents, the protagonist thought that this was the Im Guild, the guild that guards justice, actually covering the Bloody Hunters Guild of Backpackers. Looking at the departing enemies, Im continued to think about what happened when the Im Guild attacked the Bloody Hunters Guild. It was a show. He imagined in his head the two guilds shaking hands, and then thought that when he worked with the Im Guild to work against the Blood Hunters, the players who joined the guild after admitting their mistakes were actually acting according to a preconceived plan. He imagined the happy faces of the enemy guild and thought that it seemed very strange. He remembered how he met enemies in the forest, and continued to reflect on how they attacked him when he was under the Berserk skill. The guild gave them information about him. Then a blue glow appeared in front of him, and he raised his head, laughed, and thought that this is it, that's how it is. Smiling maliciously, he thought that then he needed to pump up his body. After some time, a huge lizardman, a mighty level 75 warrior, appeared in front of him and swung his weapon at him. Rocken, without particularly straining, was able to hit his opponent in a second. Blue blood poured from his mouth. The monster's body fell to the floor, and a system message appeared in front of the protagonist that he had increased his level. He raised his head up, screamed loudly, and then saw a system message that he had received an incredible achievement because he had defeated 100 opponents above him in level. Then, sitting down on the ground, he, having caught his breath, said that he needed to cancel Berserk. Two system messages appeared in front of him, saying that he had received the title Infinite Challenge. He was the first to receive this title. Then he saw another big system message that Endless Challenge is given for destroying 100 enemies above him in level. Additional effect: when killing an enemy, he restores 1% of health. If he starts a new battle after a certain period of time, the chance of a critical hit increases by 1%. Can be folded up to 10 times. Looking contentedly in front of him, he thought that it was a little difficult, but he killed the mighty warrior and achieved his goal faster than he expected. After he saw a few more system messages, his level rose to 50th, and now he can get a second profession. He needs to go to the neighboring city and choose a second profession. By choosing, he can get various skills. Looking ahead, he thought that he was finally able to reach level 50. Usually it takes about a month to reach level 30. Looking at the piece of paper, he continued to think that it was not surprising that he achieved such a result, because he killed 100 monsters that were 30 levels higher than him. This is a speedy level increase. He then tore the paper in front of him, and smiling as a blue aura appeared around him, he shouted, "Return." A blue glow appeared in the city. Rockin, stretching his muscles, said that it was good that he bought a return scroll, now he needs to go for a new profession. He suddenly looked ahead, puzzled. Looking around, he saw the dissatisfied looks of the players surrounding him from all sides. Walking a little further, he smiled and thought why all these bastards were staring at him like that. A large number of players crowded around him, and he looked up and thought that they could not find him, so they apparently waited in the square. Suddenly one guy opened his mouth and shouted. Frowning his brows, he approached Rockin and asked if he had a minute, to which the protagonist, pushing the adventurers aside with his hand, replied that he had a lot to do. The rest of the players, looking displeased at their opponent's antics, asked what he was allowing himself to do. Suddenly a guy with long earrings in his ear said that they needed to talk. He was asking in a nice way, after which he narrowed his eyes and wrinkles appeared on his face, and he asked what he understood. Rockin calmly opened the system window in front of him. Someone on the side said that he was crazy, why was he looking at the status window? Smiling, the protagonist told him to wait a minute and he would show them something interesting. He found the voice setting in the system message and pressed his finger on the scream mode button. And then, with his mouth wide open and his hands raised, security shouted at the top of his lungs. The players turned around in fear when they saw the iron guards in front of them, saying that these were strong NPCs. The adventurers, looking around in fear, said that they had surrounded them. This was even possible. The protagonist smiled and imagined in his head how his enemies would run away in horror at the sight of the guards. He thought that PCs were forbidden to wander around the city since there was a special detachment at the gate that would not let them through. But these guys got into the city with the help of a return scroll or other housewives. They clearly had no idea that it was possible to call security in this way. Looking contentedly in front of him, he said that those idiots, they really thought that the city was safe, how shameless they were. The guy with the earrings clenched his teeth in rage, and then, making a jerk forward, he swung his fist and shouted that he was a cowardly. A second later, his body was pierced by the guard's spear and blood gushed out from his stomach. He began to fall to the ground, and Rockin, putting his hands on his belt, saw that the guard's weapons were level 99, after which he said that whoever he called a coward, they are ordinary trash, uniting in a group for the sake of stealing. With his mouth wide open, he extended his hand forward and told the guards to demonstrate the power of justice. The Silver Knights jumped forward at the same moment. They managed to kill several PC-shers when they shouted that they needed to retreat. Laughing, the protagonist, looking ahead, said that if they want to return the items they lost, then they should check the auction tab, they will appear there soon. A huge amount of loot appears in front of us. Rockin says that he would like to register it at the auction. The merchant in the yellow shirt in front of him smiles broadly and says that he is grateful for his efforts, to which the protagonist replies that there are a lot of things. So registration is not easy. A system message appeared in front of him that he has registered for the auction. Smiling broadly, he wondered if he was offering them at the right price. The price was a little higher than the market value, but not so high that those guys would be able to give up their things. I'm sure they're in trouble because of him now. Then he opened the home page and read that Lionheart, the Lionheart Guild, which owns a 2-story house in the moonlight, is announcing recruitment. Below it was written that Mowgli, the Jungle Book Guild, is announcing a recruitment of participants. The guild owns a 3-room house in Kiers. Having read this, Rockin put his hands on his belt and said that the guilds that had moved to other cities had already published their advertisements. He imagined in his head how they were calling to their house with a smile on their faces, and then he thought that, as he had expected, the guild rents houses to attract new members. The house is an indicator of the strength of the guild. After he read in the system message that the God of Wind, the Country of Wind Guild, was announcing a recruitment of participants. He thought that perhaps because he had rented all the houses in KH-Thon, there were not many recruitment announcements here. Players want to join guilds that provide better conditions. Afterwards, he extended his finger forward to the system message and said that now is the ideal time to post an advertisement for the sale of houses. Most likely this will be enough. He wrote a system message that he will sell houses. He has several 3-room and 2-story houses at his disposal. He can provide them to guilds on a long-term lease basis. The sale will take place in an auction format next week. Smiling broadly, he watched his offers instantly rain down on him, after which he thought that, of course, he could be mistaken for a fraudster. He smiled and imagined how one of the guild heads was holding the contract in his hands. Then he thought that everything would change when everyone found out that the guild could actually purchase one of the specified houses. Suddenly, he looked ahead with wide eyes. He saw that the players immediately began to write that the message was accidentally written by not the same person who previously wrote about the hidden dungeon. The skeleton warrior equipment was unlocked after this player reported the hidden dungeon. And, most likely, he was telling the truth. How did he even get these houses? Smiling, Rockin read all these messages, and then thought that he had no idea that the response would be so fast. In his head he imagined a beefy guy with the nickname Krypton, and then thought that because he used a fake nickname, he read messages that he should contact them if he still had houses. It was a message from the guild to them. Below was another message that they were still a 3-room house. They would not harm him, so let him contact them. Below was a message from the Bloody Hunters. Rockin wondered if even these guilds had contacted him, after which he ground his teeth and thought it would be fun. He was looking forward to next week. Approaching the door, he put his hand on it and said that now all that was left for him. We are transported to the house of the Berserker Guild. The protagonist stands near it, asking if there is anyone inside. Having gone inside, he looks around and says that it doesn't matter what city, the Berserker Guild is the same everywhere. Not far from him there is a guy standing at the counter and asking what brought him here. He put his head on his hand, looks displeasingly in front of him, and Rockin says that he came to upgrade his profession, to which the guy asks what's true. After which he quickly extends his hand forward and, grabbing Rockin's palm, says that he wants to pump it up. To which the protagonist, naturally, angrily hit the guy in front of him in the teeth. He replied that he was too young to ruin his life like that. Rockin shouted displeasingly what he was talking about, let him get involved in his nonsense and let him give him documents. This is his second profession. The guy frowned and looked menacingly in front of him. He clenched his fist and asked that he was serious. Let him listen to him carefully. He probably heard about it for the first time, but if he made up his mind, there would be no turning back. Afterwards, the guy with scars on his face, looking menacingly ahead, continued to say that if he chooses the same profession for the second upgrade, his abilities and characteristics will be enhanced, but the number of skills will be much smaller, which means that he will not be able to combine different skills. He still wants to change his profession. The protagonist imagined many different skills in his head and then thought that, as he said, the second profession may have nothing to do with the first. In addition, through the second job you can change your class. He then imagined in his head a guy who wielded fire, whom he was able to defeat, and thought that in some cases, doing certain things or going to certain places could give you a hidden profession. After which he imagined 2 dissatisfied guys in his head and thought that, no matter what the player chooses, he will regret his decision. Any path has its pros and cons. Looking ahead with a smile, he thought that everything depended only on the player's skills, and then said that of course, let him bring the documents here. A fat man in glasses appears in front of us, who raises the seal with a smile and, laughing, says that this is great, this is what it means to be a real berserker, sometimes they need freaks like him. Tapping the seal on the paper, he added that he congratulated him on receiving the second berserker profession. A system message appeared in front of Rockin that he had improved his berserker profession, his skills had increased. The fat man in front of him stretched out his hands and added that now that he had received a second profession, he had to give him something, let him choose. Rockin looked at the table where the weapons were in red dangerous mace, a strong shoulder guard made from the skin of a blood ghost lizardman. Looking at this, he thought that it was a pity that there was no axe here, although the mace was also not bad. Then a happy guy with tattoos on his face appears in front of us with his hands folded. Rockin, smiling, holds a strong lizardman leather shoulder pad in his hand. Looking at him, the guy says that this is unexpected, usually everyone chooses a weapon. Looking at the shoulder pad, he thought that he was not interested in weapons since he already had one, but shoulder pads were not so easy to find. From below he read the system message that this is a strong shoulder pad made of lizardman skin. The level is improved, a strong shoulder pad to protect the shoulders, made of thick lizardman skin, can withstand a blow to a tree, it can be modified. After seeing this, the protagonist thought what else he had modification function. Then he walked up to the table and, stretching his hand forward, told him to show him more skill books for the second profession. The guy reached into the closet and, laughing, said that now. The protagonist, squinting his eyes and frowning, looked ahead in puzzlement. He took out a small backpack and thought that he had run out of money. Looking at him, the guy asked why he had such a sour face. Then suddenly he turned to the frightened girl and thought that there was nothing left for him to do. Approaching her, he put his hands on the counter and said that he would like to borrow some money. The girl replied that he had come to the right address. The protagonist, eyes wide open, put his head on the counter, and the girl said in fear that Arok Bank brings joy to everyone. Let her state her name and profession, this is necessary for the record. Rockin replied that he was the Berserker Lorcan. The girl, continuing to smile, shook in her head the formidable players. Looking at her, the protagonist wondered what they were thinking about, sending such a coward to work in the Berserker Guild. The girl put 3 gold coins on the table and said that since this is his second profession, they can offer him a deposit of up to 3 gold coins. Rockin replied that he would take everything, to which the girl replied that she was grateful that he used their services jar. A system message appeared in front of him that his skills had been strengthened. At first, he read that his dash had reached the second level, he could move faster, each of his steps was equal to 3. While using the skill, his agility increased by 120%. Then he read about the skill that reached the second level, hits become stronger with each subsequent attack, strength, agility, pursuit attacks are increased by 120%. Then he read about the battle cry skill, which reached the second level. The Roar of Madness drives opponents into a stupor. If the enemy is weaker, then his characteristics will be reduced. If he is significantly weaker, then he will be stunned for a short period of time. If the enemy is stronger, then the skill will not work and reduces the effect of debuffs. Then he read about the Berserk skill, and all his characteristics increase by 200% when activating the skill. Mana is not consumed, resistance to all psychic attacks, he cannot die even if your health drops to 0, and many other improvements. Looking at the system message, he narrowed his eyes and thought that this was great. He had improved all the skills he had. Then a system message appeared in front of him. He thought that his new skill was Shoulder Strike. He read about it that it allows you to deal significant damage through a full body strike, increases strength by 130% on the next attack, deals additional damage proportional to the strength of the strike. Below he saw another pursuit skill. It was a level 1 jump, which allowed him to jump high into the air and damage the enemy while jumping. The height of the jump depends on the strength, increases the strength by 30% on the next attack. Below he saw another system message and thought that also the throw skill that the orc leader demonstrated earlier. He can deal additional damage when he throws his weapon at the enemy, increases strength and agility by 130% on the next attack. The further he is from the enemy, the weaker the damage. Afterwards, he thought that he had learned only 3 new skills, and that was not a lot. Putting his hand on his chin, he began to think that it is better to master a small number of skills perfectly than not know how to use a huge set of skills. Most players will have several professions. Having imagined strong players in his mind, he continued to think that there were several users, such as Archmage Ares and Trina Lightbringer, who went to the bank and became famous for focusing on one profession. However, taking a stance, he imagined in his head a guy holding many copies in his hands. He thought that the king of creating a prosperous world is a mysterious class whose professions have never been revealed. He should think about how he can remove him being a berserker. A bottle of liquid appeared in front of him in the system message. It was the blood of a forest lizardman. He said that's right, this is what he asked for. The guy with glasses, looking at the bottle, smiled widely. A system message appeared that he had completed Endless Research 11, after which the guy added that he was relying on him again. A system message appeared that his new task is Endless Research 12, having studied a sample of an improved antidote. He is looking for materials to increase its effectiveness. He needs to get the elixir of the Forest Goblin Shaman. The reward is 50 silver experience coins. Rockin, looking in front of him, thought that he hadn't even turned around. There were 4 more left in this chain of 15 consecutive quests. Walking outside, he put his hand on his face and thought that he was helping. The forest of monsters should be located in the swamps. Walking into the forest, he realized that melee players don't like the swamp because they often get stuck in the mud, another reason why it's not a good idea for PC players. Smiling widely, he thought that he should see what will happen. He doesn't know, like before, but now he will cut them into pieces, after which he said that he will activate the Book of Runes, the habitat of the forest lizardmen. He put the mask on his face and, looking confidently in front of him, took a few steps forward and then said that he needed to hit the road. Suddenly someone stood in his way and called out to him. Several guys appeared in front of him, looking menacingly in his direction. Looking at them, Rockin asked that they were not the guys he killed at the walls of the city. They had been waiting for him all this time. He would be glad to fight them. Taking off the mask from his face, he looked in front of him, puzzled. One of the guys suddenly asked him to wait, saying that they were not here to fight, but only to talk. They wanted to offer a deal. One of the guys, looking confidently in front of him, raised his hand and told him to give them the invisibility cloak and they would let him go. Rockin looked calmly in front of him, and the guy continued to say that for other items put up for auction, he could transfer them. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist smiled, and then, clutching his face, he laughed. Looking at the puzzled players, he asked what to give to whom. They idiots don't seem to know how to make deals. The player with long black hair stuck his finger forward and shouted that maybe he is so confident because of his skills. But still, let him think better. If he refuses, they will chase him until he stops playing this game. A second later, many players appeared around the protagonist. He, putting his axe on his shoulder, said that they can make a deal only when the benefit for both parties is the same, and what they are doing is not a deal, but a threat. Looking menacingly in front of him, he grabbed his face and asked about the invisibility cloak. A mask appeared on his face, and, smiling widely, he added that if they wanted their rag back, they would have to take it from him themselves. Immediately after this, splashes of water began to fly through the forest in different directions, and a voice shouted that stop running away. At the same moment, one of the warriors, raising his arms above his head, swung his blade directly at Rockin, who was below him, and sharply turned to the side, saying that he was a rat. Then the guy would strike with his blade, and Rockin would parry it by getting into a fighting stance and say okay. they should catch him, while several other warriors rushed forward at great speed towards them. Immediately after this, several furious-looking warriors continued to rush towards the protagonist, swinging their weapons, and told him that he should just stand still. At the same moment, Raken, sharply tilting his head down, concentrated and emitted a bright red glow. He then exclaimed sharply, activating his battle cry skill, and sent it in different directions around him, until the warriors directly in front of him suddenly flinched in fear and lost their stats. Immediately after this, one of the guys felt a huge weight and was hit directly in the chest by Raken's axe and thought about his body. At the same moment, the protagonist used the dash skill and, with tremendous speed and force, struck the enemy with his battle axe, leaving him behind. Then several warriors, enveloping themselves in purple energy, rushed forward towards him with a menacing look, trying to land blows while Raken sharply turned back with a calm look. Immediately after this, the protagonist, swinging his battle axe, moving it behind his head, prepared to strike, while angry warriors flew towards him at great speed. At the same moment, Raken, using the strike skill, tensed up greatly and released a huge amount of red energy around him. He then struck and destroyed everything around him, creating a huge explosion of energy, and the people inside screamed loudly in pain and fear, while one of the warriors stood aside and watched everything that happened. Immediately after this, that same warrior continued to look forward with great surprise and fear on his face, fragments flying in his direction, and asked what it was all about. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in a fighting stance in the middle of the battlefield, while everything around him was destroyed, scattered in different directions, while one of the warriors watching him asked that he didn't say that this bastard was level 30. The same warrior then used his divination skill, opening the system window directly in front of him, and screamed loudly in fear as a weapon strike was sent towards him with great speed and force. Immediately after this, his head flew to the side, falling from his shoulders, while the warriors stood next to him in fear. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in his place, while the warriors who were right in front of him, in fear and misunderstanding, said that no. Raken then rushed forward with great speed, jumping off the ground while information about Raken's level 50 was hanging above his head. One of the warriors asked that a few days ago he said that he was level 35. Immediately after this, the warrior continued to ask that he could have pumped up to level 50 in a few days and how is this even possible, while the protagonist, with a deft movement of his battle axe, destroyed several warriors with a furious look. At the same moment, he continued to strike with his battle axe with tremendous force and speed and destroyed all the other people nearby. Then the protagonist, continuing to swing his axe, destroyed one enemy after another, moving forward, until one of the warriors, standing to the side, watched everything that was happening and said that he was too fast and they could not catch him. Immediately after this, the frightened girl asked what would happen if they continued, until one of the warriors, looking frightened, sharply shouted that they should just shoot him. At the same moment, they shouted for a long time that they could no longer take losses, and there was no need to aim, but simply shoot, while the magicians, sharply using their skills, created magic circles in the air and right above the battlefield. Then the protagonist, looking forward, watched everything that was happening with a calm expression on his face, reasoned that they decided to take the easy way, while the warrior in his hands shouted for help and asked that they had gone crazy. Immediately after, the red-cloaked warrior with a fearful and angry expression on his face gave the fire command, and the mages immediately activated their magic circles, activating their abilities. At the same moment, a huge amount of flame suddenly engulfed the protagonist, standing in place in the middle of the ground, while around him, warriors screamed in pain and fear, having been hit by their allies. Raken then rushed forward with great speed and ran along the ground, saying that he was not going to take the entire blow on himself while the flames were flying around. Immediately after this, the protagonist, using the skill of throwing a copper forward, threw a small stone with great strength and speed using his hand. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in his place right in front of a huge stream of flames, while a warrior in a red cloak shouted loudly and called everyone idiots, saying that they should shoot better. Then Raken, still standing in his place, holding an axe in one hand and stones in the other, reasoned that he did not know whether there was a high-level magician among them, but he thought that this would not be enough. Immediately after this, Raken abruptly looked away, looking forward with great fear and surprise at the bright blue light ahead. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in the middle of the battlefield, dodging a huge number of blue energy arrows that were heading towards him after using the homing strike skill. Then the protagonist covered himself with the corpse of one of the warriors who were hit by arrows from the skill, and thought that from archers to magicians, they were well prepared. Immediately after this, Raken stood right in the middle of the battlefield, throwing aside the corpse of the warrior he was covering with, and thought that there were about 100 of them, which means that almost the entire guild was here, while right in front of him they created magic circles and jumped in his direction warriors. At the same moment, the protagonist took his axe in two hands and reasoned that the problem does not arise yet, but there is not enough mana for the whole 100, and so far he has only been able to remove 20 of them, and there is still a lot of work ahead while he was surrounded by armed warriors. He then jerked around, preparing to swing his axe at his opponents who were right in front of him, reasoning that he would try to use skills that required large amounts of mana as little as possible, as well as replenish mana through leveling up, and even if he will not use the skills, there will be no problems. Immediately after this, Rockin, with a sharp movement of his body, turned to the side and struck with his axe, while a certain voice said that melee fighters should stay away. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in the middle of the battlefield after the blow he had dealt, while several warriors stood around him, surrounding him from all sides. Then one of the warriors with a blade, which he held in his hand, looked forward menacingly and activated the skill of power and enhanced attack. Immediately afterwards, the girl with 2 combat blades and a stern expression screamed loudly as she activated her enhancement skills. At the same moment, the warrior with the shield looked straight ahead with displeasure and fury, activating his skills of small shield, death step and iron wall. Then the protagonist, standing in his place right in front of these very people who activated the skills, said with a crazy look that they had holders of the second profession, while a certain warrior with a blade appeared behind him. Immediately after this, Rockin sharply tensed up and activated his skills, illuminating everything around with a blue glow, saying that, well, this is just the simultaneous use of 2 skills of different classes, and nothing more. At the same moment, he used the dash and strike skill, striking his opponents, leaving behind only trails of orange energy as they screamed loudly in pain and fear. At the same moment, Rockin abruptly pulled out to the side with great surprise and incomprehension, looking at the yellow chains of energy that enveloped him from all sides. Then a certain voice said that it was great and it worked, and he took the bait and was finally caught while the protagonist stood shackled in a huge amount of yellow chains caused by the hunting trap skill. Immediately after this, the protagonist, raising his hand a little higher, shrouded in a huge amount of yellow chains, reasoned that this sight was chain fishing and believed that they realized that ordinary skills did not work on him, and switched to more useful ones. At the same moment, the group commander said that this was their chance, they needed to concentrate attacks on him, and icons from the fire skills of the magicians appeared in the air. The group's mages then listened to his leader and used their skills as fire magic icons filled the area. Immediately after this, several magical fire circles appeared in the sky in huge numbers, preparing to strike. At the same moment, everything around was suddenly filled with a huge amount of bright orange flame, destroying everything in its path. Then the sorcerers, putting their hands forward, shouted that now he would pay, and activated their fiery magic circles, which were located directly above the protagonist, bound in chains. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a malicious smile, continuing to stand in the same place, laughed sharply and said that he was impressed. At the same moment, he continued to say that he wanted to see what they could do, while a huge amount of flame suddenly came down. Then the protagonist, towards whom the incinerating flame was directed, with a crazed expression on his face, shrouded in yellow chains, said that they must show what they have. Immediately after this, the flames, descending from above directly to the ground, destroyed everything in its path, lifting up fragments of stones. At the same moment, the warrior in the red cloak with a smug and fearful expression on his face said that great, and finally they are his, while another smiling warrior stood next to him. Then the commander suddenly opened his eye very wide in surprise and misunderstanding, fell into a stupor and asked what was happening. Immediately after this, the red-cloaked warrior watched everything that was happening with a huge look of confusion on his face as a broken yellow chain flew right in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist, sharply soaring into the air, held a battle axe in his hand, cutting the chains enveloping him, used the jump skill, while the people below him asked that he was flying. Then the warrior in the red cloak, watching everything that was happening with an insanely frightened look, said that he needed to freshen it up, and what kind of Superman is this? Immediately after this, the protagonist struck with his battle axe, cutting the group commander into 2 halves, and he did not even have time to react to his opponent's attack. At the same moment, immediately after Rockin's impact, everything around began to collapse, and a huge amount of dust and fragments of stones rose into the air. Then the protagonist, deftly wielding his battle axe, struck several more blows and destroyed the other warriors in this group while they loudly screamed and grunted in pain. Immediately after this, Rockin continued to rush between people and destroy them with a quick movement of his hands using an axe, while the system notification window notified many times that he had leveled up. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled maliciously, smugly after everything that had happened, while the system continued to notify that he had increased the level. Then the system notification window said that this was an incredible achievement, and he killed 100 assassins and received the title, being the first to do so, while the protagonist stood in the middle of a battlefield that was littered with dead people disappearing after death. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified about the PKK title, its characteristics and effects. At the same moment, the protagonist, standing right in the middle of the battlefield, which was strewn with artifacts dropped by people, looked at the system notification window and asked what it was all about getting one achievement, and reasoned that is, the attack bonus applies not only on users, but also on humanoid opponents. Then Rockin recalled the events of the last huge battle, where everything around was destroyed and a huge number of corpses lay on the ground after the siege of the castle, and reasoned that if this is so, then would it be possible to take advantage of this in battles between camps, so it would be possible to reach 1,000 kills. Immediately after this, the protagonist, raising his hand to his masked face with a stern expression, says that it would be nice to receive the title of Killer of the 1,000. At the same moment, he reasoned that he first needs to write down his location in the Book of Runes and return to the city. While on the battlefield, the corpses of people disappeared, and in their place artifacts appeared that had fallen from them. Then the protagonist, standing right in the middle of that same battlefield, reasoned that he did not have time to reach his destination. But first he needed to sell the items received and, moving his hand to the side, collected artifacts that appeared after the disappearance of the corpses. Immediately after this, the system notification window announced that he had registered for the auction, and the narrative moved to the city, where Rockin looked at the system notification window with a smug grin and said that he now needed to go to the home page. At the same moment, he reasoned that the bloody hunters would now lie low due to fear, but he would add fuel to the fire and now they would not be able to hide. While he created a record that the chasm of the bloody hunters was beginning, in which he wrote that he is going to destroy the guild. Then the protagonist, with a malicious smile, looking at the system notification window, reasoned that it was good that he had ruined relations with the bloody hunters, and he didn't particularly like their attitude, that he should return their cloak, and imagined in his head, saying, "Cloak invisibility." Immediately after this, Rockin looked at the system notification window with a smug and angry expression on his face and reasoned that they really thought that he would return the invisibility cloak to them, and what fell was lost. At the same moment, Rockin extended his hand with a strange blue crystal in it forward and said that it costs a lot of money, but it seems he has no other choice, and reasoned that one such stone costs 30 silver, while the system notification window notified that it was a protective fence and described it. The protagonist then pictured himself in his head, surrounded by evil warriors, and reasoned that it was quite expensive, but he would be in trouble if someone decided to attack him while he was under the influence of the side effects, and the level of the monsters became higher and there are many more player killers. Immediately after this, Rockin held the opening magic book in his hand and reasoned that the speed of completing the quests would slow down, but it was not that bad. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in his place and a bright blue light of energy suddenly flashed right in front of him. Rockin then looked forward with a malicious and smug expression on his face and said that okay, and we need to go back to completing the main quest. Immediately after this, the head of the Guild of Player Killers, with a clearly dissatisfied look, looking at the system notification window, said that he was a freak. At the same moment, he sharply waved his hand to the side, with great dissatisfaction and rage, asked that they had failed again, and called them incompetent cretins, and looked at the system notification window, while an archer girl stood next to him with a guilty look, turning to the dear one. She then looked scared, holding a bow in her hands, and asked that why don't they retreat now and they could take the cloak later. Immediately after this, the head of the Assassin's Guild loudly shouted that she should shut up, and asked that she forgot it was she who lost him, and being so frightened, she raised her hands with a bow a little higher. At the same moment, the head of the guild said that she at least knows how much it costs, and this is a rare cloak that allows you to use the stealth skill, and they are willing to pay a fortune for it, and this is an important item with which you can defeat even a high-ranking player, and imagine the image of an invisibility cloak in my head. Then the head of the Player Killer Guild, with a dissatisfied and menacing expression on his face, gritting his teeth, said that he should just wait and he would return him at any cost. Immediately after this, the protagonist created another post about the beginning of the execution of Bloody Hunters, where he said that he was going to destroy the Guild of Bloody Hunters in Trincheek. At the same moment, several people in the comments under this post began to argue that he was trying to attract attention by talking about the execution of blood hunters, and he had discovered a new method of suicide, but if he did it, then everyone would be happy. Then Silk suddenly wrote that he did not believe in this and this was really happening, and you need to go to the auction house, because there are a huge number of items from those player killers. Immediately after this, a certain person continued to argue that recently a lot had appeared at the spawn outside the city, and he thought that they had died, conquerors of the boss, and the protagonist was at that moment fighting with a huge monster ant. At the same moment, he continued to reason that maybe he really killed Rockin, while he rushed forward with great speed and grinned with satisfaction, striking with his axe, laughing loudly. Then the protagonist, with a malicious smile, used the shoulder attack skill, destroyed the tree's branches, falling on them with his whole body. Immediately after, Rockin, with an evil look in his eyes, tightly gripped his battle axe, preparing to strike the monster standing nearby, saying okay, and again. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, delivered his thrust, using the strike skill, and cut the treant in half, revealing its yellow crystal that was inside. Then Rockin brought his hand to that same brightly sparkling yellow crystal inside the body of the treant monster. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply jerked his hand, holding that same crystal, and shouted loudly, choosing it directly from the dilapidated body of the ant. At that moment, Rockin, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, examined the crystal that he was holding in his hand and said that he was unlucky and he did not like these forest monsters, because there was such a small chance of dropping items, there were so few of them, and at the same time they walking around while the tree was decaying right in front of him. The protagonist then walked through the forest with a smug grin and said that it looked like he would have to destroy everyone in the area, and yet the basis of these games is monotonous farming, and he will continue until he gets what he needs. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that he had received the forest monster fruit and showed a beautiful red apple. At the same moment, the protagonist with a satisfied look stood in place near the just destroyed ant monster, holding an axe in one hand and the same apple in the other, and said that it was time to go look for the second item. Then Rockin, with a thoughtful and very serious expression on his face, reasoned that he could collect all the necessary items, carry out the rest of the weight at the same time, it would be more convenient, and asked what the next thing was about. Immediately after, the protagonist said that he definitely needed to go to a clean, bright lake, and it was in the middle of a wild forest. And this was a very clean lake, imagining in his head a huge beautiful place with blue water and huge stones standing in the middle of the forest. At the same moment, Rockin drew in his head images of several people who were collecting healing water from this very lake, and reasoned that they would receive a temporary buff by drinking water from it, and therefore the magicians even pour it into empty bottles. Then the protagonist drew in his head the image of a man who dreams of fish, and reasoned that in any case, his goal is the monsters that roam near the lake, the herbs that grow nearby, and the lake fish, because Marion will give him this quest, because he wants to test the cleansing power of lake water. Immediately after this, Rockin stood in place with a stern and serious expression, placing his battle axe on his shoulder. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to walk straight through the forest, leaving behind traces, and said that, but where are these PCs walking? And this is because he killed them, and if he knew that this would happen, then I would have treated them more gently. Then Rockin abruptly stopped in place with a very surprised look, looked to the side, hearing voices coming from there, saying that they were fools. Immediately after this, the protagonist began eavesdropping on the entire conversation by hiding in the bushes and using an invisibility cloak while the guildmaster shouted at his subordinates that they couldn't even kill one person. At the same moment, the guild leader looked forward with a disappointed and menacing look, gritting his teeth while Rockin reasoned that he was a bastard, and he had already met him before, and this was the guildmaster of the MP Guild. Then the protagonist watched everything that was happening with a malicious smile, being under the invisibility cloak, and reasoned that this guy must now be in an unenviable position. Immediately after this, the guildmaster of the MP Guild looked displeased to his subordinates, asking what they were going to do with this post, and the guy standing in front of him said that maybe he himself would disappear if they ignored him. At the same moment, the guild leader shouted with an angry look that didn't he say that this is one of the most popular posts now and so many people have seen it. And he continues to say such things, and he really thinks that the players will become afraid of the PC when they see something like this, and Rockin continued to sit in the bushes, watching everything that was happening. Then the protagonist, continuing to watch everything that was happening in the invisibility cloak, reasoned that, and he thought why they were quiet, they were just going to ignore him, but he thinks the guildmaster understands everything better. Immediately after this, Rockin drew images in his head of some people with system windows next to their heads that surrounded the PC, and reasoned that if they knew that the PCs were avoiding him, they themselves would become less afraid of them, and then they themselves would become a target hunting, just as he wanted. At the same moment, one of the people turned to Pariah, saying that he should calm down and they would deal with this, and he, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, shouted loudly, asking that they would cope, and how they were going to kill him again and give more items. Then the guild master, with his head down, swung his leg and asked that they were sure that he had not used any cheats, and his subordinate, who was right in front of him, said that yes, and he received an answer from support and they could not tell him nothing more, just that he is an ordinary player. Immediately afterwards, Pariah slammed his knee straight into his subordinate, who was wincing in pain and said that they were worthless pieces of crap and asked that he was therefore just a regular player. At the same moment, with a menacing and dissatisfied expression on his face, gritting his teeth and trembling, he thought that stop laughing. The company of VR game developers cannot catch a single hacker, and why do they say that he is ordinary, although he emerged victorious in the battle against more than 100 people? Then Pariah, clenching his hands tightly into fists, trembled violently, cursed, asked what they think, how much he spent on this game, and the protagonist, continuing to watch everything that was happening in the bushes and in the invisibility cloak, mentally asked himself the question that his name is Pariah. Immediately after this, Rockin, with a dissatisfied and disappointed expression on his face, thought that what a stupid nickname this was, and he was a pervert, while Pariah shouted that then they should make him a hacker. At the same moment, he added that they just need to control the public's opinion in order to make everyone think like that, and the protagonist was suddenly very surprised, not understanding what he heard. Then Pariah, with great displeasure, struck his hand directly in the face of his subordinate, while Rockin, sitting in the bushes, watched with great surprise all that was happening, using an invisibility cloak. Immediately after this, the guild master shouted that don't they know that catching a cheater is a manifestation of justice, and you need to use your stupid brains at least once, and Rockin listened to all this with a malicious and smug grin. At the same moment, the protagonist reasoned that Pariah was him and imagined his smiling image in his head. Then Rockin began to reason that he finally remembered the guy who dated Lim Su-hai, and she said that he was one of the outstanding players of the Lord, and he thinks that she was not lying while Pariah was breathing heavily from dissatisfaction and anger. Immediately after this, the protagonist recalled the events of the recent past, how he picked up the black robe from her girl lying on the ground and said that the person from whom the cloak of stealth fell was Lim Su-hai. At the same moment, Rockin, with a malicious grin, while in the invisibility cloak, reasoned that he never thought that she would help him so much, and now that he thinks about it, she served as the beginning of everything. The protagonist then began to remember the past, how he sat at his desk and listened to his girlfriend talk, and reasoned that he started playing the Lord because of Lim Su-hai in his previous life, and he heard that she was really into him, so wanted to win her attention in the game. Immediately after this, Rockin recalled how he found a huge amount of treasures with her, and reasoned that nevertheless she fooled him and even hired some guys to kill him. At the same moment, the protagonist reasoned that he now understood that they were from the MP Guild, and remembered how he was lying dead on the ground, and next to him his girlfriend, along with other guys, just stood and laughed. Then Rockin smiled maliciously and smugly, being under the invisibility cloak, and reasoned that if he was lucky, perhaps he would meet with them and return everything and even more. Immediately after this, Pariah with a furious look told his subordinate that they should send their elite to the bloody pursuers and say that they will help them with a set of kills and raising the level, but also need to say that they should not even think about returning to them until they won't catch this bastard. At the same moment, his subordinates abruptly evaporated, leaving behind only blue energy, obeying the order, while Pariah, turning to his other subordinate, said that it was good, and now they would continue their hunt. The guildmaster and his group then prepared for battle and stood in the middle of the clearing right in front of several warriors, while the protagonist reasoned that this would be fun, and considering that they were here, they were probably level 70. Immediately after this, several Yellow the monsters looked forward menacingly, weapons in hand, while Rockin reasoned that he wanted to see how good they were. At the same moment, the magician, raising his hand up, created a small flame in it, using his own magic for this. The sorcerer then used his magic circle to shoot a huge amount of flame forward, while the knight and Pariah fought in the vanguard, repelling the attacks of the furious monsters. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a serious look, wearing an invisibility cloak, watched everything that was happening and reasoned that Pariah was not so bad, but nothing outstanding, and his skills reflected his level. At the same moment, the protagonist turned around and walked away from the battlefield, where Pariah and his team were fighting against the monster, and reasoned that his control was not so bad. That's why he was on the front line, but he wouldn't last that long, and it is useless to just look, and you need to go to the lake. Then Rockin, with a smug and serious expression on his face, walked forward straight through the forest. Immediately after this, the protagonist approached a huge clear blue lake located in the middle of a dense forest and stood on its shore. They say that there is no one here, and he was very lucky. At the same moment, Rockin, raising his hand to his forehead, looked around and said that he needed to look. Then, right in the middle of the forest stood a huge monster bear and two furious and hungry wolves with huge fangs, while the protagonist asked about the blood-red bear and blue wolves. Immediately after this, Rockin abruptly moved from his place, jumping forward with great speed and strength, and with a malicious smile said that he was truly lucky. At the same moment, the protagonist reasoned that the item he needed was pure meat, and the type of meat was not important. It could be obtained with proper luck and after hunting a rabbit, and imagined a knuckle on a bone in his head. Rockin then continued to reason that, But if you were unlucky, you might encounter a bloody red bear or blue wolves that were level 80, while the huge bear opened its mouth wide, screaming loudly in rage. Immediately after this, the protagonist got into a fighting stance, said that this time there are only 10, while several blue wolves with an angry look rushed towards him at great speed, and a red bear stood behind him. At the same moment, Rockin tightly grasped the handle of his battle axe, held it behind his back, preparing to strike, and with a malicious smile said that it didn't matter. The protagonist then used his punch skill, and a huge red bear's paw suddenly flew into the air, blood flowing from it. Immediately after this, Rockin stood in the water of the blue lake, holding an axe in his hand, and said that the hunt should be satisfying like this. And this observation of the guild MP only caused irritation, and now it was time for loot, while the headless corpses lay behind him a bear and several wolves. At the same moment, a voice suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere and asked who was spoiling the lake, which the protagonist was very surprised by. Then Rockin, standing still in the middle of the blue lake, looked ahead with great fear, reasoning that this was bad, while the water right in front of him suddenly rose up. Immediately after this, the protagonists watched a knight appear right in front of him with a blade, levitating in the air and shrouded in streams of water. At the same moment, Rockin, with a dissatisfied and menacing expression on his face, clenched his teeth, looked forward and reasoned that this was bad and he had forgotten about it. The protagonist then continued to reason that this is a knight who fell in love with the spirit of the lake and protects him even after his death, and he is level 100, while the system showed right in front of him is level 100 and the name of the Knight of Lake Artwhite. Immediately after this, Rockin pictured in his head a person with level 100 who mocked 99, and reasoned that his level was already high enough. But there was still one big difference between levels 99 and 100, and at level 100 a combination skill was unlocked. At the same moment, two icons of different skills appeared in his head, which, after combining, turned into one single one, and he reasoned that it was possible to combine skills of first and second classes, and together with the basic skills and movements this gives incredible power. Rockin then looked forward with great displeasure and fear, reasoning that to defeat level 100 monsters he needed a third or fourth class, and now he did not need such a risk. Immediately after this, the protagonist drew an image in his head of himself fighting with the Knight of the Lake, and reasoned that, moreover, this is the most difficult level 100 monster in the vicinity of Trinsic, and all that falls from it is the essence of the lake. At the same moment, Rockin seemed to understand something and opened his eyes wide in surprise, reasoning that he needed to stop. Then the protagonist, with a surprised and uncomprehending expression on his face, reasoned about what could be, and imagined in his head the image of a man in glasses with a malicious smile. Immediately after this, Rockin stood in his place right in front of the Knight of the Lake and reasoned that if he brought the essence to the person who was researching the purifying power, then something might work out. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled broadly with a menacing look and reasoned that the game was worth the candle, while drops of water flew in the air next to him. Then Rockin, with a furious and menacing expression on his face and stretching his entire battle axe forward, shouted that yes, no matter what, he would do it. Immediately after that, he continued to shout that the bastard should come here while the Knight of Lake Artwhite held tightly onto the hilt of his blade made of water. At the same moment, the knight took a fighting stance and released a huge amount of impulses from blue water around him, while the protagonist stood in his place and watched everything that was happening. Rockin then smiled widely from the pleasure he was receiving during this unequal battle and reasoned that this was bad. Immediately after this, the Knight of Lake Artwhite, holding the blade in one of his hands and winding its blade behind his back, prepared to strike while Rockin reasoned that he was using a combination skill from the very start. At the same moment, the Knight of Lake Artwhite stood in a fighting stance, preparing to strike the protagonist who was right in front of him and, holding an axe in his hands, said that this was a power skill. Then Rockin, with a malicious and frightened smile, reasoned that this is a basic third-rate skill that improves attack power by using mana on a weapon, although most likely he will not be able to maintain the skill for a long time since it is only level 100. Immediately after this, the protagonist cursed loudly and asked why he was using the combo from the very beginning, while the Knight of the Lake, holding the hilt of his blade in his hand, called him a fool for disturbing the lake and said that he must pay with his life. At the same moment, Lake Knight Artwhite swung his blade using the water slash skill and sent a stream of energy directly in front of him. Rockin then looked forward with a smug smile and a fearful expression as he watched the slash of energy heading his way. Immediately after this, that same water slash skill hit the surface of the water and lifted it in huge quantities into the air, splashing it on all sides. At the same moment, the protagonist with a smug grin, surrounding himself with dark red energy, said that he thought he would be the one to pay the price. Then Rockin, releasing a huge amount of his dark red energy, surrounded himself with bright fire, which turned the water into steam. Immediately after this, the protagonist, enveloping himself in energy and bright flame, said with a crazy look that he was the protector of the lake, who himself was destroying it. At the same moment, a huge battle axe collided with a beautiful and massive blade, which dug right into its fragile blade. The Art-White Lake Knight then lunged forward, attacking his opponent with his blade. Immediately after this, Raken, with tremendous strength and speed, struck with his axe at the defender of the lake, and he repelled his attack with his arm and armor, placing it at his side. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his hand, which landed directly on the head of the Knight of Lake Art-White. Then the defender of the lake rushed forward with tremendous strength and speed, striking with his blade at the body of the protagonist, who barely had time to block them. Immediately after this, the Knight of Lake Art-White, holding a blade in one hand, swung it, raising it above his head and preparing to strike again. At the same moment, he rushed forward with great strength and speed, collided with the protagonist's axe, and they crossed their weapons while he loudly grunted with rage. Raken then blocked his opponent's blow, raising his hands with a battle axe above his head, reasoning that he would have to fork out for repairs. Immediately after this, they jumped in different directions from each other, delivering the last blows, while the protagonist reasoned that with each blow his health was falling due to the magical damage inflicted. At the same time, Raken continued to reason that, but there was no need to worry about it, and he would survive. And he just needed to watch out for the combined attacks as water accumulated around the blade of the Lake Protector's blade, enveloping him in energy. Then the protagonist, with great surprise and incomprehension, standing in his place, looked forward at the blade that the Knight of Lake Art-White was holding in his hands. Immediately after this, the Lake Protector slashed with his blade using the water blade skill while Raken deftly dodged his thrust and said that he had a blind spot. At the same moment, the protagonist, enveloped in orange energy, used the skill and shouted that it was a shoulder strike. Then the Knight of Lake Art-White stood in place, his blade extended straight in front of him, while Raken headed towards him with great speed, preparing to strike. Immediately after this, the lake defender used his water barrier skill and surrounded himself with a shield on all sides while the protagonist slammed into it using his skill and grunted loudly in displeasure. At the same moment, Raken, with a menacing and furious look, shouted loudly, rushing forward, and reasoned that this is not a simple shield and it causes damage if it is touched, but if he misses this chance, there may not be another, and he must survive. The protagonist then continued to rush forward with great speed, destroying his opponent's shield and saying that this is great, until right in front of him, the Knight of Lake Art-White stood with his blade quickly in front of him. Immediately after this, Raken, with a frantic look, used his strike skill, tightly grasped the handle of his axe, swinging it, and prepared to strike again, extending his arm forward. At the same moment, the defender of the lake, holding his blade straight in front of him, created a blue magic circle, preparing to strike his blow on the enemy. The protagonist then struck with his axe with great strength and speed, destroying the ground he hit while the knight activated the escape skill. Immediately after this, Raken, with great surprise and misunderstanding, turned back, somewhere right out of the water, and the very same defender of the lake appeared. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a menacing and furious look, spat out blood and looked to the side, arguing that he had an attacking skill, a defensive skill, and even skills that would allow him to survive a combo. Raken then continued to reason that this was expected from level 100, but he was too strong, while the Knight of Lake Art-White stood still and held a huge blade in his hand. Immediately after this, the protagonist, getting into a fighting stance and preparing to strike the next blow, reasoned that, but such survival skills have a large cooldown, and he will get it next time, and said that from now on it is advised to prepare. At the same moment, the Knight of Lake Art-White struck with tremendous force and speed with his hand, while Raken, with deft movements of his body, dodged them, trying to counterattack. Then the protagonist, with a frightened expression on his face, reasoned that it was not so easy, and even believed that he was under the effect of a berserker while sparks flew near him. Immediately after this, Raken imagined in his head images of people whose bodies he cut with deft movements of blades, and reasoned that if he attacked him using force, then his berserker might be forcibly turned off. At the same moment, the protagonist, using his axe, repelled another attack from his opponent and reasoned that he was above all this, while the Knight of Lake Art-White dealt a water blow with his blade. Raken then got into a fighting stance, placing his battle axe on his shoulder, reasoning that his weapon could break at any moment. Immediately after this, the protagonist suddenly closed his eyes and concentrated intensely, reasoning that he must finish everything with one attack. At the same moment, the protagonist, standing still, reasoned that he would aim at a blind spot, and said that he wanted to take off his equipment, while the protector of the lake stood right in front of him, holding a blade in his hand, and asked what he knew that is doing now. He then kept asking the question that he was finally getting ready to die, while Raken focused a huge amount of energy inside himself and prepared to strike with two hands on the handle of the axe and said that it sounds similar and this is already his limit. Immediately after this, the protagonist with great speed and force pushed away from the place where he was and rushed forward, reasoning that he was right. At the same moment, Raken rushed forward with great speed straight towards the Knight of Lake Art-White, who was preparing to strike back and said that he was completely ready to die. The Lake Protector would then deliver his blow, leaving only a trail of blue water energy right in front of him, and say that this time he would make sure he died. Immediately after this, the Knight of Lake Artwaite slashed with his blade, deflecting it to the side, and sent a stream of energy forward using a water slash, while the protagonist continued to rush forward with a furious look, breaking through the enemy's attacks. At the same moment, Raken, with enormous force and speed, stepped straight onto the ground and pushed forward from it, leaving only fragments of stones. Then the protagonist rushed forward with great speed, flying over the water cut, and headed towards his opponent, pushing off the ground with an axe. Immediately after this, Raken, looking crazy, holding a huge battle axe in one hand, jumped up and activated his jump attack skill. At the same moment, the Knight of Lake Artwaite, raising his head up and looking at his opponent, said that this was a jump attack and activated his water barrier skill, surrounding himself with a shield. Raken then, while in the air directly above the lake protector who had surrounded himself with a shield and preparing to strike with his huge battle axe, asked who said he only used one skill and cancelled his skill. Immediately after this, the protagonist used his own throwing skill, sending his battle axe flying while in the air and destroying his opponent's barrier. At the same moment, a huge battle axe destroyed the shield of water with enormous force and speed, piercing directly into it and falling apart into fragments. The protagonist would then land straight on the ground, looking furious and merciless, and prepare to charge forward, reasoning that he was finally seeing the gaps in his defenses and this was his last chance. Immediately after this, Raken pushed away from the place where he was with enormous force and speed, leaving behind only a trace. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed in the direction of the Knight of Lake Artwaite, who was holding his blade with both hands and shrouding himself in a water barrier. The protector of the lake then stood still and said that he praised him for finding the gap in his barrier. But that was not enough as Raken destroyed his shield and headed towards him with great speed. Immediately after this, the protagonist smiled maliciously and smugly, while the system notification window notified that his vital energy had dropped to 14%. At the same moment, Raken continued to rush forward with great speed, saying that he should put on the helmet of the Lion King, and destroying his opponent's shield with his elbow. Then the Knight of Lake Artwaite, standing still and watching everything that was happening, asked what, but how. While the system notification window notified that the effect of the epic title of Unwavering Determination was active, and his health was below 5%, which means that all statistics increased by 50%. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a crazy expression on his face said that he took them off for a while to activate his title, and he really thought that he was stupid enough to take them off for no reason, and he is stupid. At the same moment, Raken continued to say that this was his end, while the water shield right in front of the lake protector's face was destroyed and cracked. The huge battle axe would then fall down after destroying the water barrier, until the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, caught it and held it tightly. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding a huge battle axe in his hand, rushed forward towards his opponent, while the Knight of Lake Artwaite struck with his blade with a deft movement of his hand. At the same moment, Raken, using his dash and strike skills, rushed forward with great speed and struck, cutting through the body of the lake protector and leaving behind only a trail of orange energy. Then the system notified that a critical hit had been struck, and the protagonist stood in place with an axe in his hand, while behind him the body of the Knight of Lake Artwaite, cut into two halves, fell straight to the ground. Immediately after this, the severed head of the lake protector, lying right on the ground near the water, grunted loudly in pain. At the same moment, Raken, standing still and holding the handle of his battle axe with both hands, sighed heavily and said that it was good that the blow was critical, while the system notification window notified that the military orc's axe needed repairs. Then the protagonist, with a satisfied expression on his face, looked to the side and reasoned that he thought it was not in vain that he needed this collection, and thanks to the effect of his titles, which increased the chance of critical damage by 20%, and remembered the titles of the PKK and the first level killer of the orc leader. Immediately after this, Raken, standing in place with an axe in his hands, said that it was time to collect the loot, and was sharply surprised while the Knight of Lake Artwaite with half of the severed torso crawled forward straight to the water. At the same moment, the protagonist abruptly pulled his opponent's blade out of the ground and, calling out to him, asked what he was talking about now. Then Raken, suddenly appearing right behind him, stepping on the back of the defender of the lake, with a smug look stuck his own blade into him and asked him where he was thinking of going, and he asked him how dare he. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a malicious and smug grin, continued to thrust the blade and grinned evilly while the system notification window notified that he had leveled up and received an amazing achievement by winning a battle with a creature of a different class, and received the title of Hero of Change by being the first to do so. At the same moment, the system's notification window continued to announce the amazing achievement of defeating a world-famous creature and gaining the title of First Name Hunter. Having done so first, while the protagonist fell to the ground next to the corpse of his opponent and cancelled the Berserk skill. Then Raken, using his hand, threw forward a small and brightly glowing blue crystal and gave the command that a protective fence should be installed. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sitting on the ground next to the corpse of the Knight of Lake Artwaite he had defeated, said that it was good, and now there was no need to think about his regeneration while a magical barrier was being erected around him. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that if special conditions were met, the titles of the Hero of Change and the Hunter of the First Names were combined, while the protagonist with a surprised expression asked about the combination of titles. The system's notification window then announced that he had received the title of Limit Breaking, and showed his description and characteristics in a separate window. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with great surprise and incomprehension, looked at the system notification window, reasoned that he did not even expect this, and the two epic titles merged into the legendary rank. At the same moment, Rockin, considering the description of the new title, reasoned that with these effects, the level of all his skills increased by 1, and the penalty for the difference in levels was reduced. Then Rockin, with a satisfied and still not understanding expression on his face, reasoned that these rewards were enough so much that Materian might not even reward him for bringing him to this lake, and so that was the answer. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a satisfied expression on his face, was happy about everything that had happened and reasoned that what a wonderful game it was, and that's why he was so addicted to it, while a magician appeared behind him, who activated his magic circle. At the same moment, Rockin turned sharply back, looking with great surprise at a huge fireball flying straight at him, caused by the magician's skill. Then the protagonist sat calmly in place while that same huge fireball crashed into the barrier he had built around himself and disintegrated. Immediately after this, Rockin, sitting in his barrier and turning back, asked what they were doing, while the two guys sitting in the bushes began to tremble sharply in fear. At the same moment, the man in red asked what he saw, and said that he definitely attacked him, but the attack went through him, and the hovering in a purple robe said that he knew that he was cheating, and they should tell admins. The protagonist then looked away with a displeased expression and reasoned that he already knew what happened, and seriously, these PCs don't know how to give up. Immediately after this, they suddenly stood up from their seats and ran to the side while one of them shouted that he had taken a video, so perhaps it was better to run away and they would see what these moronic admins would say now, while Rockin was poking around in the nose, watched everything happening inside his barrier and called them idiots. At the same moment, the protagonist with a joyful look opened a certain chest and reasoned that okay, and when these idiots left, he can calmly look at the quest items. Then the system notification window notified that he had received the essence of the lake, and Rockin held a bottle of green liquid in his hand and laughed a little and said that Materian, this idiot, and he was so excited to look at his expression. The system notification window notified that the repair was successful, while the protagonist held in his hand like a new battle axe that had recently been broken. Immediately after this, the blacksmith, tired of the work done, held his hand with a hammer to his head and said that he should be as good as new, while Rockin, waving his axe right in front of him, said with admiration that this was amazing. At the same moment, the protagonist, looking at his axe with a smug grin, reasoned that it was great now that the repairs were completed and he had taken care of all the items. Then he continued to reason that all that was left was to go to the Mages Guild, and the narrative moved to a 2-story white building with a brown roof. Immediately after this, the girl standing at the reception thanked him for his services with a smile on her face, while Rockin stood right in front of her and held a golden bell in his hands, sighing heavily. At the same moment, the protagonist walked down the street and looked at that same bell, holding it in his hand, and reasoned that he plans to meet with Materian a little later since he did not receive the item from the quest, a fish from the Lake of Pure Light. Then the protagonist, holding a golden bell in his hand with several fingers, reasoned that seriously, magical enchanted items are very expensive, and even considering that it is a consumable item, it still costs 1 gold since it is magically enchanted. Immediately after this, Rockin, with a serious look on his face, holding his hands in his pockets, walked out of the Magician's Guild and reasoned that although he could afford it after selling the items of those player killers. At the same moment, the protagonist said that he wanted to use the Book of Runes on the Lake of Pure Light, and the narration instantly transferred to that very lake, on the shore of which the protagonist stood with a satisfied look and said that he had taken care of the monsters, and asked if it would be 100 a suitable place, and next to it lay the corpses of killed animals. Then Rockin, with a malicious grin, swung his hand behind his head and prepared to throw the golden bell. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a deft movement of his hand, threw that same bell straight into the water, reasoning that it was time to earn some extra money. At that very moment, Rockin conjured up images of himself in his head trying to catch fish using a spear and fishing rod, and reasoned that normally he would use a fishing rod or harpoon to farm fish, but there was a faster and more fun way. The protagonist then looked away with a menacing expression while a strange blue-colored energy suddenly accumulated around him. Immediately after this, Rockin used the shoulder strike skill and threw his arm forward with great speed, while a colossal amount of water rose from the lightning spreading around the area right in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist looked with admiration at his hands, which were shrouded in lightning, and reasoned that that yellow ball was an item with electric magic, even considering that it could only be used 3 times. Rocken then stretched his hand forward and shouted that he would use lightning bolts several times as the water in the lake rose sharply upward along with the lightning bolts. Immediately after this, the protagonist walked into the water with a smug look, waving his hand, and said that he was unrealistically effective, while dead fish lay in the water from the blow he dealt. At the same moment, the narrative is transferred to a room with various banks, clocks, and scales standing on the table. Then the system notification window notified that he had completed an endless search of 15. While Materian happily held flowers in one of his hands and a bag of fish in the other and said that yes, he was pretty cool. Immediately after this, he continued to rejoice at everything brought to him, asking how he got all these items, while the protagonist stood next to him with a dissatisfied look. At the same moment, Rocken, with a menacing and stern look, watched everything that was happening, reasoned that he saw that he was surprised, because he completed the entire quest line at once, but he was not even given a title, and Materian said what about his next request. Then he abruptly rushed back with an arrogant look, holding flowers in his hand, and said that, although no, it was too early for him, and asked to return when he was stronger, while Rocken stood behind him and was perplexed by what he heard. Immediately after this, the protagonist trembled with displeasure and looked at the rejoicing Materian, reasoning that he knew that he was annoying, but so much so, and he wants to teach him a lesson because he forced him to do so many boring assignments. But now he is being kicked out because that his level is low. At the same moment, Rocken grinned sarcastically and continued to reason, thinking that this was expected, and after all, this quest line is only available to players above level 100. Then the protagonist suddenly said that he should see what he had, and reasoned that, well, what about this? And Materian turned sharply back, looking in his direction, and asked that he had not left yet, and said that he had there as an experiment that he. Immediately after this, Rocken suddenly said that it so happened that he found this in the lake, and Materian looked straight ahead with great surprise and incomprehension. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a smug look, twirled the bottle with the essence of the lake in front of his head and asked that he happened to know nothing about it, and he continued to be very surprised. Then Materian took that same bottle in his hands and looked at it with great admiration. They say that this is the essence of the lake, and it is not that it could be easily obtained, while Rocken stood behind him and asked with a pleased look that he recognized this. Immediately after this, Materian asked how he was able to get it, and the protagonist recalled the events of the past, how he fought with the protector of the lake, and said that he defeated the Knight of the Lake. At the same moment, Materian turned in his direction with great surprise and asked that he defeated the Knight of the Lake. They say that he turned out to be stronger than he looks, while Rocken, with an angry expression on his face, reasoned that he only realized it now. Then Materian suddenly said that in that case, and the protagonist suddenly became distracted, looking in his direction, and listened attentively. Immediately after this, Materian, grinning maliciously, holding a bottle of the essence of the lake in his hand, asked if there was anything else he could do for him. At the same moment, the protagonist looked forward with great surprise at the system notification window, which notified about the quest The Teachings of Death, in which it was necessary to bring an object that contains the power of death, and showed its conditions and rewards. Rocken then continued to look at the system notification window with a smug grin and reasoned that he was very lucky and would be able to bypass the quest requirements. Immediately after this, he continued to reason that one of the quest rewards was nothing more than an explorer's ring, and it was a powerful and rare item that he would be able to use even after level 100, and imagined the image of a silver ring in his head. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a joyful expression on his face, continued to reason that he, too, would become much stronger by using it, saying that he should rely on it. Then Materian would say with a smug grin that he seemed very reliable, so he would leave it to him. Immediately after this, the protagonist, walking along a city street and looking at the system notification window, said that he wanted to open an auction search for items and was looking for Hacken's magazine there. At the same moment, Rocken, looking at the system notification window, reasoned that he thought he did not know, and recalled how Materian asked that why not start with a meeting with researcher Hacken. The protagonist then continued to reason that the quest was telling him to find Hacken, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't find him, and imagined an image of an Egyptian pharaoh in his head. Immediately after this, Rocken reasoned that instead of trying to find him, he should collect the 15 pages from his journal that came across the monster field, and imagined in his head several scrolls with worn pieces of paper. At the same moment, the protagonist recalled the events of the past, how he was lying around in a huge number of pieces of paper and scrolls, and reasoned that, but due to the fact that the order of the drop was random, he spent a lot of time finding the last page in a past life. Rockin then continued to reason that he is grateful to all those who think that these are ordinary and useless items, and he has already found 11 pages at the auction and held the scribbled pieces of paper in his hand. They say that he only has to find the remaining 4 pages. Immediately after this, the protagonist, looking at the system notification window, seriously reasoned that he would also receive others from the auction because he had other things to do besides the main quest. At the same moment, Rockin pictured himself in his head, an image of himself holding an auction with a hammer in his hand, and reasoned that, firstly, there was a real auction of items, and he still had a little time before the appointed date. Then the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, holding his hand to his chin, reasoned that he had enough money thanks to the player killers, and so all that was left for him was to kill them. Immediately after this, Rockin, looking at the system notification window, gave the command to open the home page and open comments on his mail and open his mail itself. At the same moment, the protagonist said that he would now look at everything, while in the system notification window several people complained to him about player killers, telling him some facts about them, while he reasoned that he had received many complaints and they were still continuing their activities. Rockin then said that the most recent comment about their location was while the system notification window showed that Halfman was saying that the player killers had shown up again in the Forest Goblin Village, and he was reasoning that this location was for leveling up players around level 30. Immediately after this, the protagonist, standing still and looking at the system notification window, reasoned that these creatures were trying to kill low-level players since they lost to him, and imagined in his head a beautiful forest with small houses on the ground. At the same moment, Rockin, with a malicious smile and a menacing gaze, reasoned that he could catch them if he hurried, and it was not so far from here. Then the protagonist suddenly used the stealth skill and with great speed and strength pushed away from his place, rushing forward. Immediately after this, Rockin rushed at great speed along the city street right past people who were very surprised and did not understand what was happening. At the same moment, people on the street scattered to the sides, and one of the guys said that he felt that someone flew past him, while the protagonist rushed forward at great speed and reasoned that he wanted to look at their face when he will come out of his stealth skill. The narrative then moves to the Goblin Forest, where a guy with red hair is gritting his teeth in pain around a huge number of trees while a huge blade wound is visible on his shoulder. Immediately after this, several strong warriors stood next to the newcomers, who were very scared and said that these guys were here again and wanted something from them, and this would be his 5th death from them. At the same moment, the man with the sword was saying with a furious look that if they have problems, they should just become stronger, and after all, PK is also part of the game. Then the armored warrior, standing right in front of the wounded newcomers, said that they must hand over all their items if they want to live, and the protagonist with the skill of stealth watched everything that happened while sitting on a tree. Immediately after this, Rockin, observing everything that was happening, with his hands in his pockets and using his stealth skill, stood on a tree branch and reasoned that they still did not realize their mistake. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to reason that, despite everything they had encountered, they did not even maintain formation and did not post a guard, and with great speed he headed towards the magician girl. Then Rockin, pushing off with great strength and speed from the tree branch on which he was standing, laughed sharply and said that although he did not mind at all. Immediately after this, the magician girl looked to the side with great surprise and misunderstanding and was very frightened by what she saw. At the same moment, the protagonist, with great strength and a furious expression on his face, struck with his battle axe and destroyed her, saying that he was grateful for the treat. Rockin then used his jump attack skill and left only a trail of orange energy after the hit, while the two guys turned back and looked at what was happening in great surprise. Immediately after this, 2 warriors with great fear on their faces asked what it was all about, while fragments of stones flew in their direction and after the protagonist was hit. At the same moment, Rockin landed straight on the ground with a serious look, enveloping himself in energy, while the player killers ran away in fear. They say that this is that idiot, and he wasn't kidding when he said that he would finish them off, and they need to run, and if he understands them, it's all over. Then the protagonist with a menacing and stern look looked to the side and asked where they were running. Immediately after this, Rockin used his battle cry skill and released energy forward towards the 2 warriors, who suddenly trembled, fell into a stupor, and their stats began to decline. At the same moment, one of the guys, turning back, with great fear on his face, was trembling violently, talking about his body, while the protagonist was chasing towards him with great speed, swinging his battle axe. Several wounded newbies then watched the whole thing while one of them said that he could be the one who started the post about destroying the blood hunters on the forum while a loud scream echoed throughout the area. Immediately after this, the newcomers watched with great surprise as Rockin fought 2 player killers with his battle axe, and asked what exactly he was as a player and what level he had. At the same moment, one of the newcomers said that he did not think that he was serious while the bodies of the 2 player killers were cut into pieces, and only traces of orange energy rushed near them. The protagonist then stood there with a stern expression after being hit and holding a battle axe in his hand, while behind him screams of pain were made and a request that someone should do something to him. Immediately after this, Raken, with a crazy expression on his face, laughed loudly and said that all their objects were his. At the same moment, a scream of pain rang out with great volume right through the huge dense forest. Then the guy, with his mouth wide open, screamed loudly in displeasure that he was a crazy idiot. Immediately after this, the warrior, in a shabby state, trembling greatly with fear, asked why he was doing this to them and said that they had promised that they would not touch him again, so he should leave him alone. At the same moment, Rakanen's foot protruded onto the ground in a slow motion, and he asked why he was even saying this. Then the protagonist, with a menacing look, swung his huge battle axe and prepared to strike. It is said that he had reasons for killing so many people, and the warrior standing right in front of him was very frightened by what was happening. Immediately after this, Raken, with a deft movement of his hand, struck with a battle axe and cut his opponent's body into two halves. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding his axe with a menacing expression on his face, said that if he thinks that this is unfair, then he should simply become stronger. Then Raken, with a serious look on his face, holding his axe in one hand, the other scrolling through the system notification window, while the newbies watching him said that it was amazing, and he destroyed all the player killers alone, and it looks like a berserker weapon, but then the berserker class was worthless. Immediately after this, a newbie girl with a shy look approached the protagonist and asked him about Raken, and he turned back and looked at her with great contempt in his eyes. At the same moment, she said that her friend was saying that he was attacked by a group of gambler killers near a stream in the northern part of Trinsic, and Raken, listening to her with a calm look, asked if it was true. Then the protagonist, smiling madly, took out a book, opened it, and said that he would figure it out. Immediately after this, Raken, walking forward, activated his skill, waved his hand, and said what she should say to her friend instead of him, while the newcomers stood right behind him and watched. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly turns back with a smug look and, smiling a little, says that he will take care of everything in less than 5 minutes. Then the rookie girl, along with her allies, simply watched everything that happened in silence with great surprise and misunderstanding. Immediately after that, she said with great admiration on her face that it was so cool, and her ally rarely turned around and looked at her with a surprised look. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to the city to a small 2-story house. Raken said that this was strange. Then the protagonist, with a dissatisfied look, clicked on the system notification window and said that why no one complains about player killers, but he was having so much fun. Immediately afterwards, Raken recalled with a joyful face how he killed the player killers, and reasoned that after a few days since the PC's annihilation was announced, there were many reporters there, and he went to kill the blood hunters as early as he could, and spoke that those were wonderful days. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to click on the system notification window and said that, but since yesterday he had not received a single complaint, and what are these blood hunters doing, and it's so boring. Then Raken leaned forward with great surprise, raising his hand to his chin, and looked at the system notification window. They say you need to look at this. Immediately after this, a huge number of system notification windows suddenly opened right in front of him, and the protagonist, with a satisfied expression on his face, pointing his finger up, said that he understood everything, and so that's what was happening. At the same time, he imagined in his mind images of player killers from the forest who were taunting newcomers, and reasoned that blood hunters used to be a nightmare for ordinary users, and since blood hunters are a group of high-level players, ordinary players thought that they have no choice but to die. Then Raken recalled the events of the recent past, how he destroyed those same killers of players with his battle axe, and reasoned that, but after he honestly killed them in solo, the opinion about blood hunters changed. Immediately after this, Raken sat upright in his chair with a relaxed look, with his hands behind his head, and thought that this was not so good for him, since the blood hunters gave up as soon as he arrived, and he had to actively look for them. At the same moment, the protagonist looked up with a dissatisfied look and, gritting his teeth, reasoned that now that they are afraid of ordinary users, the search will become much more difficult, and in fact, lately it has been almost impossible to find them. Then Raken, with a dissatisfied look, scrunching his face, continuing to sit on the chair, asked why at this time the guys give up so early. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to rock on that same chair from side to side and reasoned that he hoped that he could profit from them longer, and thinks that this time is now in the past for him. At the same moment, Raken sharply raised his head up at the incomprehensible sound coming from above him and said that, by the way, it was almost time for the house auction. Then the protagonist, looking at the ceiling of the room he was in, said that there was an auction of houses. Immediately after this, Raken, with an inspired look, jumped up from his chair and, after a short pause, said that he knew what he could do. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a malicious smile, reasoned that if they were hiding, he could force them to come, and laughed. The story then moves forward to the next day in Ch Thon. a large square where a huge number of different groups of players have gathered. Immediately after this, one of the warriors, observing everything that was happening, asked what was happening here and why there were so many people standing next to him, turned to the side and asked what he had not heard. At the same moment, the same person was saying that a real estate auction was being held at this place, while several strong warriors in armor stood in their places. Then one of the warriors asked if it was true, and the other answered him that he heard that it takes place quite rarely, while the rest of the warriors present in this square in their unique equipment waited for the auction to begin. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned that the heads of the strongest guild had gathered here, while among the crowd of players stood a girl with red hair and a blade behind her back and a handsome and white-haired man in a coat. At the same moment, Peria, with his hands folded at his chest, stood in the same square with a dissatisfied look and reasoned that he was looking forward to a good competition, although this was expected. He then went on to reason that considering the Lord's popularity, his rank in the game could mean a lot in real life, as a huge number of players cheered as they stood in front of the stage where the system's notification windows announced the title of the game. Immediately after this, Peria clenched his gloved hand into a fist with great force and reasoned that because of this, houses were very important for guilds to grow. At the same moment, he looked forward with a menacing and serious look, reasoning that no matter how much it costs, he will get them at any cost. And the plot told us that this is Pariah, the guild master of the MP Guild, and is also known as the one who stands behind the Blood Hunters Guild. Then, with a dissatisfied look, gritting his teeth and clenching his hand into a fist with great force, he recalled the image of Lim Soo-hee holding a bow in his hands, and reasoned that he would have had much more financial freedom if it were not for this stupid woman. Immediately after this, a man with a large white mustache, his mouth wide open in surprise, said that he did not expect so many people. At the same moment, the same man with a large mustache in a blue tuxedo, spreading his arms to the sides, said that he was addressing his dear customers and hoped that their pockets were full. Then the protagonist, being in the body of that same man, reasoned with a smug grin that there were so many of his wallets, and laughed evilly while the system notification window notified that the effect of the title of the Black Cardinal was activated and a personality replacement was used, and his name and appearance changed to random for 1 hour. Immediately after this, the girl with red hair, with a dissatisfied look, pointed her finger at the man with a large mustache and asked who it was, Krypton, the auction organizer, and he said that yes, it was him. At the same moment, the protagonist in a new image, spreading his arms to the sides, said that he thought they had all been waiting for this for a long time, and opened his inventory right on the small pedestal in front of him. Immediately after this, he, raising his hammer upward with the help of magic, said that we should immediately proceed to the auction, while the heads of several guilds stood aside, watching everything that was happening, and reasoned that such an item really exists, and it is so decisive. At the same moment, Pariah's hand suddenly rose right from the crowd, and he, calling out to the organizer, said that he needed to wait a second, and everyone present looked sharply at him. Then, with a dissatisfied look, pointing his finger to the side, he said that something didn't add up here, and asked how they could make sure that he was a real organizer. Immediately after this, Peria remembered the image of a muscular man with black hair and reasoned that, according to the guild members, the organizer must be the same person who sold them the secret dungeon, but according to the description, he looked completely different. At the same moment, Rockin, in the form of another person, raising his hand up, asked that they could not trust him, and Peria, standing right in front of him and pointing his hand in his direction, said that yes, and at a minimum he should use the detector. Then the protagonist sharply said that then he should not participate in the auction, and he asked him again with a dissatisfied and incomprehensible look. Immediately after this, Rockin, in the body of another person, twirling his mustache with his finger, said that everything was simple, and if he could not trust him, then he should not participate. At the same moment, the protagonist, moving his hand to the side, continued to say that the first lot would go without this incredulous gentleman, while Pariah stood right in front of him with great displeasure and rage on his face. Then Rockin, sharply grabbing his hammer, said with a joyful look that they would start with a 2-story house, and asked that why not start for 10 gold a month, and who would agree to such an amount. Immediately after this, the man in metal armor would suddenly raise his hand and step forward, saying that he was offering 10 gold here. At the same moment, the protagonist in the body of the auction organizer with a menacing look said that this was very good and asked who would offer more. Then the two girls looked at each other with a blank expression and maintained a short silence, as if preparing for something. Immediately after this, the girl in the white robe shouted that she would give 12 gold, and the guy in orange armor offered 14 gold, while the witch in the black hat displeasedly gave 15 gold. At the same moment, a hand in a black glove suddenly rose with great speed, and a certain voice offered as much as 20 gold. Then the protagonist, holding a hammer in his hand, spoke about 20 gold and asked what anyone else, and if no one, while Pariah, standing in the middle of the crowd, sharply raised his hand up and said that he should wait. Immediately after this, with a dissatisfied and enraged look, breathing heavily, he offered 22 gold, and the MP Guild is ready to provide them. At the same moment, the protagonist, hearing his words, smiled sarcastically, and an ominous atmosphere gathered around him. Then Rakan, holding his hammer out and pointing it at the man in metal armor, said that if no one offered more, he would sell it for 20 gold, and asked the gentleman what the name of his guild was, while everyone around him was very surprised. Immediately after this, a man in metal armor, with great surprise and incomprehension, looking forward, thinking a little, said that the Steel Squad. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a malicious grin, knocked with his hammer and said that it was good and sold to the Steel Squad, while the man in metal armor rejoiced at his purchase, and Pariah, standing to the side, trembled with the rage overwhelming him. He then clenched his fist with great force and tried to restrain all the anger that had accumulated inside him, reasoning that this idiot was definitely mocking him, and how dare he ignore him. Immediately after this, Rakan would say that okay, then you need to sign the contract right away, and take out a paper from his inventory, while a man in metal armor standing next to him thanked him and said that he would take good care of him. At the same moment, several guild masters, watching the signing of the contract on paper, said that they would immediately fill out the contract, and so it was, and in vain they did not trust him and had to supply more. The system's notification window then alerted about the contract, a document that is proof of a promise between users and cannot be forged. Immediately after this, the protagonist in the form of the auction host, pointing his finger up, with a malicious expression on his face, said that as well. At the same moment, he straightened the blue butterfly on his neck, said that the MP Guild would not be able to participate in the second auction, and for violating the rules, while Pariah, with great dissatisfaction and rage, asked what other rules. Rakan then continued to say that he should keep in mind that he only had one limitation for now, and he stood in his place with great displeasure and rage, looking surprised and trembling violently. Immediately after this, Pariah, continuing to tremble violently and holding back the accumulated anger within himself, reasoned that the idiot was playing with him, and he just needed to wait until the auction was over. At the same moment, the protagonist in the form of the auction host looked with a malicious look at the angry Pariah, who was trembling violently, and reasoned that he was angry, and he did not think that there was a need to be so angry now. The protagonist then imagined himself in his head as a huge man, who extended his hand towards the small Pariah, with an angry look, and reasoned that during the auction he plans to lower his guild to the deepest place of hell. Immediately after this event, the narratives continue to take place in the city in the middle of a huge square in which there were a lot of people. At the same moment, the hammer hit the table with great force, and the protagonist said that it was good, and the fourth house was sold for 25 gold. Then Rakan, with a benevolent look, held the paper in his hands, said that he congratulated the Hafen Guild, presenting its leader with an agreement, and he said that he was very grateful to him. Immediately after this, the guild master of the guild Hafen walked forward with a joyful look, holding the contract in his hand, while Pariah, observing everything that was happening, reasoned that he had lost again. But at the same moment, he calmed down and continued to reason with his expression that now that the largest guilds had bought the house, he would keep an eye on the others and buy as cheaply as he could. Then the protagonist, in the form of the auction host, watched the pensive Pariah with an angry look and reasoned that he was an idiot and was very stressed about everything that was happening. Immediately after this, Rakan, raising his hammer, suddenly said that they would now proceed to the last item of the auction, and Pariah, greatly surprised by everything he heard, shuddered sharply and talked about the last one. At the same moment, he was gnawing his finger with great fear and anxiety, while Rakan reasoned that he was panicking now, and if he was the master of the guild, then he did not need to show his emotions like that. Then the protagonist, holding a hammer in his hand, with a benevolent look reasoned that this is why he did not name the exact number of houses for sale, and said that since this is the last house, he will start his 15 gold. Immediately after this, the gloved hand suddenly rose up with great speed, and Pariah immediately said that he was offering 35 gold. At the same moment, out of fear and with a furious look, continuing to raise his hand up, he shouted that the MP Guild was offering 35 gold and even 40 gold, while the protagonist hit with his hammer and said that they had 40 gold and asked who would offer more. Then the girls, who are the heads of other guilds, discussed everything that was happening with great surprise, saying that he is crazy. Owning 40 gold a month is the same as paying $8,000 in real life, and is this too much? Immediately after this, Rakan, in the guise of the auction host, slammed his hammer on the table and said that it was sold for 40 gold. At the same moment, he continued to say that the MP Guild had bought the last two-story house, and Pariah, with a disappointed but pleased expression on his face, reasoned that he had succeeded. Then Rakan, moving his hand to the side, called up the system notification window and pointed directly at it. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked ahead with a malicious grin and said that here is his contract, and he must remember to pay on time, while Pariah, standing right in front of him, gritted his teeth in displeasure and reasoned that he is an idiot, and he will find out who the one is, and will kill him. At the same moment, the system notification window notified about a long-term contract with a 2-story house and its conditions. Then Pariah, holding a piece of paper in his hands, looked at it and reasoned that they had finally bought a house for the guild, and despite the fact that it would be financially difficult at first. Immediately after this, the protagonist, in the form of a man with a large mustache, with his mouth wide open, said that now. At the same moment, Rockin, raising the hammer to his mouth, loudly shouted that after a short break they would begin the auction of 3-room houses, while Pariah, with great displeasure, holding a piece of paper in his hands, turned to the side, asking him again. Then, with great dissatisfaction, pointing directly at the auction leader, he said that he was a liar, and only recently he said that this was the last house. And the protagonist, spreading his arms to the sides, said that he meant that this was the last 2-story house. Immediately after this, he asked if he had written about this on the forum, and he has several 2-story and 3-room houses, while this information was written in the records of the sale of houses. At the same moment, Rockin, shrugging his shoulders, spreading his arms to the sides with a malicious smile, and asked that he also planned to participate in the auction for 3-room houses, and said that he didn't have so much gold, he wouldn't hold it. Then Pariah suddenly became very angry and trembled sharply, trying to control the rage that had accumulated inside him, and mentally cursed at Rockin. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a malicious smile reasoned that he was a fool, and this should be enough to keep him occupied for a while Pariah, with great displeasure, turned to the side and left straight from the square. At the same moment, Rockin, in the body of the auction host, smiled sarcastically and reasoned that 40 gold a month was the same as paying $8,000 a month. The protagonist then continued to reason that if anyone destroyed his guild for any reason, he would be in big trouble as Pariah walked out of the auction with great displeasure. Immediately after this, his golden armored foot stepped directly onto the ground in a slow motion. At the same moment, Pariah turned sharply back, looking around, and entered a small dark nook. Then, with a serious look, he moved forward, then into a dark corner where nothing was visible. Immediately after this, Pariah, stopping in place and opening his mouth slightly after a short pause, asked that he was here. At the same moment, with great speed, a hand in a black glove, shrouded in green energy, flew forward from the darkness. Then this same hand squeezed the neck of Pariah with great force, who was very frightened and surprised by what was happening, groaning loudly. Immediately after this, someone with glowing green eyes from the darkness, holding Pariah by the neck, said that he had used all their supplies for the dam house, asking that he was crazy, and he, groaning loudly, said that he had to wait and needed everything discussed. At the same moment, an unknown person asked that he should not say that he forgot, while dust flew across the floor of that very nook. Then the unknown person said that they were together only because it was beneficial for both of them, while Pariah fell to the ground right in front of him. Immediately after this, an unknown man with green eyes was saying that if he became useless to him, he would be no exception, while Pariah continued to lie on the ground right in front of him. At the same moment, he looked up with a barely alive look. After a short pause, he activated his inventory. Then Pariah extends his hand forward, took out a roll of paper from his inventory and said that, and the unknown man was surprised by what was happening. Immediately afterwards, he squeezed that same piece of paper in his hand with great force and said with a serious face that he should just take it and they would make the right one to change ownership later. At the same moment, an unknown warrior with green eyes asked whether the MP guild should have received the house first, and Pariah, moving his hand to the side, said that that was the plan, but he changed his mind. He then continued to say that the more he thinks about it, there is only one way to bring everything back, while the unknown man with green eyes crossed his arms over his chest. Immediately after this, Pariah, with great displeasure and rage, recalled the image of the protagonist and said that Rockin, and everything will fall into place when he catches this idiot and distributes the video to all servers. At the same moment, he continued to say that it should be possible if he used all his powers, while the green-eyed warrior standing right in front of him, holding the lease agreement in his hands, simply remained silent in response. Then he rolled a piece of paper into a bundle with his own hands and said that he thought he had no other choice, and they couldn't just watch him pull it off. Immediately after this, a warrior with green eyes, tightly clutching a bundle of paper in his hand, said with a menacing look that he himself must take a step. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to Rockin's room, where sunlight fell on the bed. Then the protagonist, sitting on a chair with a satisfied expression on his face, resting his head on his hand, said that it was true. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that the money earned was 335 gold, 68 silver and 17 bronze, which was shown in his inventory, and the protagonist said that he received 335 gold from 1 month of rent, and now he is the richest in the game. At the same moment, Rockin's fingers began to type directly on the keyboard with great speed, pressing buttons, and he said that you need to look, and it seemed like 1 gold cost about $200. Then a post appeared on the transaction forum selling 20 gold pieces for $400 each, which Rockin posted there. Immediately after this, the protagonist, all in a comfortable position in his gaming chair right in front of the computer, reasoned that since the guild now does not have enough gold, they will buy it even at such an unrealistically huge price. Rockin then continued to reason that he also had to withstand overpriced blood hunter items, and wasn't that the privilege of the rich as images of swords and shields and precious jewelry appeared in his mind. Immediately after this, the protagonist, stretching his arms, approached the full immersion capsule and said that for now this would be enough. At the same moment, Rockin appeared in the game world with a huge battle axe, the blade of which sparkled brightly on his shoulder. Then the protagonist, holding his axe in one hand and a red book in the other, with a malicious smile, said that he should check the bait that he left earlier, and reasoned that these idiots, blood hunters, should now be in search of gold. Immediately after this, Rockin continued to reason that they were probably plowing in the hunting grounds, in which they could make good money, while the stories moved to the eastern field of Trinsic to the Dark Forest. At the same moment, a huge brown bear monster screamed loudly in pain as a blade was stabbed straight into its heart with great force and speed. The warrior with the sword then stood right next to the huge bear monster and stabbed straight into its chest with his blade, while a man with a large hammer ran towards him at great speed. Immediately after that, the same man with a huge warhammer jumped up and swung his weapon, screaming loudly as the bear monster suddenly turned back, looking at him. At the same moment, a warrior with green eyes stood to the side, leaning on a tree, and simply silently watched everything that was happening. Then the man, using his huge warhammer, destroyed the monster, sprinkling blood all around, and sighed heavily. Immediately after this, a man with a smug look, putting a bloody hammer on his shoulder, said that he could kill all monsters with almost one hit, until the system notification window notified that this was a Skull Crusher, which was an official of the level 76 Blood Hunter Guild with a class tank. At the same moment, the guy with the spear in his hands looked forward with an arrogant look and said that he was talking some nonsense, and he did almost nothing while he completed all the work, and the system notification window notified that this was a Penny who was the deputy. Level 79 Blood Hunter leaders with the Javelin Thrower class. Then a foot in a black boot suddenly stepped on the ground, and a certain voice said that the hunt should be stopped. The spearman and the Skull Crusher stood near the corpse of the monster, turning to the side with great surprise. Immediately after this, unknown people in black clothes walked forward. They say that he received a denunciation that the targets were in the northern fields, while his subordinates followed him and, greatly surprised, asked who it was that idiot. At the same moment, he said that he was calling all the officials of the Blood Hunters, and held the red book in his hands, turning over its pages. He then continued to say that now they will destroy Rockin once and for all, and stood next to his subordinates with a serious look, flipping through the pages of the book, while the system notification window notified that this was a Cabal, who was a master of the Blood Hunters Guild with level 90 and a Shadow Assassin class. A forest is depicted, with thick tree trunks and massive roots. The archer furiously yells at the main character and asks him to disappear. Rockin, with a red eye, holds a massive weapon behind his back and says sadly that he thought they were close. He jumped from his spot with incredible speed. The main character flew up, swinging his axe at the archer. Rockin, with a fierce smile and wild eyes, asks to skip the formalities and get to the interesting stuff. He glares at his opponent, everything around him blurs. The man in the hat was surprised that Rockin is not a hacker and asks not to make him laugh. The girl standing next to him called him crazy. The man opened his mouth wide and ordered him not to panic. The Blood Hunter leader gestures to the side and orders the dealers to continue attacking in a hit-and-run style while the melee fighters hold him back. An orange magic circle appears above Rockin. The main character dodges all attacks in the air. He placed his weapon in front of him with a menacing look. 6 fighters are depicted with red glowing eyes. Rockin noted that among them there are a couple of talented ones. With a calm face, he attacks them with the thought that these are not all members of the guild, and they do not even try to escape. The protagonist tried to break with his foot on the ground. The main character holds a weapon in one hand with a satisfied smile. It seems to him that they are trying to gain time. Many beams appeared behind Rockin. 3 people are depicted. One is glad to see them. The second says that they are finished. The spear flies at the main character with lightning speed. Rockin turns around sharply. He fought off an object flying at him with an axe. With a serious face, he suggests that it is a spear. The man was surprised that the main character deflected his spear. The man in armor thoughtfully says that Rockin is definitely not an ordinary guy. The man standing next to him joyfully says that killing him will be more useful. We see someone take a step, asking Lorcan if it is or not. Cabal, crossing his arms over his chest, says that Rockin had a lot of fun, but today it will all end. The main character laughed hysterically. Rockin notes with a smile that, judging by the nonsense they talk, they are a guild of idiots who run away all the time. The leader of the Bloody Hunters does not understand how Rocken dared, so to speak. The protagonist with a crazy smile shouts that they are talking too much and asks them to attack. The guildmaster orders the attack to begin. The team quickly rushed into battle. Rocken turns to the inventory with a terrifying look and puts on the sealed helmet of the Lion King. The main character bursts through the crowd of enemies with lightning speed, mercilessly killing everyone in his path, telling them to get out of the way. He turned around and saw part of the hammer in front of him. Dust rose from the crushing blow. Skullbreaker, with a mocking smile, is surprised that Rocken is quite fast for a berserker. The main character squatted down and noted that he was rude. He was surprised that he had a two-handed hammer in each hand. Rocken looked to the side. He doesn't understand how powerful the Skull Destroyer is. Rocken dodges the spears. The spearman, bending his arm after the throw, indifferently says that he has a good reaction. The main character angrily swore at the attackers. He, looking at his opponents, suggested that Cabal, Skullbreaker, and Spearman were the strongest representatives of the Blood Hunters because they were different from those he had dealt with before. Cabal, sitting on the ground, points his finger at the ground. Rocken thinks that he is their leader and does not understand what the guildmaster has been doing all this time. The main character, pursing his lips, thought that he needed to first get rid of the Cabal so that he would not cause him problems, but first he needed to deal with the other two. The destroyer attacked him with lightning speed, indignantly asking what he was thinking about because he was his opponent. The protagonist notes that one of them is a cross between a tank and a damage dealer, who relies only on his strength and endurance. The dealer swings his spear. Rocken notes that it can deal damage from a long distance. He notes that this is an annoying combination. The main character took a stance and thought that if he uses the Berserk skill, he can deal with them in no time, but he doesn't know if there are any other variables, so he shouldn't make rash decisions. He abruptly leaves the ground. Rocken moved towards the Skullbreaker with incredible speed, using the dash skill. The guild tank swore at the main character with a satisfied smile. Raising his hands furiously and shouting, the destroyer asks Rocken if he seriously thinks he can take him down face to face. The main character smiles joyfully. The Skull Destroyer, with fear in his eyes, does not understand what is happening. The main character flew into the air, swinging at the spearman. He used the jump skill. The guild tank in horror asks the submaster to be careful. Rocken swings with a crazy smile. The destroyer shouts to the spearman that they are aiming at him. Tightly grasping the spear, the guild submaster calls the main character a pathetic child. With a calm face, he raises his hand and asks who Rocken thinks he is. The main character is shocked. The spearman instantly points his spear at Rocken hanging in the air. He used the spear of the rising dragon. With a satisfied smile, the spearman asks if there is anything easier than attacking a target floating in the air. The spear goes right through the main character. He clenched his teeth in fear. The spearman looks ahead dumbfounded. The main character asks why he calls himself the submaster of the guild. Rocken holds a spear in his hand with a fierce smile and says that he almost pierced him. The amazed spearman assumes that this cannot be because he corrected the throw with a skill, but the main character did not even reflect the attack, but simply grabbed the spear. The protagonist twists the spear with incredible force. He instantly threw the spear to the submaster. A spear flies at the guild spearman. He stands with a calm face and notices that Rocken is not far off if he really thinks that he is not ready for such situations. With a smug smile, he raises his hand with a glowing cowardly step ring, which allows him to run away. System notification, Ring of the Cowardly Magician, magic level. The spearman dodges the blow. He says with a satisfied face that he has prepared an escape plan in advance. Rocken uses his throwing skill to direct his spear at the spearman with terrifying force. With a crazy smile, the main character tells the submaster that he wasted his skill. The spearman looks at Rocken in shock and realizes that he knew in advance that he would use the escape skill. The main character attacked the submaster with lightning speed. The Skullbreaker screams his comrade's name with a look of horror on his face. Rocken grabbed the weapon tightly and asked the destroyer what he would do now that he was left all alone. The main character holds an axe on his shoulder and, smiling maliciously, invites the guild tank to fight him for real. Filled with anger, the destroyer grabbed the weapon tightly and screamed. He furiously attacked Rocken with the promise of death. The destroyer hits the ground with force. The main character appeared behind him, ready to strike, saying that the guild's tank was so slow that a fly could land on it. Rocken attacks the destroyer. The second one manages to block the blow. The Skullbreaker hits with such force that the main character is sent flying into the distance. The protagonist grins at the trembling guild tank and says that the enemy is confident in his abilities. Rocken, with lightning speed and a fierce smile, attacks the Skull Destroyer, offering to have fun. The destroyer, shaking and exhaling steam from anger, calls the main character arrogant. He swings at Rocken with terrifying ferocity, declaring that he has a strength score of 250, meaning he is the strongest in the guild. We see a powerful explosion in the middle of the forest. The guild master points his finger at the ground with a grin. He looks menacingly ahead. The man, gritting his teeth, asks to wait. The main character appears behind the Skull Destroyer and begins to strangle him. The main character takes a step forward. With a satisfied grin, Rocken admits that he is very pleased to take part in such an exciting battle. System notification: level increased to 61, Berserker Profession, Strength 308, Endurance 151, Intelligence 50, Agility 155, Durability 104, Wisdom 25. Cabal continues to sit with his finger on the ground. Rocken took a fighting stance with a sly smile. He asked the guildmaster why he just sat and watched his assistants die. With lightning speed, the main character heads towards Cabal using the dash skill. During the attack, he talks about how bad the guildmaster is. Cabal lifts his hand from the ground. Clenching his hand into a fist, he joyfully says that assimilation is complete. Rocken is horrified and does not understand what is happening. The guildmaster solemnly spread his arms and launched black shadows. They attack Rocken from different sides. He manages to defend himself, but cannot understand what attacked him. Cabal, standing surrounded by shadows, asks the main character if he is interested in why he was inactive when his subordinates died. The guildmaster says the reason is simple. He raised his glowing hand and said with confidence that fighting alone is 100% more effective than when someone gets under his feet. Cabal, guildmaster, level 90, shadow assassin. We see Cabal's shadows fill the space. He says that while Rocken was fighting his men, he synchronized with every shadow in the area. The main character stands in a combat stance opposite the guildmaster, who says that this field is under his control. Rocken says with a smug grin that he was lucky to meet such a valuable personnel. The protagonist looks to the side thoughtfully and notes that the Master of Shadows is one of the few hidden classes in the Lord. The conditions for obtaining this class are very difficult, so he has not encountered this in his previous life. He remembered a gloomy silhouette with a glowing eye. Sitting on his haunches, he thinks that he doesn't need to think about all this nonsense. First, he needs to deal with the guildmaster. Rocken asks him if the hidden class is really that good. Holding the weapon behind his back, the main character jumped up, thanks to the jump skill, saying that everything would end when he dealt with the main body. The guildmaster used his hand to point his spears at Rocken. The main character with a weapon in his hand flies straight towards the shadows directed towards him. He uses his axe to quickly get rid of the vile tentacles. Rocken raised his weapon above himself, saying that his opponent was the guildmaster. Cabal is a little scared. Rocken attacks him furiously. The main character cut the guildmaster into two parts. Cabal regenerates with the help of shadows. The protagonist, watching this in a daze, does not understand what is happening. Cabal fully recovered and called the main character a simpleton. The guildmaster attacks with lightning speed and pierced Rocken. The main character's health has dropped below 50%. He fell to one knee and coughed up blood. Rocken's hand is shaking and blood is coming from his mouth. System notification: he was poisoned with poison, paralysis and bleeding were imposed. His health will decrease by 30 every 10 seconds. Cabal clenches his hand into a fist as an explosion occurs behind him. With a malicious grin, he says that he is disappointed because he does not understand why they called Rocken a cheater. The main character said that he gets disappointed early. The trace of a weapon swing is visible. He stands with an axe on his shoulder and says that they have just begun. System notification: his ability to resist poisons negated the effect of the poison. The main character points his finger at the Cabal. With a smug smile, he continues to point his finger and says that Cabal is not the master of the Guild of Blood Hunters, but of the 8th Guild of Ragnarok, Nidhogg. The silhouette of a dragon appeared behind Cabal, the first one looking at Rocken. With anger in his eyes, he asks the main character again. Odin and his guild members, the hero called them crazy cosplayers of the gods of Norse and Greek mythology. He hated to admit it, but they were the strongest players in the Lord. The faces of the guild members and the king were blurry, but he thought there was something suspicious about them. Geolios knelt before Odin. Men could not understand why famous players joined the guild and began to blindly follow this man, leaving their guilds and spending exorbitant amounts of money to change their nicknames. A dragon with a skull head, among them was a troublesome guy who uses shadows and poisons, Nidhogg. A drawing of a dragon on paper. They say that in Scandinavian mythology this was the name of the dragon who gnawed the roots of the myrtle tree. However, Ming always did not care about these role-playing games. Perhaps this nickname was given to him by accident. In a cloud of smoke, a skeleton in a black robe with a hood, holding swords. The hero is sure that the guy standing in front of him now is Nidhogg, only before joining the Ragnarok Guild. Nidhogg extended his hand with a sword and asked the hero what he was talking about. Min thought that now everything was obvious. There was simply no other killer like him who had a hidden class and used shadows and poisons. The hero stretched his neck and replied that he would not understand. Even if he told him, he thought that Nidhogg had not yet met Odin. Nin's eyes glow. He looked to the side, thought, judging by the actions of the enemy, his first profession is a killer, and his second is a master of shadows. The enemy's level is higher, and he may have less strength, but his agility is twice as much. He stepped forward and said that he had no other choice. He leaned forward and crossed his arms. There is a flame around the hero. There is rage on his face. On the screen there is information about the second level of the Berserk skill. There are flashes of light around Min. Cabal stands opposite. He realized what skill the enemy was using and said that this is what irritates him in Berserkers. He raised his hand. He held her forward and said that the difference between them was not only in level, which could be made up with one skill. There is a cloud around the Cabal. Blades are flying towards Min. The hero broke the blade into fragments with an axe blow. He swung his weapon, from which came a stream of light. The blades fall down. Green light in the Cabal's eye socket. Min runs towards him screaming. There was an explosion and the stone shattered into pieces. Cabal covered his face with his hand and thought, he is so strong. Light reflects off the cave wall. The beam hits the rocks. Cabal noticed Min behind him. The hero shouted that he wished him death. The enemy pulled his hands back, a streak of light next to him. The hero turned around, gritting his teeth. Cabal spoke as expected. They stand opposite each other. He asked, did he really think that if he increased his physical parameters and attacked him before he had time to understand anything, it would work? Dark energy around the rocks. He said that this area is under his control. The eye sockets sparkled green. He said that, synchronizing with the shadows, he felt the hero's every movement and could move to any point in this zone. Min grinned and asked if he was an antagonist from some comic book, and added that it was very stupid of him to tell him about his abilities. The hero's furious look. He said that he was finished and used the special Berserk technique. Hero in Flames raised his head. The skill gives enormous strength for a limited amount of time, but imposes a penalty that reduces characteristics after the end of the action. Cabal pointed his finger at him and said that he lost the moment he activated this skill. Ming clenched his teeth. He prepared to strike and shouted at him to stop lying. Cabal extended his sword hand forward and raised his index and middle fingers. A huge paw with claws appeared in front of the hero. He cut the cloud with blows of an axe. Last time they met, he leveled up his profession for the third time. The hero turned around to see where the enemy had gone. Blades appeared from the ground. He thought that back then he was able to easily dispel all the shadows with his strength and wide-range skill. He jumped to the side. The blade passed next to him. The hero thought that there was no end to them. Min looked up in surprise. In front of him is a huge white dragon. He grinned and thought, I think he's going to die here. Blood from the hero's mouth. The Berserk skill will last 20 seconds. He sits on the ground, leaning on an axe. The hero has no hand. Cabal put one sword behind his back and said, it seems, thanks to his skill, the hero remained alive, but soon he will still die due to the fine. The guy looked up at him and said that he would not let this happen. Cabal approached him and said with a smile that he must show the world how he would destroy him with his own hands, just like he did to his people. The dark silhouette of Ming. He lowered his head and said how annoying. The enemy swung his sword. The guy added that he never thought that he would be in a one-on-one battle. Cabal raised his sword above his head and told him to take his last breath because he was about to die with 10 seconds left until the end of the skill. There is a magical object in the hero's mouth. He said that he really didn't want to use it and used lightning strike. Cabal looked up. The guy extended his hand forward. A bolt of lightning emanated from it. The enemy was thrown back by the blow. He shouted where this magic came from. On the hero's belt is a rare magical object. It contains the magic of electricity. Ming raised his hands, a flash of light. He thought that he did not expect to use it in this way outside of quests. This is the only way to dispel the shadows, the source of his powers. The hero runs towards Cabal. He jumped back, crossing his arms with swords. He thought that this would give a temporary effect. The Berserk skill would last for 5 seconds. The hero clenched the axe in his hand, deciding to use strike. He only has one chance. The Cabal's eye socket sparkled. The hero swung his axe. Ming cut the enemy. He put everything into this attack. The effect of the Berserk skill ended. A message about increasing its level. Falling, Cabal said that this could not be. Part of the body above the waist fell to the ground. He said how he lost to someone like Min. Shoo, the guy came up to him and replied that he simply underestimated him. He asked how awkward it turned out. He showed a rude gesture and said with a grin that if there were any questions about this, let him come at any time. There was a blue glow around Cabal. He looked at it and was able to say only once and without fail. A message that Ming defeated a Cabal player and increased his level. The hero has yellow arrows up. He sat down on the ground and said tiredly, and really, he almost died. In his hand is a transparent flask. This is inventory. He drinks from the flask, plus signs. His arm has recovered. To be honest, he was even scared of him. He thought that Cabal was the strongest opponent he had fought since returning. He did not expect that the master of the Blood Hunters Guild was a member of the Guild Ragnarok. On the screen there is a message about the title breaking limits. He thought that he was able to defeat it thanks to the titles he received recently, in particular thanks to this. There is a description of the additional effect on the screen. The hero doesn't even want to think about what would have happened if not for this title. Min has a silver ring in his hand. However, he was able to raise his level and get a useful item. On the screen there is information about the cowardly mage's ring. Its owner can use the flee skill to move 3 meters back. Min looks at the sparkling ring. He thought that even though it can be used once a day, such a skill is important for berserkers with only combat skills. He can put it to good use. He put his fingers to his chin and thought. Behind the cabal is a guy in armor with a fireball. The hero thought that he had already defeated 2 Ragnarok participants from a past life. Perhaps the future will change and they will not join the guild. He crossed his arms and thought that he didn't know anything for sure, not even how Odin assembled his guild. One with glowing eyes, Min's frowning look. He thought where he is now and what he is doing. He is sure that he is already playing the Lord, and maybe, like in his previous life, he changed his nickname. He closed his eyes and scratched the back of his head. The guy was worried that he still couldn't understand who this person was. However, this was not a problem that could be solved right now. Pariah is annoyed, clenching his teeth since he is hunting the hero. This is his main problem. The guy smiled widely. His credo was not to avoid the fight that awaits along the way. He looked thoughtfully at his palms. Blue skies. He thought he should get ready. Medieval city. There is iron armor on the hero's chest. On the screen there are characteristics of parts of the falcon's armor. He puts on archer's gloves. Information about them is on the screen. Min stands with his hand raised around the window with the characteristics. He also acquired lizardman skin pants, a deadly belt, and iron seeker boots. Looking down at the hero, he thought that it was difficult to expect anything from the goods put up for auction. It was better to focus on the chance of landing a critical hit. Min chops a shark toy with an axe. Thanks to the titles, he has increased this chance to 40%, meaning he will score a critical hit almost every second attack. He licked his lips, looking at the blade. A steel axe with a snowflake on the blade. On the screen are the characteristics of a battle axe improved by magic. The guy touched the handle and said, "Quite good for a magic item. It can be used up to about level 100. The hero's balance is on the black screen. He thought that he spent about 30 gold on all the equipment, and despite the sale of gold coins, there is still money. The silhouette of the pharaoh, the scrolls, he remembered the main quest. To complete it, all that was left was to find the last page of Cockhine's diary. The guy in the hood is watching the hero. He decided to hunt until he finds her, and at the same time test new items. The guy silently looks from around the corner. Mountain, huge swords, sheep grazing by the waterfall. The boar runs forward with a roar. The hero swung his axe. There were mobs behind him. One was thrown aside. He used a critical hit. Ming inspects the weapon. The boar slowed down. He spoke perfectly, killed a level 70 monster with 1 critical hit. The mob turned around. The guy thought that it was worth staying here until he reached level 75. The boar runs at him. Flying arrows. They hit the mob. The hero turned his head. A stranger walks on the grass and asks for forgiveness. The guy with the bow, rubbing the back of his head, said that he accidentally killed him earlier and asked how he could make amends. Ming frowned and replied to be more careful next time. Axe blade, wild boars on the field. Ming swung his hand. The axe flies at the mobs. The hero makes a throw. There was an explosion. The mobs were thrown to the sides. Someone used the magic rocket skill. In front of the hero is a girl in a witch's hat. She asked for forgiveness, did not realize that he attacked them first. Ming prepared to throw the axe. He turned his head. A nearby archer pulled an arrow. He holds the bow in front of him and said with a grin that they seem to have the same goal. Min, gritting his teeth, asked if they were from the Kai Guild. The guy nervously asked what he was talking about and where he got it from. Ming pointed his finger at him and told him to first hide the emblem on his cloak, then lie. The hero scratched the back of his head. The guy shouted that sometimes mistakes happen during a hunt. It's natural. He was very scared when Min leaned towards him and said that he had warned him for the last time. The hero said grimly that if they chase him or kill his mobs, he will, regardless of the reason, take it as hostility towards him. The guy swung his bow. Min said that this applies to the entire guild. The guy stammered and asked if he was looking for a fight. The hero turned around, showed a rude gesture and replied that he should do what he wants, but then does not say that he did not warn him. The archer rolled his eyes. A gloomy aura. He grinned evilly, thinking that everything the hero did was useless. The sky is dark. The players watch the hero leave. They are here to stop his hunt. The archer looks at him from behind the rock with a sly smile. They are simple users, and the Kai Guild is all in good standing for a reason. If he didn't know who they are, everything would be different, but even if he knows, still can't do anything with them. Min with an axe. He grinned evilly. People on the street, trade tent. The guy asked in fear. He wants him to interfere with Min. Pariah, crossing his arms over his chest, answered yes, so that other users would not understand. The guy said that this was not the problem. Ming with a furious look. The guy was afraid that the hero would not tolerate this calmly. He heard what they were saying about him, and he was not suicidal. The guy in the black robe is confused. Pariah said, of course, he will not tolerate this, but this is exactly what they need. Behind the master there are browser windows, a monitor and a hand on the mouse, hands on the keyboard. He said that you need to quarrel with him, provoke him into aggression, film everything and edit it correctly. If they cannot take it by force, then the only way out is to change public opinion. The guy narrowed his eyes. He thought that their guild was known for its decency. The hero would not be able to harm Pariah so easily. Ming walks away, looks away, and is supported due to the fact that he is aimed at exterminating the bloody hunters. The guy pulled the arrow. Since the guild is known for its manners, the hero would not dare to touch them. He thought that he needed to film how he was angry and swearing. The arrow flew near the hero's head. In front of Min is a mob that was hit by an arrow. The archer shrugged his shoulders and said loudly, "What a surprise," he missed. The hero with burning eyes swung an axe at him. The guy said that he really was sorry. He looks at the hero in fear and asks him to wait. With an axe blow, Min cut off his head. Blood splashes. The hero with an evil smile said that the conversation was over. The archer's body falls. The witch screams in fear. The player, a guy with short red hair, shouted that Min killed a simple player. The witch was trembling with fear. She shouted for Min to get out. He asked why they were so surprised. He warned. She held out the glowing rod, shouting Mana shield in fear. The guy swung his axe and said strike. He broke the shield, landing a critical hit. There are sparks around the weapon, the hero said with a grin, so this is the effect of a critical hit. The guy called out to him loudly. Ming turned around. The guy, trembling, pointed his finger at him and shouted that he was making a mistake. His killing of ordinary players would not go without consequences. The hero squeezed the handle and said how noisy he was. The player was scared. He swung an axe at him and shouted at him not to speak, but to attack. Smoke in the forest, scream. There is a hand with a gun on the ground. Min is standing behind him. Angry look. The hero raised his head, red pupils, his kill count increased. The notifications say that he has become a killer. If he dies in this status, he will lose a large number of points and the chance of losing his things will increase significantly. In order to lower this score, you need to wait time or defeat creatures that have committed bad deeds. The higher the killer's score, the larger fine. The hero closed his eyes, tiredly said how annoying this was to him. He thought that this was expected. Eyes burning red, an evil grin. The hero thought that now there was no other choice. The bandits are in the big tree. Ming thought that if he seriously wanted to get rid of these guys, he would go to the level 90 hunting grounds, the den of the bandits. They are strong, but now he can deal with them. He leaves, an axe behind his back. He thought about his credo and said that he would wait until he could hunt. He had not left the game for a long time. The lights are on in the windows of the house. The hero's room, a computer desk and a chair in the corner. The hero confirmed the address and asked to install the best characteristics in the capsule. Ming is talking on the phone while lying on the bed. He said that he will make a deposit today and agreed in 3 days. He pressed the button, ended the call, and said that the issue had been resolved. He turned on his side and wondered why these days were so calm. He expected something interesting to happen. He remembered cutting off the archer's head and wondered if the members were scared because he had killed a couple of them. He saw something interesting on the phone screen. He grinned evilly. On the screen there was a video from Master Pariah condemning the two-faced user Ming. The hero said that it was cute. He turned on the video. Pariah greeted the users of the Lord and introduced himself as the master of the CI Guild. The player buttons, the serious face of the master. He said that if the viewer is currently active in Trincheek, then he has probably heard about Min. Photo of the hero on the screen. The master continued, recently Ming became famous for challenging the PC Players Guild Blood Hunters and many know him as a defender of the weak. They also thought so until recently. Footage of the hero's battle with another player. Pariah said that the purpose of Ming's hunt was to gain experience and items. He never helped ordinary users and beginners. Pariah raised his palm and said that, of course, he was not obliged to help everyone, like the Kai Guild. The scene where Min raised an axe over the archer, the master continued, some time ago they received a message from an anonymous person. This berserker uses illegal hacking programs. He abused his position and treated an ill-mannered player unfairly. The video shows how the guy dodged arrows and attacks on him. Pariah said this happened last month and it cannot be explained. In the footage, Min raised an axe over the player. He added that he even killed members of their guild who just wanted to talk. Pariah pointed his finger forward and said, he is here to condemn Ming, who is suspected of using hacking programs. The hero laughs, looking at the phone. The master said that he wants users to draw their own conclusions and says goodbye. The guy is crying with laughter, his hand on his stomach. He said that's all he could get. He wiped away his tears and added, he has the talent to make people laugh. He is definitely worth Sue. Cabal with glowing eyes. He thought, in any case, the Blood Hunters Guild Master had failed and he had no chance of winning the battle fairly. Frowning, the hero thought that this was certainly very stupid and funny, but effective. A hero with a sword in front of the Kai castle with red flags, there are shadows of players with glowing eyes. He thought that he was a pretty strong solo player. And this guild, which is among the top 5 in the country, is pathetic cosplayers pretending to be assistants in front of others by users. Min laughed angrily, looking at the phone screen, and told him to excuse him. This is not the first time this has happened to him, and he knows better than anyone else how to deal with it. Tapping his fingers on the screen, he will use this opportunity wisely. Pariah looked to the side gloomily. In the background, Ming, people are more indifferent to weak hypocrites than to powerful tyrants. There is a view of the mountain lair. Rocks rise around. Their base is decorated with a crown of trees. A gray-haired man in a red bandana, furiously attacking the enemy, shouts to him in confusion as to how he dared to come to him alone. A dark-skinned guy in a white bandana runs in front of the man, baring his fangs in anger. He continues the phrase that the enemy has no idea who they are. Ming's head is hidden by smoke, in which you can see how he raises his weapon. He asks the guy with a grin, what will happen if he really doesn't know? The man begins to run towards the guy. Behind his back you can see a large homemade sword. The handle and part of its blade are wrapped in rags. He carries it while running for a powerful blow. The man shouts towards the enemy that he wants to teach him a lesson before dying. The man with rage on his face continues to attack. He begins to shout about who they are, but is interrupted mid-sentence. A powerful fiery ray hits the ground with a roar. It demolishes everything in its path. Pieces of rocks and earth fly in different directions. After a powerful blow, Min, with a grin on his face, declares that he was just joking, because he knows perfectly well who they are. He threateningly extends his weapon hand forward. Smiling furiously, Min declares that opponents are only precious experience for him. He is completely surrounded by fiery sparks from the blow. Many bandits in white bandanas are ready to attack in a rage. The hero thinks that usually in games bandits are just weak mobs for beginners. Ming continues that these bandits cannot be compared with ordinary weak mobs. At this moment the man's giant sword pierces the ground with rage. He angrily screams at the hero, not understanding how he dared to attack them. A man in a red bandana angrily rises and shouts that he is ready to cut the hero into small pieces and feed it to his dog. He clenches his fists furiously. His body is covered with wounds from the blow. The hero realizes that they are clearly above level 90. A picture opens where many guys in white bandanas with a furious grin grab a little boy by the scruff of the neck. The mother tries to protect him with a scream. The hero thinks that these guys are determined to attack and steal items from travelers. This has raised their weapon skill and tactics one level higher than regular mobs. The bandits furiously point their fingers at the hero, ready to attack and tear him apart. They shout to each other that Min will fight alone, so he should be attacked altogether. Min at this moment stands motionless and looks confidently in their direction. The hero turns on the berserker mode. His body instantly increases in size and rises above his opponents. All the bandits surround him and look with alarm at Ming's appeal. The hero is completely illuminated by fiery light. His body has been transformed. He smiles angrily and says that his opponents are no match for him. He directs his body to strike towards the bandits. Min begins to laugh angrily, showing his teeth, his gaze filled with anger. He asks Pariah to just wait, because he is also planning to give him a pleasant surprise. Comment boards appear that talk about Rocken's exposure. They are filled with grins and statements that he is just a cheater. Min furiously strikes with his weapon, his eyes glowing with a fiery light. The video with Pariah is paused. Many comments under it are chanting that Rocken did nothing for them. They receive a statement in response that they quickly change their shoes, and a verbal altercation begins. The comments continue. Someone states that they didn't even know that there were cheats in the game. A view opens up of a guy who, with a serious look, writes one of the comments on his laptop. The girl irritably types a comment on her phone. She writes that you can't talk about the situation based only on the video. Gently look at what the other side says. Evaluate the video without editing. An overweight guy, covered in food crumbs, answers on his computer that he can clearly understand from the girl's manner of speech that she is on Rocken's side. The video shows footage from a fierce battle. Another comment says that in addition to the incident with the blood hunters, it is possible to understand that he is a cheater, because how can you catch an arrow with your bare hands? A shot of Pariah appears, where he thanks everyone for their support, because he, as a representative of the MP Guild, only stands for a kind and fair game in order to improve it. He continues to narrate with a serious look, folding his hands in front of him. Pariah says that not everything has been revealed yet, but if the audience supports them, then the MP Guild will lead the investigation of Rocken, who may be a cheater. There are comments open on the phone screen that say that the cheater must be punished. While reading this, the guy behind the phone thinks the commentators are stupid. A guy with an evil grin on his face reads the comments from his phone. He says that this is exactly what was needed from the very beginning. Pariah, with an ominous smile, continues to look at the comments on his phone and thinks that Rocken is just a player. No matter how hard he tries, how can he play the Lord when all public opinion is against him? A view of a giant pariah opens up with an army of commentators in the background. They smile evilly. Like himself, Pariah reaches out his hands to grab a smaller Rockin, who looks up at him. Pariah thinks that this is the end of Rockin, because he will disappear under the Force organizations. The phone in the guy's hand begins to vibrate from the ringing. He continues the thought that when Rockin is gone, he will again be able to work with the Blood Hunters. The guy with a displeased look puts the phone to his ear to answer the call, who alarmedly addresses him as the Guildmaster. Information comes from the phone that Rockin has entered the game, and now he is in Town Square. The guy with an evil grin on his face replies that, apparently, now Rockin will explain himself to everyone. The guy went to the window, staring at the skyscrapers of the metropolis. He tells the interlocutor to tell the wind catchers to direct the crowd against Rockin. The interlocutor reports that some kind of problem has arisen. The guy furiously squeezes the phone in his hand and asks what could have happened. It offers a view of white buildings against a pink sunset background. Rockin walks down the street with a serious look. Many people pass by him. One guy turns around with an exclamation and follows the hero with his eyes. That guy asks the girl who was walking next to him if Rockin had just passed them by. The girl in response remembers that Rockin is a cheater, which everyone is talking about now. The hero, meanwhile, is moving further and further away from the guys. The girl angrily turns towards the hero and screams that such a scoundrel does not dare to walk quietly through the streets, to which the guy, in a cold sweat from fear, asks the girl to be quieter, because Rockin can kill them. The girl looks at the guy with a serious look and says that if someone starts killing in the city, then he should just call the NPC guards who will kill the intruder. The guy is still standing in a cold sweat and in fear tries to object to the girl. The girl points her finger in the direction of the hero and shouts that she wants to talk to him. If he is Rockin, the guy in the background watches all this in embarrassment. He has no face from fear. Rockin turns around and asks the couple what they need from him. The girl asks in bewilderment. The guy in the background watches them from the side with fear. The hero just grins with a mocking look. He asks why such a huge number of users need it today. The couple hastily turn around to get away from the hero. The girl asks how the hero can be a killer if he has normal eyes. He probably already lowered the kill counter somehow. Rockin just watches them go with a smile. He thinks about what the guys look surprised. Among the passing people, the gaze falls on a blonde guy with red eyes. He tries to cover his face by raising his collar. The hero says that the kill counter is not so easy to lower. When it has already risen, it lowers itself after a few weeks, but the fastest way to lower it is if you kill the killer, opening up to a variety of monsters, including a giant snake, an orc, and a skeletal animal. Rockin says that most users do not know about other ways to reduce the kill count because every monster has one too. Rockin is shown in a battle with mountain bandits. He holds an axe with his teeth and with his hand strikes at opponents with other weapons. His eyes glow red. He says that he fought with the bandits for a reason. One of the reasons was to lower the kill counter. He succeeded done in a few hours thanks to the bandits' high kill count and at the same time increase your level. The hero thinks that it is important to be famous when the average level of users rises, but the most important thing is that he no longer has to deal with those lowlifes. The girl asks the guy in bewilderment how the murder rate can go down in just a couple of days. The guy still stands silently with a frightened look. Rockin turns away from them and with an important look waves his hand, indicating that if they have nothing to say, then he leaves. The guy, scared, only throws a lot of apologies after him. The girl stands silently with an angry look. Someone turns to the hero with a question whether he is Rockin the Berserker. The hero stops in bewilderment and lets out a questioning exclamation. A blonde man stands in front of the hero with a pen and notepad in his hands. He introduces himself as Gammon reporter Donos. With a smile on his face, he forgives the hero about the interview. The hero bites his lip, grinning, and thinks that this is what he needs at such an opportune time. The guy squeezes something with his fingers and thinks that the hero is here because of the bait. Donos smiles evilly. He says that he did not think that the user who would answer him would be Rockin. Now he cannot miss such an opportunity for a special interview. Rockin smiles and says he agrees to the interview. The hero suggests locations for an interview. He points his finger at the cafe and says that he can conduct it at one of the tables that are located outside. Donos asks in response with dissatisfaction from surprise. Donos' player is sitting at the computer at this moment with a tense look. He is thinking about the fact that he needs to conduct an interview in a private place for a special title. Rockin turns away from the guy with a displeased look and says that if he doesn't have the desire, then the interview can be cancelled, to which the alarmed Donos, with cold sweat on his face, quickly grabs the hero and says that he must conduct it. There is a view of a cafe with a coffee mug on the sign. Donos and the hero are sitting at a table on the street opposite each other. All passers-by look in their direction in surprise and whisper about the interview, not understanding what is going on here. Passers-by stared at the guys at the table. Donos tells the hero, who is sitting opposite him with a confident look, that he will be straightforward with him in a conversation about the recent situation. A notebook and pen are levitating in the blue lighting near his face. The guy tells the hero that he is suspected of using cheats, and there is also evidence that he killed innocent users. He asks what Rakan thinks about this. At that moment in the air, the pen itself begins to write down all the words in a notebook. The hero, with a confident look, says that he is ready to immediately move on to the answer. Rakan declares that he never cheated, and the MP Guild got what it deserved for teasing him. At this moment, the hero's interlocutor listens to him with a serious look. The pen continues to actively make notes in a notebook. Rakan smiles with a confident look and hits his finger on the table. He declares that now, slowly but surely, he will be able to prove everything to everyone. Danos, with a serious look, tells the hero that he has already noticed his confidence, but he is interested in how he plans to prove all this. They are sitting at a table with drinks. Many people are watching them from the side. Rakan asks his interlocutor whether he managed to find out about the appearance of cheats in the game, to which he receives an affirmative answer. The hero extends his hand towards Danos with a smile and asks how they could film him. The observers chatter in shock. The hero continues to say that if the users who recorded the video suspected that he was a cheater, then why didn't they complain to the administration? Danos understands what the hero is leading to and says that after the users' complaints, as he understood, nothing happened. The hero confidently crosses his legs and replies that this only means that the administration realized that he is not a cheater. Rakan crosses his arms and says that he's just a gamer and doesn't know how cheat programs work. He doesn't even know where they can be downloaded because he's never cheated. The hero confidently raises his hand and tells his interlocutor that he can report him to the administration right now if he doesn't believe him. Danos only exclaims motionless in response. Danos declares that he will now complain about him. At this moment he takes out his tablet. The hero confidently asks him to do this right now. The guy runs his finger on the tablet and says that he sent a complaint to the administration to be sure of the hero's statement. Danos alarmedly states that then it turns out that Rakan really caught the arrow with his bare hands, thanks to his skills in the game, and not cheats, to which the hero with a confident look answers him in the affirmative. The hero, with a serious look, points his finger towards the interlocutor and says that this is a game in which you become stronger thanks to your level, items, and talent. A view opens up of a magician who uses his capabilities for destruction. At this moment, the hero talks about how if he had become a magician as a second class, he could easily destroy houses. But at the same time, everyone is surprised only by the arrow he caught. That his interlocutor says that Rakan's thought is quite logical. A memory opens of how the spell passed through the hero. Rakan explains this by saying that anyone can buy a safe zone item in a magic store and use it for this purpose. Danos anxiously adjusts his glasses and thinks that there is no bluff or lie in the hero's words. The guy asks the hero for what purpose the guild posted their video, and the hero was silent for the first days. If there was no point in this, the hero only rolls his eyes irritably and does not understand why he needs to answer such stupid questions. The hero breaks into a smile and declares that the guild is most likely hiding something if they wanted to put him down in this way. The pen quickly continues to write in the notebook. Against its background, the alarmed guy is surprised by the words that the guild is hiding something from everyone. Danos nervously adjusts his glasses and asks what the hero knows about this. He replies that everything will become known tonight. A video about Rakan is shown on the phone. He says that the guild posted the video and left everything else to the users. He also plans to go this way. The hero apologizes for keeping him waiting, but asks to be sure to watch his video at night. Danos is in complete confusion about what could be in the video. He says that he only has one question left for the hero. Leaning on his hand, the guy says that he heard how the hero killed users from the MP Guild. He asks if this information is true. Rakan annoyedly answers in the affirmative. Danos alarmedly states that he is surprised at how quickly the hero admits everything, to which the hero looks away from the interlocutor and states that he does not like to make up excuses. He killed them because they annoyed him. Rakan stands up sharply, leaning his hands on the table. He loudly asks to take the opportunity to say something. The guy looks at him in fear and surprise. The hero furiously points his finger towards the interlocutor and confidently declares that if anyone tries to go against him, then he must be ready to put everything on the line. The eye falls on the video of the guild MP, where they smile and declare that the hero bluffs too much. In the video, they turn towards the hero and ask him to return the invisibility cloak that he stole. Then they will forget about everything. The hero looks back at them in surprise. In the video, Pariah with red eyes asks to send elite members of the guild to the Blood Hunters to tell them that they can help with understanding the level and lowering the kill counter. Comments appear that support Rakan. Because the MP Guild controlled the Blood Hunters, it turns out that he did justice. Since the Blood Hunters are almost disbanded, then the MP Guild can expect this soon. The head of the Blood Hunters appears in the video. He says that the difference between them cannot be overcome by skill. In the comments, everyone laughs at him. They say that they would die of shame if they were in his place. In the video, a guy appears who grinningly states that his arrow only accidentally slipped. The commentator says that he would have hit him in the face. that they all deserve to die. Min is holding a phone with negative comments towards the guild MP that were left under his video. Min lies contentedly on the bed and looks at the phone. He is surprised how quickly the commentators change their minds. The hero continues to look at the phone with an evil smile. He does not understand how the MP Guild could be sure that only they were filming everything. They simply do not know how many problems the hero had when he was a ranker. The dark image of the hero stands surrounded by people with red eyes and furious smiles. He says that in his past life when he played the Lord, many used dirty schemes to harm him, so now he always records his game on video. To the hero, it's interesting to look now at the enemy's reaction. The pariah tears out her hair in rage and screams at the hero in aggression. He, in response to the guy's rage, alarmedly asks him to calm down, but he continues to rage. A view opens up of a guy's character who is having a dialogue about how he doesn't understand how Rockin can know about their relationship with the Blood Hunters. This is only possible if the high-ranking officials of the guild know about them. The guy makes accusations towards He because she could easily spread this rumor, to which the girl waves her hands in alarm and says that she definitely could not do that. The guy sits on the edge of the bleeding, clutching his head. He screams that he doesn't understand what to do next. The girl silently looks at him from the side. The girl states that she seems to know Rockin in real life, to which the guy raises his head in surprise and, still hysterical, asks. A view of the table opens up. In the background, the guy's screams are heard because the girl admitted that Rockin seems to be her ex-boyfriend, whom they recently met. The guy stands in front of the girl in a rage and shouts at her. She hides her face in fear and says that everything fits together no matter how she thinks. He looks away in alarm and talks about how her ex used the name Rockin in all the games he played, and after watching the video, she noticed that Rockin looks and talks the same way. The guy exclaims in surprise and fury. The guy thinks anxiously that now it seems to him that they are identical. He also remembers that Min said that he played the Lord. The image of Rockin flaunts in his thoughts. The guy angrily clenches his teeth in a furious grin. He turns to He. She stands behind him and anxiously asks what he needs. The guy's face is full of rage. He looks like he's distraught. Now he asks the girl for Ming's address. There is a view of a white high-rise building against a blue sky. Two guys in caps and masks climb the stairs with bats in their hands. He turns to the guy with fear. He grabs her face in rage. He also put on a mask to hide his identity. The girl alarmedly says that they are going too far. The guy replies that he doesn't care. She just needs to call Min. They approach the door. The guy thinks that he feels even worse here because he sees that he was humiliated by a man who lives in a rented apartment. The guy says that he is not a poor man because he has assistants who will do whatever he says. The view falls on two strong guys in masks. The guy reaches out to press the doorbell and thinks that Ming may have had fun in the game, but today he will have to die. A voice is heard from the call, which clarifies who came to him, and an alarmed Kai answers him. The girl is standing at the door, surrounded by strong guys on both sides. The man behind the door assures the girl that she seems to have the wrong address. The girl answers the man behind the door that he shouldn't behave like that. The guy stands in front of her, preparing to attack as soon as the door opens. A view of the girl opens through the peephole. She takes off the strap of her t-shirt from her shoulder and invites her interlocutor to discuss all the issues inside. The man behind the door swallows his saliva in surprise. The door creaks open. The guy's eyes burn with rage, and he orders his assistants to attack. Assistants with batons in their hands quickly burst into the apartment. The guy inside does not understand what is happening and tries to ask who all these people are. In response, he receives many blows. He falls to the ground, but the guys continue to shout at him and beat him with their feet and weapons. The girl runs in shock towards the guys and anxiously asks them to stop. She screams that it's not Min. At that moment, an unfamiliar guy lies on the floor with terrible wounds and screams in pain. Teeth fly out of his mouth from the blows, but this doesn't stop the guys. The stranger calls the attackers crazy and says that he doesn't know them. The leader's face is covered with cold sweat. He stands with a shocked look because he understands that they attacked an innocent person. The stranger is completely disfigured from the blows. He tells them that if they are thieves, then he is not the one from whom they can take anything. The stranger says that his father is the head of the police department in this region. They cannot go unpunished. The leader clutches his head in horror and realizes that their mistake will have consequences. Min scratches his ear with his little finger. He realizes that someone is talking about him behind his back. He lies on a chaise longue with his arm behind his head and resting. Min lifts his sunglasses with a smile on his face. The view falls on a glass building. The hero asks who has a better character than him. A video with the main character was displayed on the device, and the guy at that moment was thinking that a few days after the video was uploaded, the MP Guild was essentially dissolved. Numerous hands pointed at the three guys standing in the center, and Rockin continued to reflect on the fact that the guildmaster stopped entering the game, and people began to condemn those who were in the guild MP, forcing them to leave the guild. The guy was lying on a lounge chair. He summed up that the MP Guild, which was one of the best, had helplessly disintegrated and said that it all ended a little boring. A sign for the police building appeared, and the main character said that he thought that he would try to do something, but apparently he stopped after that incident. The man sat in the detention cell while Rockin marveled at how boring he was. He stood up from his lounge chair and decided that this was basically a good ending for him, except for a few minor things. The main character remembered a fragment from the video where the guy put out his index finger. It was an interview in which he participated. A window appeared with correspondence between the guy and his fan, in which Emmett greeted the guy and explained that he was his fan before the incident. He wrote that he understood that Rockin might be busy, but asked if he could ever be with him meet. Emmett received a negative response. When the fan wrote another message, the main character blocked him. Rockin thought that he was simply warning everyone who dared to touch him, but this made him even more popular and he gained annoying fans. The guy raised his hand and said that this world is very funny. He remembered that he had heard that his fan site existed, but in principle he didn't care. The main character stood in front of several stuffed bags. He realized that the best thing was that after selling all the things of the Blood Hunters, he was able to get several thousand gold. There were headlines about the Lord in all the media, and the main character thought that while the popularity of the game was growing, the price of gold increased several times. Rockin walked from the balcony into the cozy apartment. He summed up that thanks to this he was able to sell half of the gold and move into a new house. He noted that it seemed like a waste, but he had already decided what he would do with the level up and items. The lid of the capsule opened in front of him, and he remembered that, in addition, for a full game, he needed a capsule of the latest model because this was a necessary expense, and in the old apartment there was no space to install this capsule. Rockin smiled and was about to put on his glasses. The guy was ready to begin achieving the long-awaited 100th level. A rock was visible among the treetops. The man stood and held a weapon in his wrapped hand. He told someone that he was not bad. He was hit so hard that the blade fell out of his hand while he shouted for the guy to wait a little, because their leader would come soon. The main character deftly landed on the ground in front of this man. He walked past the disappearing killed players and said that the problem with human-type mobs is that they talk a lot. Rockin, with his weapon at the ready, said that it was time for him to show up. A scream was heard from the depths of the cave. The guy was called a scoundrel. A gray-haired man with a shield and a blade appeared. It was the head of the mountain bandits, Gyratin. He shouted about how the guy dared to touch their brothers and added that Rockin should be glad because Gyratin himself would behead him. The main character looked forward with a bored look. The leader of the mountain bandits opened his mouth wide and began to shout furiously, and the guy raised his hand and asked him not to worry. The main character smiled, showed him an obscene gesture and turned to the man with the words that he is a busy man, so the man should shut up and attack him. The man with the gray beard clenched his teeth and swore. He prepared his weapon and shield and rushed towards the guy, shouting that he would fulfill his wish to die. Rockin opened his mouth and exhaled. The next moment, his mouth opened wide, a glow appeared from there and from his eyes, and a battle cry was heard. His opponent began to fall in front of him. The man's stat level decreased. Rockin smiled ominously and gloatingly asked who they had here. A half-transparent guy stood with his hand to his head. It was the deputy head of the mountain bandits, Palkas. He looked ahead in fear. Gyratin froze in place and asked how Rockin knew about his deputy, and the main character thought that of course he knew about him, because the lair of the mountain bandits was the famous beginning of the quest line. A dark silhouette appeared, shrouded in fire. The guy explained that this quest was also known as the Furious King's Quest. He went on to explain that there are several unique quest items at the many bandit camps around Z-City, and if you defeat the bandit leader and get the quest item, you will begin a quest where you have to fight the Furious King, who is the head of all the bandits. An image of an axe shrouded in fire appeared, and the guy continued to think that the reward for this quest is the Axe of Fury with incredible characteristics, and it is considered one of the main items that a berserker should have. The main character concluded that he had no choice but to know how to navigate the mountain bandit lair from his past life. Palkas looked ahead in horror, and Rockin thought that this guy was causing problems by attacking the player in stealth. The main character swung his weapon, smiled widely and concluded that it would not work on him. Gyratin opened his mouth and screamed in fear. Rockin cut the guy in half. A system notification popped up saying that he had killed the deputy leader of the mountain bandits. A notification appeared indicating that its level had increased. The head of the mountain bandits went to the main character, who said that the guy was the deputy head of the bandits, and he was still able to kill him with one blow, and then added that this was probably normal, because he was a simple bandit. The guy's eyes sparkled. Rockin and Gyratin crossed their blades. The gray-haired man looked forward angrily. He called the main character. The guy smiled and gloated that he was very scared. He closed his eyes. The leader of the mountain bandits was surrounded by flames on all sides. The main character smiled with all his teeth. His eyes lit up. It was the berserk technique. The guy asked if the man was strong enough for this. Opposite the bandit leader was a smiling silhouette with whom he crossed weapons. His eyes went wide. The man flew away from the incredible force of the guy's blinding blow. He tried to slow down, stabbing his blade into the ground, and cursed at the guy. Gyratin looked coldly from under his brows. Two techniques became active: strength and iron body. A blue wall appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It was broken through by a gray-haired man who was running forward. It was a combination skill of strengthening. The man smiled horribly and asked if the guy could see this, and asked if he thought that he alone could use the enchantment skill. Rocken quickly attacked him and ended up behind the leader of the mountain bandits. The shield was split in half, and the guy asked if he was right that strengthening is a combination skill of a warrior that strengthens not only the body, but also equipment. Gyratin turned around and looked at the main character, who suggested checking how strong he had become. The bandit leader opened his mouth and trembled. While the walls of the cave were illuminated with light from the fire, loud screams were heard in it. The man's hand, along with his weapon, began to disappear when a system alert came in that Rocken had defeated the head of the mountain bandits. And then a notification came that his level had increased. The main character smiled and held a piece of parchment in his hands. He said that he needed to keep this. A notification was displayed that he had received a letter from the Furious King. Rocken walked through the cave and turned his head around. He said that he thought that that object should also fall out. He wondered where it could be. The guy suddenly discovered something and was pleasantly surprised. A notification appeared that he had received the last page of Hacken's journal. The guy sat down on the ground, took the book in his hand, and exclaimed that he had finally found it. System alert that he has combined pages. The next notification was displayed that he had received Hacken's journal. A book opened in front of him, and Rocken said that he was finally done with this quest to collect the journal. An alert appeared indicating that he had access to the latest evidence left by researcher Hacken. The main character began to leaf through the magazine. He thought that this magazine could be considered a treasure map if you add up all the countless clues and information from the magazine. Deep underwater, near a stone with a seal, there was a skeleton sitting. This is the location the journal pointed to. Something sparkled in the skull's eye socket. Its teeth were exposed. Something was sitting in the sealed cave of death. Only tree trunks were visible around. A dissatisfied Rocken walked through the forest and says that they hid her so well, as if someone would try to find her. He stopped in front of a gap in the rock and said that it wasn't like he couldn't go into the cave without a quest, and that he felt like he'd been exploring too many strange caves lately. Something shimmered in the light. The main character stopped, putting his hands in his pockets. He smiled and said that he had not seen the skull-headed man for a long time. In front of him was a skeleton with a book on his hip. A system notification flashed that he had found the corpse of researcher Hacken. He remembered the man with sideburns and the book, and thought that this was really the researcher Hacken, the owner of the magazine. His gaze dropped down. A ring glittered on the bone hand. The guy took off the jewelry and said that he would borrow it. Rocken turned around and waved his hand, saying that it must be here somewhere. The ring stuck and broke some surface when Rocken said that he had found it. The surface with the ring began to glow. A system notification came with the words that the barrier of the Cave of Death was broken. The satisfied protagonist looked forward and thanked his experience from a past life, since he already knew the location and how to get here, but this was only possible if he had a quest. He introduced the player, who was afraid of the ghost of an elderly man, and explained that if one came here without reaching the required level, or without all the pages of Hacken's journal, the soul of this skeleton would stop the player. The main character slyly licked his lips. The guy thought that a low-level player would not be able to clear this place, but his level would be more than sufficient for this. A window appeared where it was written that Rocken LV90. His foot walked along the stone cave. He walked slowly. His road promised to be very long. A system notification came that he had entered the Cave of Death. The main character looked forward confidently. Something caught his attention. The bone chin made an incomprehensible sound. A notification came where it was said that the guy needed to stop the skeletons from entering the human world. In front of the main character there was a huge crowd of skeletons, and at the end stood an elite warrior skeleton LV95. One dead man stood with his mouth wide open and his hand with a weapon extended forward. There was a flash after the main character's furious blow. These were the dash and strike skills. There was an explosion near the guy and there was fire all around. Suddenly Rocken turned around and looked behind him. The blow hit the spot from which he managed to jump away. A skeleton with one arm appeared and made an indistinct sound. The main character stood sideways. He said that they are much stronger than the mountain bandits, and that this is not so bad, but he thought about one thing that worries him. The crowd of dead people ran forward, and the guy thought that they were not afraid of death. The hand clenched the hilt of the weapon. Rocken jumped over the skeletons and swung. He shouted that by doing this they were making his job easier. The impact took off half of the skeleton's skull. The next attack hit another dead man. The main character held the blade and struck one blow after another in a circle. As he landed on the ground, many skeletons rushed towards him. Something flashed near the guy's face. Rocken again struck several blows at the dead. He stopped, lowered the axe and exhaled. Sweat appeared on his face as he touched his hair and was glad that he didn't have to use Berserker against it, even though it was a little difficult due to the amount of it. The main character looked ahead worriedly. A huge mouth with sharp teeth appeared, from which words were heard. Suddenly the chain broke. Then another chain broke. A large skeleton wearing a crown appeared and exclaimed that the seal had been broken. The skull opened its mouth wide. A system notification was displayed that this was the LV-100 Forgotten Skeleton General Dungeon Boss, who shouted that the guy would be the beginning of his mission to show the power of the Empire to the whole world. The foot crushed the stone surface beneath it. Rocken carried out a jumping attack, swung and answered the general that it was time for him to break. A guy blazing with fire was approaching the skeleton. The skeleton general opened his eyes wide and called the guy an arrogant, inferior being. The main character smiled and thought that he could stop him from calling up soldiers. There was something smoking in the air. The guy landed and decided that the main problem with the dungeon boss was that he was a general. The guy imagined how a huge skeleton was showing the direction to others with his hand, while the guy was thinking that if he gave him enough time and space, he would definitely summon a lot of soldiers. Then Rocken remembered his passive skill, Death Aura, which makes soldiers several times stronger, and that is why the guy is obliged to stop him from being drafted. The skeleton general brandished his weapon. While the main character dodged his furious attacks, he thought that even without soldiers, the enemy was still strong. He added that usually the player must go through the third-class selection to defeat it. Rocken put his hand out in front of him to defend himself and thought that the time for this was almost come. The skeleton general's eyes glowed red as he screamed for the guy to be cut into pieces. The main character put his fist forward. He decided that he would do it now. The cave was illuminated with light. Then a fire blazed, which was watched by the dungeon boss. He opened his mouth and laughed. He called the guy a lower creature and asked him if he really thought that he could stand on an equal footing with the general of the great empire. He opened a flaming eye. A system notification popped up saying that the call had been cancelled because the target couldn't be found, and the skeleton general was standing in the blazing cave wondering why the guy wasn't here. His bone hand reached forward. He asked him not to make fun of him. A blue flash appeared above the general with his hand raised. It was the aura of death. He exclaimed that as long as the guy was alive, he would not be able to escape from him. A window appeared with the words that the invisibility cloak was cancelled. Rocken struck from a fighting stance. The skeleton general staggered and did not understand what had happened. The guy smiled widely. There was a strong explosion. The main character dealt another blow to the huge skeleton, or rather a blow with his shoulder. The skeleton general rasped. Rocken decided to take the extra kick. He swung his weapon and looked towards the enemy. The skeleton's eye flashed red. A blue glow enveloped his bone hand. Rocken waved his weapon in front of him with lightning speed. The skeleton general began to change his form. He used the spiritualization skill and said that no one could stop him. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that he probably wouldn't be able to stop his second phase. The necromancer's summon undead skill was used, and the skeleton's hand reached out to the red magic seal. Then he used the knight's skill mounting a horse. A skeleton of a horse appeared and made a characteristic sound. This was followed by the combination skill. A horse shrouded in blue mist appeared in front of the general. This was the result of using the ghost horse skill. The hooves glowed with a blue flame and jumped along the ground. Rocken stood behind the skeleton with a weapon in his hands. Something shone near the skeleton's hair. His eyes glowed with red flame. A blinding flash appeared in front of the main character. The general opened his mouth wide and turned to the guy with the words to kneel before the power of the empire. The guy bared his teeth, clenched the weapon in his hand and screamed. A bright flash appeared between the bone rider on a horse and the main character. Rocken clenched his teeth, the blade of the weapon shining in front of his face. A moment later he found himself in the air above the dead man with the crown. The guy lowered his hand and struck. His face was covered in blood and his eyes were wide open. He said that it was just a skeleton, although it felt like he had been hit by a car. Rocken drank the blue contents of the flask while he pondered that when compared to pure strength, he was much stronger, but he would lose in a head-to-head battle due to his endurance. The skeleton general appeared before him on a bone horse, and Rocken was thinking about what he should do and whether he would have to use a berserker. The guy's face was covered in blood. He decided that he could not use the berserker. He remembered himself with red eyes and a wide open mouth and concluded that he could easily defeat him with berserk, but the penalty was too great, and thus his plan to quickly raise the level would come to naught. The main character's eyes sparkled. He realized what his problem was. The general sat on a dead horse with his mouth open, and Rocken thought that he was too mobile and that he would have a chance if he could do something about it. A system alert appeared that he had changed his weapon to a tomahawk axe. The guy crossed his hands in front of him, in which he was holding an axe, and thought that if he made a mistake, he would be crushed to death by it, but still he decided that I had to try. The main character threw weapons from both hands. The general opened his mouth and shouted that this was a useless trick. After the guy's next attack, the skeleton asked him if he really thought that he could defeat the general of the great empire with such toys. The guy began to answer. Rocken swung his tomahawk, used the charge skill, and replied that he would not have thought of something so stupid. The skeleton's eyes became dull. He opened his mouth and asked the guy, who thought that it was stupid of him to take the attack directly. The main character quickly struck with both axes. The general began to fall, calling the guy names along the way. Everything around was illuminated with blue light. The skeleton with the crown stood with his back. He attacked the enemy. Rocken lowered his hand and head down. The general parted his jaws and asked the guy how he dared to do this to him. Shards of stones were flying everywhere. The main character was on his knees with his head down. Against the background of blue hair, the guy's eye sparkled brightly. A white beam rushed towards the skeleton. Rocken bared his teeth, extended one hand forward, and swung the other, holding a tomahawk in it, and replied that he was truly a lower creature. The guy clenched his teeth. He held the weapon in front of him with both hands, pointing it at the general. A skeleton with one sparkling eye tried to dodge attacks, at the same time swearing at the main character and shouting something about the dawn of his empire. Rocken dealt blow after blow, grinned evilly, and replied that his empire was stupid. The guy dealt a decisive blow to the general in the stomach and exclaimed what kind of pass this is. This skill was called shoulder strike. The skeleton flew up from such a blow and groaned. Rocken stood opposite the enemy. He swung, holding a tomahawk with both hands, and asked if his spiritualization was still on cooldown. The guy opened his mouth wide, turned to the general, and wished him death. The main character cut him in half. This blow was critical. There was an explosion. Pieces of broken stones were flying everywhere around. Half of the general's skull crumbled, but he continued to wonder how he, the general of the great empire, could lose. A system notification has arrived about a level increase. Rocken turned his attention to the large crystal. It shone in the middle of the cave. A notification appeared that the skeleton general had been destroyed and the death essence appeared. The guy's face was covered in blood. He smiled, thinking that there was a reason why Hacken sacrificed his life to capture this cave. In front of the main character, the crystal began to be enveloped in darkness. This is the essence of death. The bone hand spun and began to make strange sounds, at which time a system message appeared warning that the essence of death can revive the dead. Rising skeletons with red eyes appeared, and another notice was displayed saying that if he did not raise her quickly, the dead would continue to rise continuously. The guy thought that if he left her, the undead would continue to regenerate endlessly, because this is death in his guise. Rocken smiled. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide and began to laugh wildly. He thought that all this would help him level up quickly. A system warning has appeared. It was written in it that if he did not quickly raise the essence, the dead would continue to rise. The guy continued to laugh with empty eyes. He shouted that they were crazy because there was an endless source of experience. A crowd of dead people with glowing eyes was approaching. A notification was displayed that the skeleton soldiers had LV-95. The main character killed several opponents with one blow. He landed in the middle of a collection of skeletons who were rushing towards him and screaming. Another explosion occurred. Skeletons flew in all directions, and the guy smiled ominously. Rocken put a tomahawk in front of him. Fire was blazing from his eyes. He said that it was time to quickly raise level 99. The story continues 4 days later. The protagonist's axe flies in different directions. It hits the monster directly, causing it to cough in pain. He begins to fall back, screaming in surprise. Suddenly, he notices an unknown object in front of him. Rocken kicks the monster's body with all his might, smiling as he does so. The creature's body breaks into several pieces. The story notification tells the guy that he has increased his level. The notification again says that the guy has reached the maximum level of 99, to which the guy, poking his finger at the notification, finally says the word with a smile. Sitting behind a rock and hiding from skeleton monsters, drinking an elixir of health, the guy says that, to be honest, the endless respawn is a little too much, but thanks to potions, bandages, and a protective fence, he was restored right during the battle, so he could engage in non-stop leveling up for 4 days, and no one in his previous life had reached level 99 so quickly. A blue crystal surrounded by black magic appears in front of the main character, to which he says that now is not the time. He suddenly grabs the crystal with his hand. The notification says that he completed the story dungeon, the Mouth of Death, to which the guy did not react in any way with the crystal in his hand. The newly appeared notice speaks of an incredible achievement that he defeated the risen from the dead and saved the world from chaos, despite the fact that no one knows about his achievement. One day, everyone recognizes the guy's sacrifice, and he received the title, Conqueror of Death, being the first who received this title. The following notice talks about the title Deathbender. Rocken, holding his hand on his chin with a satisfied face looking at the notification, says great, thinking that the effect of this title is many times better than most professional passive skills, and now he will look forward to battles with the undead. The notice says that the hero is weakened by death, and let him be careful. If he does not act quickly, death will consume him. Holding the crystal with a satisfied, sinister grin, he tells the system that he knows everything and let it not be dramatic. The ceiling collapses in the room. The guy says to himself that this is the end of things in this place, and the quest is completed and the level is increased. Standing in front of the falling stones, the guy says. Opening the book in his hands, he says to activate the Book of Wounds. Destroying everything around him, Min with a crazy face says that it is time to go for his sweet reward, shouting at the book to move him to the Trinsic Mages Guild. Looking at the Mages Guild building, a crowd of people gathered in front of it. Maturian reaches his hand forward in shock, recognizing the object. Min holds the crystal with an ominous face, saying that this is the essence of death, and he took it out from the place indicated in the Cockine diary, to which the scientist asks him to wait a minute. The magician does something to the crystal, causing it to be illuminated by sunlight. He raises his palm for the purification skill, to which Rocken looks at the crystal in his hands with incomprehension. Looking at the scientist looking at something on the shelves, the guy asks him if this time is all, to which he replies that it is not enough and one should not underestimate the power that the essence of death has. Holding the elixir of potion in his hand, the scientist tells Rocken to give him the essence and drink it. The main character, without a moment's hesitation, drinks the whole flask, and the scientist in the background, holding the crystal with magic, says that this is a valuable medicine that can stimulate vital forces. Taking the neck of the bottle from his mouth, the guy sighs and looks at it, thinking about it. That the taste is so-so. Notifications begin to write that the hero's body is filled with vital energy, and the power of life dominates death. Looking at the notification with interest and holding one hand on his chin, the guy thinks that this should be enough to defeat death. Presenting the image of a powerful warrior among the skeletons, he says that the power of death will awaken again when he reaches the main story quest, but he can forget about it for now. Extending his hand to Rocken, attracting his attention, the scientist tells him that he is a great fellow, and thanks to the fact that he risked his life, they were able to prevent a big disaster. Looking at Rocken with confidence, and with a smile on his face, Maturian says that this is not all, and thanks to the incredible achievements of the guy, he decided to appoint him as one of the researchers. Against the backdrop of light and windows, Maturian extends his hand to the hero, telling him that by completing tasks, he can count on reciprocal help. Shaking hands firmly and looking at each other, the scientist speaks to him, explaining to him to continue working for the well-being and peace of the continent, to which Min responds positively, thinking to himself that he must do this in order to complete the main quest. The diagram shows the races of creatures: humans, elves, gnomes, and dwarves. The story notice says that the guy had a great achievement and he became part of a multinational network of explorers and received the title of explorer. Ming is rather grinning at the information from the notice that he is the first to receive this title. Presenting images of different races of creatures, the story notice says that he became part of the explorers of the network created by humans, gnomes, elves, and dwarves for the peace and well-being of the continent, and he earned the respect of other races from the same region. The scientist extends his hand to the main character, who looks at the contents in it with interest, but Maturian tells him to take it, and with this he can confirm his identity, to which the guy thinks that if he loses it, it will be very offensive. There is a ring on the scientist's hand. A notification tells the information that this is a researcher's ring, a rare level, and this ring, confirming membership in a group of researchers, contains a special power that exceeds the owner's vitality, allows you to use the life charge skill to restore 3,000 points health once a day. Sharply squeezing the ring in his hand and looking at it with a closed smile, Min thinks that this is great, and the ring is an indispensable thing for berserkers, because he now has 25 health. That is, this ring is like an extra life for him. Maturian, raising his hand in the other direction, shows Rocken where to follow and tells him to now hit the road because the world is waiting for him. The scientist, with an evil but at the same time kind and confident look in the hero, tells him that whatever the hero's goal, he will support him, calling him a courageous player. Leaving the office, waving his hand to the magician from behind, the main character thinks that the magician is stupid and has been leading him by the nose all this time, and now he is pretending to be kind. Walking down the street with his hands in his pockets, the guy thinks that he forgives him, noticing that he is in a great mood, explaining this with something. His boots stop in front of a one-story building. He stood in front of a house decorated with skulls, explaining that he was in a great mood because it was time for him to level up his profession. He opens the door to the inside of the building. A man behind the counter with scars, holding his face with his hand, draws attention to the visitor. Rocken, standing opposite a man who doesn't understand, with a malicious grin, tells the man that he came to improve his profession, to which he receives an answer from the man that he didn't improve it the other day, and let him just not say that he gave up everything and got a different profession. Gritting his teeth in a snow-white smile and pointing his finger upward at the number of his level, Rocken tells him, so as not to talk nonsense and let him give him a quest for improvement, which is why he received a surprised reaction from the man. Crossing his arms over his chest, The man says with a smile that this is still true, and there is already someone who is ready to get a third profession, and perhaps the guy is the first on the continent. Against the background of his silhouette, the man asks the admired guy standing opposite him that he is again going to level up like a berserker, to which Rocken answers him with a question about why he asks such stupid questions. Looking exactly at the hero, the man says okay to him, telling him what he needs to do, adding that it's all very simple and all classes go through the same thing. Raising his finger up, the man informs that he needs to defeat a level 100 opponent one-on-one, and it doesn't matter who he is, a monster or guards, the main thing is that he has level 100. The notification that appears says that he has received a quest for a profession, a reckless challenge, and he needs to defeat a level 100 opponent one-on-one. Grinning madly, Rocken tells the man that she will give him a clue and he looks like a humanoid. Opening his eyes in shock, the man looks at the guy's wild smile with a question, and asks him not to say that he did something like that. Recalling the image of the huge knight, the history notice says that the victory over the Knight of Lake Artwaite has been confirmed. Also remembering the fight with the bandit leader, the notification writes that the victory over the bandit leader Gilliton has been confirmed. Likewise, the victory over the forgotten skeleton general was confirmed, presenting his image behind. Grabbing his head, the man begins to shout and ask how it is, and he has already killed even 3. Ming clenches himself into a fist and says that he finally feels different. Appearing in a completely different image, releasing very strong destructive energy from himself, the notice speaks of the incredible achievement that he became the first user of one class, and he received the title of the first user of one class, and he is the first to receive this title. Breaking into a wild, mad smile with anger, the guy says that he has already outgrown the beginner's pants. The notice states that he has become a true berserker. The man, perplexed, his face changed from misunderstanding, asks the guy standing in front of him how this happened and who he is, to which he asks him why he is so surprised, adding that even more surprises await him. Min seriously looks at the frightened man, extending his hand to him, and ordering him to stop playing the fool and give him a reward for the upgrade, to which he kindly obeyed. The man shows 3 weapons on the table, and tells him that as a reward he can choose one of them, and can choose the one he likes most. Notifications accompany their names. The Berserker's long sword is magical, the Berserker's battle axe is magical, and the Berserker's two-handed sword magical. Min, folding his arms on his chest, looks at the weapons with interest, listening to the merchant's story that these are all high-quality and durable weapons, and probably, at his level, it is difficult to find a weapon better than this. The guy takes one weapon in his hand. The man looked at Ming holding the axe in his hands with delight, telling him that as expected, he chose the axe, to which Ming says that it is more convenient. The notice talks about the Berserker Battle Axe, the magic level, that the Berserker Battle Axe, very durable, can withstand any Berserker fight. Swinging the axe with a grin, Rocken thinks that it's been a while since he held it in his hands, and, of course, you can't go through the whole game with it, but now it's just right. The man points the guy's attention to different books, telling him to look at the skill book, adding that he already knows about the existing ones, but 5 more new ones have been added. With notifications, skill and strength icons appear, allowing you to direct mana into weapons, increasing attack power. Guardian allows you to block an attack just once with a yellow icon. Assault with a green icon allows you to attack the enemy with explosive force. A spin attack with a blue icon allows you to spin while holding a weapon, destroying or striking nearby enemies. Durable body with beige badge strengthens the body, increases endurance and agility. Min, pointing his finger at specific books, standing at the table with them opposite the man, says that he will buy all these books and a few more books, to which the man asks him, saying that he should not say that he already knows about combinations of skills. A combination of skills is shown as the next one among the actions for a certain result, opens after the 3rd promotion of the profession and allows you to combine several skills to create a new one. And these are very powerful and useful techniques, but you can only have 3 of these skills. Holding the book in front of him and looking at it seriously, the man tells the guy that he already knows that he needs to think carefully before combining, and the skill books will disappear if he uses them to create a combination skill, and if he combines them thoughtlessly, then he can get what's something useless. With a starry face and showing the number 3 on his fingers to the man, Min explains all the skills: Battle Key, Strike, Shoulder Strike, Strong Body, 1 at a time, and 3 books of strength, to which the man asks in shock if the guy even listened to him. Holding his hands, the man enviously pronounces the total price of the goods, 21 gold and 80 silver for everything, adding that he would like to make a discount, but the system will not allow it, so he is forced to charge him the full price. Holding something glowing in his hand, the man tells him that he will give it to him as a bonus. The notice talks about a red gem, calling it a Stone of Madness, a rare level, and an item for berserkers allows you to use the skill without imposing penalties, and can be used once. The guy, looking at the red gem with an ominously satisfied smile, thinking that he did not expect that he could get it here, but usually they get it later, thanked the Ming merchant, adding that he would find a use for it. Rockin throws a bag of money on the table, to which the merchant looks at it in shock, thinking that he paid for the purchase in one go. Looking at the guy waving goodbye to him, the man thinks that the guy seems to know everything about promotion tasks and combination skills, asking himself who he is. Opening his mouth in a smile, the man says out loud that, laughing, it looks like he is dealing with someone important. Imagining the image of the guy, he says that he is dealing with the future Supreme Master. The high tower is illuminated by sunlight. The old man in its background shouts that he knew that he was not mistaken, turning to Rockin, saying that he deserves to be part of their research group. Sitting at a large table with cups of coffee, the old man tells the guy who has turned away from him that he is impressed that the meticulous Materianu liked him, to which the guy thinks that it is not that he himself likes him. While drinking tea, the old man asks the guy where he is going now, to which he answered without a doubt that the third city is a crossroads. While writing something down on the papers, the old man says that he thinks it will be a little difficult with his current abilities, but there is nothing to worry about since this is Rockin. Addressing the guy, holding a pen in his hand, the elder tells him that he is sure that the guy already knows. Starting from the crossroads, he will begin to meet other races, to which he responds positively. Imagining in front of himself a huge bright city with images of a man, an elf, a gnome, and a dwarf, Min tells himself that the first city is Khton, the second is Trinsic, and the third is a crossroads, a city that can be entered from level 100, and in which, in addition to people, you can meet representatives of other races, elves, gnomes, dwarves, and not only NPCs, but also other users. Handing Rockin a scroll with a letter, the grandfather tells him to go to the western mines and find Rickham, and he will guide him, to which the guy asks what kind of letter it is. Looking at a pleased Ming, with a letter and a scroll in his hand, the old man replies that he has a friend, a guard general named Malkin, and he needs to give the letter, to which the guy thinks that the old man really continues to use him. The scientist says that the road may be bumpy, asking the guy if there's anything wrong, to which he tells him with a smile to look at him, and he's a berserker, so he doesn't need to worry. The next moment, the protagonist's face was distorted by what he saw. He points his finger at the trolley, and with shock asks the creature standing next to him that he is joking, and really wants him to ride on this, to which the creature replies that he understood everything correctly. A small gnome with a cap of glasses points with his hand at the trolley, telling him that this is the only way to get from Khton directly to the crossroads, asking if Storoyan didn't tell him about this. The story notice says that the dwarf's name is Rickut. Scratching his head with his hand and waving off the trip, the guy tells the gnome that he is now thinking about making a detour through another city, to which the gnome tells him to follow his heart. Rockin begins to run in the other direction, hearing the dwarf tell him that if he chooses a different route, the journey will take several days, and halfway he will run into many checks. Pouting his lips from fatigue, the guy remembers all his achievements. Holding the reinforcement with his hand, the guy swears. The next moment he finds himself in the trolley, holding onto its handrails with all his strength and asking the gnome if it is really safe, to which the dwarf gives him a thumbs up, adding that it is safe and he has never had an accident. Sharply grasping the lever, the dwarf admits that this is the first time he has put a person on the trolley, to which the hero asks him in surprise what he just said. Showing his thumb up with tears in his eyes, the gnome bids the guy a good trip, and he, bulging his eyes with all his might, begins to scream incessantly. A lonely elf stands at the gate in a cave. Suddenly, she notices someone in the distance and comes closer. The elf's gaze changed to hostile when she saw the target. Pointing her finger at the protagonist walking like a zombie, she begins to shout at him to stop, adding that only those with permission can enter here. Holding his head with his hand in the background of an elf walking towards him with a weapon, Min says that he is dizzy, asking her not to scream, but she screams at him with all her might that she will shoot him if he doesn't give his name. Holding his disordered head, the guy talks out loud about the gnome, calling him a little fool, noting that he remembered his face. The elf shoots her arrow at him, screaming at him that she told him to stop. The arrow flies with all its might towards the guy. Suddenly his face changes in shock and she wonders about him dodging the arrow. Suddenly, right in front of her face, Rockin's enemy fist flies at her with red wild eyes. The girl, covering her eyes and face with her hand, coughs from the severity of the approaching blow. She opens her eyes, not having waited for the consequences of the blow, and hearing how Min asks her what she wants, and she said that she needs to go through identification. A calm guy's fist flaunts right in front of her face, and a researcher's ring shines on his fist. He introduces himself as Researcher Lorcan, asking that this is the entrance to the crossroads. The main character stands against the backdrop of a landscape of the huge walls of the crossroads city. Looking at the beautiful multi-story buildings in the city, Ming says what is expected of the third city, and it is huge. Standing in the middle of the street in various characters, Rockin says out loud that this is just the beginning, laughing lightly. The notice states that the hero has received a grand achievement, and he was the first to discover a new city, and received the title of the first visitor to the crossroads. Holding his pensive face with his hand, Raken says out loud that if it weren't for that first title, it doesn't matter anyway, he got it. The notice states the title information of the first visitor to the intersection. Raken looks at the elves whispering to the side about how they have never seen him, a human, before, discussing that the human was the first visitor and he must have done something terrible. The notice states that nothing is impossible, and his relations with neutral NPCs will be friendly, the degree of mastery required to raise the level of professional skills, reduced by 30%. Looking angrily to the side, Min thinks that it doesn't seem like they are friendly, noticing that these eared creatures are so finicky. Recalling a moment from a previous game where a guy greeted creatures and was ignored, he says that this is still an improvement compared to his previous life, and there were many cases where people were openly intimidated or ignored simply because they are people. Closing his eyes, Raken says that's enough for today, and the notification says that he has logged out. Rubbing a towel through his hair while standing in the middle of the living room, the guy says that he has upgraded his profession and received a title, and he has done quite a lot of work. Sitting down on the sofa and holding the phone in his hands, Min asks himself if there is anything interesting. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by some news on the phone, which made him shrink with anger. Looking at the title of the article, about a player with level 99, he asks again, and tells himself that since this is an exclusive interview, it is clearly not about him, and he thought that he was ahead of everyone, but there is already someone with level 99. Gradually opening his mouth, the guy realizes something. Against the background of a certain mysterious image of a black-haired guy, the guy holds the phone in his hands with incredible anger, asking himself and others not to tell him that this is the same person. A joyful woman in a yellow jumpsuit named Ruby is a reporter for Game & Ben. As she promised, they have a special guest in their studio today. A man with a censored face, he is the first to reach level 99 in the Lord, his name is not revealed. Ruby, with red cheeks, asks the audience if they want to see his face and name, but then she apologizes saying that they can't reveal this secret yet. Taking the microphone in her hand, she shouts that, unfortunately, the player agreed to the interview, only under strict confidentiality. The man apologizes for this and asks to be treated with understanding, because he does not want to be popular. Ruby points her microphone directly at the guest and says that she heard that only 100 players reached level 90. She asks him how he managed to make progress so quickly and get to level 99. The man replies that he did nothing supernatural. Raken sits at the table and watches the report. He remembers that he analyzed the system, studied effective methods of hunting, found suitable hunting grounds, then he stopped in thought. Ruby speaks to the man again, saying that he will soon enter the third city. The man confirms this, and says that he will go there as soon as he upgrades his profession for the third time. Ruby notes that he is very lucky, and she would be too. I wanted to see this city. The man turns seriously to a surprised Ruby. He says that he is embarrassed that he is hiding his identity, so he will reveal something else to her, and says that after he gets to the third city, he will create a guild there. Ruby is surprised, asks again, because she heard that the man prefers to play alone. The man's pixelated face replies that he is not going to recruit just anyone. He will only take the best players who have received the third profession upgrade. The embarrassed reporter smiles awkwardly, asking if he has already thought of a name for his guild. The man smiles. Text of Ragnarok. An angry Raken looks directly at the monitor. He heard that the guild will be called Ragnarok. A tense fist on the table, Raken laughs. Furiously excited, Raken bared his teeth and greeted his old enemy, insulting him several times. Training targets at the training ground. Fragment of the main character's weapon. He practiced target practice, swinging an axe, and the protagonist admitted to himself that he was worried. The tense Raken was worried that after everything he had done since the regression, this man would not even show his face. He remembers the man and thinks that he finally appeared, and even faster than he expected. Raken kicked, thinking that now everything had definitely fallen into place. Prepared for the attack, the hero reasoned about the reason for the regression effect. He made his round attack. Raken tiredly said that this reason has something to do with a man named Odin and the Lord. He remembers his despicable look and admits to himself that he wants to find him and destroy him right now. A face drawn in pencil. This person is on the target. The hero noticed that Odin is in a completely different region. Moreover, that is far behind him and has not even created a guild. There is no point in killing him right now. Element of force in a rhombus. Fragment of the blade. Raken muses that when Odin gathers people and almost reaches the top. The protagonist swings and prepares to perform a double strike. He continues to think about when Odin will decide that he has already reached the limit. Then the hero cuts the target into two parts. Raken, standing contentedly near the destroyed effigy, finishes his thought by saying that it is then that he will destroy it. Smiling maliciously, Raken laughs and recommends to his enemy that he quickly become stronger. The hero stands behind the destroyed target and says that this is quite enough for a warm-up. It's time for him to practice using combined skills. He opens the window and presses his finger to create a combination skill. The system asks him to select a skill book and a battle clip to create a combination skill. The hero's hands hold two skills in the form of large cards. He wants to start with this first. The system indicated that he could combine two skills, Strength and Battle Cry. She asked to confirm the creation of the combined skill after the preview. The twisting human figure is in agony. The system reminded that if the hero wants to see other actions, then he needs to change the settings of the battle clip. Joyful Rockin says that this is exactly what he expected. He is going to confirm this with the press of his finger. The system asks you to come up with a name for the combined skill. Smirking Rockin chooses the name Scream Madness, thinking that the name of the combo skill is very important, because sometimes the name determines the effect of the skill. He gives an abstract example in which two miniature heroes chose the same classes, but with different names, causing their classes to have different effects. The system creates a combination skill by transforming it from many diamonds. In the end, the system created a skill called Scream of Madness, a combination skill. To activate it, you need to make a mad roar to terrify the enemies. The voice will be imbued with titanic power that affects the mind of the enemy. If the enemy's level is lower than that of the one being used, then all of his characteristics will be reduced. If the enemy's level is significantly lower, then a short-term stun effect will be applied to him. But if the enemy is stronger, then the skill will only partially affect him. The skill also allows you to weaken negative impact. In the Berserk state, the power of the Scream of Madness increases by 1.5 times. Putting his hand to his chin, the hero looks at the skill and reflects that it is not much different from a regular cry, but its effectiveness is much higher, especially in the Berserk state. The hero's surprised eyes notice something. 4 skills appear in front of him. The protagonist notices the 4th slot of a combined skill. He does not understand how this is possible. He was sure that 3 skills is the limit. The system notified him. He became the first user of one class. Now he can get an additional slot for a combined skill. He smiled widely and understood why it was. It was unexpected for him. Smiling from ear to ear, clenching his fist, the hero reasoned that an additional slot for a combined skill is a big advantage, no matter what anyone says, but the fastest way to become stronger in Lord is to get titles. Many houses illuminated with light, Rockin decided not to stop and continue to create combined skills. A building with arched roofs, the place was called the Crossroads. There was a guild of dwarven miners. Part of the facade of the building, on the wall is the guild emblem. The bearded dwarf drinks a hot drink and warily asks if the hero really wants to do this alone. The dwarf thinks that he is bluffing. Laughing Rockin in the smoke says that no, the dwarf can lay it on him. At this time, the hero thinks that the dwarf is smoking right in his face. The protagonist awkwardly waves his hand while the bearded man analyzes him at full length. The dwarf turns his back on the angry protagonist. He states that the hero does not look very reliable, but he can try. Rockin insulted him in his head, noting that they couldn't solve the quest on their own, so if they wanted to give someone a task, they needed to do it politely. The golden symbol of the guild with the image of a lion soaring in the sky, against the backdrop of buildings, Rockin walks through a crowd of people. He reasons that the first thing you need to do is gain recognition from other races. Only after that you can receive the main quest from their union, the Camp of the Golden Lion. The main character angrily remembers the faces of dwarves and elves. He says he is going to start with dwarves because he doesn't want to associate with arrogant elves. But dwarves are actually the same. He calls them racists. The entrance to the mine, with shining crystals, the system describes the task, explaining what needs to be done to gain the recognition of the dwarves. It is required to extract 50 blue minerals from the Oranaton mine, work in which was suspended due to kobolds. The reward for completing the task will be recognition of the dwarves and an additional reward depending on the success of execution. The hero represents the average armored player who thinks that if he chooses the miner subclass and learns the appropriate skills, the task will be easier to complete. Rockin says that this is a trap. The focused protagonist thinks that learning mining skills will only complicate the task, since the player will begin to mine not only blue crystals, but also other types of ore. Thereby the system identifies people who want to take the easy path. Hero's shoes, right in front of the mine. Blue crystals glitter among the rocks inside the mine. A group of helmeted kobolds are actively mining crystals in a mine. The kobold foreman screams and hurries the others, because they need to get as much as possible before the people arrive. There is a sound coming from the cave tunnel. The foreman notices this. Rockin flies directly over the kobold. He smiles, holding a weapon in his teeth, and asks why mine if you can steal. The 2 kobolds turn their heads sharply in the direction of the noise. Rockin destroyed the red foreman with his weapon. The laughing hero asked the dogs why they were staring at him. He said that it would be the same with them. A crowd of kobolds attacked the protagonist. He was the intruder. The blade of the weapon was covered in a blue aura. The broadly smiling hero swung the weapon in his hand. He used the dash skill and began to destroy the kobolds with lightning speed. He also used the spin attack. The red kobold threw an axe towards the hero, shouting in his direction, calling for death. A magical bracelet with symbols appeared near the protagonist's hand. Raken fought off the axe flying at him using the guard skill. Then the main character suddenly grabbed the kobold's hand. The enraged Raken prepared to attack. He threw his enemy into the wall. The kobold felt a sharp pain. Smiling ominously, the hero suffered a critical blow. This was beyond all his expectations. While in the mine, near the defeated kobolds, Raken reasoned that in a past life, during the first clashes with the kobolds, he had to kill them one by one, but now he was able to defeat them all alone. The protagonist looks confidently at the notification window. Having mined 2 blue miners, he knew it would work. Raken concentrated and reminded himself that he should not stop at 50 minerals. Stepping on the ground with a red boot, he thought that if he collected as much as the quest said, then after completing the quest, he would receive a new quest to eradicate the kobold miners. The 2 kobolds looked around in a crouch. The hero reminded himself of the desires of the dwarves. All they wanted was to take the mine away from the kobolds. Gripping his weapon tightly, he thought he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and save himself time. Fragment of the mine, kobolds screaming. We newstream our ear. The kobold was trying to hear something. He asked his subordinate if he had heard anything, to which he replied that he had not heard anything. The foreman ordered him to work faster. A huge kobold with a cigar was the overseer of the Katodi miners. Raken, using his stealth skill, watched the trolley filled with crystals. Standing, he thought about the plan. In front of him was a huge warden and his assistant. The hero recognized the warden. He was the boss, despite the fact that he looked like an ordinary mongrel. He was a level 115 boss. With the boss's huge back and numerous kobolds, the protagonist mused that even if he used Berserker mode, he wouldn't be sure he could handle all the monsters at once. The trolley filled with crystals, Raken was wondering what to do. He smiled from ear to ear. The trolley made a sound. The kobold took notice of this. The trolley suddenly drove in the opposite direction from the kobolds. They were in shock. The irritated warden asked what was going on. He pointed forward with his hand and ordered his subordinates to immediately catch up with the trolley, otherwise they would be in big trouble. Watching the fleeing kobolds, the warden wondered what had just happened. Had he forgotten to put on the brakes? He folded his 2 long nails and held out his cigar. Having created a spark, he lit the cigar. Lighting a cigar, with the mine in the background, he thought about his headache, because he never knew when dwarf reinforcements might arrive. He blew smoke from his mouth. The enraged warden, with drool dripping from his mouth, ordered the main character to come out. No matter how he tries to hide, he cannot hide his disgusting smell. Still invisible, the protagonist stepped between the rails, noting that this was exactly what one should expect from a dog. Smiling and coming out of his secrecy, Raken said that the warden really had a dog's new, immediately apologizing for his joke. The insanely furious boss growled at the hero, yelling that this man was an intruder. The overseer's paw began to scratch the floor. He declared that he would destroy the hero before the dwarves returned. The warden rushed to attack the hero. Grinning, the hero noticed that the boss decided to start with the combined skill Frantic Dash. The hero began to create something with his hand. He said that in this case, he would show him something. There was a creation of a combined skill from Strength, Solid Body, Dash, Jerk, and Shoulder Impact. A combination skill emblem has been created. Red lightning appeared near the hero's feet. Raken rushed into battle, his body surrounded by red lightning. He used a combined blow with a crushing throw. Skill description window. Crushing throw is a combined skill. It is a powerful charge that can destroy everything in its path. It increases movement speed, defense, and strength by 20%. It also has a cumulative effect, is deactivated by the owner of the skill or by an enemy attack, and allows you to deal proportional damage enemy defense. The warden pointed his toned hand towards the hero. Raken, in a mad rage, broke all the claws of his enemy. The protagonist struck the warden in the body. Then, he pushed off the wall with his foot, breaking it. Raken lashed out with his shoulder. The warden flew to the side, far from the hero. Blood poured out of his mouth. Raken flew over the enemy and swung, intending to deliver the final blow. Laughing evilly, he declared that this was the end for him. The alarmed boss asked him to stop. The image with the kobold is divided into parts. Raken savagely cuts his enemy into pieces. The system notified that the hero defeated miner overseer Katodi. Raken increased the level. A bright crystal shone in the wall of the mine. The dwarf clenched his fist and punched the wall, cursing at the kobolds. While the other 2 dwarves sat quietly, he shouted at the kobolds, asking how long they were going to keep them captive. 2 angry dwarves screamed and demanded food and drink from their captors. The 3 dwarves heard a strange sound coming from afar and began to look around. Red sparks of light cut through the darkness. Suddenly, the monster's huge mouth appeared through the bars, causing the panicked dwarves to cry out in horror. The dead monster, bleeding, fell from the bars. The dwarf in the cage saw Raken approaching and fell silent in surprise. The main character knew that the dwarves were here. Raken demanded that the dwarves step back. Holding the bars tightly, the dwarf aggressively asked who he was. The dwarf's eyes widened in horror when he saw what was happening. Rockin easily pushes the metal bars apart, stunning the dwarves. The dwarves ask in surprise what kind of power this man has and who he is. Rockin smiles from ear to ear, extends his hand, introduces himself and says that he came at the request of their guild. The dwarf expresses gratitude for the rescue while Rockin tells them to go home, but the bearded man warns that it won't be easy. This mine is completely captured by kobolds, led by Overseer Kimothy. Dwarf reminds the main character of this, and says that he made a lot of noise, so they will soon arrive here. Dwarf demands to quickly run away from here and ask for support from the guild. Rockin says with a grin that he is pleased that they are worried about him. Smiling ominously and looking at the lost dwarf, Rockin orders him to leave his pity to himself and finally leave the cage. As the monster's leg disappears, the protagonist explains that there are not a single living kobold left in this mine. The cave is strewn with the corpses of kobolds, the emblem of the Dwarven Guild. One of them exclaims and rejoices. The dwarf holds a mug in his hand while Rockin smiles. He admits that he did not notice his talent and praises him for completing the task, to which Rockin thinks that now it is time to treat him accordingly. Rockin stands with his hands folded on his chest. The dwarf says that now they will be under his protection, predicting frequent meetings. The system notified Rockin of his incredible achievement, thanks to which he earned the trust of the dwarves. He was given the unique title of Friend of the Dwarves, and he became the first person to receive this title. This title gives him the ability to order the production, repair, and improvement of items from the dwarves, as well as receive a 5% discount from dwarven blacksmiths. Rockin looks at the system with a thoughtful expression on his face, marveling at the possibility of improvement. The system reports that in the world of Lord there are only two ways to improve equipment. The first way is to use upgrade scrolls. The second way is to hire an NPC or another player to complete this task. Scrolls are prohibited. Upgrade scrolls can only be obtained as quest rewards starting from the third city, so they are very rare and are currently not available on the market. Blacksmith with a hammer. The system explains that the second improvement option is also not so simple. The user sees a lot of weapons and armor, is unable to buy them. The system explains that in order to do this, you need to reach a certain level of intimacy with the NPC, and success is inconsistent. Silhouette of the player on a pedestal. The system clarifies that high-level production and improvements will open in the future, but this will not happen soon. Rockin realizes with a grin that he is currently the only one who can upgrade items in the game, and realizes that this could bring in a lot of money. Rockin grins ominously, realizing that this could bring him a lot of money. Dwarven Forge Building. The huge dwarf, holding tools in his hands, realizes with surprise that in front of him is the man about whom the head of the guild told him. Rockin approaches the dwarf and places an order for production, to which the dwarf readily agrees and asks what exactly Rockin wants, perhaps an axe. The surprised dwarf listens to the main character, who says that he will order an axe later. Now he needs a long sword. The dwarf replies that it will be easy to do. Long sword. The system explains that the long sword is popular among users because it has no obvious weaknesses. Rockin stands next to the dwarf and asks the cost. The dwarf replies that it will cost 1 gold and 90 silver per weapon. Rockin orders 50 longswords and asks how long it will take. The smiling dwarf asks again and answers that it will take 1 day and indicates where the ingredients can be put. Rockin remembers that the only skill a blacksmith can use is self-repair, which is why all the materials are so cheap. A mountain of precious stones. It was thanks to this skill that the main character was able to buy everything he needed at auction for pennies. The astonished Rockin remembered something. Against the backdrop of the forge, Rockin asked for an engraving. The dwarf agreed for an additional fee. The protagonist took a long sword in his hand. The sword looked great. Rockin showed his sympathy for the dwarves. The system notified that 50 swords had been received. The pommel of the sword is engraved with TK, short for the king. The hero claims that in the future this will become his personal brand. Rockin smirks and holds his sword as he ponders how he will brand and resell products made by the NPC. He wonders if this could be considered cheating. Rockin turns to the dwarf pointing to the sword. He asks to upgrade the swords to 3 levels, and the dwarf agrees. The dwarf hits the sword with force with his hammer. A longsword with a +3 upgrade, now called the Rift Longsword. The system shows the statistics of the sword. Its level is magic, attack power is 225, required level is 90, durability is 600 out of 600. Rockin holds the improved sword and reflects that up to the 3rd level, the chances of success are high, and it does not require rare ingredients, which makes it ideal for sale. Global market in a large city. Rockin decides to check how much this sword can be sold. A planet with a game market interface. Rockin explains that the world market is accessible from a 3rd city, and unlike trading platforms, where you can only trade within one city, here you can make transactions from all over the world. Rockin stands in front of the interface screen and reflects that his sword cost about 3 gold. He decides to start the auction at 6 gold and set the instant buy at 10 gold, confirming the sale. The screen announces that the item is sold, and Rockin is surprised that it only took 5 seconds. He is amazed that the sword, which in real life costs over 2 million won, sold so quickly. Talking about the pyramid of players and their capabilities, Rocken realizes that this is quite possible, given that only 1-2% of users have a level above 90. One stands in a white cloak and golden lighting. Rocken reflects that if there are not many people around then same level, it's difficult to find good equipment. He believes that due to his video interview released yesterday, the situation has become even more competitive. Rocken smiles, thinking that he never thought he would be grateful to his enemy, but he should not miss this opportunity. With the building in the background, Rocken ponders how much he can raise the price. This time he's counting on 20 gold. With a cart of vegetables in the background, Rocken is surprised that the product is already sold out and decides to raise the price to 30 gold. Against the background of weapons, he continues to raise the stakes, first to 35 gold, then to 40 gold. 30 minutes pass and Rocken laughs, not believing his luck. A message appears on the screen that all items have been sold. The main character looks at the message. He has earned 458 gold, 98 silver, and copper coins, excluding commission. Rocken, wide-eyed and sweaty-faced, reflects that he made almost 100 million won in 30 minutes. He thinks it's crazy, but decides he shouldn't miss this opportunity. Rocken taps his finger, thinking that completing quests and leveling up is important, but now is not the time. Rocken maniacally imagines a bunch of money and then he decides to buy all the ores to produce equipment. He thinks that he needs to strike while the iron is hot. High building. The building is marked Falcon. This company is called Lord Development Company. Inside the building, massive server racks with flashing lights and wires are visible. Suddenly, the system detects a violation and confirms the monopoly on equipment improvement. The system indicates that the confirmed player is Rocken. Majestic Castle, 2 days have passed. Surprised, Rocken looks down irritably. The system has notified about a new update. Starting today, players can only upgrade items 100 times per day. The main character nervously looks at the notification window and assumes that the developers want to prohibit him from selling so many things. Confused, Rocken thinks that he did not even imagine that such a method would work. He should be glad that he was allowed to trade in this way for 3 days. The main character noticed that other players did not see this notification, since it applied to one region, or more precisely, than specifically to him. Despite this, the protagonist was able to earn an impressive amount by upgrading items up to 5 times. Joyful, Rocken examined his new and improved things, namely a strong shoulder pad, 105 defense, a piece of armor 155 defense, archer gloves 55 defense, a deadly belt 55 defense, lizardman skin pants 112 defense, iron boots of a seeker 96 defense. He then took the hilt of his weapon, which he was able to make. In his hand was a huge killer axe. Its level is rare. This axe is created in the image of a weapon used by a ruthless killer. It is imbued with madness and has special power. Its attack power is 470. Its durability is 1000 out of 1000. The effect of bloody madness increases, the attack power of his health decreases. Rocken holds the weapon with both hands and says that he really likes it. Against the backdrop of a sunny city, he reasons that he can't wait to try out the weapon. It's time to move on to the next quest. A building with a green roof, a guild of half-elves was formed in it. A woman with blonde hair and pointed ears sits at the table, leaning lightly on her hand. She looks straight and says that there is a person standing in front of her. The girl's name is Turl. She is the master of the half-elf guild. Turl looks curiously and asks what brought the man here. Smiling, Rocken stands in front of her and explains that he came to find out how he can help, as he heard that something has been bothering her lately. Turl angrily replies that she doesn't know who told such a stupid story, but she's okay. Rocken tensed as she explained that the situation was not so serious that she would seek help from weaklings like people. Turl looks sharply at the main character, who is indignant and reproaches her for her attitude towards those who came to help. Turl is surprised by his reaction. Rocken attacks Turl, his axe glowing blue. He suggests that he was too soft on her. Turl is amazed and asks what he is doing. Rocken is with the force next to her and she screams. He continues the attack, grabbing her by the throat, and Turl, not understanding what is happening. Rocken, squeezing Turl's throat, contemptuously asks who is weak now. Turl, while Rocken was imagining this situation in his thoughts, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, tells Rocken to get lost. Calling him a man, the main character is trying to calm himself down, because this is necessary for his quest. Rocken holds out his fist to Turl. She looks at him in surprise. Rocken tells her not to be like that. The protagonist holds up a fist with a ring on his finger, explaining that he is an explorer and has already received approval from the Dwarven Guild. He says that he is not as weak as she thinks. Rocken invites Turl to trust him in this matter, assuring him that he can handle it. Turl closed her eyes and says that Rocken misunderstood something. She explains that they do not recognize the Dwarven Guild and do not want anything to do with them. Annoyed, closing her eyes in front of the protagonist, she recognizes his abilities as a researcher and decides to trust him this time. Rocken smiles and says that this is a wise decision. Turl crosses her arms and explains that a group of young half-elves who went to the forest of Tekelen have not been in contact for several days. She asks Rocken to find them and ensure their safe return. She gives Rocken a half-elf guild token since they are young elves and will be very careful, so she gave this item to show them. The system showed the condition for success of the mission. It includes confirmation of the survival of the group and their protection. And the condition for failure is the death of the group. For completing the mission, Rocken will receive the approval of the half-elves and an additional reward depending on his achievements. Against the background of the walls, Rocken reasons that there is an additional reward in the task. Grinning and crossing his arms, Rocken assures that he already knows what hidden mission lies ahead of him and expresses confidence in success. Turl looks after him and reflects. Rocken seems like a strange person and wonders if he can be trusted. The hidden goal of this quest is to help a group of gatherers achieve their original goal. Trees blow in the wind. Rocken acquired a black horse. Rocken rides on a black horse. His speed increased by 150%. A summoning whistle appears in his inventory, with which he can summon or dismiss his black horse. Rocken reflects that his main goal is to find a group of half-elves. The hooded hero realizes that the distance to the mission in the third city is quite long, and therefore he cannot continue to travel on foot as before. Rocken shouts to his horse to speed up. Since he paid 100 gold for the horse, he must use his mind. The tall tree collapses, splitting into pieces. A huge level 115 infected forest spirit with a dark purple aura roaring towards the enemy. Rocken, standing in a stance and with an axe in his hand, decides that this is a great opportunity to test his new axe. The spirit of the forest growls and raises its hand to strike. Rocken is focused and determined, his eyes sparkling with tension. A swing of Rocken's axe leaves a glowing arc in the air. Rocken clutches his axe and deals a crushing blow to the forest spirit, destroying its body. He shouts that this brings him great pleasure. A message appears about a critical hit. The main character's level increases. Against the background of a dead tree, he reflects that this monster is stronger than kobolds, but he was able to kill it with one blow without even using skills. Rocken stands with a satisfied smile, holding his axe in his hands, sparkling with light. He says that it was worth it, confirming that he passed the test. Rocken walks along the forest path. He tells himself that he is sure that the tracks were somewhere here. Rocken carefully examines the surroundings, looking for traces of the missing group of half-elves. The protagonist notices something important and his eye widens in surprise. He finds a white boot on the ground. The message indicates that it is a boot from a group of half-elves. Rocken says with satisfaction that he found what he was looking for. With the half-elves running away from a huge monster in the background, he muses that the boot fell when the group was being chased by the monster, and now he needs to look for their tracks. Starting from this place, it was not so easy. Half-elves weigh quite a bit, so their tracks are difficult to detect, which will take some time. Rocken carefully inspects the area near the bushes. He will pay attention to trees and bushes to detect traces. The main character pays attention to the bushes and trees, noticing some oddities. He looks around and states that they must be somewhere nearby. Standing near a tree, the hero suggests that he might have made a mistake. Suddenly, an arrow flies into his back. The sound reverberates throughout the forest. The protagonist then clenched the arrow in his fist. Having broken it, he turned around sharply, thinking that he had finally found them. A group of half-elves looked at him in horror. The half-elf female archer fiercely took up her bow and began to scream loudly and ask about who he was and why he was pursuing them. Standing in front of the archer, Rocken introduced himself, saying that he was a human researcher, and Turl sent him for them. He said that she was worried about them. The archer asked again hesitantly. The archer hesitantly put forward her idea, saying that Mrs. Turl could not send a person. She was immediately interrupted by Rocken, waving his palm, asking her to leave her doubts to herself. The main character provide evidence, holding the half-elf guild token in his hand, saying that if they don't believe it now, they can continue to stay here. The stunned archer recognized this guild symbol. She said they believed him. Grinning, Rocken thought that they still had nowhere to go. The protagonist moved forward, guiding 3 half-elves behind him. The archer excitedly warned that it would not be easy since terrible monsters were walking through the forest, which they had never seen before. Rocken lazily turned around and asked about the infected forest spirits. The shocked archer asked if he had already seen them. Walking slowly, the hero sluggishly replied that he had killed a couple of them while he was walking towards them. The archer alarmedly accused him of lying, because they themselves only managed to kill one, and even then, in a group. Rocken looked ahead apathetically, while the archer covered part of her face in fear. Many infected spirits were heading straight towards them. One of them began to attack and shouted furiously. The three half-elves closed their eyes and sat down on the ground in fear. I think that they are about to die. The calm hero recommended that they not worry about this. While a huge infected spirit was running towards him, Rocken advised them to open their eyes and watch him carefully. Surrounded by a red glow, he smiled fiercely as he grabbed the weapons behind his back, noting that it was time to chop wood. The huge stone monster began to swing at Rocken. The monster's huge hands began to hit the ground, but Rocken managed to jump and bounce away from the attacks and blows of the monsters. Rocken began to swing his weapon at the monster with enormous force, looking at him carefully and confidently. Rocken began to hit the monster from different sides, waving his weapon. The guy easily jumped back to the ground, looking forward with bloody and confident eyes. Rocken stood opposite the monster, who still wanted to attack the guy. A sly smile began to play on Rocken's face. The guy laughed. Rocken looked at the monster madly and with a smile on his face told him to go to him. The stone monster began to head towards Rocken. Meanwhile, the guy began to quickly swing his weapon, trying to kill the monster. The elf girl looked carefully at Rocken in surprise, holding her hand on her chest. The girl opened her mouth slightly and with surprised eyes began to say that this could not be. Rocken fought with the spirit of the forest without experiencing any effort. The elf could not understand where a person got such strength. Rocken easily walked through the spirit's body, cutting one part in half. The spirit of the forest began to look closely at Rocken, trying to do something with him. The monster began to fall apart into many parts and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Rocken sank down, holding swords in his hands and looking down. The monster's hands began to tremble and shake. The guy decided that this would definitely be enough. Rocken still did not stop and tried to wound the spirit of the forest. Rocken sank to the ground and, looking at the floor, began asking the group of elves if this would be enough for them to no longer be afraid of these bundles of firewood. The girl from the group lowered her gaze, saying nothing, and despite the guy, Rocken began to watch with incomprehension the girl from the group, who knelt down in front of Rocken. The entire group of elves began to kneel down, bowing to Rocken. Rocken began to look at them in surprise and ask what they were doing. One of the people in the group began to look down and tell Rocken that it was unconscionable of them, but they had a request. People could not return right now. It was already getting dark outside. A person from the group began to talk about how, for an unknown reason, the forest began to become polluted, so they all have a mission that they must complete before the forest is completely contaminated. A girl from the group began to look at Rocken with pity, holding her hands on her chest and saying that for them this was more important than life. People asked Rocken if he could help them with this. The system window began to show what Rocken needed to do and what choices he had. Rocken began to smile slyly and, looking at the people, told them that he would help and it couldn't be any other way. The girl from the group of half-elves and everyone else began to listen carefully to Rocken, who told them that in this case, from now on, they must unconditionally follow Rocken's orders, and if they do not obey, Rocken will force them. The half-elves began to talk about what they promise. Rocken began to head out. He decided that this was what was expected of half-elves when it came to this. Rocken walked ahead, and a group followed him. The guy thought about it and decided that this was to be expected, since this mission was very important and connected to the main quest. In the forest stood another spirit of the forest, who listened carefully to the sounds. Rocken stood with the group behind a tree, showing people a finger near his mouth to keep them silent. Rocken turned to the monster and began to look at it carefully. The guy decided that fighting spirits at every meeting was ineffective, so he needed to get to his destination as quickly as possible. Rocken began to slowly lead his group to a certain place. All the half-elves followed Rocken carefully. The guy understood that if anyone got in their way, Rocken would simply destroy them. One half-elf's gaze began to fall on something. The girl was very shocked and frightened by this. Rocken began to turn around, not understanding what was happening. The girl's hands were held around one plant. The girl began to tell Rocken that she had found it and they were here for this. There was a sprout on the ground. It was called the sprout of the tree of the world. Rocken began to look carefully at the half-elf, who was sitting near the flower, looking at her carefully. The girl said that this was a sprout of the tree of the world, which could become one. A huge sprouted tree stood in the middle of mountains and uneven terrain. The World Tree is a symbol of the Half-Elves Guild. For them it is a holy shrine. The half-elves went to this forest to recreate it. The ultimate goal of all this is the revival of the kingdom of the elves. One of the half-elves looked at the sprout with a sad look and said that for now it was just a sprout, but if the tree of the world grew from it, then something wonderful would happen. Rocken put his mouth to his hand, thinking about different thoughts. The group began to tell the guy to protect them while they began to extract the plant. Meanwhile, the guy began to think something about the quest. Rocken stood next to the girl, who was with a flower and holding a test tube with liquid in her hands, and began to tell her to leave. Rocken began to pour liquid onto the sprout, pushing the girl away with his hand. The half-elf began to shout to Rocken, asking what he wanted. The potion began to fall on the sprout, filling it completely. No one could understand what the guy was doing, everyone swore at him and shouted. One of the half-elves began to look angrily at Rockin and say that Rockin could not be trusted. A girl from the group began to ask the girl to be silent, carefully looking at the sprout. People from the group began to be very surprised by something. Their eyes were filled with shock. The system window began to show growth data, and it was clear that it had grown and now it had become a strong sprout. It was a sprout that had absorbed vitality, and now this plant has a great chance of becoming the tree of the world. Another sprout was connected, which made it stronger. All the people in the group could not believe that it had grown. Rockin calmly looked at the surprised half-elves, who did not understand what the guy had done. Rockin understood that they had never even thought of such a thing, since they were too careful with the sprout. Rockin showed the group the potion and carefully said that the tree of the world grows in places where life force is concentrated, so it would be nice to grow a sprout here. Rockin thought that this place had not yet been infected. The half-elf reached for the potion and, looking at it carefully, began to tell Rockin that he understood everything, although in fact the half-elf did not understand how Rockin knew this, since this information is secret even for most half-elves. Another liquid began to fall on the sprout. Rockin looked attentively at the sprout, telling the group not to pour too much so as not to drown it. The guy noticed that the sprout was growing slower than the guy himself thought. Rockin's eyes began to fill with confidence. The guy thought about what would happen if he used not only potions. Rockin's hand began to give the half-elf another test tube with the potion. Rockin began to tell the girl to try it. The half-elf held the bottle and asked if this could really be poured. Rockin told the girl to try it, as the effect would be much better. The test tube contained water from Lake Serenity. It contains pure energy, so this water can restore tone when consumed internally. Water began to fall on the leaves of the sprout. The sprout began to grow upward, lifting its leaves. The half-elves began to look in surprise at the roots from the sprout. They could not believe that this had happened. The sprout began to turn into a small tree. Rockin knew that this would work, because the effect of the water can be felt simply by drinking it. The guy knew that he had to hold on to this bottle. Rockin began to look at the tree sapling with a smile on his face. The guy wondered if it was enough to get a hidden reward. One of the half-elves began to look at the seedling with fear, telling the surprised Rockin that they had a problem. Rockin approached the sprout, which was still growing, and began to ask the half-elf what the problem was and what was bad about the fact that the tree had grown. The half-elf said that this could not but please, but it had its own problems. The half-elf began to look at Rockin in surprise, telling him that, as the guy said, the tree of the world feeds on life forces, but since the sprout grew so rapidly, it began to absorb the life force of the forest. The seedling began to grow rapidly. The surprised half-elves and Rockin began to direct their gaze upward. Rockin began to look at the huge infected forest guard, who was called the field boss. The guard began to look carefully at everyone, asking them who dared to steal the life energy of the forest. Rockin stood at a distance from the monster, knowing that the quest was not promised to be simple. Rockin looked at the monster with a smile on his face and holding the sealed helmet of the Lion King in his hands, talking about how he needed to use all his powers. The system window began to show that Rockin was able to awaken all the powers of the sealed item. Rockin looked with confusion at his hand, which contained the flame of power. The system window began to show all the data about the sealed helmet of the Lion King. Rockin, with a smile on his face, began to look carefully at the thing, asking what it was. Rockin's hand reached for the helmet. The guy with a smile on his face began to say that the seal was partially removed, and Rockin did not think that something like that existed. The guy was wondering whether this was related to the upgrade of the profession or not. The helmet shone brightly, showing itself to everyone. Rockin began to talk about how the king's helmet was the best equipment the guy had ever received. Rockin's shadow filled the spaces. The guy decided that if he could collect the entire set and remove all the seals from it, then this would be the best equipment of his life. Rockin decided that he would definitely collect it. The half-elf began to look at Rockin with fear, asking him what they should do. Rockin began to ask them to stop panicking and start digging up the sapling. The guard was still carefully watching all the people, not doing anything for now. Rockin put on his mask and with confident steps began to walk straight towards the monster, telling all the people that he would deal with it. Rockin had 2 weapons in his hands. The half-elf began to open his mouth wide and, shouting to the guy, began to speak with fear that Rockin would not be able to do this. The monster was watching the guy and everyone else. The girl said that this is the guardian of the forest, and this is an absolute creature in the forest, and now it has become more dangerous due to contamination with unknown dark magic. Rockin's legs began to slowly walk towards the monster. The half-elf began to tell Rockin that he could not cope alone and they needed to run. The half-elf, surprised and frightened, looked at Rockin, and the guy asked meanwhile why they all decided that he couldn't cope. Rockin looked askance at all the people and began to tell them with dissatisfaction that such statements apply to people like them and those who live by attitudes. Rockin began swinging his sword, telling the half-elf to sit down and watch. Rockin began to quickly run towards the spirit of the forest, telling all people that he would change the way of thinking. The monster began to open its mouth wide, running towards Rockin, the corrupted guardian of the forest. This creature was previously a forest guardian, but after being polluted it became a monster, usually encountered later when completing the main quest related to the World Tree. Rockin decided that he should not have met it in this forest. The monster was 130 level, but considering that this is a field boss, he was many times stronger. Even a group of players with level 100 would be difficult to cope with. The guard looked at Rockin carefully. The monster's eyes were directed only at the guy. Rockin understood that, in fact, there was no need to defeat the monster. Rockin stood wearing a mask, looking at the guard. The half-elves were digging up a sprout. Rockin understood that he just needed to stall for time so that the half-elves could redeem the seedling, and then they could simply run away and the quest would be completed. Rockin began to smile slyly from ear to ear and talk about how bad luck had happened to him for some reason. Rockin began to run towards the monster, not being afraid of him. The guy's instincts told him that he could cope with the spirit. The monster looked at Rockin, screaming that he was a trespasser. The monster's huge mouth began to shout to Rockin that he needed to be eliminated. The guy flew away from the wind that occurred because of the monster's mouth. The guard began to break everything, raising huge dust. The monster's huge hands began to quickly move towards Rockin. Rockin, holding a weapon in his hands, began to say with a smile on his face to the monster that he was a cretin, because he was waving his paws in a way where he was not even there. The guard looked at Rockin carefully. Rockin's frightened gaze began to look at the monster, understanding something. The guard began to get up slowly from the ground without approaching Rockin. The head and body of the monster began to separate. Rockin, with a frightened look and fear, began to say that he should have guessed about this. The monster began to quickly get up, spreading its power and directing it at Rockin, who tried to get away from the monster by jumping in different directions. The guard began throwing stones and other objects at Rockin. The monster's power, along with its stones, began to fall in different directions, breaking everything in its path. The half-elves were scared. They sat and screamed. One of them began to channel his power, which was a shield of mana. He saved the half-elves from various stones and debris. Rockin began to quickly run towards the monster, shouting at him about how he was a pain in the ass. Rockin's power began to quickly be directed towards the monster, straight into his body. Rockin began to hold weapons in different hands, which were filled with power. Rockin began to quickly swing his weapons at the monster, telling him that he would just chop him into pieces. The guard could not do anything. He only took all the attacks from Rockin. The monster began to pull his huge hand towards Rockin, trying to grab him, but the guy quickly jumped, dodging. The guard's hand fell with great force to the ground, making huge depressions there. Rockin was still swinging at the monster with quick movements. Rockin's weapons broke the body of the guard into huge stones. Rockin jumped, directing all his strength towards the monster. Rockin began to cut the monster's hands, and then with a smile on his face, asking him that he was not so strong. The monster began to break apart. Rockin thought this was great, since after the guy cut off the limbs, the monster would be easy to incapacitate. The guard began to attack Rockin, trying to kill him. To the surprised Rockin, something began to move. Something from a monster was creeping towards Rockin. The guy couldn't figure out what it was, tentacles or a vine. The monster still began to carefully watch Rockin. The roots of the monster began to quickly move towards the guy. Rockin clenched his teeth because he didn't like it. The guy realized that he was in trouble. The monster was alive, as if nothing had happened to it. Rockin saw that it was quickly recovering and decided whether it was really a field boss. Rockin began to press himself to the ground and say that he didn't care. The guy realized that his regeneration must have a limit. With incomprehension, Rockin began to notice out of the corner of his eye how the half-elves began to shout to him that the guy needed to destroy the core. The half-elf closed his eyes and began to scream that Rockin was trying to chop him into pieces so that the monster could no longer regenerate. Rockin held a weapon behind his back and asked the half-elf how she guessed. The girl told Rockin that it was obvious. The monster looked attentively at Rockin and all the living. The half-elf began to tell the guy that nothing would work out for him, since spirits are directly connected with the forest and Strahd can pump energy out of the forest and regenerate endlessly, and if this happens, the forest will simply dry up. Rockin began to look at the half-elf with anger and shout to him that he already knew this and the guy did not need to be cut. In the center of the monster there was a core that must be destroyed. Rockin's hand began to reach for the weapon. The guy said that it was very simple, but the half-elf did not understand how Rockin wanted to destroy something so huge. Rockin did not look at the half-elf and walked towards the guard. Surprised, Rockin began to look at the monster's strength. The guard did not allow Rockin to pass, as if he knew the guy's plan. The monster's power began to flow into the tree, filling it completely. Nothing appeared on Earth. Red magic began to appear in the place of power. Rockin began to use all his strength, realizing that he just needed to chop his entire body into pieces. Red magic began to rush towards someone in a stream. The power was directed towards Rockin. Rockin stood completely in red magic and, smiling madly, began to say that this time he would give it his all. Monster hand. He swung at men and shouted that he would destroy the intruder. Red energy emanates from the leg. There is a flash of light, stones fly to the sides. An ornament in a polygonal star, the hero used the combination skill crushing throw. A powerful flash of light rose upward. The beam hit the purple part of the demon. She broke into pieces. The hero turned to the guard. Violet energy. Tekelen slammed his hand into the ground. Ming jumped, looking at the monster from above. He wants to test how strong he is. A glow emanates from the helmet from its open mouth. Light discharge. The light comes in the opposite direction. Ming jumped. A stream of light passed through the monster. Red rays cut off the guard's hand. The half-elf screams in fear. What recklessness. Many eyes in the purple part of the body. The monster's eye looks down. The guard's body parts are restored. The stems are aimed at the hero. He crouches down. The girl shouts that Tekelen will continue to regenerate despite his efforts. He kicked off the ground. Ming jumped up. Instead of a face, there was a shadow with an evil smile. The monster's eyes look at the hero, who runs to the side. Tekelen directed the branches forward. Splashes of blood. The guy clenched his teeth. Discharges from his mouth. The hero leaned back. A red glow came from the lion's mouth on his helmet, and he used a battle cry. Purple guardian body with eyes. He trembled and screamed. The notice said that the enemy's level is too high, so the damage will be reduced. Ming leaned back, clenched his fist, and loudly asked, "What about this?" The hero let out a roar. A bright multicolored flash discharges. He used the combined skill strength and battle cry. The hero is in the red sphere. Opposite him is a monster. A screen appears with information about the skill Scream of Madness. He jumps at the guard from a height. The enemy's defense level is reduced, and the enemy is stunned. The hero is furious, swung an axe with light emanating from it, and used the force and strike. He gritted his teeth and thought that now he could use the strongest blow. He holds the handle of an axe with his hands, which is a ray of light, and used the combined skill of strength, throw, dash, and strike. Tekelen looks at the glowing polygonal star pattern that appears in the sky. Crack in the ornament. Light from the cracked surface. Fragments fly down towards the monster. Ming in the air with a huge glowing axe. He put his hand on its blade. A flash of light hit the monster. Death blow. From the hero's eyes there are waves of flame. He screams furiously. He cuts the body of the guard. The characteristics of Deathstroke are on the screen. Hitting the purple part of the body with the blade, he scored a critical hit. Flash, many monster eyes. The eye of a monster with two pupils. He said that the elimination of the intruder had not been carried out. The mission and reboot. Tekelen cleaved in half. Field boss or infested forest guardian defeated. A powerful explosion in the forest. The hero's level is increased. The half-elf girls look forward in surprise. She said that this is incredible. Smoke, a guard in a blue glow. In front of him is Min, takes off his helmet. She can't believe that he dealt with it alone. Blood spattered on Ming's face. He turned around and said that they were going for a reward. Half-elf castle. She shouted that this couldn't be happening. Turl's eyes sparkle. She looks with delight at the sapling of the Tree of Peace. Min raised his hand, raised his long nose. She loudly asked how he managed it. He replied that it was difficult to explain since he resorted to the wrong methods, but she could ask the gathering guys about it. She took his hand and addressed him, first calling him an adventurer. The guy turned white. The girl knelt in front of him and with tears in her eyes said thank you. Thanks to him the half-elves had a chance. Turl sits with her hand to her chin. He wondered if this cold half-elf had really changed her attitude towards him, which means the Tree of Peace is very important to them. He answered with a grin that it wasn't worth it, because he didn't do it because he was so good, thinking that all this didn't matter and he just wanted to get a reward. The guy put his index finger and thumb together and asked with a sly smile if she wouldn't disappoint him. She answered, of course. A rod with a yellow stone reports that he received an incredible achievement, earned trust, and was the first to receive the title Friend of the Half-Elves. In front of Turl there is a rod. She stretched her hands forward. Behind her there is a round sign. On the screen there is information about the new title of the hero. Ming frowned, looked up. He thought, this is a half-spirit blessing. He threw up his hands, thinking that elemental defense is very important in magical battles. It is difficult to pump it up at high levels, especially for berserkers. The hero turned around and said that if this was all they had prepared, he would be upset. She replied that of course this was not all. A bag of gold coins. She added that this may be a small amount, but this is all that their guild can offer. The hero accepted it with gratitude. The light from the gold illuminates his face. He thought that this was the best reward for completing the quest, and for that kind of money he could put up with their hysteria. Turl bowed and told him to once again accept her gratitude. If he needed help, he could contact them at any time. The hero leaves, waved his hand. The half-elves wished him luck. He replied that no more pleasantries were needed and that he left. Behind him is a castle, half-elves. He thought that this time he was lucky and everything ended well, but he shouldn't be too happy. Now they see him as the savior of their species. The shadows of the half-elves with burning eyes look at the departing hero. But the moment they decide that he can harm the world tree, they will change their attitude and do everything to kill him. In this game, they have always been like this. The hero looked to the side and thought that it was time for the last quest for recognition. A medieval city, a building with a glass roof. The hero was asked if he wanted to be recognized by their race. He is in the Crossroads Dwarven Guild. A gnome with a pince nez in front of an open chest. He told him to take it and they do not favor insensitive people. In the screen there is a description of the task: restore the dangerous device of the gnomes. Min sighed and said that he would be back soon. The last task was to repair the device. Street, a guy carrying a chest. He thought that at first the task might seem the simplest of all. Elements in hands. He put his hand to his chin and looks thoughtfully at the detail. Musket, information about it is on the screen. The hero examined the weapon with displeasure, thinking that they were trying to destroy it on the sly. This item is one of those that dwarves like, but it is not at all durable and seems to break right in the hands if handled incorrectly. He grinned and said that they are fools. There is a loophole in this quest. A gnome with a mustache and pince nez looks down in surprise. A brilliant musket, well repaired and durable. Ming leaned over, folded his hands, smiling widely, said that he acted as carefully as possible, then asked what he would say. Behind Min, a dwarf with red hair and a beard with a hammer points his finger forward. On the screen is a description of the title Friend of the Dwarves. The loophole is that he can easily request repairs for this weapon from them. Opposite the hero, a dwarf in glasses is repairing a weapon. The guy thought, it doesn't matter where it comes from, it's just a piece of equipment, and all he needs to do is give it to the dwarf blacksmith for repairs, and not do everything himself. The dwarf nervously examines the weapon. Min asked if there were any problems. He replied that there were no, and asked to wait a minute. The dwarf leaned over, looking at the weapon through his pince nez, couldn't believe that Min had repaired it so well and quickly. He thought it might be a copy, but it's not so easy to find something similar in the area. The dwarf grinned, thinking that the hero had definitely cheated. He asked if he had noticed anything strange in the product during the repair. Min put his hand to his chin and replied that on the inside he saw a strange engraving in the form of some kind of gear. It seems that it is depicted from the trigger side. He was surprised, right? The dwarf closed his eyes, sighed, and said that this was surprising. He even knew about the engraving applied to prevent fraud. It seemed that the work would have to be recognized. Ming smiled widely, sharp teeth. He thought that he knew about the engraving because such a task had happened in a past life. The guy squinted and looked at the screen with a grin. He said that he didn't expect much, but the result was amazing. On the screen there was information about the title of Friend of the Dwarves that he received. The guy folded his hands with a satisfied face. He thought that, at best, he would receive permission to trade in mechanical engineering products, but there was an opportunity to ride gnome trains and airships for half the price, and an auxiliary profession of engineer, thanks to which he would be able to independently produce mechanized products. A guy with long hair wearing black glasses, a bomb in his hand, a weapon on his back. Someone even made a name for himself with this profession. Like the mad scientist Krat, he was a dark magician and used strange objects in battle, misleading many users. Krat with a guitar on stage. He gained fame for his unique fighting style and eccentric character. He had his own fandom. Thanks to his concerts, many became interested in mechanical engineering. The heroes opposite each other raised their thumbs up. Min asked to teach him mechanical engineering. The dwarf replied that for great friends. With great joy, the guy thought that most of his skills were attacking and he could fill an empty slot by gaining a useful skill. Messages about obtaining the auxiliary profession engineer. After gaining experience, you can study gnome engineering. Dwarven Guild building. Min asked for a recipe and a list of parts he needed to improve his skill. The master told him not to be shy and watch as much as he wanted. There are other symbols around the golden design with the head of a lion. The hero received recognition from all races living in the territory of the Golden Lion Camp Association. He became a proud citizen, received the title of honorary resident of the Crossroads. Ming looks at the screen with title information, hands in his pants pockets. He exhaled, finally finished this quest. The hero's head looks at the screen. He drew attention to the fact that he can claim the protection of the city garrison. The hero looks to the side. He thought that Stroyan asked him to deliver a letter to guard General Malkin. Blue sky. He thought, since he had to leave here anyway, he would complete the quest. It was time to visit the garrison. White building with an arch, headquarters of the Crossroads garrison. Shield on the wall. Min, with his hands on his hips, looks at the shield. He thought that the building was rather large, but remembered the city square. He turned around. The man loudly apologized for the wait. Shoes with elongated toes. He said that they were busy eliminating monsters in the area, laughed and added that he didn't even know where to put his eyes from shame. The hero looks at a tall half-elf with long white hair in a white uniform. The general extended his hand, said with a smile that his name was Malkin. He was responsible for public order in Paracrestok, and added that he was glad to meet you. Min extended his hand and said his name. He was surprised at this physique at every meeting. The general shook his hand vigorously and laughed, saying that he was in excellent shape, which seemed strange to the hero. Malkin looks to the side, crossed his arms over his chest. The guy didn't understand why he was so friendly, because he was a half-elf of the old school. He grinned evilly when the general said that he had heard a lot about the hero from Terrell. His race owed him a debt. The cold look of the hero, he thought that a good relationship with Malkin would make his life much easier. The general, smiling broadly, asked the hero was sent by Steroian how this old man was doing. Ming thought that this huge guy was undoubtedly the strongest in the city and was in fact the ruler of these lands. He passed the envelope into the half-elf's hand, replied that he was in good health and asked to hand over the letter. The general asked to wait a little. He would familiarize himself with the contents. The hero thought that soon he would not be surprised by level 200. Malkin reads the letter. He asked if Min is now a new member of the researchers. The guy replied yes. The hero looks displeased at the loudly laughing general, who asked why Min was hiding this. He is also a researcher. The guy thought, is it necessary to say such obvious things? The general frowned and thought, if you close your eyes to the level, Ming is an amazing person in whom you can feel authority. In addition, it seems that other races have already recognized him, and he is a member of the investigation team. There is blue energy around Malkin. He looks at the departing hero. What impressed him most was that at the first meeting he tested him by crushing him with mana. Ming with a straight face, ordinary beings experience pain or at least discomfort, but he felt nothing. The hero grinned evilly and said that he was pleased to meet you. The general froze in surprise. Min raised his head and asked what the test results were. Shadow on a half-elf. The hero stepped forward, saying that they still seemed unsure about him. The guy leaned over, looked up at the general and asked what if we tested him right here. A shadow on the general's face, his head lowered, silent. The hero frowned, thinking that this was definitely a stupid idea. He was now level 106, and even if the heavens came down to him, he would not be able to win. Behind the general of the mountain, he leaned down, stretched his hand forward. Min thought that the NPC Malkin, whom he knows, although arrogant and proud, is impressed by the strong. The half-elves took a knee, and the hero gained the trust of the half-elves. The general could hardly hold back his laughter. The guy was embarrassed. He was sure that this madness would definitely work. Malkin laughs, put his hand on his head, said that it seems he made a mistake. The notice says that the hero has improved relations with him. Min with a self-confident smile, the half-elf said that he was trying to test a warrior who had already reached the pinnacle of his skill. He apologized. The guy turned his head, saying that words were not enough for an apology. Malkin replied with a grin that he would compensate for everything. Potions, a bag of money and defense items. The general asked what he would like. Gold, a weapon or armor used in the garrison, or a high-quality healing item. Malkin was surprised. The guy replied that he didn't need any of this. Ming scratched his neck and said that he should be accepted into the Crossroads garrison. The general looked gloomily at the guy, clarified that he would join the garrison. The hero replied that, being an adventurer, he would not be able to work full-time, but he hoped that this issue could be resolved. Malkin put his hand to his chin, a shadow on Min's face, his eyes glowing, his fist clenched victoriously. The half-elf agreed to do as he wants. The notice asks if the hero wants to accept the guard general's offer of a place in the garrison. With paper and a pen and ink on the desk, Malkin explained that, if necessary, he could give out the equipment and supplies needed by the garrison members and tell everyone how to use it. A tall white building, a bridge, the barriers are raised. Soon players who have received a third profession will begin to arrive at the crossroads. Min is on the balcony, thinking that for him, as a solo player, they are just competitors. Members of the Blood Hunters Guild, he would happily kill everyone he meets on the way, but he cannot afford to waste time on PC users since they can unite and cause problems, as was the case with Pariah. A pariah with a crazy face, the hero wondered what was wrong with him. The half-elf in armor saluted Min and reported that he had already heard everything from the general. The hero thought that he needed it most at such a time. There is an emblem with the image of a lion on the palm. With its help you can confirm your belonging to the guard without wearing guard uniforms. The guy looks at the emblem in his hand with an evil grin. He thought that he needed power. The messages say that he has become a member of the Crossroads garrison. Given some powers, even if he attacks first, under certain conditions, his kill counter will not increase. He narrowed his eyes, smiled evilly. It became possible to legally control the players who came to the city. Ning walks along Crossroads Street. Emblem in the hero's hand. His job as a garrison member is simple. He looks at the emblem. There is a dragon in the background. You need to either patrol the city for 1 hour or kill 20 monsters in the area. There is only one condition. If you are online and the city is in danger, you must take part in the battle. The hero thinks that even though it's a little annoying, it's worth it. A half-elf in armor in front of the apple stand. The hero can use all the amenities. He has a trusting relationship with all NPCs. There are discounts and lucrative offers. The guy smiled, but this is all nonsense. There is the main thing. Ning noticed a robber at the counter if someone is disturbing the peace. The girl looks with love at the hero who killed the robber. He can execute him on the spot and not receive a fine for it. He can even be awarded if this execution turned out to be fair. Ming pressed his finger on the screen in front of him, thought that it was time to show himself to other users. Since there are no restrictions or prohibitions, he can use his position until he goes to another area or decides to quit. One looks ahead with his head down. The hero thought that it was unlikely that he would cross paths with him because they were in different regions. But if another level 100 player appeared at the crossroads, there would be nothing strange about it. The guy frowned. He looked at the screen irritably. On the screen is a photo of an orc. Special news about the first player to reach level 100. City Street. The hero disappears. He thought that he should find out more about him and left the game. Browser. Picture presenting an exclusive interview with the first player to reach level 100 in the world. This is the orc Tide, master of the blade. The orc put his hand on his head. A girl with a microphone next to him asked what it was like to be the first in the world. He laughed and replied that it was an honor for him. Min is in a chair in front of the monitor, resting his head on his palm. He thought, what is this, a bald orc? The journalist in the video asked, a blade master? This is a type of sword master. Tide scratched his head, confused. The hero cannot understand why not Odin, but some strange no-name was the first to reach level 100. Alone with his eyes closed, the guy who reached level 99 had no reason to fall behind. Ming frowned. An orc with a katana behind his back. Behind Odin, the hero thought that the guy could have reached this level a long time ago and was quietly watching his competitors from the side, just like him. There is an insidious smile on the hero's face. Let him then continue to be careful not to become his prey. Tide raised his hand. The journalist standing next to him asked if something had changed at this level. He replied that a combined skill had appeared. The hero grinned. The user of the game, where achievements play a key role, did not mention the first achievement, which means that there is another one who was the first to reach level 100. He was surprised. The journalist asked what the orc thought about the third city, in which everyone was showing interest. He replied that he was still collecting information through quests. Tide bared his teeth and told world users to wait a little. He punched himself in the chest and added that he would be the first to enter the third city and share the information he had received with them. The hero looks angrily at the screen, thinking that this damned loser is already overboard. Hand on the computer mouse, he decided to update his channel, thinking that all this was even to his advantage. The hero's channel on a social network, he created it to teach the members of the Kai Guild a lesson. The black and white stills from the videos that the hero uploaded at that time became a hotly discussed topic even outside of Korea. More than 400,000 people subscribed to him. Although there are less than a dozen videos on the channel, he even received money for it, but he is worried lack of content. The hero stretched his arms. It's time for a divine montage. Since everyone is inflating the topic of the first player, what will happen if he uploads a video about the third city, which can only be reached from level 100? There was a shadow on the hero's face. His eyes flashed evilly. He grinned. Probably this player was so anticipating success, but there should be good in moderation. Video on the hero's channel, third city of the Lord Crossroads and Hunting Grounds. A comment appeared that Ming is a god. The city buildings are in the video. The user asks how he got there. This is not a hoax. Guinea wrote that these locations have not been shown anywhere yet. Most likely this is him. In the video of the infected spirit of the forest, one of the users asked if he really defeated it or just filmed it. A man with a bald head. Users note that the video was filmed before the interview was released, and the first person to reach level 100 was Min. In the comments they laugh at Tide. Punch the monitor. The hand is shaking. There is a broken monitor on the table. The man is furious. Bridge. He thinks as soon as the third city video went viral, he was called a liar. He gritted his teeth. Advertising contracts and participation in shows were cancelled one after another. He shouted, did he know? No one said anything. He thought he was the first. The bald man in the red shirt is furious behind Tide. He hates the hero who stabbed him in the back. Min with phone in hand, surprised. He pressed his finger on the screen, selecting his new video. Only a day has passed, and already almost 20 million views. He is excited about how much money he can get for advertising. The hero has a long nose. Requests for interviews and offers from television are pouring in like a river. He thought that, of course, he would ignore everyone. He knew that the Lord was not just a VR game. On the screen of comments from users, he thinks that the number of players is growing exponentially all over the world. The game is having an impact on society, and there is a reason why he started playing it again even after being reborn. The guy grinned. He noted one of the reactions. An empty capsule in the room. The hero said that he could not ignore the requests of his subscribers and needed to meet their expectations. Dark sky, medieval castle in the mountains. He knocked on the door. Tired red eyes look at the guy through the window in the door. He said that he is a member of the Crossroads garrison and heard that Baron Truel needs help. The heroes climbed the stairs. A huge window with floral ornaments. The Baron was informed that they had arrived from the garrison. He said to go through. A gray-haired man on a throne with a beard and mustache said that he didn't think they would send someone and asked if the hero wanted to help him. Min threw up his hands and replied that everything was right. General Malkin sent him and he would do everything in his power. The guy with the sparkling smile, of course, no one sent him here. He is here because he already knew about the quest, but if he mentions the general, he will earn Truel's trust. The Baron's hand is shaking. He said that he lives so far from the city because of his sick daughter. A 4-poster bed, the Baron said that he would do anything for his girl, but he was so weak that it was becoming increasingly difficult to look after her. He folded his hands and asked the hero to get the blood of the troll living in the cursed cave of life. With its help, his daughter could recover a little. Behind the troll is a flask in purple smoke. On the screen it is written about the quest, its conditions and reward. The guy smiled slyly and replied that, of course, he could rely on him. Entrance to the cursed cave of life. With his leg in armor on the ground, the hero greeted everyone and introduced himself. The hero holds his hand on the hilt, a huge axe behind his back, and said that he would try to clear one of the public dungeons located next to the crossroads. Terrible loud sounds are heard in the depths of the cave. Rockin, holding an axe in his hand and pointing it to the side, says that the dungeon is not affected by external time. Holding the axe in the foreground and looking ahead wearily, he talks about how this means the monsters won't get stronger because of the nighttime. Thinking that he has to explain such obvious basic things. Imagining the dark silhouette of the monster against the background of the starry sky, Rockin says that the peculiarity of this cave is the troll monsters, adding that he thinks that this is the first appearance of trolls in the territory of the Golden Lion's camp. Standing with an axe on his shoulder and looking towards the stones, someone's silhouette with red eyes comes out from behind them, to which the hero continues to say that this does not mean that we are talking only about trolls, and it seems that the first one appeared monster. A huge monster like a Sasquatch screams at Ming with a roar. The story notice says that this is a level 100 cave stone monkey, to which Ming says that this is a stone monkey, a monster of the lowest level, and these muscular primates are shorter than the average person. Jumping up from your seat. The monster, raising its arms in the air, flies straight at the main character, to which he says that the indicators of attack power, defense, and agility are well balanced, and a battle with this monster can be life-threatening if you are not careful. In response to his attack, the monster receives a fist in the face, from the force of which his tooth even falls out. The main character hits him, causing the monster's body to hit the rocks in a zigzag pattern, breaking stone walls, and eventually slamming into a dead end. Angry, the monkey screamed at the top of his lungs, opening his bloody mouth. The stone monster, spreading its arms to the side, looks at the calmly standing Ming. Suddenly, the creature jumps at him, hitting the guy with its huge fists. Suddenly, the creature's gaze becomes extremely worried, turning its attention to something. Rockin, holding his hand right in front of his face, squeezing it with all his strength, making it shake, says that because all the indicators are equally high, they can defeat him with strength or speed, depending on which they are more confident in. A shadow from the same large hand of the protagonist falls on the monster's face. He grabs the monkey's face with all his might, pulling it down. The guy slams the monster's head into the floor with all his might, breaking the stone underneath him. With an embittered face and a villainous smile, the guy asks the monster from under his brows how he is doing. Is it easy? Walking away from the monster, hearing his roars, Min, smiling maliciously, said out loud that these guys have no particular reason to be in the troll's dungeon. Looking to the side, seeing a pack of red-eyed trolls around the corner, the guy says that he is their food, and despite the fact that in a pack they can pose a threat, they are still just food for the trolls. Clenching his teeth, the guy releases the strongest energy from himself, screaming from his own strength. The notification indicates that the hero is using the Madness Scream skill. The troll standing opposite the guy grins his face in confusion. He sees his defeated relatives on the ground. An incomprehensible shadow from above covers the bodies of the lions, to which the guy, looking up, asks what it is. Looking at the huge creature, he says that this is the one that escaped, a giant bat, and usually he uses skills such as bite or body slam, noting that they are annoying with the ability to fly, but since they are in a cave, bats are not like that. It's a big problem. Walking forward in his boots on the stone floor, Rockin says that they are now entering the main troll territory. Walking further, turning his back to the entrance and holding his huge axe on his shoulder, Min says that about 15 such creatures appear in this dungeon. Continuing to stand in the same position, someone is watching the guy, listening to the guy say that they are not herd monsters and most often attack alone. The goblin, smiling widely with his unpleasant expression, sighs contentedly. Approaching the main character behind him, the goblin listens as he says that despite the fact that the troll is a playable race in the game, they may not know what they would look like as monsters. The goblin reveals his hand with huge sharp nails. With a lightning quick glance, Min notices a monster standing behind him. He immediately throws his axe at him like a boomerang, causing him to glow with the power of energy. The axe hits the creature in the shoulder, causing it to bare its teeth in pain and utter a couple of sounds. Looking at the goblin's body, kneeling on the ground bleeding, he continues his story, saying that trolls are superior to humans in strength and agility. The goblin is trying to pull an axe stained with his blood from his shoulder, and the main character wants to tell about their main feature. The goblin pulls out the protagonist's axe with all his might, swinging it wildly. The goblin's shoulder heals quickly, creating threads between the torn limbs. Ming calls it regeneration. The goblin's muzzle opens wide, releasing its drool in all directions. Stepping towards the goblin, Rocken says that there is no need to be afraid of this. The monster brought his eyebrows together out of sadness and fear. The main character, with all his might and a smile on his face, waving his swords, flies at the monster. Opening his mouth and eyes wide with madness and passion, he says that you just need to keep attacking until the monsters die, asking again that it's easy. The creature's purple blood scatters in different directions, spreading onto the stones. In the distance you can only hear the depressing sounds of a monster. At that moment, the goblin, with a smile on his face, swings his huge hand with sharp claws at the guy. He, having released his tongue and standing in a stance, calmly awaits him in anticipation of the blow. The next moment, Rocken begins to hit different points of the goblin's body with all his might. Suddenly, 2 axes appear in his hands. He swings them in one fell swoop and demolishes everything, killing in his path. The history notice says it's a strike. A goblin with a ring on his beard growls in frustration at his own failure and loss. Moving away from the monster with his back, and holding one axe down and the other on his shoulder, the guy asks if they can see, explaining that later trolls of heroic rank or even generals may appear, but these damn trolls are only distinguished by faster regeneration. Walking through the entire field of defeated trolls and goblins, the guy says that it seems they have destroyed all the monsters in this dungeon. Clicking on the notification stat to stop recording, Min says that ends their video. Standing in front of the monster's body lying on the floor, Rocken thinks that he shouldn't reveal the whole quest, and of course, he can just cut it out later. Licking his lips with a satisfied face, drawing a dagger in his hand, Min says that now it's time for loot. The blood of the monsters scatters around again. The story notice says that the guy successfully opened the cursed cave troll. Since the butcher skill is low, he receives less byproducts, and the butcher skill proficiency has increased by 1%. Holding a vial of monster blood in his hand, the notification says that the guy received the blood of a troll, to which he notes that this is great and he already has one. Against the backdrop of the cave walls, Rocken continues to look for something out loud. Checking his pockets and looking from side to side with a blank face, the guy says that he is sure and it was here somewhere. Smiling at his discovery, the notification tells him again that the Rare Explorer title has been activated and he has found something special. The guy stands in front of heaps of garbage, from which something is highlighted in the bright sunlight. With a thoughtful face, sorting through the heaps and throwing out the garbage, bones, to the side, the notice says that he received the bone of a cursed beast. The next moment, Rocken held the monster's skull in his hand with even greater joy. Looking at the skull, Min reveals that the reason the trolls were cursed is of unnatural origin. Imagining a robed figure peering from behind a rock at a dead bear as 2 trolls look on, Min reveals that someone threw the cursed beast to the trolls as food, adding that he can guess who it was. He, imagining images of the suspects, talks about plague rats in the sewers. Imagining a huge creature resembling a man but in the form of a tree, the guy talks about the infected spirit of the forest in the Tekelen forest. And adding a couple more images of creatures in robes, Min says that he believes that the same guys had a hand in all this, and these are monsters that are trying to sow curses and distort the monsters and NPCs, the main villains of the main quest. Continuing his way further through the cave, Min says that he does not remember that anyone in a past life established the identity of these characters. Remembering again the images of the characters of the gods, the main character says that he followed the plot, but then got involved with the bastards from Ragnarok. Stopping abruptly in front of the cave exit, the guy tells himself to wait. Suddenly his eyes widen in realization, and he tells himself that this is nonsense. The guy's gaze became even more terrifying with realization, and he thinks that maybe it was because of this that Ragnarok attacked him, adding that they wanted to stop him from completing the main quest. The guy passes the monster to the elf, to which he is surprised to understand what is appearing before him. Standing opposite each other, the elf holds the object and asks the hero where he found it, to which he calmly replies that in the damned cave of life, where trolls live. Looking through in his hands with a blank expression, the man says that he studied mutated monsters, but did not think that curses were spread through this. The main character listens in a dark mood as the elf says that first there was a sewer, then the Tekelen forest, and now a cave, noting that they only plant contaminated objects in hard-to-reach places. With a wild, angry face, Min asks the caller if he knows anything about those who spread these curses and their goals. Closing his eyes and moving his head in different directions, the man says that, unfortunately, he has no leads and they have only recently begun an investigation. Holding the skull in his hand from which the magic emanates, the man seriously looks directly at Rocken, telling him that from now on the study of this bone will be on him. Standing opposite each other in front of a window with a leaking light, the elf asks him if he can find the other monsters who are cursed. The notification that appears tells about mutated monsters, that the guy needs to find the monster that ate the damn beast and mutated, and no one knows what could happen if the situation develops. Walking through the city, Rocken thinks that he underestimated the reason why one tried to drag him into Ragnarok. Remembering the image of the man holding out his hand, Rocken thinks that he thought that he was jealous of the guy's first place in the rankings, and thought that he wanted to subjugate him, asking, but what if this is not so? Imagining images of characters in a robe and a guy in a fur coat, Rocken talks about what would happen if they made a deal between each other. Holding his hand to his face with his eyes wide open from the immediate realization of the situation, the guy asks himself that the true goal was to prevent the main quest from being completed. The elf, passing nearby, looked at the guy with wariness as if he were crazy, and at that moment he thought that he was probably inventing too much. And in a game where the whole point lies in completing the main quest, users have no reason to cooperate with NPCs or villains. Suddenly laughing sharply loudly, opening his mouth in a smile, the guy asks himself out loud what the difference is here. Pulling his hand away from his face, Min madly begins to shout that whoever those monsters or the monsters from Ragnarok are, he will be able to question them personally before he destroys them. A man holds a test tube with troll blood in his hands. He turns to the protagonist standing across from him, telling him that he did find troll blood, adding that he knew he could rely on the garrison. Holding a test tube in his hands, the man, looking a little upset, tells the hero that what is needed next is hot sheep's blood, and it can be obtained by hunting devilish sheep. The notice talks about a new quest, the recovery of Baron Truhl's little daughter, whom he asked for to save his daughter thanks to the blood of the trolls. She will be able to restore most of her health, and after that, he needs to bring sheep's blood before the girl's health deteriorates. The Baron speaks to the guy, respectfully asking him to get blood for his daughter. Min walks away from the castle gates, illuminated only by the moonlight in the night. Grinning at what he heard, the guy asks about his poor daughter. Looking at the windy night sky with the moon, the guy again asks what it means it will be like this, and whether he should pretend to be a fool. The creature's face faces upward, exhaling air from its lungs through its nose. Creatures appear in front of the guy. The notification says that these are level 110 devil rams. Standing above them on the rock, the guy examines them. Putting his hand in his pants and taking one axe on his shoulder, Min, with an extremely sinister, frightening expression on his face with a smile, asks himself that it is now possible to work as a shepherd. He immediately jumps off the cliff from his place and rises in silhouette against the backdrop of a huge moon, attracting the attention of creatures who moo inquiringly. Rocken swings with all his might at the first ram. The notification indicates that a jump has been made. He lowers his hand to the ground. The sheep next to him start laughing with laughter. Stroking the Lion King's sealed helmet with his hand, the guy wonders if it's because they're herbivores that they don't understand something. Taking his axe in both hands and looking up from his seat, the guy looks at them with a terrifying wide smile, shouting that they fell into a stupor when meeting a predator. The protagonist's axe flies at the ram's face with all its speed. Against the background of the night landscape, the sounds of battle and hot blows can be heard. The guy, putting on a helmet, looks at the ram and tells everyone to just look. The devilish animal opened its furry chest with all its feelings, to which the guy asks himself that he blocked the axe with his fur. The next moment, the ram began to attack at the guy's previous location, when he, at the best moment, dodged the blows. The guy bounces off the ground. He lands on his knees on the floor, keeping his balance. Suddenly, his foot lifts off the ground with all his might, breaking the rocks beneath him. The notification voices the action of the jerk. The notice again talks about kicking and combo skill. Ning hits the ram on the back with all his strength, forcing him to feel the full power of his blow. It was a superluminal headbutt. Flying to the side again, the guy analyzes and thinks that these are average skills, but they can also be combined. Watching how the ram smashes the walls with its head, causing bright bursts of light, the guy notices to him that this is not bad. Immediately, he takes his axe with both hands and adds that he is also not amiss. The guy with all his strength, jumping, swings at the ram, shouting at him, asking that they compare who is stronger. The guy runs his axe across the creature's body, cutting it in two. The notification notes that this is a critical hit. The stones from the ram's blows begin to fly apart. The huge leader of the rams falls dead to the floor, leaving traces of his blood on himself and on the ground. Looking at this, Rocken took a breath, and in the background was another ram, afraid of the man's victory. The guy, standing against the background of a rock in the night sky with the moon, turns to the trembling creature standing behind him, asking him where he is going, adding that he has not finished yet. He, with an ominous face and a smile, turns to the ram and tells him that he needs his blood and chakra and let him give them to him, and he will spare him. The guy, looking at the trembling ram with his index fingers closed, asks how he likes the deal, and this will all happen, of course, if he can live without it. The moon is still visible in the sky. Dawn has arrived and the sky begins to light up with the sun. Walking through the square among the players, the guy yawns, thinking that he didn't sleep all night because of the devilish ramps. Paying attention to the incomprehensible noise and shouting about why no one was selling these items at the market, the guy made his face more interested. Looking back at the users telling one guy that they would pay more and maybe he could sell the item to them. Min thinks about how other users had already started showing up in the third city and he thought they wouldn't be around for another day or two. A man with a red beard and a hat looks at the players with contempt and tells those, calling them youths, that they only care about appearance, let them disappear. The main character looks at the players asking why they are being treated this way and someone did something to the townspeople, to which Min thinks that they are trying to bargain with the NPCs without getting recognition from the other races. The guy clenches his teeth in anger. He, swearing, suddenly approaches the man, grabs him by the collar, and asks, shouting, what kind of discrimination this is, to which the merchant tells him to let him go. Hearing with incomprehension, having calmed down a little and wondering the player's words that he needs to calm down, and they generally went to another store. Interrupting each other, the player says that they have already been kicked out of so many, and she thinks that something will change. From what he heard, Rockin clenched his teeth in a villainous smile. He once again took the merchant, lifting him by the collar, to which he, his eyes bulging, shouted that he would die like that, asking him to save the poor dwarf. Suddenly the players and Rockin are stopped by a loud cry asking who is causing the scandal. Turning back, everyone turned pale with fear. Making a satisfied face, all the players see in front of them an elf in armor, the general of the guard, to which he notices that it looks like they are all lucky, asking them what they were going to keep with the townspeople of the crossroads. The notification states that identity masking has been activated and the guy's nickname and appearance have been randomly changed for an hour. The three frightened players looked behind them and turned to the guard general for help. The man, whom one of the players grabbed by the cloak, began to shout that they had appeared out of nowhere and demanded that the goods be given to them. The girl with the bow and her friend froze. She began to shout that they would never do that. In response, they were asked to stop the noise. A man with pointed ears and long blonde hair said that no matter what their intentions were, he would not tolerate violence. He also added that they were new to the city and had already caused so much chaos, so he would not accept their excuses. A system notification appeared that he was using the authority of a member of the Crossroads Guard to drive out unwanted individuals from the city. At that moment, the three players were enveloped in a white glow that came from the guardsman's hand, and he shouted for them to get out of the city now. The players opened their eyes wide, they began to disappear. One of them asked to wait. Half of the dark-haired guy's face almost disappeared, and he exclaimed that they had just arrived in this city. The merchant straightened his clothes, thanked the guardsman standing opposite him and said that he thought that they would cause trouble. An alert was displayed that the level of trust of the dwarf arms dealer had been increased. Underneath this man was the main character, who exhaled in irritation and thought that even when meeting an NPC, one must respect manners. He did not understand why resort to violence, and especially against a merchant. Rockin took off his helmet, his disguise disappeared, and the merchant gaped in surprise. The main character thought that he could understand those guys, since they must be disappointed that they could not purchase the item they needed. The guy remembered how he was in the place of these guys in a past life. He shook and clenched his teeth. The main character understood that they could not come to terms with the fact that they were being ignored, since they were from a different race, and the thought of this brought him out of himself. Rockin walked down the street with a helmet in his hand and thought about how they had reached level 100 and arrived in the third city, and how annoyed they were when they realized that they could not buy even one item. The main character froze and suddenly realized something. He smiled ominously, raised his hand to his face and said that he remembered. The guy remembered a great way to make a ton of money. The hand with the seal made a stamp. The servant standing at the door bowed. The foot stepped towards the entrance to some building. Rockin stood with the parchment in his hand and smiled. He stopped in front of a tall building with panoramic windows and said that this building is simply huge, but a lot of things need to be corrected here. The guy thought that he had acquired a 4-story building, which would soon become the most visited in the area. The main character remembered the mustachioed man and decided that, like then in Seathon, he intends to engage in speculation in the real estate market. He continued to reflect on the fact that the average level of players in Seathon ranged from 50th to 100th, while in Crossroads it would range from 100th to 200th. The guy concluded that this means that real estate prices will only rise. He imagined a city with row houses and thought that the only problem was that Crossroads was a big city, so it was difficult to monopolize the market in it, like in Seathon. The door opened, and Rockin concluded that, therefore, first of all it was necessary to occupy the building with the best location. The guy was surprised and opened his mouth. In front of him were several floors inside the building. The main character exclaimed that it wasn't so bad inside. Rockin stood at the notice window and smiled. Furniture began to appear around him, and he said that he would turn this place into a department store. The guy remembered 3 players and a merchant who refused to sell them items, and explained that users not recognized by other races cannot shop in Crossroads stores. That is, demand is high and there is practically no supply. Rockin imagined himself smiling on the roof of his building, with a crowd of players in front of him, and exclaimed that of course everyone would come to him. The guy imagined cabinets with books and shelves with flasks. He decided that on the first floor he would place bestsellers and hunting items. He also thought that categories of goods such as scrolls of movement and potions were necessary for everyone, regardless of their cost, and that it would be cheaper to purchase in bulk in another city. Rockin imagined how 2 players were riding in a trolley and crying, smiled ominously, and decided that this was terribly inconvenient, so they resorted to something like this once or twice, and then he thought that it was impossible to resist and not buy what was nearby. The main character presented a display case with weapons and concluded that premium equipment with the best characteristics would be located on the 2nd floor. The guy thought about the magnificent blades placed behind the barrier and decided that the 3rd floor would sell branded handicrafts as well as goods made by himself. Rockin presented a huge hall with benches and concluded that there would be an auction hall on the 4th floor. The main character admired the decoration inside the building and said that it looked decent. The guy turned around and waved to the dark-haired man, asking him to take care of the store in his absence. The man turned out to be an NPC salesman hired by Rockin. He went outside, stopped, and thought that his plan had one weak point, which was that users would be able to shop in other stores when they finished the story quest. Because after completing tasks and gaining access to NPC stores, players will not have to buy goods at exorbitant prices. The main character raised his hand to his chin and thought about the fact that goods from all floors except the 1st would be sold, since they were difficult to find. Later he said that something was missing and asked if the store could be used somehow. He snapped his fingers as he thought of something. The guy exclaimed that there is one way. A building with a triangular structure near the roof appeared before us. Rockin remembered that the garrison had a department that dealt with copying. The main character introduced a writing pen and continued to think that this is a special department that produces leaflets, requests, and advertisements. A blonde elf with glasses and a feather in his hand asked someone if he wanted to place an order. Standing in front of him was Rockin, who handed him the parchment when asked what to write. Sweat appeared on the face of the guy with glasses. He was scared when he saw the contents of the parchment. It was written on the sheet that this was a guide for visitors, which said, 1. If you hunt monsters chosen by the main character, rumors about you will begin to circulate around the city. 2. If you continue hunting these monsters, your reputation will grow, and the villagers will start giving you quests. 3. If you complete the quests, you can become a resident and gain recognition from the residents. 4. If you need buildings in this city, then this chain is vital for you. The man with glasses held the parchment in his hands as he looked at the main character and asked if he wanted it to be rewritten, and asked who the author of this guide was. Rockin opened his mouth, lowered his gaze, and said that this was the order of General Malkin, and then thought that becoming a guardsman was his best decision. An armored hand pinned the piece of paper to the wall. The main character instantly covered the entire wall with them and thought that this was not entirely a lie, because reputation really increases from killing monsters, and NPCs really give quests to players with a good reputation. The guy remembered a huge creature with a shell and explained that he chose Gyropole as the first monster because despite the high level of protection, this monster is easy to hunt due to its slow and weak attacks, and its skin and shell are used as materials for creating high-quality equipment. He continued to think that the only downside to this monster is that it takes too long to hunt it, and besides, killing only it makes it difficult to increase your reputation in a short time. Rockin was walking down the street shaking with laughter when he realized that if the rate of gaining reputation slowed down, then the recognition of other users would be delayed indefinitely, and in this way he could extend the life of his store. He imagined merchants who refused to sell items and thought that users who wouldn't know the true value of the hide and shell would most likely bring them into town to sell. Since they still hadn't completed the quest, they wouldn't be able to trade with others NPC, and in this case they will only have to contact the only store that will buy these items from them. The main character imagined what the store would look like for visitors. Then he said that if he bought all the skins and shells at a low price, created improved equipment, and put it up for auction, he would have a real factory that printed money. The guy remembered the castle, said that a lot of time had passed, and that it was time to visit the Baron. Clouds hung over Baron Truel's country house. While the Baron himself was amazed at how the main character managed to defeat the devilish ram, he praised him and noticed that the guy was much more experienced than he thought. Truel held the chest in his hands while he voiced his last request. which was that he needed to take everything he had collected and go to Tritica. He added that all that was required of the guy was to bring what he would make from these ingredients. A system notification was displayed for a quest called Recovering Baron Truel's Little Daughter, which said that Baron Truel had asked for his help in rescuing his little daughter by taking the blood of a cursed troll, the blood and the skin of a devilish ram to the shaman Tritica and getting one from him item, and the reward for this quest is 10 gold. Rocken stood in front of the Baron. He bowed to him and assured him that his request would be fulfilled, and Truel replied that he hoped for him. The main character looked at the ceiling. Something caught his attention. The guy, standing in front of the Baron, looked up and asked about the strange sound, and Truel told him not to take it into his head. The bearded old man looked ahead and explained that the servant must have dropped something while cleaning the library and asked the guy to quickly return. The main character bowed his head and raised his hand to his face when Truel repeated that he needed help to save his daughter. The old man looked at the guy and asked what was wrong with him, and he said that it was just a cough. Rocken opened the door slightly, turned around and with a smile on his face thought that saving his daughter was just nonsense. The guy explained that the Baron never had children. The main character stood near the stone wall of the castle and thought that Truel only meets visitors at night, so the developers give such an obvious clue. The guy wondered why he realized this only now. A Baron appeared in front of us, holding a blonde girl. The old man had fangs sticking out, and blood was flowing from his mouth. Rocken concluded that Truel was in fact a vampire, a representative of a race that hated sunlight, and also lived by absorbing the blood of other races. In a dark room, a girl was lying on the floor by the bed, and the main character thought that in the place where the noise was coming from, there really was a child, but this was not the Baron's daughter. The girl lay with her eyes closed. She had long pointed ears, and the guy continued his thoughts that the child that he kidnapped and passed off as his daughter was a creature with blood of the highest quality, which increases the strength of vampires. And this creature is a high elf. A girl with flowers in her hand stood against the background of the fresco. She had long pointed ears. The main character added that the high elves are the most noble among the elves. The man was preparing to bite the blonde girl. A shadow was laughing ominously behind them. The guy concluded that a vampire who drank the blood of a high elf could gain enormous power. Rocken imagined how the old man's skin began to melt. This could happen due to the fact that even the blood of the high elves has divine power, so most vampires cannot drink it, not counting only the powerful vampires of the first generation. But Baron Truel was an ordinary one, so his insides would melt as soon as he tasted the blood of such a noble creature. A dark silhouette with red eyes reached out with a wrapped hand towards the peacefully sleeping girl, intending to commit an atrocity. So Truel decided to resort to witchcraft, since he thinks that he can drink the blood of a high elf if he strengthens his abilities with the help of an enchanted object. Fog was spreading through the night forest. Rocken walked through the misty valley. He concluded that the shaman Tritica, whom the Baron spoke about, must be here. The guy looked to the side. He was angry because nothing was visible in the valley. The main character did not know how to look for him here and complained that this forest was very large. While the guy's cloak was fluttering in the wind, Rocken said that if someone else had been in his place, he would hardly have coped with this quest. Most likely he would have given up long ago. At this time, a paw with long claws stepped on the ground. A pack of fog-eating hyenas appeared among the trees, LV-115, and they began to growl. The main character turned around and looked back. He thought that there were quite a lot of monsters. The hyenas froze in shock as the guy rushed past them. He thought that he was here to complete the quest and not waste time on these dogs, so he decided to just run away. The hyenas rushed forward, growling loudly. They ran closely behind the main character. Rocken looked back as he ran and thought that they were slower than he expected, and some were even lagging behind. There was no ground under the guy's foot when he thought that everything was fine and that he just needed to increase the distance. Rocken began to fall into a deep hole. He swore at the fog. A shadow hung over the bottom of the pit. A pack of hyenas stood near the edge of the pit. The main character landed with a crash. He stood on one knee in the middle of the rising dust. Rocken looked ahead and clenched his teeth. Monsters stood in front of him, and he exclaimed that now he understood. When hyenas looked at the guy from the edge of the pit, and at the bottom of the pit he was surrounded by monsters, he voiced his thoughts that this was their lair, and they deliberately kept their distance and drove him in this direction. The hyenas started laughing. A weapon appeared in the guy's hand. He decided that since everything turned out this way, he would have to deal with them. He stuck the blade into the ground and added that he just needed to test something. Rocken stood with both hands holding a weapon and smiled ominously, wondering how many he could kill with his skills. The main character bared his teeth. His eyes lit up. He exclaimed that they would become his test subjects. The guy swung his weapon. He reflected that the only drawback of the Berserker class was its vulnerability against groups of opponents. Rocken cut several monsters with one blow. He continuously launched attack after attack while he thought that in one-on-one combat Berserkers have no equal. However, he added that due to the lack of area damage skills, they cannot attack multiple opponents at the same time. The guy struck downwards and concluded that facing weak opponents could be a problem if they attacked all at once. His armored foot left a mark on the ground when Rakan said that this deficiency could be compensated for. He used a combination skill. With fire blazing from his eyes, he swung and exclaimed that he had combined his berserker skills and created something with a wide blast radius. One of the monsters was cut in two when the main character with a weapon rushed past him with sparkling eyes. He used the combo skill Devastating Onslaught. Rakan turned around and said that everything went well. The guy stood next to a lot of cut-up monsters when he added that he killed 80 hyenas in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He looked at the disappearing bodies of the monsters and exclaimed that even magicians would be jealous of this result. The main character thought that combined skills allow not only effective one-on-one combat, but also smooth out the vulnerability of berserkers to a large number of opponents. The guy froze and opened his mouth. His hand lowered the weapon. He said that this was not enough, but thought that this was a success only for average users. Rakan remembered his defeat in the past and realized that if he went back, these skills would not be enough to fight Ragnarok. He then added that he would have easily won because the monsters were of the same level as him, but for his real enemies he needed a skill that would deal more serious damage to multiple opponents. In his mind, he killed several hyenas in one hit with Devastating Onslaught and decided that this skill was more of a dash than an area of effect damage. He continued to reflect on the fact that this skill allows you to move in a straight path and deal damage only to those who meet on the way, but it is difficult to use on enemies that are far apart from each other since the trajectory cannot be changed. The main character remembered Odin and decided that in order to defeat the enemies, he needed to capture a large area, especially when it came to the leader. Rakan raised his hand up, showed an obscene gesture and shouted for Odin to wait because he would create an area damage skill and destroy him. Stone cliffs and bare trees could be seen in the distance when the guy added that he first needed to complete this quest. He walked through the gorge, kicking up dust, and added that the quest was directly related to increasing the radius of his attacks in a battle with several opponents. A wrapped hand blocked the guy's path, and someone told him to stop. The bare foot walked on the ground, leaning on a stick. Its owner said that it seemed that the guy came from the Baron. There was a full moon in the sky, under which the shaman Tridaka stood at the bottom of the gorge with a stick in his hand. One eye sparkled under his hood. He ordered the guy to lay out all the materials on the ground and move away. The guy's hand laid the chest on the ground. He was surprised that the shaman himself came out to him. Rakan stepped away from him and raised his hands. The contents of the chest first turned green. The shaman cast a spell in an unknown language. After this, the materials began to glow red. The shaman raised his staff and continued to cast his spell. The next moment, the materials came together like pieces of a puzzle. In the shaman's hand were test tubes with dark contents. He threw out what was in the test tubes and continued to conjure. The signs drawn on the ground began to glow. While the main character carefully watched the witchcraft, he thought that the shaman's aura and actions were very strange. The shaman took the scroll with both hands. Tridaka handed the guy the parchment and told him to take it. A system notification appeared called Bloody Seal with a note that it was a rare quest. It said that the seal allows you to make an imprint on the body, reminiscent of a tattoo, to enhance the vampire's energy, and the effect, Bloody Imprint, is activated when using it. Rakan clutched the scroll in his hand, looked at it and thought that this was an item that would enhance the abilities of Baron Truls. The guy thought about the fact that if a vampire uses it, will he be able to drink the blood of the High Elves? He remembered a system notification about a quest called Recovery of the Baron's Little Daughter, which said that Baron Trull had asked for his help in rescuing his little daughter by taking the blood of a cursed troll, the blood and the skin of a devilish ram to the shaman Tridaka and getting one from him item, and the reward for this quest is 10 gold. Rakan thought that now all that needs to be done is to bring the scroll to the Baron. The guy grinned and admitted that all this time he wanted not to get the quest reward, but this scroll. The magical object in the guy's hand began to glow. The shaman looked in his direction. Tridaka opened his mouth wide and started shouting about the consequences for the guy if he used it. A notification window popped up saying that he had used the bloody imprint as the scroll in his hand began to evaporate, and the guy said that he finally had it. Several more system notifications appeared. The first one said that he had learned the skill Absorb Life by 3% when hitting a target. The second stated that fingerprints could not be enhanced or removed. The third said that depending on the type of print, the amount of absorption is determined. The following notes that the main character's current print count is a fifth. Rakan smiled ominously. He clenched his fist in front of him. His body was covered with strange patterns. He exclaimed that life absorption was the best imprint for fighting multiple opponents. Laughter could be heard against the background of the rocks. The main character raised both hands, his body engulfed in pink flames. He remembered the fight with the hyenas and thought that when facing several opponents, the strength of the attack was certainly important. Then Rockin remembered how he stood with his weapon on fire and decided that regeneration was needed just as much. His hand was covered in purple spots, and the guy himself thought that now that he could absorb the health of opponents with the help of the bloody imprint, he could hold out much longer. The main character imagined the stunned faces of the players when they saw a system notification about changes called bloody imprint, which stated that the percentage of health absorption when hitting a target was reduced from 3 to 1. He remembered that this ability would be curtailed in the future. Rockin smiled widely, his gaze lowered to the notification window. He added that players who received the imprint before the patch will, for some reason, retain the original absorption percentage, and the main character is now one of them. A flaming ball appeared in the guy's face. He squinted as the fire touched him. Rockin, with his head thrown back, stood opposite the shaman, who was perplexed as to how the guy dared to appropriate the scroll for himself and then called him names. Half of the protagonist's face was burned, the bones of the skull were exposed. He said that it tickled, and thought that, apparently, the creation of the imprint took away his life force. A weapon began to appear in the guy's hand when he said that he just wanted to check the effectiveness of the print. Rockin took off the shaman's head with one blow and found himself behind him with the words that he would be grateful if the creator of the item would take part in his test. When the guy turned around and saw a headless body on the ground, he was surprised that he killed it with one blow. The protagonist's burnt back began to regenerate. Rockin grinned and raised his hand. The wounds on his body began to heal as he rejoiced at the effect and exclaimed that he was restoring his health to full. The guy was about to point his finger at the system notification, in which it was written that he had received the head of Tritica. The main character said that since the shaman was a monster, he even received loot from him, and the guy was also amazed that the dead man was a goblin. Rockin raised his hand to his chin and thought that he would like to test the bloody imprint more. The guy suddenly smiled widely. He thought about doing it to the fullest. A city with numerous houses rose against the background of a cloudy sky. A two-story building appeared before us, which belonged to the Crossroads Berserkers Guild. The main character stopped in front of the man, raised his index finger up and said that he needed strength, throw, solid, and the assault skill book. A system notification with 4 skills appeared. The next message said that a combination of skills was possible. The skills in that order began to overlap each other. Several more system alerts arrived. One said that the unification process had begun. The next one said that when the process was completed, the skill books would disappear and the guy would automatically receive a combination skill. A stack of skills was formed. It was highlighted in peach. Rockin grinned and looked down, saying that everything was fine, when a system alert appeared that after familiarizing himself with the combined skill, you need to confirm its creation by clicking on the appropriate button. The guy's leg froze as he thought about shifting his weight to one leg. The main character made a spin with the weapon while he was thinking about spinning like a top and swinging an axe. Rockin stood half-turned when a notification flashed that the action clip had been captured. The guy was asked to indicate the name of the combined skill, and he said the word whirlwind with a smile on his face. The skill icon showed an axe with 2 blades. The system notification stated that the whirlwind skill allows you to quickly rotate with a weapon, causing physical damage to the enemy. Characteristics: the skill can be used until mana reaches 0, allows you to freely change the trajectory of movements, allows you to increase movement speed, and a berserk state efficiency skills and movement speed are doubled. The main character ran out of the building shouting that this was his first area damage skill and that he needed to test it immediately. The entrance to the cursed cave of life appeared in front of us. Rockin walked with his weapon at the ready and asked where everyone was. The main character turned his head from side to side and wondered who would be the first victim of his new skill. At that moment he thought that in the lore there was no such skill as whirlwind. The guy remembered a knight swinging a sword, and added that he created this skill under the impression of another game, and exclaimed out loud that he was sure that even Odin would not have thought of such a thing. He smiled widely and looked up. A paw with sharp claws stepped on the ground accompanied by a loud roar. Huge monsters surrounded the main character on all sides, and he stretched his hand forward and shouted that it was great that so many of them had gathered here. Rockin smiled ominously and clenched his weapon in his hand as he admitted that he had hoped to encounter monsters stronger than hyenas. The LV-120 cave werewolf bared his sharp teeth and rushed forward. The main character spread his arms to the sides. He prepared weapons for the approaching monsters and told them to go to daddy. One of the werewolves bit his hand. Another monster closed its jaws on his leg. The guy stood tormented by werewolves on all sides. Blood splashed everywhere. Suddenly Rockin opened his mouth wide and his eyes, which glowed brightly, and screamed. A system alert popped up stating that his health had dropped to 20% and his physical capabilities had been reduced. The main character opened his mouth slightly, from which drool began to flow. With one swing of his axe he drove all the werewolves away from him. Rockin jumped, looked furiously and said that now it was his turn. He grabbed the axe handle with both hands and shouted that this was his new technique. The guy moved with lightning speed among the monsters, cutting one after another in half, so he tested his new whirlwind skill. He opened his mouth slightly, his eyes shining red. A huge hurricane arose, which raised fragments of stones. The whirlwind cut the monsters into pieces and swirled their remains. The main character stood at the bottom of the gorge, surrounded by dead werewolves, when the sun began to peek through the clouds. Rocken grinned contentedly as he healed and exclaimed that his health was fully restored. The guy stood in a pool of blood when he thought about the fact that the bloody imprint absorbs only 3% of health, which is quite a lot, especially in a battle against several opponents. In front of the bodies of the dead werewolves, he reflected on the fact that if you quickly restore mana, then you can hunt endlessly. The main character smiled widely, looking at his renewed hand, and decided that this should be enough to deal with the Odin gang. The weapon began to disappear from his hands as he thought about ending the test. The guy introduced the Baron as furious when he summed up that he had stolen the quest item and killed the shaman. He grinned mysteriously when the thought occurred to him that it might be better to get rid of the vampires and receive a reward from the High Elves. The light passed through the clouds and illuminated the headquarters of the Crossroads garrison. Two hands extended the green head forward. Someone said that this was the head of a goblin shaman named Tritica. When the general of the guard saw her, he was horrified by the fact that there was a goblin hiding in the area. Malkin stood opposite the main character when he said that the goblins belonged to the army of the Black Dragon, who is the main enemy of the Golden Lion, to which Rocken replied that he was a servant of Baron Truel. Sweat appeared on the guard general's face when he heard that the Baron was also a vampire and was holding a high elf hostage. When the goblin's head was placed on the table, the guy added that with the help of the shaman, Truel intended to use a powerful spell to be able to drink the blood of the high elf, which contained divine power, but the main character killed the shaman before Truel could complete his plan. Malkin, standing opposite the guy, began to shake with anger and called the Baron a damned aristocrat at the moment when Rocken concluded that nothing irreparable had happened. But if everything was left as it was, the Baron would continue his unclean deeds. The guard general gritted his teeth and said that he would not allow the high elves to be harmed in the territory under his jurisdiction. Malkin opened his mouth wide, clenched his fist in front of him, ordered to gather the garrison and move out immediately, but Rocken stopped him and asked to listen. The full moon appeared outside the window when the main character said that invading a vampire in the middle of the night is outright suicide, so it is better to go out before dawn and kill him while he sleeps. The general of the guard covered his face with his hand and agreed that he had succumbed to emotions and that it was better to wait for dawn, and the guy smiled triumphantly. The main character stood between the windows and thought that while they were waiting, he himself would visit the Baron. The guy looked up, bared his teeth, and concluded that there was something more important than catching Truel. While the fair-haired girl slept peacefully in bed, Rocken thought that he needed to save the high elf before the garrison and receive special gratitude for this. The girl suddenly began to tremble as a shadow loomed over her. Someone said that there was not much time left. Truel touched the elf's forehead and began to drool, saying that he would finally drink her blood. The main character stopped in front of Baron Truel's tall country house. He smiled widely and thought that Truel must be delighted at the thought that he would soon taste the blood of a high elf. A blood moon hung over the castle as the guy explained that he had given the guard general a reason to wait until morning because he was pursuing his own goal. His hand touched the wall as Rocken explained that he, in particular, hoped to test his strength when the Baron was at his peak. The main character began to climb the wall while he reflected on the fact that he must defeat him alone in order to single-handedly earn the high elf reward. His hand opened the window. The guy jumped into the room and landed on the floor. He checked the hall where Truel had greeted him, but the Baron was not there. Rocken looked ahead with displeasure while he remembered that the high elf seemed to be somewhere upstairs. The door to the room where there was a long bed opened. The main character carefully looked inside. He silently walked to the bed and stopped. The elf lay in the bed, tears flowing down her cheeks. The guy smiled and was happy, because he didn't think that finding her would be so easy. His hand touched the girl's shoulder. He turned to her, trying to wake her up. Rocken began shaking her from side to side as she cried in her sleep. The main character froze. Sweat appeared on his face when he thought that she might be on pills, since otherwise she should have woken up as soon as he entered the room, since high elves are very sensitive to sounds. He raised his hand to his face and thought that it would be problematic if he miscalculated the force and harmed her. He began to go through options on how he could wake her up without resorting to violence. Suddenly the guy smiled. He found one way. An item from his inventory began to appear in his hand. A system notification was displayed that this was a portable alarm clock associated with the use of gnome technology. Mechanical engineering, it allows you to wake up sleeping people. With a funny expression on his face, Rocken began to set the alarm clock and realized that he never thought that he would create something like this as a test for improving his mechanical engineering skill. He placed the device on the pillow next to the crying girl. The guy activated a primitive alarm clock. The device began to shake from the ringing sound it made. The guy covered his ears with his hands and decided that his eardrums were about to burst and that the girl should wake up. The elf sighed from the alarm clock ringing next to her ear. The girl covered her ears with her hands, as did Rockin standing next to her, and screamed for it to stop. The main character took the alarm clock in his hand and joyfully asked if she woke up, and in response he heard a request to rid her of this sound. His hand squeezed the device and it shattered into pieces. The girl carefully rose up on the bed, touching her ear with her hand. She turned to the guy as he asked if the noble lady was okay, and she asked if he had woken her up. Rockin put his hand to his chest, introduced himself, and said that he was the guardian of the crossroads, with the thoughts that high elves are born nobles. The guy smiled and looked forward slyly, as he thought that since they were members of the royal family, like General Malkin, he should be polite. The girl pointed to herself, said that her name was Irakin, and thanked her for saving her. The main character extended his hand to her and asked for forgiveness for resorting to such a barbaric method. The girl extended her hand to him and replied that everything was in order, because if not for him, she would not have been able to wake up from this nightmare. Irakin turned her head to the side and asked the guy whether it was prudent to make so much noise. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide and was horrified. Rockin looked back when the girl said that there was someone behind him. The door to the room opened and a dark silhouette appeared in front of the guy. Baron Truel with red eyes opened his mouth and called the main character. Irahin trembled, sitting on the bed, and asked what they should do now, and Rockin smiled ominously. The guy bared his teeth and said that he was going to first save the noble lady and then find the Baron. He raised his hand, in which a weapon began to appear, and exclaimed that it looked like he would have to change the procedure a little. The legs, shrouded in violet flame, stepped into the room, and their owner said that they could not escape. Truel clenched his cane in his hand, bared his fangs, and asked the guy how dare he disobey his orders. The elf scaredly asked the main character if he was really going to fight the vampire, and Rockin smiled and asked her to stay here for a while since he would not keep her waiting long. The main character bared his teeth, swung his axe, and turned to the Baron with a question about whether he wanted the girl behind him to get hurt. The guy rushed to the vampire and invited him to move to another, more suitable place. He executed a shoulder strike and they were both sent flying out of the room. Irahin opened her mouth wide and addressed the guy by name. Upon impact, an explosion occurred and fragments of stone scattered. Rockin with an axe ended up above the vampire. They both fell. The guy struck the Baron in the stomach on the fly. The old man landed on the ground in stones with his back. He stood up and coughed in front of the main character, who deftly sat opposite him. Rockin went to the Baron and asked how he felt about the fact that a person was hunting a vampire. Truel released his long claws and called the guy names. The Baron opened his mouth wide, a purple glow enveloped him, and he screamed that he would drink his blood until only skin and bones remained. The guy's hand squeezed the handle of the weapon. He agreed and invited the vampire to show what he was capable of. The main character stood up in a fighting position, moved his hand with the axe to the side, and smiled. The guy's eyes turned black. He bared his sharp teeth and shouted that he wanted to taste the old man's life force. The hero raises his hand with a weapon to strike. He teases the enemy with words that he wants to test what he is capable of. Rockin takes a fighting stance. He raises his axe behind his back to strike. A confident, fierce smile shines on his face. The hero, in a rage, shouts to the enemy that he wants to taste his life force. The enemy is Baron, a large man with blonde hair. His eyes are full of rage. He bares his fangs in a scream. In response, he only asks about life force. The hero loudly declares that the enemy has opened up. His face is bloody and his eyes are burning with a bright light. The hero begins to run towards the enemy with all his strength. The smile does not leave his face. The weapon is raised behind his back. With a jerk, he prepares to deliver a powerful blow. Rockin strikes the enemy with the blade of the axe. He puts out his hands, crossing them. The Baron's claws with sparks stop the blade. The hero leaps above his opponent, who still holds his hands above his head to block the blow. Rockin is surprised that the vampire's claws are so strong that I can stop his blow. The hero quickly flies back and in surprise asks the enemy about his origin. Whether he is really a vampire. The Baron's fingers are decorated with gold rings, and instead of nails there are long black claws. The enemy points to the hero's hand. The whole hand is covered with red lines. The Baron anxiously draws attention to these patterns, to which the hero replies that he could have noticed them before. Rockin's torso is bare. Many red shining patterns can be seen all over his body. The hero with a crazy laugh and glowing eyes declares that this is a bloody imprint, which was obtained thanks to the enemy. The vampire shudders in bewilderment. He realizes that the hero listened to him only because of the scroll. Behind the smiling Rockin, the white appearance of an elf is visible. The vampire understands that the hero only wanted to steal his high elf. This is all part of the plan. The Baron tenses his hand in rage, putting out his claws. He does not understand how a simple person could fool him. In a rage, he begins to run with lightning speed towards the hero to attack. He puts out his black claws, ready to strike. The vampire declares that he will not forgive such a hero. The Baron raises his hand in a jump to strike with his claws. The hero tries to dodge. He clearly did not expect this from the enemy. Raken, with anger and surprise, looks at his hand. It already bears deep wounds from claws, from which blood flows. The hero's opponent is already in the air again to strike again with his claws. Raken realizes that he is clearly not an ordinary vampire, as expected. Raken takes blows with his teeth bared. There is a purple glow from the speed of the vampire's blows everywhere. The hero is only trying to block the blows, putting his weapon in front of him. The enemy is furiously hitting him without stopping. Raken says that now he is deliberately missing his blows, but if his speed and strength are taken into account, such things are not to be trifled with. The hero receives another blow. He bares his teeth in rage. A window appears that informs him that only 20% of his health remains, and now his physical capabilities are reduced. Raken held the weapon in front of him, using it as a shield, blows raining down on him. He remembers that he had never heard that Truel, his opponent, was a true vampire. Because if he was, then he would not need the blood imprint. Raken tightly grips the weapon with both hands, which are completely covered in red patterns. The hero smiles widely with burning eyes. He swings his weapon and thinks that his enemy will die today anyway. He asks the vampire how much he liked his blood. The hero uses the whirlwind ability. He circles around the vampire in the air at high speed, while inflicting many blows. The enemy only screams loudly, raising his hands. The blows continue to rain down on the vampire, who is curled up in a painful grimace. His whole body is covered with wounds from which blood flows. The hero declares that his opponent's bloody imprint is simply excellent. Signs of increased health appear next to drops of his blood in the air. The hero with a fierce smile raises his index finger. Signs of increasing health appear around him. He says that he managed to restore his health with one blow of the whirlwind. If a vampire uses it, then the imprint allows him to enhance his blood-sucking abilities, and if a person, then he is given the ability to absorb life force. Truel begins to laugh, bowing his head. His whole body is covered with deep wounds from the blows. Raken looks in surprise at his reaction from the side. Raken raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was amazed that his opponent was so confident in himself. Now he suspects that there is more to it than that. The Baron is bursting with rage. His eyes glow red. He licks the blood from his hand and begins an angry conversation with the hero. All the wounds on the vampire's bare torso heal in a second. Signs of regeneration appear around him. He raises his hand and shouts that absorbing life force is a special ability of vampires. Truel smiles triumphantly and points his claw at the hero, whose face is reflected in the glassy gaze of the vampire. He continues to tell the hero that even if a person uses the imprint, he will not be able to unlock its potential the way vampires can. Truel raises his hands back with a roar. A dark glow forms around him. Everything around him is blown by a powerful whirlwind from the roar. He declares that he will now show the hero the abyss between them. You can see the appearance of a vampire that is transforming. Truel increases in size several times. He stands on all fours with an evil smile and growls loudly. Steam comes from his mouth. The hero at this moment motionless watches him from the side. The hero, in bewilderment, states that his opponent now looks more like a monster, which indicates that he is not a vampire, but rather a werewolf. Raken declares that this outcome is even better, because now his opponent is an ideal test subject. At this moment the hero firmly grabs the weapon with both hands and with a smile prepares to take a blow from the werewolf, who is already towering over him in a jump, ready to strike at any moment. Raken lifts the chained axe into the air. He hits the enemy with all the force of his weapon, delivering a strong blow. Blood oozes from the werewolf's wounds, and he steps back in surprise. Truel instantly regains consciousness and becomes enraged by the blow he received. He begins to growl and at that moment delivers a powerful blow with his large hand, which now looks more like a monster's paw, with giant claws on it, pointed towards the hero. The hero tries to dodge, but the blow hits him right in the hand with which he is holding his axe. The blow is illuminated with a bright purple glow. Raken glances in surprise at the wound, which is already covered in blood. There are 3 deep claw wounds on the hero's shoulder. He looks at them and realizes that the restoration is not working. Truel grins at the perplexed hero and repeats that he already warned that the print does not help much when a person uses it. The werewolf laughs and towers over the wounded hero. He points his claws in his direction. The enemy says that Raken will die faster than he can restore his health. The hero's gaze falls on the drops of blood on the ground. He remembers that in a past life restrictions were imposed on the imprint, but it is not clear whether the same happened in this life. The hero's axe blade shows his determined face in the reflection. He thinks that if the rate of absorption of vital energy is low, then he will have to resort to another method. He furiously rushes towards the surprised werewolf, holding the axe confidently in his hand. He declares with a grin that he just has to keep hitting. In response, Truel calls the hero a fool and responds by attacking. Raken raises his weapon to deliver a powerful blow, at which point the werewolf also strikes with his claws. They both glare at each other, bleeding from the blows they received. Rockin in the red glow begins to smile fiercely, and Truel's face in the purple glow is filled with anger. Rockin strikes his opponent with his axe at lightning speed. Everything is illuminated with red light. The werewolf cannot do anything and simply takes all the blows. The hero's face is covered in wounds, but he continues to smile widely. A window appears that indicates that the hero has 10% of his health left, but he declares that everything is fine. The hero's axe, entangled in chains, rises again to strike. Rockin again in a whirlwind delivers many blows to the enemy, who cannot do anything in response. The hero understands that the faster and harder he swings the axe, the more damage will be done. The werewolf screams, receiving blows, that he is simply crazy. Truel furiously heads towards the hero. Releasing his claws, he declares with a loud roar that he will never lose to some kind of person. The hero continues to deliver powerful blows with his axe and laughingly answers the enemy that he has already lost to him. Rockin turns on berserk mode and raises his axe to strike. Additionally, he turns on the whirlwind and begins to deliver many powerful blows to the enemy with all his might. Everything lights up with a red light from the blows. The hero declares that he is not an ordinary person. A window appears showing that the hero has used a combined skill, combining a berserker and a whirlwind. In the center of the battlefield, a strong whirlwind of red and dark glow is formed. Everything is illuminated by bright flashes. Pieces of earth fly around. The werewolf falls back screaming from many blows. He is all illuminated by red rays from them. Rockin laughs furiously and continues to attack the hero without stopping, using his axe. The appearance of the werewolf is completely illuminated by rays from the blows. Only a loud exclamation is heard. The hero bends down, lowering his bloody axe to the ground. Everything around is covered with splashes of blood. The hero exhales loudly and bows his head. Rockin begins to smile and signs of increased health appear around him. The hero looks at the giant puddle of blood in front of him. He realizes that this is all that remains of his enemy. He confidently throws the axe over his shoulder and still looks at the pool of blood in front of him. A window appears that indicates that the hero's health has been fully restored. The hero looks at his reflection in the enemy's blood with a blissful smile. He thanks him for being able to drink enough blood. An inscription appears that indicates that Rockin has completely mastered the bloody imprint. A memory appears of how Truel was crushed by many blows, after which a window appears with information about the full restoration of health. The hero scratches his head with a smile. The axe lies on his shoulder, signs indicating regeneration are flying around him. Rockin says that now he has health and mastery of the blood imprint. After that he feels much better. The hero smiles widely, baring his fangs. He says that now it's time to get something that you can't buy even for hundreds of millions. Windows appear with information that the hero has a hidden achievement unlocked, but on the condition that he can defeat Baron Truel alone and save the fully recovered High Elf. There is a view of a dark castle against the backdrop of a cloudy sky. Members of the Malkin Crossroads Guard have gathered next to it. They are holding weapons in their hands in readiness to attack. The general orders the start of an operation to eliminate Baron Truel. He shouts that the doors need to be broken down. The general raises his hand with the staff and shouts that he gives permission to tear the evil vampire to pieces, while pointing out that we must not forget that not a hair should fall from the High Elf. The guard members begin to quickly run towards the castle with weapons in their hands. The general on the spot chants for everyone to rush to the attack. The guard is approaching the castle gates with lightning speed. The guard member confidently swings his sword. With a questioning exclamation, he stops and opens his eyes wide in surprise. The door receives many blows, which leave their marks. A loud explosion is heard from the direction of the gate. Smoke from it envelops everything around. The general looks in his direction in surprise. The general starts shouting in alarm that the vampires weaken at dawn. They cannot strike with such force. In the smoke from the explosion, an image of a hero with an elf appears. Rockin apologizes and says that it seemed to him that such a matter was urgent. The general angrily begins to recognize this image. He inquiringly pronounces the hero's name and points out that a high elf is walking next to him, absolutely not understanding what is happening. At this moment, Rockin only grins, and his companion looks emotionlessly towards the guard. She calmly declares that she is fine, her hair blowing in the wind. She points her hand at the hero. He stands with an imperturbable look. The elf continues to say that Baron Truel was defeated by the hero. The general, in shock, begins to shout that the Baron was superior in level to the hero. How can this be possible? The hero smiles and replies that he arrived earlier because he was afraid that the lady would be eaten, because he could not leave alive the one who encroached on the honor of the elves. The general turns towards the elf, who tells him that the hero's words can be doubted, because he can hardly believe that a man could single-handedly defeat someone whose destruction required 2 platoons of elves. The elf continues to claim that the hero is trying to deceive them. The elf's face suddenly lights up in bewilderment. He only manages to ask what's going on here. Everything is illuminated with a golden light. Petals are flying around. The general with a serious look says that the high elves are endowed with a special right. The fulfillment of the vow has already begun. The elf takes off, raising her hands, from which a golden glow appears, which forms a luminous circle higher in the air. Everything they are amazed that the elf made a vow to a common man. The girl flies above the ground. Her image is illuminated by a bright golden light. She says that a vow cannot be bought for hundreds of millions and generally cannot be valued financially. The hero smiles widely and rejoices in his thoughts. Rocken stands and looks towards the girl who controls the golden crown in front of her. The glow continues to shine around. The hero realizes that he sees the vow of the high elf. The elf still looks at the crown and controls it. She says that the brave man who defended the honor of the high elf is praised. She swears on her name that the high elf Arahin will be a support for the berserker Rocken. A window appears that states that the hero has received the legendary achievement Oath of the High Elf Arahin. Floating in the air in a bright golden light is a crown with green feathers tied to it. A window appears that says that the hero is the first to receive this achievement. A window appears that informs you about the benefits of the achievement. The relationship with Arakin has now reached unshakable faith. This is followed by a window that indicates reaching the maximum friendship level. The crown is already on the hero's head. He bows on one knee in front of the elf and kisses her hand. He says that this is a great honor for him. Thoughts flash through his head that this title has an effect that cannot be bought with money. A large lock breaks on the iron chain. Windows appear with information that the hero now has the right to advancement in the society of the high elves. He can spread his influence in this society through Arahin. This society is a closed council of the nobility in which enormous power is concentrated. This opportunity cannot be missed. The appearances of many elves appear. Rocken understands that this is a whole network. If he can win over the council to his side, then he will become a great help in the fight against Odin. The entire guild kneels on one knee in respect, bowing their heads. The hero understands that in order to get this achievement, he detained the garrison and saved the elf alone. The guild, bowing their heads, admits that Rocken is an extraordinary person. There is a possibility that he will rewrite world history. The hero and the elf at this moment are standing next to each other and looking at each other. The hero puts his hand to his heart with a smile and tells the elf that he wants to take his leave first. She is surprised and alarmed and asks him to wait. Because she wants to introduce him to the council, he can go with her and rest. The hero smiles back. But inside he thinks that she annoys him terribly because he needs to improve his level. He doesn't even know where Odin is. The hero and the general stand opposite each other. Rocken remembers that he forgot about the quest mutated monsters from him. A window appears with a description of the quest and its conditions. The hero thinks that there is nothing better to increase the level than a mutated monster. The red book opens. The hero holds the book in his hands with a smile and says that he will do it another time. He hopes that the guild will take care of itself. The entire guild turns their gaze to the giant blue beam that stretches from the ground to the sky. The beam hits the sand on a beach next to a wooded area. The hero, holding a book in his hands, lands in surprise on the sand, surrounded by a blue beam. He looks at the water and says that he is now at a place called White Beach. The hero scratches the back of his head and looks up at the sky, wondering where one of the mutated monsters might be. The hero pronounces the name Razor-Handed Dance with a smile. Monsters with glowing eyes and gray skin rush around him with a smile. Their arms are enlarged in places where hands should be. The hero says that it's definitely them. The hero's eyes turn white with rage. He is glad that the monster is not alone. A weapon appears in his hand from a blue glow, which he raises up. Rocken says that now it's time to start leveling up. He hits the ground in front of him with his axe with great force and calls the monsters to him with a smile. Everything is surrounded by smoke and bright golden flashes. Fragments of the earth fly off from the impact. A blonde guy with a bright gold necklace around his neck smiles widely and exclaims at the bright purple ball that he holds in his hands. He continues to speak towards Odin that he was able to discover the weak points of an unknown monster. He is interested in how Odin was able to find out about them, but in response his interlocutor is silent. One looks up and says that he thinks such questions are very rude, because they agreed not to ask such things in advance. The blonde one anxiously presses the purple ball against his body with his hands and says that he will just shut up and continue to increase his level. This is done faster with him. One with a serious look silently looks towards the interlocutor. He hears the blonde screaming for lightning. It strikes next to him. The entire field is covered in smoke. One, putting his hand to his face, thinks that everything seems to be going according to plan, but there is a feeling as if a foreign object is stuck somewhere in the gear mechanism. At this moment, the fair-haired man begins to scream loudly in rage, raising the ball above his head. He does not understand who received the first title instead of him. One stands silently, hiding his gaze behind his hair. He, illuminated by golden light, declares that there is no need to rush things, because those who are destined for the same fate will still meet, even if they do not want it. One stands with a thoughtful look, illuminated by golden light. Leaves are falling all around. He says that there is no need to rush events, because those who are destined for the same fate will still meet. The view cuts to Rocken, who delivers another powerful axe blow with his signature smile. One of the monsters with sulfur begins to scream loudly. Many monsters begin to run towards the hero. He stands still and holds his axe tightly. With a smile, he declares that it is time to start leveling up. Rocken raises his axe into the air. Afterwards, he quickly begins to run towards the monsters, preparing to strike with an axe. With a smile, Rocken shouts that he will tear them all to pieces. The hero easily cuts one of the monsters, separating the torso from the legs. The monster's face is frozen in a terrible grimace, while the hero continues to attack with an unchanging smile. Monsters surround the hero from all sides. He notices this in bewilderment, while his opponents look at him with a confident smile. Rocken begins to smile widely and grinningly states that this is too simple a move on their part, they can all attack him. The monsters begin to run towards the hero to attack, a confident smile shining on their faces. The hero furiously begins to shout in their direction that it will be even easier for him if they attack first. Rocken rises above his opponents in a jump. The monsters raise their heads in his direction in surprise. He shouts that it's time to level up. Rocken uses the whirlwind with a smile. He confidently circles between the monsters and delivers fatal blows to them. Parts of their bodies fly off in different directions. The hero confidently continues to strike with his axe. Pieces of enemy bodies continue to fall to the ground with a roar, and an orange light glows brightly at the cut site. The hero sighs heavily, leaning on the ground with his weapon, the remains of his opponents shining with blue light around him. A window appears that shows that the hero's level has increased several times. A window appears that says that the hero has killed the first of the mutant monsters. The hero looks up, a smile shines on his face. He says that compared to Truel, these monsters are just insects. At this moment, he calls the next one with a grin. The image of a monster approaches him. The eyes and something on the monster's chest glow with a bright light. The hero looks in his direction. Everything around is shrouded in smoke. The monster begins to scream angrily. The hero repeats that it's time for the monsters to show themselves. With a furious cry, the monster spreads his arms. A core shines on his chest. He is quite large. The hero recognizes him as the razor-handed demon. He says that he knows very well that his sore spot is that same glow on his chest. The opponents stand opposite each other. Rocken prepares his axe to strike. He thinks that attacking a weak spot at the beginning of the battle is dangerous. If he wants to successfully complete the task, then he needs to be patient. With a serious look, he brings the axe in front of him and thinks that he will have to wait. The monster looks towards the hero with a smile, all illuminated by a purple glow. Rocken comes to the conclusion that if time is delayed, the monster will merge with other corpses and evolve into its final form. The monster has a second pair of arms. All four arms end in giant blades. At any moment, he is ready to attack the hero, who stands opposite him and thinks that only after defeating the final form of this monster will the task be completed. Rocken scratches his head with a grin and says that after the quest he will need to do another task. He thinks that the monster is a field boss. The hero sharply pushes off the ground with his foot. He runs towards the monster with a smile and orders him to give him a rare item that drops from the final form. The enemy points one of his blades towards the hero. Rocken looks anxiously in his direction, raising his head. The hero sharply breaks with his foot. He says that the monster annoys him, but he knows perfectly well how to defeat it. The monster furiously strikes the hero with its blade, but he quickly manages to dodge, so the blade hits the ground. Rocken jumps with his axe behind his back and says with a smile that his strategy is to not give the monster the opportunity to attack. The monster screams, shrouded in a red glow. Rocken strikes directly at it. The axe lights up red at that moment. The hero says that you need to attack as if every blow is the last. The hero rises in the sky above the enemy, swinging his weapon. The enemy's head is all red. Rocken, in flight, points his weapon at the monster, approaching him, who looks back in his direction. The hero attacks, cutting through the air, his eyes glowing white. He mentally chants that he needs to attack quickly. The monster begins to scream from the many blows that hit it like a hail from the hero, who continues to chant that he needs to attack permanently. Rocken, with an animal grin, attacks the enemy without stopping. He raises his axe over the weak point of the monster, who is already lying on the ground, and continues to scream. Rocken tries to hit the cannonball on his chest, but the blows bounce off, which annoys him very much because the monster's armor does not allow him to defeat him. The hero begins to scream furiously, trying to deliver another blow that will cut the armor. He hits the axe with all his might right at the center of the core on the monster's chest. Bright sparks illuminate the site of the impact. A window appears that says that the enemy is in weapon destruction status. The hero is glad that it works. Without picking up the axe after the blow, he begins to smile. Windows appear, informing you that the razor-handed demon's armor has been destroyed and the enemy's defense has been reduced by 50%. The monster looks at the axe with a grimace of horror, which plunged into its weak spot. The hero looks at the enemy in alarm, realizing that he is using his last blow, which is a storm of razors. The hero, without pulling out the axe, furiously uses the defensive attack Destructive Onslaught and shouts to the enemy that he should already die. The monster begins to roar loudly, and many blades emerge from its body, which glow with a purple light. The blades move at lightning speed towards the red glow. The hero in the red light begins to smile, staring at the enemy. The cannonball on the enemy's chest breaks into splinters, fragments fly in different directions. The blade stops a few centimeters from the hero's eye. The hero puts his hand on his knee and looks with a grin towards the purple light that comes from the enemy. He thinks that everything seems to be over. The monster, clenching its teeth, begins to fall. The monster's body is torn into pieces, and a bright light shines from the cracks. The hero looks at this in surprise, being right above him. The hero remembers with horror that this enemy has one peculiarity. A bright beam of light from the monster's body rises sharply into the sky. An explosion is heard around. Many fragments fly off. The hero remembers that this feature is self-destruction. A bright explosion raises a heap of dust from the ground. Many fragments fly in different directions. Everything burns with fire. Everything was covered in thick gray smoke. Behind the smoke a form is visible. The hero scratches the back of his head with a grin and realizes that the monster almost killed him. A window appears that indicates that Rocken has increased his level several times. He killed the second mutant monster. The hero declares that, fortunately, he received rare loot. Monster blades appear in the sky, and a window appears that describes the demon razor fragment loot. The hero looks at the blade in his hand with a smile. He says that it's worth trying the loot right now. The hero's axe connects to the blade. A window appears that says that the hero's weapon has been improved. Now when a blow is struck, the bleeding effect is activated. Rocken looks at the updated weapon with admiration and says that the improvement is finally over. The hero stands in the center of the field, with rocks rising in the background. He says that he is going to linger here before killing the last monster. The field is strewn with many closed shellfish shells. The hero says that here, at the clam farm, you can get the multicolored pearl item. The hero stands on the beach near the water and looks at the horizon, where a black image is visible. He hopes that all this is worth the effort. The image in the distance is a ship that has almost sunk. Only the bow sticks out of the water. The hero, looking at it, says that he was a rather strong opponent. The bow of the ship can be seen from the water, which is also submerged underwater. The ship has buried its lower part into the bottom and is split in half from the impact. Birds are soaring in the sky above this whole picture. A rectangular opening is visible in the ship, in which only darkness can be discerned. Then a monster's paw with claws appears from this opening. Its mouth is completely filled with many fangs, and its large eyes glow with red light. Rocken's hands began to open the pearl. Rocken stood in water full of shells and held in his hands an ordinary pearl of mana, which he was not at all happy about. Rocken sat down next to the new shell and began to open it. The guy said that this was a rather expensive item and it was time for it to appear in a new shell. Rocken's surprised eyes began to look at something. In Rocken's hands was a multicolored pearl. Rocken held this pearl with a smile on his face and looked at it. The guy said that there is nothing better than this pearl for raising protection. Rocken, with a smile on his face, sat down to another shell and began to open it. Rocken's hands began to open the shell. Rocken stood looking at the system window that appeared from the shell. It said about the Lion King's quest. Rocken put his hand to his mouth and thought for a moment and decided that the armor was reaching out to each other. The frightened Rocken began to scream, reaching out to the Lion King's helmet. Rocken's hand began to hold the helmet of the Lion King. The guy said that this was expected. Rocken held the helmet and with a smile on his face began to look at the system window, saying that this quest would allow him to find another piece of the Lion King's armor. The sunken ship was the only place where all this could be. Rocken began to smile hysterically with his mouth wide open and say that he needed to visit there anyway because of the mutated monster. The guy decided to kill two birds with one stone. There was a sunken ship in the middle of the ocean. Rocken decided that he had received a multicolored pearl and could go there. Splashes began to appear from the water. Rocken was underwater, swimming rapidly with a smile on his face in one direction, passing various seaweed and stones. Rocken had the effect of Murloc's gills, which allows the guy to breathe underwater. Rocken, with a smile on his face, began to touch his neck, from which gills appeared. Rocken decided that this was a rather useful object. On land, Rocken fought with the Murlocs. The guy recalled this with a smile and said that thanks to them he could now breathe underwater. Rocken began to look for the place, looking out from different stones. The guy decided that it was somewhere here. Rocken's surprised gaze began to look carefully into the distance, seeing something there. Rocken swam on a sunken ship, being near the captain's cabin, which was the boss room, where the last mutated monster lives. Rocken's hand began to hold the sword tightly. Rocken looked forward and with a sly smile on his face told the monster not to hide and come out. The door of the room began to quickly break. All the debris was directed by the flow. The surprised Rocken began to get hit by fragments of the ship right in his face. Rocken looked forward, trying to see something. A monster began to quickly emerge from the wreckage, swimming in the other direction from Rocken. Rockin smiled slyly, looking at the monster, and was glad that it had finally appeared. The monster was the captain of the Murlocs. A huge, scary monster began to quickly head towards Rockin, asking him how he dared to appear here. The level of the Murloc captain was 130. The monster opened its mouth and, swimming quickly towards Rockin, asked the guy why he was here. Rockin began to laugh madly and look hysterically at the monster, telling him that he would soon die and he had no need to know it. Rockin began to spin his weapon with quick movements. Hitting the monster, the guy took the attack with rotations. Rockin stood with a calm face, looking at the monster. The guy understood why he hated fighting underwater. The reason was that the movements were too slow. The captain began to look at his wounded hand, and then began to shout to Rockin about how he dared to do this. The monster floated in one place and looked in different directions, trying to find the missing Rockin. The captain could not understand where he had gone. Rockin, with quick and sharp movements, jumped straight at the captain and with a smile on his face began to say that killing the monster would be a piece of cake. The monster began to smile and tell Rockin that he was going to call the sailor. Rockin began to jump on the monster and hitting him with his weapon. The guy began to ask the captain that he had decided to use his subordinate as a shield. The captain silently and with all his strength began to jump on Rockin, who was simply watching. Rockin created an explosion with his weapon, thereby hitting the captain. Rockin was below, looking at the floor. The monster sarcastically began to ask the guy where his arrogance had gone. Rockin quickly looked at the monster. There was blood on the guy's lips. Rockin began to tell the monster that he could not even defend himself without his sailors. Many of the captain's assistants began to attack Rockin. This infuriated the guy very much, since they blocked all of Rockin's attacks. The guy smiled with all his might, his mouth full of blood. The captain began to look at Rockin carefully, clenching his sharp teeth. The captain and his assistants began to watch Rockin. All the monsters understood that Berserk would begin. Rockin stood below with his mouth open, radiating a smile and wearing the helmet of the King of Lions. The guy shouted to everyone that he would tear them into pieces and make sashimi from Murlocs. The monsters began to direct power towards Rockin, creating a magical flow. The power of the captain and his assistant passed on to Rockin, who took it completely without feeling any discomfort. The captain looked at Rockin with fear and malice, telling him that he was very fast. Rockin approached the monsters and began to swing at the Murlocs with all his might. Rockin's weapons broke the Murlocs' weapons. The captain looked with surprise and anger at Rockin, who cut his sword. The monster could not believe that his sword could break. The system window began to show that the weapon destruction status was imposed on the enemy, so the attack power was reduced by 10%. Rockin quickly moves away from the captain, not letting him understand what is happening. The monster began to look in different directions and angrily asked Rockin where he had gone. Rockin swam up to the monster from behind and, reaching out to him with his hands, asked him what he was looking at. The rapid movements of Rockin's weapon began to attack the monster. Rockin quickly moved away from the explosion he made, and because of which debris began to fly in different directions. The guy said that the Murloc sashimi was ready. The system window began to show information that Rockin had raised the level and killed the third mutant monster. The information showed that the guy had completed the quest and now Rockin would have to find Malkin. Rockin lay on the ground with a frightened face and said that he barely got out and that the Berserker was good at everything except for the rollback. The system window showed that the effect of Murloc's skill was completed. Rockin looked with interest at his hand, in which lay an ancient coin. Rockin realized that the captain of the Murlocs had dropped something, and most likely, in a past life, this item was a collectible. The ancient coin was of unknown origin and purpose and, thanks to the cool emblem, could pass for collectible item. A bright explosion occurred in the heights, which Rockin began to look at in fear. A statue of a lion appeared near Rockin. The guy decided that this might be a clue and noticed that the statue had something in its mouth. Rockin's hands looked and touched the box, which had a round groove instead of a keyhole. Rockin inserted the ancient coin into the box, realizing that it was the key. The helmet on Rockin's head began to glow in surprise. The open box began to emit an incredibly bright light. Rockin held the box with a smile on his face and did not understand what it was. A sea ship is sinking in the ocean. The main character opens a chest with a disc that illuminates his face, to which the guy asks what this round thing is, to which the notification tells him that these are unknown discs of a unique level, a round object of unknown origin. Extending his hand from the shining disc, the guy says that he sees such an object for the first time. Taking the disc in his palm, he, wearing a helmet, looks at the shining disc with a shocked face, asking why it suddenly began to shine. The notice says about the Lion King symbol, set level, and this is a token given by the Lion King to the Gaekanath many years ago after their rescue. It contains part of the Lion King's power. Raising the seal from above and looking at it like a gift from heaven, the guy, letting off steam, shouts, asking that it is part of the Lion King's armor. Imagining the armor of the Lion King, the guy thinks that there was no symbol for the series of armor, and yet this disc is part of it. Holding the disc with both hands, the guy tells himself to just look at the effects, and this thing increases intelligence and stamina by 100 points, comparing that to 40 levels. Standing next to the chest and holding the disc, the guy wonders how much it will cost in total when suddenly an incomprehensible upward energy begins to glow from the chest. The guy, approaching the chest, asks in confusion why it continues to glow, and is it not an ordinary piece of fabric, trying to stir up the purple litter. The red canvas unfolds in all its glory, and Min says that this is the same canvas with the image of the Lion King, and here he hands over his cuirass to the Murlocs. Looking around, the guy thinks about what it means that the cuirass of the King of Lions is hidden somewhere here, but there was nothing like that under the rubble. Remembering the silhouette of a man attacking monsters, Rockin thinks that if he thinks about it, the Murloc treasures were plundered by the Pirate King, and did he really take the cuirass too? Introducing the Pirate King in the middle of the forest on the throne, Rockin says that this is the Pirate King, and in vain the main character was happy, because he is a level 300 boss. Besides, his habitat is too far from here, and it will be difficult to get the cuirass right now. Lying on the ground against the backdrop of the colorful starry night sky, Min says that this is enough for now. He lies on the ground, pointing to the sky, saying that now that he knows the location, he will definitely find her. The notice speaks of a third city crossroads, in the middle of whose streets the main character appears. Sighing easily, the guy says to himself out loud that now he can breathe easy. Looking towards the raging crowd, Rockin asks what that noise is. He, white with fear and disappointment, watches as people fight with each other for the sake of magic bottles on the counter, and Rockin asks that this is his store, to which people shout at each other to remove their hands, and they are the first to take it. Energized by what he saw, the guy gave the crowd a sharp thumbs up, with a wide smile, laughing to himself, and saying that, as expected, at this rate he would soon become a millionaire. Looking towards a beautiful building under the moonlight in the night, the main character tells himself that since they have dealt with the store, they can now continue the quest. The notification says that the building he is looking at. This is the garrison headquarters. A determined elf sits at the table, holding a pen with a piece of paper, asks with surprise who they have here. The story tells that this is General Malkin of the Crossroads Guard. Rising from his desk, the elf general turns to the protagonist standing opposite him, asking if this is Rockin, adding that they have not seen each other for a long time, to which the guy politely greets him, saying that he killed 3 mutated monsters. The elf asked with concern about the mutated monsters, asking how they multiplied so quickly. The main character, clutching his face, calmly bowed to the general's words that he had done a good job and helped them a lot. The story notice says that the guy completed the quest Mutated Monsters. Hitting his chest with his fist, the guy, standing in a heroic pose opposite the elf who had closed his eyes from fatigue, asks him if he has any ideas about why the mutation occurs, and if he can help with anything else, then let him just say, to which the elf suggests that some kind of force is involved here, and so far he cannot reveal all the details to him. Seriously looking at the main character from under his brows, holding his hands clasped in front of him, the man says that if he finds out anything, he will tell him, and in the meantime, let the guy continue to become stronger, and if he meets them now, he will not survive. The notification that appears tells information about the training period, that the guy is too weak to find out the secret, and he needs to become stronger to find out the secret. Leaving the building and holding his hand on his chin, the guy speaks out loud his thoughts about that he cannot continue the quest due to the level limit, and in order to level up, he needs to go to that same dungeon, which means he needs to prepare. The notice says that he used a scroll of increasing magic resistance on equipment, to which Rockin points his finger to the side with a smile on his face, saying that it's good that he bought the scroll in advance, and now he can move forward. The main character stands in the vastness of the world on one of the many rocks. The history notice says this is the southwest portion of the intersection. Swinging, the guy wants to hit the trees opposite him with all his strength with his axe. He cuts down their trunks at once. Taking the tree onto his shoulders, the guy looks forward. The notification says that he has received 10 logs, to which the hero explains that since he now has logs, he is saying something. Suddenly, the hero turns in the other direction with a surprised face at someone's curses. Rockin looks from the bushes towards a huge tree with a brawl of a couple of people, asking himself that there are people here and nothing is known about this dungeon yet, and where they are here from, to which the people ask the small creature standing opposite them, does he even have a conscience, and does he even understand who he is stealing from? A small, impudent gnome with red hair and glasses, holding his hand up, asks his enemy that he signed on these lands or what, and you can't hunt freely here. The evil creature character points his finger at the gnome, trembling with anger, answering that he understood everything correctly, and he stole his prey at the last second, to which the gnome asks again that he was hunting for something. Holding his hands on his cheeks and teasing the player, the dwarf says that he thought he was itching or something and that it was because they were too weak, asking for his forgiveness. The dark player, loading his bow, shouts at him, swearing that since he doesn't mean well, then let him give back what he took. The player's arrow flies straight at the gnome. She hits the creature's location, but he deftly dodged a backflip. Trembling with anger and holding a bow in his hands, the player tells him to come to him, and this time he will not miss. Ming watches the situation through the bushes with interest and a smile, thinking that this is really a thunderstorm of Mitty's evasion, and in his past life he was quite famous. Looking at how the gnome dodges numerous shots of arrows, the hero thinks that he has already created the tiny gnome as the smallest character possible and dodges every enemy attack. Watching the dwarf burp and fire arrows from his arm-mounted crossbow, screaming at the player to get it, Rockin explains that that's why he was nicknamed Mitty the Storm of Evasion. An arrow from Mitty's crossbow flies straight into the dark player's leg, and he begins to talk about how painful it is. The player, running all the way towards the gnome, says that he is already sick of this, and he will make a cutlet out of him. The dark guy is petrified by what he hears as the dwarf begins to shout at him to stop. An elf in armor comes out from behind the bushes, causing the player's eyes to start bugging out. The guard general tells him that he regards his actions as an attempt to harm an innocent user, to which the guy asks where the garrison member is from here, and it's just a misunderstanding. The notification that appears indicates that the guy used the identity disguise skill. An image of Ming's contented face appears in the background of a member of the guard. A member of the guard orders everyone to be quiet and pronounces the word of judgment. The notice states that the sentence is a right that can only be used by members of the garrison. 2 players besides the gnome are seized by some kind of force, lifting them into the air. The dwarf, standing opposite the guard member, shakes with fear and tells him that he is saved thanks to him. Suddenly, Min, in the role of a guardsman, aggressively points his finger at the gnome, shouting that he is also receiving a warning, and let him get out of here, to which the gnome runs away in the opposite direction. Standing near the tree and returning to his form, Min sighs, saying that now everything was almost over, and if the fight had continued, it would have been bad. Swinging his axe straight at the floor with his terrifying eye glowing, he says that they would have discovered a secret passage into the dungeon which only he knows about. The guy's weapon comes into contact with the rocks below. From the impact, a huge explosion occurs in the background of the main character. He sees a magical funnel in front of him, standing in the middle of the stones, to which he says that it is a dungeon that opens only after hitting an old tree, asking who even came up with such an idea. He takes a step forward. The notification says that the guy has discovered a secret magical dungeon, and he receives a bonus for the first discovery. Experience and item drop rates are increased by 30%, and the bonus is active for 3 days. After passing through the crater and walking further along the decorated corridor, the guy remarks that this is great, asking that he will start a raid in the dungeon. Sharply taking the white pearl in his hand, the notice states that he broke the multicolored pearl. Standing with the pearl in front of a long corridor, he says that he will first increase his defense. The notice states that Ming used multicolored pearl powder, and the defense against all elements was increased by 10% for 3 minutes. Rockin, calling the log closer to him, stretching his hand up, says with a smile that now we can move on. By spreading his legs to the sides with all his might, he creates a small breeze. The main character throws a tree log forward with all his strength, shouting that he will use it. The log touches the floor, on which red magical symbols appear. At that moment, the same seals on the floor begin to explode in hundreds of pieces across the entire corridor, which is what Min looks at. Having stretched his hands, releasing them forward, the guy says that this is great, and now there is no need to hesitate. It is better to clear this dungeon as quickly as possible. Throwing the log forward of the corridor, the guy makes corresponding sounds. Covering the cross with his hands from the whirlwind of dust, he thinks that this was the last log. Holding his hands to his face, he looks forward in thought, thinking that the main difference between a magical dungeon and a regular one is the huge number of magical traps placed at the entrance. Standing in front of a bullfight with markings on the floor and a bunch of weapons, he tells himself that one wrong step and an ordinary player is doomed to instant death, noting that they are dangerous even for him, although his level is above average. Recalling the moment he threw the log, the guy says that no matter how well he remembered his past, he did not know the exact location of the traps, and therefore, to avoid trouble, he cut down the trees. Holding his straight hand to himself and smiling not very confidently, he thinks that, however, now that he has no logs left, speaking out loud, he informs that he will have to figure it out on his own. The hero takes a step forward. Arrows are flying straight at him. He is running from huge axes, and again he runs from the boulders rolling right behind him. With a satisfied face against the background of the explosions, Rockin says that he is beginning to understand how everything works here, and now a new trap should appear. Without finishing, some incomprehensible energy flies straight at the guy at full speed. A big explosion occurs. The guy, silhouetted from behind the whirlwind with red eyes, understands the situation. Holding his weapon, he tells someone with a smile that he has finally appeared. A creature with one eye and a wide smile, without any body, appears right in front of the main character, which Min tells him to attack. The notice states that the monster is level 20 and its name is Spectre. Magic blows fly towards the silhouette of the spectrum, causing it to scream. Rockin, standing opposite him and shooting at him with his magical weapon, thinks to himself that since the specter is an ethereal spirit, physical attacks do not work on him, no matter how strong they are. Holding a burning scroll in his hands and looking at it with a very pleased and cunning expression on his face, the guy explains in his thoughts that that is why he has prepared something special for him. The notice says that the guy used a scroll of fire spells. Rockin takes a confident step forward, swinging at the spectrum with all his might. The notice says that physical attacks have been converted to elemental attacks and he has 10 actions, to which the guy shouts that he can destroy even a ghost. Attacking with his axe the magic released by the ghost's huge mouth, the guy thinks that no matter what the ghost does, this is his last battle. There is another huge explosion in the middle of the area. Walking aside, holding an axe on his shoulder and wiping the dust from his face, the notice says that he defeated the specter, to which the guy irritably says that it is so dusty here. Looking at the scroll illuminated with green light, the guy asks himself that something fell from the specter, and it is just a magic scroll. A newly appeared notification says that he received the magical scroll of Fire Arrow. Holding the scroll and looking at it carefully, while sighing, Rockin says that he thought that magical objects would fall here and something more useful, noting that the first pancake became lumpy. Relaxing his gaze in the shadows, he thinks about the fact that there is no need to rush. Looking around him, surrounded by spectra and eyes, the guy thinks that until he gets to the boss, he will come across a dozen of them. In one fell swoop, he cuts one spectrum in someone's eye, then 2 at once, sparing no one. With all his might, cutting them all apart and eventually hitting the ground, he shouts with a smile that this is the end. Standing against a swirl of dust, he looked to the side with a smile, holding his axe over his shoulder, and asks if they were always so easy to kill, adding that he had high hopes for them, because the monsters were created by a wizard. The history notification informs you that the magic scroll has ended. Walking along the corridor next to him, he notices a lonely chest and says that then he can go, but has he really found it? Looking at the beautiful golden chest, the guy asks again that this is a treasure chest, a mandatory item in the dungeon, and will he finally receive a worthy reward? Against the background of fictitious flowers, the guy runs to the chest along with an axe, talking about TM. That he hasn't opened treasure chests for a long time, and he should open it quickly. Suddenly, a guy with a smile on his face breaks the chest with all his strength with his axe, asking what he should have said like that, and the chest wants to fool him. Right inside the chest sits a monster with an eye with teeth. Seeing this, the main character says that, as expected, this is a mimic. There simply cannot be normal treasure chests in such a dungeon. Angry, Rockin hits the monster in the chest with all his might, shouting at it to shut up and give it its item. The notice says that the guy destroyed Mimic. Looking towards the luminous things, the guy, bringing his eyebrows together in a serious expression, says that this is exactly what it is. A ring and a box appear in front of him, to which the story notice tells information about them, that this is the protective ring of a cowardly mage, magic level, and the ring created by the cowardly mage for protection can be used as a shield twice a day for the purpose of protection. The notice goes on to talk about a portable magic level mana charger, and this is a mana device created by a cowardly mage to restore 150 mana once a day after shouting. The guy shouts that this is what he wanted to get. Looking at the sparkling ring on his hand with a malicious face, the guy chuckles and says that all magical items are for escape, and like the cowardly magician's ring that he received earlier. Looking at his ring on his hand, the notice tells about it that this is also the ring of a cowardly mage of a magic level, and it was created by a cowardly mage, allowing him to go on the run, to which Rockin says that it suits him perfectly, and it is better to have an item for protection than the average attack. Continuing to smile and looking forward, the guy says that he is still looking forward to what else will happen to him today. Flying straight into the depths of the corridor, the guy says that whatever is here, it will all pass into someone's hands. He sees a door at the end of the tunnel. Flying up to her, the guy prepares his axe, shouting that all this will become his. With an explosion, he breaks down the door to enter another place. The guy stands up straight madly, yelling at someone, calling someone names, asking if he's ready for a fight. The man, wrapped in his robe like a plant in bud, asks the protagonist in surprise how he could come so far. The notice says that this is the cowardly mage Chargi level 190, to which the guy also thinks that this is the boss of the dungeon and the creator of his rings. With all his might, he jumps out of his seat and takes a step forward against the backdrop of a red aura. Rockin responds by shouting that it is none of his business. Flying straight towards him, he screams at the old man to just die already. The notice states that a destructive onslaught has occurred. A magician casts a fat spell with his hand. The guy's legs begin to slip, causing him to swear and think that this is a spell that cancels the force of friction. There is another big explosion in the room. Rocks from the ceiling begin to fall down right in front of the character. Rockin's terrible glowing eyes peek out from behind the layers of the vortex. He jumps up with all his strength right at the magician, screaming from the force of the blow. Hitting the ground with an axe, the guy again missed the magician, tusking, saying that he had escaped again. Suddenly, a magician with his hand appears from behind the surprised Ming and shouts to him that he should stop scaring him so much. Cannons appear from the walls. A pattern appears right under Rockin's body, to which, noticing it under him, the guy begins to swear. Suddenly, the pattern on the floor begins to explode, scattering pieces of stone all over the place. The magician with tears in his eyes shouts to the main character that if he continues to scare him, then he will have no choice but to kill him. Suddenly, the magician's eyes suddenly opened, and he sees Rockin flying towards him in front of him with an axe in his hands, asking the magician if he said everything. Ming swings at the magician with all his might, swiping his axe at him, shouting at him to shut up and die. The magician's robes begin to tear and fall off. Against their background, Rockin looks at the picture, not understanding what is happening. From under the magician's robe, a small monster, a spectrum with a satisfied smile, breaks out. Level 130, the notification calls it the exposed spectrum. The guy stands in front of the spectrum towering above him, and thinks that the magician is a coward. He disguised the spectrum as himself, and it seems that the robe was the conductor of the spell. Turning back, Rockin angrily asks the ghost what he was up to and where he went, ordering him to go out. Suddenly, the stone floor begins to crumble from under the protagonist's feet, causing the guy to start asking again, shaking his legs, where the ground is. A huge cliff appears in the middle of the room, glowing with blue light. Suddenly, a huge stone hand crawls out of it, smashing other stones to the sides. The shadow of a monster with glowing eyes falls on the main character, to which he looks with a smile and says that this is all a joke. The notice says that this Chorgi golem named Chohagi is level 133. The main character stands directly in front of the monster's huge face, asking why this monster keeps sending his henchmen instead of coming out himself. Standing opposite a huge golem and other small stone creatures in the middle of the dungeon, the guy thinks that the magician is so annoying and even summoned mini golems. The hero's eyes gradually squint, trying to see something. He sees a mark of a magic circle on the wall behind the small stone monsters, to which the guy asks what he is doing here. Smiling widely, the guy realizes something and says to himself, "What does it mean how?" Then abruptly begins to run towards the monsters, asking that the magician thinks that a golem with only one defensive skill is a match for him. He quickly jumps off the floor. The main character flies from above with horror and an ominous face, attacking small statues and a huge stone golem. The notice says that this is a smashing throw skill. A guy with a wide, sinister smile yells at the monster to try and block. Suddenly, the huge golem slammed its hands together, confident that it had caught Rockin, making peculiar sounds. The guy emotionlessly flew on top of the golem, which realized that it had not caught the hero. The huge statue looked in the other direction in confusion. Rockin, with a villainous scream and laugh, begins to laugh at the golem, calling him a stone head and where he was even looking. Flying up to the wall with a strange eye mark, Min shouts that his goal from the very beginning was this magic circle that suddenly appeared. The guy throws his axe towards the mark, which causes a huge explosion. Red light magic comes out from behind the broken wall. Looking at this, the guy with a smile remembers the moment when the explosion hit him, thinking that he realized where this cowardly magician was hiding, and his control room was hidden by magic in the same way as the entrance to the dungeon was hidden. Jumping into the hole in the wall, the guy says that's great, and the story notice says that he entered Chorga's hidden room. Rockin looks forward with surprise in his eyes, opening them more and more. A weapon flies straight towards the guy, and the magician behind her, with uncertainty, shouts to the guy to get the fire ballista. Behind the explosion is a guy dressed in armor with a weapon in both hands. He, with a smile on his face, legs spread wide and holding his weapon straight ahead, says with a grin, stuttering that it worked, his best skill, asking the main character who allowed him to enter here. The story notice states that this is a level 140 cowardly mage Chorgi. Suddenly, a magician in glasses, with his eyes and mouth open, says the word what with shock. Looking forward, trembling, and holding a weapon in his hands, he sees the silhouette of Rockin emerging from the wall. The notification states that Rockin has switched to the Berserker skill. Showing his silhouette covered in wounds, the guy begins to call the magician names with a smile in his eyes, saying that he almost died. The armored man extends his hand forward, shouting to his golem henchman to stop him. Behind the enraged guy, covered in ominous dark red energy, a golem swings his huge hand from behind the wall. Rockin quickly flew away from his previous location. Heading forward, he appears right in front of the magician, swinging an axe at him, to which Chorgi thinks that he is so fast. The main character strikes the magician, and he tries to cover his body with his arms crossed. The magician flies back from Rockin's blow, but he lands on the floor, sitting down on one knee and supporting himself with his hand on the floor, laughing back at him, and saying that he blocked his attack, and it was not for nothing that he spent so much money on this protective equipment. Ning's mouth opens wider and wider. The magician, trembling, and looking at the laughing protagonist in the distance, asks him why he is laughing. petrified by Rockin's words, and answer that he is so grateful to the magician that he cannot stop laughing, to which the magician, in misunderstanding, says the word "what?" With a crazy face and legs spread wide apart, Rockin speaks wildly to him, asking that he still hasn't realized that it is the armor that is slowing him down, adding that he is a walking punching bag. The magician begins to scream in fear, opening his mouth wide in reaction to the guy's question that they will check how long he can last. A golem appears behind Mina, the critical magician helps him, to which the guy tisks with displeasure. The golem smashes Rockin's location with its hand, but he successfully dodged it by jumping up and thinking that the familiar that Chorgi was dying is the golem of Chakotay, and even if it is destroyed, it will continue to recover from the stones scattered everywhere. Looking at the face of the golem with red eyes, Min thinks that if you kill its owner, it will automatically stop, and he can ignore it, but there is one thing. Rockin grabbed his axe tightly with both hands. He swings at the statue, screaming with red eyes. That he continues to piss him off, and now he will hit him once. The main character flies right in front of the golem's frightened face, swinging his axe at him. He suddenly cuts the golem's body with all his might, scattering pieces of stone in different directions, laughing at the same time, noting that Min now feels much better. Swinging in the other direction, Rockin, opening his mouth wide and having the same red eyes, says that they are next in line, beckoning small creatures. He destroys an entire army of small golems with hundreds of blows and swings, spinning around with his axe and shouting that he will destroy everything here. The cowardly magician stands next to this whirlwind of blows from the main character. Biting his lip in fear and continuing to look at all this, Chorgi thinks about how he defeated the golem so easily, asking himself whether he is really a man, because he is a monster. The main character breaks away from his whirlwind of blows and flies forward. He flies up to the magician, swinging an axe at him, telling him that they are the only ones left with him. Flying straight ahead at him, he swings his axe with a villainous aggressive smile, shouting at him to try to dodge, calling him obscenities. It hits the magician, from whom blood is already scattering all over the place. Wide and mad, like a monster, Rockin shouts that this is the end, and let him die. He slams the magician's body into the ground with his axe, causing the stones under him to break. The notification that appears says that he defeated the cowardly mage Chorgi, and his level has increased 3 times. Having knocked out a wall in a building with shelves of books, Min says out loud that he is dying. Walking in the rain and greedily washing down his pain with a healing elixir from a flask, the guy walks forward. Taking the bottle from his mouth, he remembers the moment when the magician launched his weapon at him. He thinks that during Chorga's first attack, he unknowingly activated the burn mode and thought that he would die from the consequences of this skill. Looking at the spilled liquid on the tiled floor, he sees the objects that fell from the magician, and touching his muscles in his arms, he says that he has recovered enough of his stamina, and now he can look at what fell from this monster. Looking at objects with his mouth open, the guy recognizes his objects. He is holding a ring in his hands. The story notice tells information about it, that this is the ring of a cowardly magician for escape, magic level, and it is created to go on the run, to which the main character asks himself out loud how many items Chorgi has created for escape. Raising his fingers to his mouth, Rockin thinks that this is curious, asking himself who he is. Holding the ring in his hands and holding his chin, he imagines the silhouette of the character, asking himself again who is this enemy that Chorgi was trying to escape from. A torch is depicted hanging on the wall next to the bookshelf. We see a table with papers scattered on it. The main character enters a room with things scattered around it. He is surprised at how dirty it is and does not understand whether it is a room or a dump. Rockin looks at the light that has appeared with a thoughtful face. We see a box of books. The main character does not understand what kind of box it is and why there are so many books in it. He took the book in his hands with a joyful smile. Rockin grabbed his head with his hand. He was incredibly surprised because he had found a skill book. A system notification asks if he wants to learn the shield skill book. Since he cleared this dungeon first, he can learn one of the skill books located in this room. With a sly smile, the main character understands that the reward for completing this dungeon for the first time is items that can give a skill regardless of profession. Rockin frantically begins to look through all the books, saying that that skill must also be here somewhere. He notes that with their help he will be able to create new combined skills. He happily raises the book above his head and says that he has found a change in damage done. A system notification asks if he wants to learn the skill book and change the damage dealt. The skill icon is shown. Rockin says that changing the damage dealt is a skill that can change the physical type of damage to magic. Now players know little about magical attacks and defense, so this skill is a real imbue. The main character's eyes lit up with joy and he began to drool, imagining what would happen if his physical damage was turned into magical damage. System notification: Rockin has studied the change in damage dealt. We see many glowing books. System notification: the main character has selected a skill book. Other skill books become unavailable. One book continues to glow. Rockin is very surprised by this. He picked up a thick book with the assumption that it was Chorga's diary. System notification, Chorga's diary, normal level, diary of the cowardly magician Chorgi, perhaps with his help. The main character finds out what Chorgi was so afraid of. An open diary with entries is shown. Raken thought about it. Choga's notes, we see an armless monster with sparkling eyes. A cowardly mage is tasked with creating a cursed item, but he believes it is wrong because it could bring this world to ruin. Chorgi suggests that it does more than just corrupt monsters. The mage with a sad face and hood says that he has nowhere to go. He will be killed as soon as he tries to escape. He has no choice but to join them. We see the dark moon. Chorgi says that the time has come. They will leave for a while to participate in the general meeting, and he will try that same day. The cowardly magician hides behind a box. His escape was successful, but he lost some of the artifacts while hiding from pursuit. He managed to survive. Chorgi holds his head hysterically. He believes that they will find him and kill him. They no longer need him, but since he knows who they are. A tree is depicted with a winding trunk, the roots of which go into a luminous sphere. A cowardly magician sits in it, his knees drawn up. He says that he must hide as deep as possible, in a place that no one knows about, but what if they find him even then? With a puzzled face, Raken closes the diary and realizes that the cowardly magician was being pursued, which is why he was hiding in this place and creating rings. Raken raised his hand to his chin. He holds the diary in his hands and notes that if we are talking about the very damage that he knows about, then he can learn something new. Creepy monsters are shown with their mouths open. The main character believes that after the mutated monsters, corrupted monsters will appear. People in black robes are depicted. Raken thinks that he knew that there was a certain group that was engaged in the mutation of monsters, but he does not understand who would have thought that people were behind this organization. We see a coiled dragon. The protagonist notes that the corrupted monsters have become a problem not only for the unification of the Golden Lion camp, but also for the Black Dragon camp. He assumed that this was the work of another faction. Raken has sweat on his face. He looks at the diary with a thoughtful face and says that everything is not that simple. The diary floats in the air and glows. The main character says that he needs to give it to the research group. Perhaps this is a hint for the main quest. System notification. He removed Chorga's diary and his inventory. Raken stands with his eyes closed and reasons that if he thinks about it, the condition for the next quest was level 150. He needs to raise at least 30 levels. A huge monster looks at the frightened guy. Raken believes that upping 30 levels is not an easy task. The guy is shaking on the ground in complete despair. The main character thinks that while completing hunting or gathering quests he will barely swing. With a malicious smile, he notes that this does not suit him at all. He abruptly opens a book with words, calling the Book of Runes. With a smug smile, he says that he has already completed all the preparations for quickly leveling up and wants to move to the crossroads. Light filled the room and dust rose in the air. System notification, Crossroads Shopping Street. A residential street is depicted with many houses and people passing by. Raken holds a bag in his hand. He happily carries it and says that these magic scrolls that he received in the dungeon are useless to him, but they can be sold for a good price. What could be better than money? The main character looks around. He thinks how things are going at his store. Last time he was bursting with customers. Smiling triumphantly, he looks at the crowd of people, saying that there are still many buyers and there is no need to worry about this. Smiling maliciously, he laughs and thinks that at this rate all the money in the intersection will be his. We see the roof of the house. Raken notes that there are things more important than money. System notification, Berserker Guild, Crossroads. The main character looks thoughtfully at the table. He needs to choose which combined skill to delete. He points his finger at the icon. System notification. He removed the combo skill Destructive Onslaught. Raken smiles maliciously. He remembers his crazy self and thinks that this is a rather interesting skill. But when using it you can only move in a straight line. In addition, he can achieve the same effect using other skills. The main character smiles and notes that he is sorry, but will have to delete it. He crosses his arms and smiles thinking that he can create a better combination. A system notification asks him to select a skill book and an action clip to create a combined skill. Raken points to the board and notes that since the meager skills are no longer available to combine with anything, the damage modification skill book found in the magic dungeon would be a great component. He holds the book up contentedly. Books are depicted floating in the air. Raken notes that thanks to the book he can create something new, compensate for the berserker's weak point, and create a skill that will be the key to easily raising the level. Power plus jump, plus strike, plus damage change. System notification that this is a valid combination. An icon for a new ability appears. The main character looks contentedly at the purple one. Funnel. System notification that the combination is completed. Raken looks forward quickly, sweat breaking out on his face. A lot of light comes from the table. The main character says that this is what he wanted so much. System notification asking you to specify the name of the combined skill. Rockin calls it bombing. A black icon appears, a purple funnel appears, the main character smiles contentedly. A bright explosion enveloped the space, a skill that transforms magic damage into an explosion. Bombing. The cooldown of 5 seconds is a significant drawback, but one hit can be more than enough. Rockin laughs with a malicious smile. He bursts into a sly smile from ear to ear and thinks that now all he can do is wait for awards to fall at his feet. The main character angrily remembers the guy asking him to wait so that one day he can use this skill on his face. A dwarven weapons shop is depicted. Rockin notes that while he waits for that day, he should prepare. The main character enters a room at a long table where a man is sitting. The man greets him and asks if Rockin is looking for something specific. The main character answers positively. With a satisfied smile, Rockin says that he will buy all the axes he has. The man in shock asks the main character again. The man hurriedly heads to the door asking him to wait a little so he can bring the goods. Rockin slyly asks him to bring it quickly. The main character looks thoughtfully to the side and thinks whether this store is a little expensive. 2 players choose a sword. The girl thoughtfully says that the store is more expensive than here. The guy answers her that there is a good choice there. Rockin was surprised to see the players. The guy tells the girls something with interest about the sword. The main character notes that if they are in the weapon shop, it means they have already completed the dwarf's quest. He is surprised that they have come so far. Rockin smiles wickedly and thinks that there is no need to worry about this since there is another obstacle in their way. 2 systems of people stand opposite each other. The main character notes the confrontation between the 2 camps. This is content that will soon become as popular as the main plot of the Lord. 2 people fight with swords. Rockin notes that battles with representatives of other camps are more interesting than hunting, since many neglected the plot and leveling and enjoyed the combat. Rockin stands with a grin and thinks that he once liked this too. The man gives away a large bag filled with axes. The main character abruptly takes the bag and thanks the stunned seller. Rockin walks down the street with a bag on his back. A man shouts words of gratitude after him. The coaling outpost is depicted as a camp with tents, which is surrounded by a fortress. The main character walks past the tent saying that he hasn't been there for a long time. For him it feels different. We see the emblems of the 2 camps, their markings, and a note that the Chialan outpost is located on the front lines with the Black Dragon camp. Not many monsters live there, but if you go deeper, you can meet NPCs from another camp and other players. 2 people from the Black Dragon and Golden Lion army fight in hand-to-hand combat. Rockin notes that this area was created specifically for battles. He walks into the tent with a confident smile and thinks that you're supposed to be level 150 to get in. But there's a reason he showed up so early. A bald man with a feather sits at the table. He asks the main character if he wants to register as a free mercenary. Senior Sergeant, level 160, 29 years old. They look at each other. Rockin says that everything is correct. The Senior Sergeant thoughtfully replies that anyone can register, but with level 120 of the main character. Rockin pursing his lip and shaking his hands behind his back. The Sergeant arrogantly says that the main character should know that his level is too low and let him do what he wants. System notification. Rockin has become a free mercenary. He can be assigned a rank depending on his combat merits. He needs to gain his first combat experience. Rockin has registered as a free mercenary of the Golden Lion camp. He needs to defeat representatives of the opposite camp in order to receive combat experience and show his strength. Defeating a representative of another camp, he receives combat experience points. In accordance with the received combat experience points, he will receive merit points, after which he will receive a rank in accordance with combat experience. Irritably walking out of the gate, Rockin says that the bald sergeant is looking down on his level. He ducked for a run. Rockin with a confident smile says that he registered anyway, so he doesn't care and can move on. With lightning speed, the main character headed forward. He used the dash and assault skills with such speed that dust rose in that place. He thinks that his destination is a deep canyon. We see a man taking a step. He is walking through the forest. At dusk, a cloak is visible. With relief, the main character removes his hood and deactivates the invisibility cloak. We see a deep canyon with a fast current. There are people on the right bank. He remembered the 3 people from the Black Dragons. Rockin smiles mischievously. Sweat appeared on his face. He thinks that it took him quite a long time. But thanks to the cloak, he was able to get here without incident. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to fight the enemies. Level 150 is quite onerous. We see a carriage guarded by 2 military men. The main character notes that this canyon is used as a supply route for the Black Dragons camp, which is why there are guards here. He pursed his lip happily, holding a nail, a hammer, and a rope in his hands. Rockin assumes that it would never occur to anyone that someone could sneak in. He hammers a nail into the ground. Next, he winds a rope around it. After this, he wraps the rope around his body. He joyfully descends from the canyon slope, saying that the preparations are complete. He pushes off the ground. In a few moments, he descends below. Rockin holds a hammer in his hand and says that now we can begin. He swings wildly. Next, the main character hits the mountain with incredible force. With a smug smile, he says that it turned out very well. Rocken made a hole right in the mountain, saying that this was a great place. A magic circle appears. The main character says that he will put a mark first. System notification that he entered the teleportation point into the Book of Runes. He takes a step cheerfully, saying that the preparation is finished. Rocken holds a large weapon in his hands and says with anticipation that it's time for a quick upgrade. System notification that the main character has equipped the hand axe weapon. There are 98 left. We see guards protecting the carriage. One of them looks questioningly to the side, a guardian of the level 150 Black Dragon army. A pink funnel appears all over the sky. The guard is shocked and does not understand what is happening. Carts and people scattered screaming as a magical explosion appeared. Rocken stands in a fighting stance with a satisfied smile. He laughs and asks what they have to say and how they like his bombing skill. Smiling slyly, he says with a laugh that everything is fine. We see how Rocken, from a hole in the rock, attacks the enemy from below. The people standing on the mountain cannot do anything. If you make a depression inside the rock, you can hunt enemies from below using your ranged skill without worrying about the guards above. One of the Black Dragon fighters angrily points to the mountain, saying that there is someone on the rock. Rocken raises his hand with a crazy smile and asks what they can do. System notification: the main character has equipped the hand axe weapon, 98 left. He swings with incredible force. He throws him, asking him to shut up and become his experience points. Rocken uses the bombing skill while explosions were seen around. The man screams in horror. System notification: the main character defeated the Black Dragon army soldier. He increased the level. Another soldier dies with horror on his face. Rocken leveled up 4 more times. He smiles. The main character holds an axe in his hands and mouth. He says that he will continue to move towards level 150 in this way. System notification: Rocken equipped the hand axe weapon, 95 left. Immediately after this, the protagonist stretched his back, holding his hands from behind, and arched strongly. At the same moment he said that the boring shit was over, while right next to the rocks below lay the corpses of people and fragments of stones with dust thrown into the air. Then Rocken, with a stern look and a wide smile, asked how many days he had been doing this, and said that he thought he would die of boredom, until the system notification window announced that he had no hand axes left, and his level was 150. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a malicious grin, looking ahead, asked that now he could return to completing the main quest, and, laughing a little, continued to say that it was interesting what others were doing there. At the same moment, a beam of blue energy rose into the air right in the middle of the rocks as Rocken abruptly said that he would activate the Book of Runes at Kolong Outpost. The narrative of the story then moves to the Kolong Outpost, located among the scorched lands in the middle of the mountains, while no one asked that he actually did it. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that the man sitting at the table, poking at the paper with inscriptions in great surprise, was a senior sergeant with level 160, and he asked that he really did it alone. At the same moment, the protagonist with a crazy look asked that, apparently, his level was low, and the senior sergeant with a frightened look answered him that no, and they were very lucky to have people like him in their camp. Then he held the seal in his hand, put it on a piece of paper and said that he congratulated him and now he was a soldier. Immediately after this notification window, the systems notified that the combat experience was credited and he was assigned the rank of soldier, and he can be promoted by making enough contributions or increasing combat experience. And his merit points are 324, while the protagonist, crossing his arms at his chest, said that this was excellent and he would start a soldier. At the same moment, the protagonist imagined in his head how he commanded a huge army and sent it into battle, and reasoned that, despite the fact that the soldiers cannot do anything, as they advance in their ranks, they can get more missions, as well as the opportunity to complete tasks with other NPC soldiers. Then Rocken imagined in his head a large chest filled with gold, reasoning that the complexity of the missions and the rewards for them also increased greatly. Immediately after this, the protagonist, scrolling through the system notification window with his finger, reasoned that he fit into this rank system, and not only for that reason. At the same moment, the protagonist, pointing at the inscription with his number of merit points, which amounted to 324, reasoned that he was striving for merit points. Rocken then imagined potions, weapons, scrolls, and jewelry in his head, reasoning that these points could be used to purchase special items in the merit market. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a smug grin said that this was a good indicator for a start, but they wouldn't be enough for that thing. At the same moment, Rocken opened his book, holding it in his hand, and said that he needed to accumulate more and activated the Book of Runes at the crossroads. Then, in the middle of a huge city with a large number of houses, a beam of blue energy appeared. The narrative was transferred to Crossroads Square, which was notified by the system. Immediately after this, Rocken found himself right in the middle of the street with a smug look, asking how long it had been since he had been here, and saying that he was glad to be back. At the same moment, a certain voice called out to the bastards, while the protagonist turned back with great surprise and looked there. Then the guy with red hair, trembling with discontent, raising his head up, said that they were very bad people, and these partisans fled, while his ally with black hair said that because of them he had not been able to complete quests for 3 days. Immediately after this, the protagonist smiled sarcastically and thought that it had already begun. At the same time, he imagined the image of monsters and the dragon emblem in his mind, reasoning that the bastards the players were talking about were users from the enemy Black Dragon faction. The protagonist then imagined how the monster and the man were fighting with each other's gazes with great displeasure, and reasoned that since the third city, there has been a fierce battle between the factions. Immediately after this, Rockin reasoned that there was a fun fact and imagined a monster with an axe holding a wounded man in his hand, and turning back with great surprise, he asked that why kill representatives of another faction. At the same moment, the monster in a tuxedo spread his arms to the sides against the backdrop of complex mathematical calculations and said that because after killing an enemy, you can use his equipment, and for this they give you more experience. Then the image of the monster he had just told appeared in the protagonist's head, abruptly plunged into blue light, and he reasoned that it was all a lie. Immediately after this, Rockin imagined a furious monster in his head and reasoned that although the excuse may sound plausible, in fact the reason lies elsewhere. At the same moment, the protagonist imagined an enraged monster who was going to finish off the defeated wounded man, and reasoned that it was all about the pleasure that the player experiences from killing opponents weaker than himself. Then he mentioned his furious image with an axe in his hands and reasoned that he knew this better than anyone else, and this is the instinct of any player. Immediately after this, the protagonist, approaching the very people who complained about members of the other faction, asked that he was asking for forgiveness and where they had seen them, and they were very surprised. At the same moment, the man with red hair said where the stone-hoofed boar lives, but it's better for him not to go there. And a group of 10 people is now hunting there, while the protagonist with a serious look said that everything was clear to him, and thank you for the information. Then Rockin, deep in thought, imagined in his head a map with a path from the city to a place with wild boars and thought that the habitats of the rock-hoofed boar were not hunting grounds, very close to the crossroads, and the front line had moved so much in their direction. Immediately after this, the protagonist, raising the whistle to his mouth, thought that how did it come to this, and they must be greatly underestimating them. At the same moment, the protagonist blew sharply on the whistle, which scared the 2 guys standing right in front of him, while the system notification window notified that he had used the summoning whistle. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, a black horse rushed straight across the square at great speed. Immediately after this, Rockin abruptly jumped onto that same black horse, which reared up while the system notification window notified that he had called a black horse. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a furious look, laughed, said that they were trash, and asked what they thought everything would go according to their plan. Then Rockin shouted loudly that they should wait a little, and he would arrange it for them, and very quickly rushed forward, sitting on a horse, while those same 2 guys looked after him. Immediately after this, the guy with red hair asked why he didn't go there, and his ally with black hair said that this couldn't be, and going there now would be tantamount to suicide. At the same moment, the narrative is transferred to a place with scorched earth around the rocks, and the system notification window notified that this was the habitat of the rock-hoofed boar. Then the warrior, holding a blade in his hand, stood right in front of a group of furious monsters and breathed heavily. Immediately after this, the elf girl standing in front of her wounded allies asked what and why they were doing this, and they gave them their items, and they should let them go already, and the system notification window showed that this was the Golden Lion Camp 110th level. At the same moment, the skeleton warrior, along with his fierce monster allies, laughed and asked why, while the system notification window showed that this was a level 120 Black Dragon camp. Then the blade of the blade rushed at high speed straight towards the head of the surprised elf warrior. Immediately after this, the skeleton warrior struck with his huge blade directly at the elf warrior, saying that because killing the weak is fun, and she screamed loudly in pain after losing her arm. At the same moment, the elf was sitting on the ground next to her allies, one of whom asked if she was okay. A monster approached them and laughed evilly. Then the skeleton warrior raised his sword above his head, swinging it, shouting that they should die, while the guy in the armor screamed loudly in fear. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with his mouth wide open, shouted to activate the bombing skill. At the same moment, the skeleton warrior turned sharply back with great surprise, not understanding what was happening. He then turned back and looked forward at the huge ball of red magic that was already right in front of his face. Immediately after this, the magic ball, crashing into the skeleton warrior, sharply changed its color, and everyone around was very surprised and frightened by what was happening. At the same moment, right across a small wasteland in the middle of the rocks, a huge amount of dust rose in the air, and something moved forward while someone said that it was there. Then a certain voice said that it was the enemy and someone was approaching, and there was only one person there, and he needed to be surrounded, while the protagonist rushed forward with a furious look, sitting on a black horse. Immediately after this, Rocken laughed madly and said that they were joking and should prepare to die as a team. At the same moment, the protagonist, continuing to run forward at great speed, sitting on a black horse, was approaching the Black Dragon's camp. Then the goblin archer, with great fear on his face, pulled the string of his bow and said that he had gone crazy and was about to get swampy. Immediately after this, a huge battle axe rushed forward at great speed, preparing to strike. At the same moment, the protagonist made his blow, sitting on a black horse and cutting off the goblin's head, laughing, saying that he was too slow. Then the black horse pushed off the ground with tremendous strength and speed and flew forward. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sitting on a horse, soared into the air and, sparkling brightly, was directly above the orc warrior. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a mad look, shouted that here he was, and sharply jumped up along with his battle axe, pushing away from the black horse. Then the orc warrior, with great surprise, said that he was crazy and asked that he just jumped. Immediately after this, Rocken, swinging his huge battle axe, preparing to strike, while in the air, said what they were about to get, while the Black Dragon camp was directly below him, watching in great surprise. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a crazy look, swinging his axe, which emitted blue energy, shouted that the strength and damage caused changes. Then Rocken, with great strength and speed, while in the air, threw his battle axe down. Immediately after this, the orc warrior, standing in his place, was greatly surprised when the protagonist's axe suddenly appeared right in front of him, surrounded by blue energy. At the same moment, the battle axe crashed into the ground, destroying everything around and throwing up a huge amount of dust from the impact. The huge battle axe was then thrust straight into the ground, emitting lightning-fast energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist squeezed the handle of his battle axe with great force and pulled it out. At the same moment, Rocken, with a crazy look, putting his axe on his shoulder, said that now they could play anyway. Immediately after this, a centaur warrior with a huge mace in his hands, standing next to an armed goblin, said that how dare he, a little man. At the same moment, the members of the Black Dragon's camp suddenly flew into the air and with a furious look headed towards the protagonist standing on the ground, saying that they must crush him. Then Rocken, with a furious look, holding a battle axe in his hands, asked who he was going to crush there. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply struck with his axe, sending blue energy forward. At the same moment, the centaur warrior was cut into two halves, without even having time to say anything or react to the enemy's blow. Then the protagonist would deliver the next blow of red energy, which destroyed everything in its path, and shouted that he would smash them. Immediately after this, the old goblin, watching everything that was happening, trembled and said that you could go crazy, and he destroyed the melee players with a high level of defense with one hit, while another goblin magician standing next to him said that yes, he monster. At the same moment, Rocken sharply pushed off the ground with his foot and flew forward. Then the protagonist, looking crazy, walked towards the two goblin mages and said that he had found Chris. Immediately after this, the two goblin mages looked at the battle axe approaching them with great fear on their faces and shouted loudly. At the same moment, loud cries of pain were heard right in the middle of the rocky terrain. Then, several system notification windows announced that Rocken had earned 1 merit point each for killing Yaza, Hapinsu, Victorious Shandok, Kokoronbin, Hippo Coward, Scallop Barrel, and many more. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a furious look, putting an axe on his shoulder, stood on the corpses of the enemies he had damaged and said that he had not even warmed up. At the same moment, Rocken looked thoughtfully at the system notification window, raising his hand to his chin, and said that merit points are awarded in the same way as for killing NPC soldiers. He then continued to say that there is no difference between a level 150 NPC and a level 130 player, and the donkey understands which is more profitable, while the corpse of a centaur in armor lay right on the ground. Immediately after this, the protagonist said that this was great, and it was time to work, and to begin with, he would return to the crossroads, while in the middle of a rocky area, bright rays with a head of energy appeared from the sky. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to a beautiful white temple with large columns. The system notification window notifies that this is the Temple of the Crossroads. Then several system notification windows notified that he had donated 3 gold and received the blessing of the priest, and his defense and resistance stats would be increased by 1% for 6 hours, and the protagonist looked at his hands with a satisfied face and said that this was great. Immediately after this, an image of a statue of an angel with gold coins flying at him appeared in Rocken's head, and he reasoned that this was the blessing of the priest. And depending on the amount of the donation, you can get different buffs. Although the enhancements only last a few hours, it is important to get them before you go hunting. At the same moment, the protagonist, going outside and looking at the system notification window, said that the next set of items was equipped. Then the system notification window showed 3 different symbols to choose from, and Rockin said that 1 set is for critical hits and 2 is for defense, and the last 3 set is for attribute resistance, and it takes 3 seconds to change equipment, but this is a very useful thing. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a malicious smile and a furious look, laughed and said that now they can go after the prey. At the same moment, Rockin began clicking on the system notification window with great speed and said that he wanted to throw bait. Then the system notification window notified that he wrote that he was accepting information about a representative of a hostile faction in the crossroads. Immediately after this, several system notification windows notified that several comments had been received, and the protagonist, with a malicious look, looking at the system notification window, said that what a quick reaction, and it seemed that they were in a difficult situation. At the same moment, the system notification window notified about 1 more comment received, and Rockin looked ahead with great surprise and misunderstanding. Then a debate started in the comments under his post, with players saying that his ping was high and the crossroads had been captured by the Black Dragon army for a long time. And some asked that this guy was still playing the game, and they thought that he had escaped after last week they ambushed him, while they answered that he must have been hunting elsewhere, because he killed a dozen blood hunters. Immediately after this, the comments continued to say that why do we need a guild at all and just need to beat everyone who catches our eye, and someone invited Rockin to fight. While he looked with a smug look at the system notification window and, laughing, said that these bastards from the Black Dragon army took the bait, and they quickly leveled up and are now so confident. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a malicious smile and holding his hand to his chin, reasoned that he was even grateful to them, and if they were lost, with their tails between their legs, he would have to look for them for a long time. Then Rockin wrote a message in the system notification window and, with a malicious smile, reasoned that they needed to wait a little and he would meet all their expectations. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that he wrote that he was grateful for the information and would begin broadcasting the hunt. At the same moment, a huge number of people began to join the live broadcast, and the counter did not have time to change while word said that the god Rockin was taking over. Then the protagonist ran forward with great speed, turning on the live broadcast, and Grapefruit Soda asked that he had by chance gone crazy and this was a live broadcast. They say that the enemy in this case gets an advantage, while the mortal said that it seems to him that this is not so important, and Set of Beans asked that where he was running in complete silence, while Throat Opener said that he thought he was going to the area he mentioned earlier. Immediately after this, Rockin stepped on the ground with his foot and stopped in place. At the same moment, the protagonist, taking out his weapon from his inventory, stood right in front of a huge army of monsters in the Black Dragon camp. While commentators said that he was already there, and it would be great if he died here, at least the hype around it will subside, and you have to watch to find out. Then the orc warrior shouted loudly with a menacing look and walked forward, holding a katana in his hands. Immediately after this, the orc warrior struck with great force his blade at the elf warrior, who parried his attack with his sword. At the same moment, the orc with a malicious smile, crossing swords with his opponent, said that if he had calmly given up his items, nothing would have happened, and the trembling elf said that he should not make him laugh, and he planned to kill him from the very beginning. Then the orc warrior, emitting red energy, laughed loudly and said that this was true. Immediately after this, he struck with his blade and, with a look of fury, knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. At the same moment, the orc warrior jumped sharply into the air, pushing off from the ground, saying that since he knows, he must die, and was preparing to strike with his katana directly at the elf, who was very surprised by what was happening. Then the allies of the elf warrior watched everything that was happening with a frightened look and shouted that no, and it was dangerous. Immediately after this, the orc warrior's blade moved at great speed straight towards the head of the frightened elf. At the same moment, the protagonist, suddenly appearing right in front of the elf warrior, reflected the blow of the katana with the help of his battle axes. Immediately after this, the allies of the elf warrior watched everything that was happening with great surprise and misunderstanding, and the orc warrior was very frightened by what he saw and tried to comprehend everything. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed, swinging his 2 battle axes and preparing to strike. Then, with great strength and speed, he slashed his battle axe straight into the orc warrior's stomach as he grunted loudly in pain. Immediately after this, Rockin stood in place after being hit, and the orc's body, cut into 2 parts, flew to the side while the system notification window notified that Rockin had earned 1 merit point for killing battle. At the same moment, the protagonist walked forward with a crazy look, laughing and asking if the blades were tasty. They said it was commendable. Rockin then used his armored foot to push off the ground, using his dash skill and rushing forward at great speed towards the surprised members of the Black Dragon camp. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a menacing look, continuing to run forward, asked why they were standing still and they should stop him. At the same moment, Rockin struck with his battle axe and cut the next enemy into 2 halves, while the system notification window notified that Rockin had earned 1 merit point for killing Ainito. The protagonist would then make another blow with his axe with a malicious look on his face while the system notification window notified that Raken had earned 1 merit point for killing Komodo. Immediately after this, Raken suddenly rose into the air, being right above the crowd of monsters, while the commentators watching him said that 1 hit equals 1 death, and this is impossible, and everyone dies one after another, and also said that a soldier of the Black Dragon army has a minimum level of 120 and what kind of damage is done. While Ruhade asked what level is this crazy streamer, and he was told that it's somewhere around 140, otherwise it cannot be explained. At the same moment, the Goblin Warrior, with a frightened and menacing look, shouted loudly that he needed to stop panicking, and there were many more of them, and they needed to hit everyone at once. The protagonist then stood in place, stepping on the monster's corpse, while several orc warriors rushed towards him with weapons in their hands. Immediately after this, Raken, with a crazy look, holding a large battle axe in 2 hands, said that they are primitive in thoughts as well as those bastards, while the system notification announced that he had put away the hand axe. At the same moment, the protagonist pushed off the ground with enormous force, destroying it, and rose into the air above one of the orcs. They say that if they attack all together, he will even be glad. Raken then swung his axe with a malicious grin and said that he would activate a combination skill. Immediately after this, the protagonist would strike with his battle axe and destroy several opponents at a time. At the same moment, Raken continued to rush across the battlefield and use the whirlwind skill, continuing his opponents one after another. Then, right in the middle of the battlefield, a huge tornado suddenly appeared, which destroyed everything in its path, and while the elf warrior watched everything happening from the side, and the commentators said that he was crazy and asked what kind of skill this was, and if they were exactly playing in one game, and Raken seemed to be a berserker, and does anyone have information on this class? Is he really cheating again? Immediately after this, the protagonist would step on the ground with his foot and say that he was canceling the whirlwind, while the system notification windows announced that Raken had earned 1 merit point for killing Rahai, Kokundin, and Seaweed. At the same moment, the protagonist, standing in the middle of the battlefield, laughed and said that it was easy while the whirlwind around him subsided, and the system notification window notified that Raken had earned 1 merit point for killing the kimchi fried rice pig, the salad worm. Then Raken pressed his finger on the system notification window to the screen switch button. Immediately after this, the protagonist in a live broadcast with an arrogant look addressed the Black Dragon army and said that he was disappointed and that this was all they could do. At the same moment, the protagonist, looking with a malicious smile at the system notification window, asked that why don't they try their powers and it doesn't matter how many there are, 10 or 20. Then Raken took out a huge blade from his inventory, holding it by the hilt, and said that to the one who defeats him. Immediately after this, the protagonist held a huge sword sparkling with golden light in both hands and said that he would give it up, while the system notification window announced that it was a +10 long sword of a royal knight. At the same moment, a debate began in the comments under the stream, and Azelkaz asked what was crazy, and he had just put a bounty on his head. And the monkey in the jungle said that this is madness and you need to look at the statue, and this is a top weapon, while Jajada asked what. And this is not a deception and they think that he will give it to them, and Rock Metal said that he was planning something and they just have to look at it, because it's pure provocation, while Azkan answered that you need to wait a little and he will take this sword. Then the protagonist watched everything that was happening with a malicious grin and said that if he wants to get him, he should come quickly and kill him. Immediately after this, Raken, with a mad look, holding that same blade in his hand, said that if, of course, he could do it. At the same moment, a huge number of comments began to appear under the live broadcast, and Gladilka said that this is his confidence, and Dwight said that this is very cruel, while Paladin said that he confesses and is a real man, and Mitchellscom said that he is his fan from today. The protagonist then looked at the comments with a smug look and reasoned that this should be enough to provoke them, and it's a good thing he brought the weapon with him from the store. Immediately after this, Raken, with a menacing look, recalled how he fought with the magician, and reasoned that his own people might attack him, but he could defeat them too. At the same moment, the protagonist blew his whistle sharply with great force while the system notification window notified that he had used the summoning whistle. Then the beautiful black horse raised its head up and neighed loudly. Immediately after this, the protagonist suddenly sat down directly on the back of his horse, which was very angry. The system notification window notified that he had summoned the black horse. At the same moment, Raken, looking at the system notification window, said that he had to look further at the Plateau of the Winds, and that meant moving north. Then the protagonist, with great speed, sitting on his raven horse, rushed forward and said that this is great, and then you need to run there very quickly. At the same moment, a man with the nickname Terrell was typing on his keyboard the question that they had seen Raken stream, and said that he had heard that they had to pay 800 silver for this sword. Then one of the goblins with the nickname Dinner typed in the system notification window that an urgent recruitment was open for the guild for a raid on Raken, in which 2 people out of 10. Immediately after this, another goblin, Powell, wrote that they were bastards and they were targeting one Rockin, and if they touch him, they will pay, and Dinner replied that they will still see who one catches him, while Greenhead wrote that he thinks he will be able to kill him. At the same moment, Soxasak wrote that someone should have found him already and he wants to watch the battle, while the protagonist looked at the system notification window with a malicious look and said that, as expected, everyone wants to kill him. Then Rockin, looking away, said that this is why everyone only says this and no one goes to kill him for real. At the same moment, the corpses of dismembered orc warriors lay right on the bloody ground. Then the protagonist, sitting on a huge mountain of corpses of defeated monsters, with a furious look said that he was bored because the battles were ending too quickly, while the system notification window announced that Rockin's level was 157 and his merit points were 520. Immediately after this, Rockin, continuing to be on the battlefield, strewn with the corpses of monsters, sitting on a huge mountain of dead orcs, reasoned that the 100 Plateau of the Winds and the army of the Black Dragon were destroyed. At the same moment, a frightened orc, biting his nails, watched Rockin's stream and said that he was crazy, and he destroyed them, while the system notification window notified that it was Barton from the Black Dragon camp. Then Barton, standing right behind the muscular orc warrior, said to his brother that they had problems, and he replied that he knew and he should not fuss. Immediately after this, Barton looked at his brother's back with great surprise on his face while he said with a serious look that in any case there were only weaklings on the plateau and such an outcome was expected. At the same moment, he continued to say that he should not worry, and there are many of them, and they are strong, while Barton, with a huge fear on his face, continued to listen to him quietly. Then the orc warrior said that they needed to hurry, and the plateau was very close, and Barton, standing behind him, said that they were obeying orders. Immediately after this, he sharply turned around, still looking frightened. At the same moment, he smiled a little and reasoned that this was true, and they could do it, while a huge number of orc warriors stood right behind him. Then the protagonist, lowering his head a little down, suddenly saw something in front and was very surprised by it. Immediately after this, Rockin, standing in place with a battle axe in his hands, said that you just need to look at them, and they are serious, until an army of a huge number of monsters appeared right in front of him. At the same moment, the orc warriors, holding weapons in their hands, looked forward with a menacing look while Rockin said that there are 30 or 40, and no, there are at least 50 of them, and some of them have a good level. This is serious. Then a red icon appeared in the system notification window and a notification that he had changed his equipment set. Immediately after this, the protagonist's body began to transform, while the system notification window notified that this was the second set, which was protection. At the same moment, Rockin in huge armor, holding a battle axe in his hand, said that these were ideal conditions to go on a rampage. Then the protagonist, with a crazy look, looking forward, asked what they were worth and told them to attack these bastards. Immediately after this, a huge number of orc warriors with weapons in their hands rushed forward straight towards Rockin standing in place. At the same moment, one of the orc warriors, with a blade in his hands, shouted that there was no need to be near each other and they should surround him, keeping a distance from him. Then he fell silent abruptly, looking forward with great surprise and incomprehension and his mouth open. Immediately after this, he said that this was a bombing, and you need to be careful, while a magical blow was sent directly towards the crowd of orc warriors. At the same moment, a cloud of energy hit the ground and destroyed everything in its path, scattering corpses while the frightened orc warriors ran away from it in fear and asked why he was aiming at the edge of the plateau. The orc warriors then continued to run forward at great speed, saying that everyone should get out of the way and begging for salvation as the bright white energy approached them. Immediately after this, one of the orcs, turning back, said with great surprise that there was no need to say that it was a trick to gather everyone in one place. At that moment, the protagonist jumped sharply from his place, destroying the ground and leaving behind only a trace. Rockin would then find himself in the air directly above the crowd of orc warriors, ready to strike with his battle axe. Immediately after this, the protagonist, swinging his axe with a furious look, laughed and said that this was true. At the same moment, Rockin slashed with his battle axe and destroyed a huge number of his opponents, destroying the ground, while the system notification window announced that Rockin had earned 1 merit point for killing Naffle, Bassenfoot, Hecap, Ukame, and Kevin. Then one of the orc warriors, with great fatigue, shouted loudly that this bastard was in the center and this was their chance. Immediately after this, the protagonist stood in a small crater while a huge number of orc warriors rushed towards him and said that he should die. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply raised his head up, leaning back slightly. Rockin then opened his mouth and eyes wide, emitting red-violet colored energy throughout the battlefield using his Madness Scream skill. Immediately after this, the orc warrior covered his ears with his hands and said that he could not move, and said that this was generally a strange skill and a cheating ability. At the same moment, Rockin, swinging his huge battle axe with a furious look, said that he was not a cheater and that he should kiss his ass and was surprised early. The protagonist then enveloped himself in bright white energy and activated a combination skill. Immediately after this, Rockin activated his whirlwind skill, and right in the middle of the battlefield, a large tornado appeared and lifted a huge number of orc warriors into the air, destroying them. At the same moment, the orc warriors screamed loudly in pain and grunted as they were cut apart by streams of air that made up a huge whirlwind of energy. Then the protagonist rushed forward with a furious look, swinging his battle axe and shouting loudly, saying that he would destroy all the bastards. Immediately after this, an unknown voice, appearing as if out of nowhere, said that he must stop. And this is the end of Rockin, while the protagonist sharply looked away to the side in great surprise. At the same moment, the protagonist looked up, greatly surprised, while right above him in the air was the silhouette of a warrior with two huge swords behind his back. Then Rockin blocked with his huge battle axe the blow of an orc warrior with two large katanas, who made his choice with a menacing look. Immediately after this, the orc warrior pushed his blades away from the protagonist's battle axe, sparks flying around the area as the two flew away from each other. At the same moment, Rockin landed on the ground and with a furious look said that he was strong and asked if he was a worthy opponent. The orc warrior would then thrust the blade of his katana forward and envelop it in golden energy. Immediately after this, he continued to extend his blade forward and envelop it in energy, saying that he was one of the rankers of the Black Dragon army. His name is Tai, and he must remember this name since he will be the one who will kill him, while the system notification window announced that this is Tide, the Master of Blades. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly remembered the events of the recent past, once gave an interview and reasoned that Tide was the bastard who boasted that one had reached level 100. Then Rockin smiled sarcastically through his mask and asked about the ranker. Immediately after this, the protagonist, pointing his finger forward, said that the bastard who boasted of getting level 100 before everyone else, and was humiliated by him, while Tide, having heard all this, was very angry and called him a bastard, asking what he was doing said. At the same moment, he crossed his two blades and said with a menacing look that he could let him live if he gave him the long sword, but he would teach him good manners. The protagonist then pushed away from his place with great speed, leaving only a trail behind him, while Tide continued to say that he would show him that among the rankers there is also a division into strong and weak. Immediately after this, Rockin suddenly found himself directly behind his opponent, preparing to strike with his huge battle axe. At the same moment, Tide, trying to comprehend the events that had just happened, sharply turned back with great surprise and fear on his face. The protagonist then swung his battle axe with a mad look, saying that he must see what a real ranker is. Rockin jumps closer to the orc Tide, delivering a powerful blow, throwing the orc back. Tide is thrown to the ground with great force. The orc performs some flips in the air. Finally, as the orc hits an obstacle, Rockin steps forward. He continues his movement, mocking Tide, calling him slow and huge. The main character, surprised by the unexpected turn of events, looks around with a tense expression on his face. He looks around, noticing only the destroyed debris on the ground. The protagonist wonders where his opponent could have disappeared to in such a short time. Looking around, Rockin sarcastically remarks that he is good at running away without even finishing the fight. Another orc appears. He protects his boss while he drinks the potion. Rockin is disappointed and says that the battle looked more interesting than it actually was. The orc stepped onto the ground. He laughs and invites Rockin to another fight to the death, claiming that everything is just beginning. Orc Tata, with anger and surprise, looks at Rockin, asking about his reaction. A disheartened Tide looks at the hero as he reveals that Tide used the potion thinking he would die from one hit. Tide shouts at the main character. He makes an excuse that he used his potion just like that. Rockin, turning to the side, reminds him that there is nothing bad in this. Grinning and putting his weapon on his shoulder, Rockin reminds that their fight is being broadcast live, and more than 30,000 people see all the orcs' dirty tricks. Lots of negative comments from users. Confused Tide stutters. They say that the main character is crossing all available boundaries. Tata gathers strength in her hands, crossing them. He furiously activates his combo skill, declaring that he will teach Rockin a lesson. A powerful kick splits the ground. Tide, rising into the air, uses his blade dance technique, creating a whirlwind of swords around him. Rockin asks with a grin about the orc's strength. The main character puts away his axe, declaring that he can fight without a weapon. The furious Tide, believing that Rockin has given up, taunts him. Rockin moves towards his enemy with great speed and grabs his head. Tide cannot believe his eyes, calling it a skill. The protagonist's hand squeezes his opponent's face. Rockin sharply slams the body of his enemy into the ground. Tide is dead. His lifeless body lies on the ground. Rockin has earned 1 merit point for killing Tide. Angrily standing in front of the orc's body, he asks not to joke like that again, mentioning that the orc was a ranker. Rockin remembers the huge metal snake. He reflects that those who will become famous later are probably already challenging themselves. Rocken, surrounded by evil orcs, expresses bewilderment at the thought that someone came into his head and feels even worse. I turn to the orcs. He ominously says that these creatures should make him feel better. Rocken fights his enemies furiously, his blows accompanied by cries of pain and pleas for mercy. The action then moves to a crossroads in a bright city where majestic buildings rise. The system notifies that Rocken earned 1 merit point for killing Kokun, another for killing Lawhai, another for the hippo player, another for the boss Haha, and another for killing the water flea, and another for killing Oru, and the last for killing Kata. With his hands in his pants pockets, a smiling Rocken reflects on the fact that notifications are constantly appearing in front of him, and they always arrive with a delay. Rocken is walking down the street when a fan suddenly recognizes him and greets him, expressing his admiration. The fan screams and warns Rocken that there are more than 200 enemies in the city, advising him to avoid them. Rocken smiles and thanks the fan. Having learned about so many enemies, he asks where they are coming from. The fan reports that they have just crossed the gray zone. Smiling sinisterly, Rocken realizes that he has an opportunity to earn a lot of merit points. Rocken, looking at a screen with various items, says the command to open a store of outstanding merit. Clicking on the item, he reflects that he still has time before the enemies arrive and decides to purchase the Badge of Honor in advance. An image of the Badge of Honor appears on the screen, which has a magic rank and provides the owner with prestigious points depending on combat experience, as well as additional points of outstanding merit. Rocken holds the Medal of Honor in his hand as he inspects him. He explains that the item costs 500 points, but he can gain bonus points for every time he kills an enemy faction member, making it a worthwhile investment. Rocken looks at the screen and touches it with his finger, noting that he needs to score more points. He says that he needs to finish some work before that. Rocken smiles and says goodbye to the viewers, saying that he will stop the broadcast and resume it later. The viewers in the chat express surprise and wonder where he is going, assuming that he is going to complete the main task. Turn off the camera. The building with the clock, the garrison headquarters. Garrison Chief Malkin, sitting on his throne, addresses Rocken, marveling at his strength and declaring that he can trust someone with such skills. Rocken rejoices that he completed the task and gained the trust of the garrison commander, opening the main task. Rocken stands near the table. While Malkin sits at the table, he reveals that he studied mutants and discovered that some of them completed the mutation, becoming stronger and having special abilities. After introducing the ferocious monster, Malkin said that he decided to call these creatures corrupted monsters. Leaning on his crossed fingers, Malkin says that they have captured some of the corrupted monsters and continue to explore them, but they are not meant to exist in this world. He gives instructions to kill them and take their eyes. Their eyes usually glow green. They're easy to identify. Rocken smiles and agrees. He promises to keep this in mind. Rocken receives notification of new information. Now he can detect corrupted monsters. Rocken has to destroy them and bring evidence to the research team to receive a reward. For providing new information about monsters, you can also get an additional reward. Rocken looks at the screen and muses that dealing with the corrupted monster could bring him additional profit. He realizes that he can earn significantly more than just the quest reward. Rocken rejoices as he imagines a treasure chest and the ability to take all the items from corrupted monsters, noting that these monsters can leave behind more valuable items than normal monsters and are easy to recognize. Rocken receives a quest where he must defeat at least one corrupted monster to prove his worth. The conditions for success include defeating the monster and gathering information about it. Rocken looks at the smiling Malkin and angrily muses that Malkin might not trust him, even though he just reached level 150. With his arms crossed, the main character decides to complete the task and bring evidence, consoling himself with the fact that he will be able to take all the items that fall from the monster. Rocken puts his hands in his pockets and leaves, promising to return after completing the quest. Malkin waves back and wishes him good luck in taking care of himself. Rocken suddenly stops, looking at the surprised Malkin, remembering that he wanted to tell him something important. Rocken approaches the elf's ear and whispers something to him. Malkin's face distorts with shock and horror at what he heard. A group of monsters stands in front of the gate and calls for Rocken to come out of hiding. One of the monsters with a huge axe asks if the other is sure that Rocken is here, to which he replies that Rocken stopped his broadcast in this place. So he is sure. The fortress gates open and the monsters notice someone coming out. They are surprised and wonder if it is Rocken. A group of soldiers, led by the garrison chief Malkin, emerges from the fortress. The monsters are in a panic, wondering who it is and why the garrison is leaving, because they have not yet attacked the city. Malkin shouts, ordering him to shut up and accusing the monsters of insolence since they dared to come to this place. He then orders his soldiers to destroy all the enemies. The monsters run away in panic. Asking what is happening, they try to understand why they were attacked, because they have not attacked the city yet. The camera flickers. Rockin tries to set up his broadcast, apologizing for the delay and explaining that he got a little carried away. As a result, the broadcast is restored. Rockin smiles. He managed to set it up, and he explains to the audience what happened. Rockin stands against the backdrop of mountains, asking the audience a question about where he is, drawing their attention to his location. Rockin stands on the edge of a cliff and shows the audience a view of the city. This is the city of Ash, the third city of the Black Dragon Core. He notes that the view of the city from the cliff is magnificent. Rockin rubs his hands together and tells the audience with ominous enthusiasm that they are going to try to rob the empty town, showing his impatience and excitement for the task ahead. Rockin jumps off the cliff, heading towards two guards who are standing on the ground. They heard the main character suddenly appear and turned in his direction. A purple aura near the protagonist. Then, against the backdrop of frightened enemies, an archer and an orc, Rockin notices that all the strong warriors went to the crossroads to catch him, so only the weak remained here. Summoning his huge weapon, Rockin reflects that he does not like killing innocents, but in order to achieve an important goal, he has no choice. Rockin's foot touches the ground. Rockin quickly attacks his enemies, cutting them into pieces and telling them not to hate him too much. He quickly deals with several monsters, escaping and gaining merit points for doing so. Rockin walks near the mountains, in the hunting grounds of the Black Dragon Core. He notes that there is no one here. With a weapon on his shoulder, he remembers the monster in the Golden Lion's camp, but realizes that it will take too long to catch it. Decides that it is better to catch the corrupted monster in the Black Dragon Core, despite the great danger. Rockin reminisces about Malky killing monsters and how he will cover him so he doesn't have to worry about the crossroads for a while. Rockin stopped the broadcast at the entrance to Ash City, which will delay the Black Dragon Core search for him. Rockin, with a sinister smile on his face and glowing eyes, thanks fate for the opportunity to concentrate on the hunt. He encounters a huge gray wolf, its claws clattering to the ground. The giant wolf lets out a menacing roar. Rockin takes his huge weapon and notices that this wolf is level 140 and realizes that this is the very monster he was looking for. He expresses the idea that the wolf is showing its strength and dignity, deserving to be in this hunting territory. Rockin prepares to swing and promises to quickly finish off the wolf since he has no time for ordinary monsters. The large dinosaur's claws land powerfully on the ground. The next moment, Rockin, weapon in hand, comes face to face with a huge wolf. Rockin listens intently to the sound, trying to understand what is happening around him. A yellow eye against a background of purple skin notices the main character. Rockin and the wolf pay attention only to him, trembling with fear. A dinosaur with huge sharp teeth rushes forward, emitting a piercing roar. This is a powerful pet dinosaur named Tyler, located at level 181 and ready to join the battle on the orders of Yaros. Rockin smiles and holds his weapon, expressing gratitude that the situation turned out this way. At this time, the giant corrupted monster, Tyler, growls, revealing his sharp teeth. Rockin, with a smile on his face, reflects on how unexpectedly it turned out that the pet of Yaros, the main garrison of the city of Ash, turned out to be a vicious, corrupted monster. Rockin imagines the silhouette of Yaros and thinks that even if someone knew about this, they would not dare to hunt Tyler since this would make them enemies of Yaros, who is as important to the Black Dragon Core as Malkin is to the Golden Camp Lion. Rockin laughs as he watches the wolf run away as if his life depended on it, and notes with a smile that this is not surprising. A smiling Rockin looks at the dinosaur, preparing for battle. A giant dinosaur advances on him, growling, while Rockin holds a weapon in his hand and wonders who in their right mind would fight a dinosaur. Rockin begins to taunt the dinosaur, calling him an ugly reptile, and challenges him, threatening to turn him into dragon pieces. Tyler's claws hit the ground. Then his tail quickly moves towards the main character. Rockin, realizing this, quickly dodges the attack. Rockin, with a serious expression on his face, notices something. Suddenly, the dinosaur sharply tries to bite the main character, but he managed to dodge. Rockin realizes that Tyler is moving very quickly. Tyler manages to grab Rockin's leg. He notes this. The dinosaur grabbed the protagonist and shook him with all his might. Tyler threw him towards the forest. Rockin landed, causing massive destruction. The dinosaur looks. There is a pink aura around it. Rockin steps his foot on the ground, saying that there is one expression. Rockin goes into berserk mode, his eyes filled with rage and red lights flashing around him. He firmly declares that he will not allow the monster that bites people to survive. He destroys the surface under his foot. Jumping up, Rockin makes a powerful attack aimed at Tyler. Smiling fiercely, he warns Thayer to clench his teeth tightly as his head will soon fly off his shoulders. Tyler quickly turns away and steps back, but Rockin does not stop and continues to attack. Rockin thinks with rage and surprise how Tyler was able to repel his attack with his tail. Despite his enormous size, Tyler demonstrates incredible speed. Rockin decides to change tactics by activating his axe disarm ability. Thayer growls angrily when Rockin rushes at him with another attack. Rockin shouts with rage, The rocket rotates at incredible speed, creating a powerful vortex movement around itself. Tyler is lifted into the air by the force of the blow, and Rocken continues his attack, slamming the dinosaur to the ground. Tyler growls in pain as his body hits the ground, causing a massive explosion. The laser beam passes through the ground. Rocken towers over the dinosaur to strike. His furious face seething with flames, he motions for Tyler to get up and block the attack. Rocken approaches the enemy as close as possible. The dinosaur growls. Then he sharply hits the main character with his tail. Rocken recognizes him after such a blow. Stopping himself, the protagonist praises him for such a blow, saying that he delivered an excellent blow. Rocken looks at the ominous dinosaur, saying that everything is just beginning. Energy began to shine from the dragon. He began to transform. His eye glowed. The body was destroyed. The sinister Rocken watched this. He knew about the power of corrupted monsters, but this was something else. Admired by the strength, Rocken watched the enemy. Tyler completed the mutation process, turning into a huge dinosaur. Rocken did not believe his eyes. The second phase began. The dinosaur let out a loud roar and the second phase began. Eye of the monster. Each corrupt monster has a corrupt power with its own unique feature. Smoke from the mouth of a dinosaur. Tyler is gigantic. He is not the only monster that can grow in size, but he has the most important distinguishing feature. He waved his tail. Tail over the hero. Ning jumped, dodging the blow. He is very surprised. The monster hit the ground with its tail. The guy thought it couldn't be that he had foreseen that he will dodge. Hit the hero with the tail. Ming flies down. A dinosaur watches an explosion in the forest. A huge black dinosaur with glowing eyes. Tyler's body not only grows in size, all of its stats increase. A cloud of dust, a guy's foot among the stones. He lies in the hole, hand on his chest, cannot believe that one swing of his tail caused so much damage. The dinosaur sits among the trees. The hero thought that this guy might be the first strong opponent he faced after regression. Sparks from the monster's eye. Green glow around Min. Tyler flicked his tail. He hit the stone with his tail. A dinosaur among the rubble growls. The monster looked away. Sparks from the eyes on the hero's helmet. Ming is wearing the sealed Lion King headdress. The dinosaur is running towards him. The guy said that the monster whose vicious powers have been released should be 20 levels higher than normal, so it will easily reach level 200 and above. He swung his axe, saying that he wanted to check. He pushed off the ground with his foot. He jumped on the dinosaur, shouted the level of his abilities. There was a flash of light. The hero hit the dinosaur with an axe. Min jumped, pulled his hand back, thought that he needed to somehow make a crack. The guy looked forward in surprise. There is a wound on the monster's body. He inflicted it before gigantization, which means they also became larger. He bent down, touching the ground with his hand, and thought that he could do it. In hand there is a glowing weapon, the call of the hand axe. He threw the axe forward, shouting an explosion. Kale swish. Explosion above the monster's head. Tyler turned his head and growled. There is a flash of light behind the screaming dinosaur. Ning jumped forward, swung his axe, using a reef attack, and shouted that it was a trick. A beam of light hits the dinosaur's body. The hero lowered the axe, legs wide apart. He shouted that this was just the beginning. He runs along the monster's tail. He jumped up from the back, and the dinosaur turned around. The guy jumped to the side, landed on the tail of a dinosaur. He swung his axe, wishing him death. Dinosaur with open mouth. Ming raised his hand. He directed a beam of light at the monster's head. The top of the dinosaur's head fell to the ground. The hero looked at him and laughed, asking how the lizard tasted it. The green mass formed on Tyler's head and he let out a roar. He runs towards the hero. An ominous smile. He pointed his axe hands forward and shouted that it was time to end this terrible fight. The dinosaur jumped forward. With a furious look, light sparkling from his eye, Ming used a combo skill. The hero jumped, a glowing black flower above him, critical hit. He hit the monster with a huge axe, cut part of his body into two parts. Ming runs forward, behind the tail of a dinosaur on the ground, a flash of light. The guy sat on the ground and exhaled. The notices said that his level had increased. He defeated him and received the proof of the corrupted monster, the title Conqueror of Corruption Forces, title description. He drank the potion from the flask. There were positives all around. He wiped his mouth with his hand and looked at the screen, saying that it was incredibly difficult to defeat him. On the screen, the effect of owning the title, Ming thought that the reward was worth it, since during the passage of the main scenario he would have to constantly fight against corrupt monsters. He put his hand to his chin. He couldn't understand what the question mark was. Why only numbers without details? This means he must destroy 2 more. He raised his hands. The screen said that Chief Jaros had acknowledged the death of his pet dinosaur and would be here soon. Min is furious, clenching his teeth. He thought that they would definitely arrive in a crowd, and it was already difficult for him to fight with one opponent. His foot in a long-toed shoe, he took a step. The guy runs forward, waving his arms and legs. He grinned and decided to run for his life because he had a more promising place, the next goal he had to reach. Night, trees, ash forest. The hero stepped on the ground. He turned his head, his hand on the tree trunk, wondering if this is the right place. A lot of time has passed, so he is not sure. Small cats in robes with hoods, eyes glowing. He thought that it was hardly possible to hunt here at level 110, but this place was fraught with a huge secret. He leaned forward, a glowing axe in his hand. The guy decided that if he remembered correctly, this was exactly the place. The hero stuck the axe into the tree on the right. The axe blade is in the tree on the left. Hit another tree. Opposite the guy there are 3 trees, each with an axe in the trunk. He said bingo. Light comes from the earth. A rock with a glowing symbol appeared in front of Ming. This is what he needed. He grinned, swung his weapon. The next step was simple. He threw an axe, there was an explosion, stones flew to the sides. A hero with a satisfied grin. In front of him is a staircase leading underground. He asked, long time no see. He ended up in the place where the legend of the hunter was born. Min goes down the stairs, smiling contentedly. He thinks that usually to find a place you need to complete a bunch of tasks and put together clues, but he doesn't need to go through these difficulties. There are trees around. The explosion destroyed the rock. He already knows how to get here. This is precise aim, the ability to attack from a distance and break through stones. He stepped onto the stone floor. He stands in the hall. In the center on the floor there is a character with a bow. The hero has arrived. Hands in his trouser pockets, he looked forward. He thought, just like in the hero's test, this area must be passed by someone's will, but there is a difference. The creator of this test seems to be still alive. He looks at the image on the floor. This creator is a living legend, the troll hunter Kairos. The warriors look up. A hunter jumps at them. Long ago, in a battle called the Battle of the Races, in the vanguard of the Black Dragon Corps there was a hunter who made the enemies tremble with fear. An axe appears in the hero's hand. He thought that even Kairos could not have imagined that the berserker would be the first to reach this place. The hero bent down, weapon in hand, said with a grin that he would devour everyone. The first level of the hunter's trials begins. The candle on the wall went out. The torch went out. A hero in the dark, you need to find the light in the darkness. An evil smile with sharp teeth. He asked what it meant and said it was a vile dungeon. There are thin stripes of light on the shoes. They quietly approach the hero. The enemy has raised his weapon and is standing behind Min. The guy swung, sparks from his eyes. He cut the enemy's body in half. The hero said with a furious look that for a regressor like him, this is just a piece of cake. They approach it from different sides. The guy's leg jerked forward. With a swing of the axe he cut down the enemy. He thought that he was at the first level of the hunter's trials. He walks forward. Behind him is a man cut in half. Everyone who attacks him in the dark is very weak. He can easily deal with them. He raised the axe. Crazy-eyed, he thought he couldn't just mindlessly kill them all. The hero froze, trembling, raised his axe over the small hunched-over creature. He said irritably that he barely had time. This could lead to big trouble. The torch on the wall lit up. The light falls on the troll wearing a loincloth. Finding light in the darkness meant finding a young troll in the midst of enemies. The troll smiled. Min thought that was why he chose an axe with a shorter range. Eye of the hunter, level 1 of the trials passed. The troll pointed his finger to the side. The guy turned his head and asked, there. He walked in the direction the troll was pointing, the axe disappearing in his hand. The hero touches the wall with his hands to find where it might be. He touched the button. Part of the floor under the hero's feet disappeared, and he flew down, screaming. Ning fell face down on the ground. He rose to his knees, rubbing his back with his hand. He looked angrily at the screen in front of his face, where it was written that the second level was starting, and asked why so suddenly. He stood up, putting his hand on his knee. The notice said to destroy. The guy said displeasedly that he couldn't remember what he had to destroy. Rocks move under his feet. The hero stands on the head of a stone giant. He shouted that he remembered that on the second level there was a stone golem of Kairos. The golem raised its head, its hands closed. The guy jumped up, avoiding the blow. He sank to the ground, a glowing axe in his hand. He wondered why it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was not prepared. One of the golem's arms and the stone on its chest are red. The hero thought that this one, like everyone else, would regenerate until the core was destroyed. This stone must be its core. He pushed off the ground with force, jumped forward, using reef attack, and shouted if it was too easy. He raised his axe over the red stone and decided to use the scream of madness. The guy screamed loudly. The stone broke into pieces. Crazy look, fangs, he shouted, break into pieces. He struck the stone with an axe, jumped back. The guy sank to the floor, touching it with his hand, thinking it was difficult, as expected from someone who was placed here by the king of the trolls. The golem growled, a red glow coming from its mouth. The hero jumped back. He thought that he was counterattacking. Sparks were emanating from the small purple stone. Min realized that its real core was in his head. Opposite the hero there is a stone golem. The guy thought that he had just shown where the core is and it needs to be destroyed. They want to test the level of its destructive ability. He leaned down, put his hand on his hip. The other hand held a streak of light. He disarmed the battle axe and summoned the axe. The guy threw an axe at the golem, shouted an explosion. He thought that he would show everything that he wanted. Immediately after this, a huge cloud of energy exploded and destroyed the bodies of the stone monster to smithereens. At the same moment, parts of the golem's body fell into fragments, while the protagonist watched everything that was happening and said that he was no match for him. Then the system notification window notified that he had passed the second stage of the test of the hunter's strength, and the protagonist with a smug grin said that he was sorry, but he was not a hunter. Immediately after this, he imagined an archer in his head, who was aiming directly at the crystal on the golem's head, and reasoned that, contrary to the name, the hunter's test did not have class restrictions, but if he owned a bow, then passing this test would be much easier. At the same moment, Rockin took out his weapon from his inventory and said that, but this was not a problem for him, and asked what the next test was, while the system notification window notified that he had equipped a battle axe. Then, right in front of the protagonist, a system notification window appeared, indicating that the third stage of the hunter's test was beginning, and the protagonist, greatly surprised by this, asked that he did not even need to go anywhere and said that he liked this pace. Immediately after this, a foot surrounded by black energy suddenly stepped on the ground. At the same moment, the protagonist, squinting, looked forward and said in surprise at the floor. Then the goblin, surrounded by dark energy, tilted its head down and walked forward. Immediately after this, the protagonist observed the goblin who was standing right in front of them, surrounded by dark energy. At the same moment, Rockin squeezed the handle of his axe with both hands with enormous force. Then he, getting into a fighting stance, called out to the baby and said that if his memory serves him correctly, then this is the last test. Immediately after this, the goblin suddenly raised its head and continued to be enveloped in dark energy. At the same moment, the protagonist, greatly surprised, looked forward, opening his eye wide. Then the goblin, standing in the same place, raising his head, emitted a huge amount of dark energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply pushed away from his place and rushed forward, leaving a trail of red energy. At the same moment, the protagonist jumped up, preparing to strike with his battle axe directly at the goblin, the real one from below, and asked what the hell was going on here. Then the protagonist struck with his battle axe, which landed directly on the shield of energy formed around that same goblin. Immediately after this, Rockin looked down with great surprise, asking about the protective barrier. At the same moment, that same goblin monster slowly lifted its foot off the ground, taking a step, and continued to exude dark energy. Then the protagonist, with the help of his battle axe, jumped back and used it to parry the blow of black energy that the goblin inflicted on him. Immediately after this, Rockin jumped back, landing on the ground, and looked forward, sighing heavily. At the same moment, a huge amount of dark energy began to accumulate directly above the goblin's head. Then, instead of the goblin, a cloud of black energy appeared in the same place, and the protagonist, standing aside, looked at it with great surprise, while the system notification window notified that he had discovered the murderous intentions of Kiarus. Immediately after this, the system's notification window notified that he withstood Kiarus's evil gaze, while the cloud of black energy began to tremble slightly and change its shape. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that he would now show his true form, and the monster's terrible hand burst out directly from the cloud of black energy. Then a huge foot, shrouded in dark energy, stepped on the ground next to the black sludge. Immediately after this, the system notification window announced that this was the final test, and young Kiarus must be defeated, while the huge goblin stood on the ground while a crescent moon of black liquid hung above his head. At the same moment, the goblin looked forward with a malicious grin and a menacing gaze. Then the protagonist, with a furious look, held his battle axe with two hands and said that he had finally appeared, and asked that he even knew how difficult it was to meet him. Immediately after this, Rockin kicked off the ground with great force with his armored foot. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed with a battle axe on his shoulder and asked whether he was wrong. They called him a bastard, and headed straight to that very goblin. Then Kiarus, holding out his hand in front of him, using a black liquid, spoke, calling upon his dear friend. Immediately after this, a wolf monster suddenly appeared from the black liquid and jumped down. At the same moment, the protagonist, watching everything that was happening with great surprise, stopped in place, holding his axe in his hands. Then the newly summoned wolf monster began to growl loudly while the system notification window announced that it was the leader of the frost-maned wolf pack, Kantos, level 145. Immediately after this, Kiarus, putting his hand forward, ordered Kantos to tear him to pieces. The wolf monster roared loudly and instantly rushed forward with great speed. At the same moment, Kantos locked his jaw directly into the protagonist's battle axe while he tried to pull it out with great displeasure, gritting his teeth and saying that these were cheap tricks. Then Rockin tensed his hands very hard and tried to snatch his battle axe from the wolf monster's mouth and said that he should come here and ask if he wants to try it. Immediately after this, the protagonist raised his battle axe above his head while Kantos continued to hold onto its blade with his mouth. At the same moment, Kiarus, with great surprise, raised his head up and looked straight ahead, as if frightened of something. The protagonist then swung his battle axe with the wolf monster clinging to him and shouted to hold onto his buddy while Kyaris stood right below him. Immediately after this, Raken struck with great force with his battle axe, destroying the summoned Kantos, and destroyed the ground while Kyaris jumped back from his place. At the same moment, Kyaris, landing on the ground, said with great surprise that this could not be, and uttered the name of Kantos. Then the protagonist laughed with a furious look and said that he decided to leave his friend, escape alone, and if he was so special to him, then he should die with him. Immediately after this, Kyaris, summoning arrows of black energy, grabbed one of them and said that he was a smug bastard and he would make him pay for his sins. At the same moment, the protagonist watched everything that was happening with a malicious grin and reasoned that he was attacking. Kyaris then pulled the string of his bow and, emitting a huge amount of green energy, fired it using the arrows of justice skill. Immediately after this, arrows of bright green energy flew in all directions in huge numbers while he stood in his place, observing everything that was happening. At the same moment, Raken sharply raised his head upward and looked forward with great surprise and fear. Then the protagonist ran forward, dodging a huge number of arrows from green energy, destroying everything in its path, and, laughing, said where he was aiming. Immediately after this, Raken abruptly pushed off the ground with his armored foot. At the same moment, the protagonist, swinging his huge battle axe, rushed forward with a furious look and said that now it was his turn. Then Raken struck with his battle axe right at the place where Kyaris had just stood, while he sharply jumped up, dodging the enemy's lunge. Immediately after this, Kyaris landed on the ground after dodging a blow, while the protagonist said that this was some kind of curse and he could be mistaken for a young hero, but he is nimble, and at this rate the battle will not end. At the same moment, the protagonist, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, continued to reason that if he used this, he could easily convince him. Raken would then push his armored foot off the ground and destroy it. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding a huge battle axe in his hand, rushed forward at high speed towards Kyaris standing still and reasoned that he should stop thinking and need to attack. At the same moment, Kyaris sharply raised his hand up, asked about one more jerk and said that he had simple patterns and, apparently, he was not learning anything. He then, with a deft wave of his hand, sent a black liquid forward and said what he should receive by using the compulsion string skill. Immediately after this, his blow landed directly on the hand of the protagonist, who continued to rush forward with an emotionless look. At the same moment, Kyaris, with a smug look, stuck out his tongue, laughed and said that he looked great and now he had become a living target. Then he was suddenly very surprised after what he saw, without having time to change his facial expression. Immediately after this, the protagonist strained his hand, grabbed that same black liquid and said that he was grateful to death that he used it, and he was counting on it. At the same moment, Raken held the black liquid in his hand with a furious look and said that he had finally caught it. Then Kyaris, with fear on his face, trying to pull his hand back, said that no, and this is his string. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with an angry look, sharply jerked his hand down, holding the black liquid, and said that it was late and he was stupid. At the same moment, Kyaris suddenly rushed forward with great speed and said with fear on his face that this was very bad. The protagonist then continued to pull Kyaris closer to him, using a black liquid to do so. Immediately after this, Raken rushed forward with a furious look and shouted that now he must die. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his battle axe, rushing forward, and cut his opponent's body into 2 pieces, while the system notification window notified that he had defeated young Kyaris and he had increased several levels. Then the system notification window announced that he had proven his strength to Kyaris, while the protagonist, pointing at himself with a smug look, laughed and, calling him a damn rat, said that he decided to show off. Immediately after this, the protagonist, greatly surprised, stood in his place and looked at the altar that suddenly appeared as if out of nowhere in the center of the cave. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that you need to put the heart of a monster level 170 or higher, while the protagonist focused his attention on the altar standing in the middle of the cave. Then Raken, with a smug grin, putting his axe on his shoulder, imagined the image of a dragon and reasoned that the heart of a monster whose level is above 170 is what he has in mind. Immediately after this, the protagonist called his inventory and took it out while the system notification window notified that this was Tyler's heart. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding a huge green heart right in front of him, said that it was quite difficult to kill this bastard, and how angry he was when only this fucking heart and scales fell out of him, but it turns out they can also be found application. Raken then placed the heart into the offering altar, and the entire area lit up with a bright red glow as the system's notification window announced that he had offered Tyler's heart and was receiving Kyaris' secret skill. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that an imprint of a force piercing a soul that was developing had been received, and the protagonist looked up with great surprise and asked about the development. At the same time, the system notification window showed a description of the soul-piercing power and the characteristics of this skill, while Raken was greatly surprised to see them. Then the protagonist, with a thoughtful look, continued to look at the system notification window with a description of the skill and said that the gift from Kyaris and the reward for the tests was the imprint effect. Immediately after this, Rocken imagined in his head the image of a man with symbols on his hand and said that all archers must have it, since this imprint increases critical damage, and he knew about it in his previous life. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to say that, but this is the first time he has seen a skill with a growth mark, and the fact that the imprint is able to absorb profane power is already impressive, but it is also growing, and focused his attention on the characteristics in the system notification window. Then the protagonist smiled sharply and sarcastically and was very pleased with the skill he had acquired. Immediately after, the protagonist, with a furious look, enveloped himself in red energy, drawing symbols on his hand, and said that great, and thanks to this, he will rise a few more levels, and Odin must wait for him. At the same moment, a system notification announced that this was the headquarters of the Crossroads skyline as the narrative shifted to a beautiful white building decorated with gold. Then Malkin, abruptly standing up from his seat, loudly asked that he had already defeated the corrupted monster, and said that he was truly amazing and had exceeded all his expectations. Immediately after this, the protagonist laughed with an arrogant look and said that he was flattering him, while Malkin continued to say that it was good and he would share the information with him, as promised. At the same moment, with a serious look, he imagined the image of a monster in his head and said that Rocken should listen carefully, and there was some secret force behind the creation of corrupted monsters. Then he continued to say that they tell you that corrupted monsters can be found not only here, but also in the center, and asked if he understood how dangerous the situation was, and the protagonist looked forward with great surprise, talking about the center. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to reason that he seemed to be talking about the central continent where the fourth city is located, and information about it was already being entered, and imagined in his head a beautiful and large city right on the seashore. At the same moment, Malkin, sitting at his desk, said that, in addition, some not only show aggression towards other races, but also attack cities and behave strangely, while the protagonist, standing right in front, listened carefully to his words. Malkin then continued to say that their research team was looking into what caused it, how it could be fixed and who did it. But so far they had not been able to find anything, and imagined in his head an image of two elves running away from a huge dinosaur. Immediately after this, he continued to say that now that he could work alone, he would like him to actively help them with collecting information about the corrupted monsters, and the protagonist, holding his hands on his belt, replied that of course. At the same moment, Malkin, holding out a roll of paper towards Rocken, said that this is what he expected, and this will help him, while he was very surprised by what was happening, extending his hand forward. Then the protagonist took a certain paper scroll into his hand, while the system notification window notified that he had received the right to an individual mission. Malkin said that this would be useful when hunting desecrated monsters. Immediately after this, Rocken, with a smug look, holding a scroll in his hand, reasoned that this is a great thing, and this item will allow you to receive quests about corrupted monsters without having to go back and forth, and is a valuable thing, and allows you to save a lot of time and reduce to a minimum. At the same moment, the protagonist, showing his thumb up, walked away from Malkin, who wished him good luck and thanked him, saying that he would try to return as soon as possible with good news. Then the protagonist left the headquarters with a smug look, holding his hands in his pockets, and said that this was excellent and he received the right to individual assignments. Immediately after this, Rocken looked to the side with a malicious grin and said that now we can go there. At the same moment, the system's notification window notifies the Crossroads People's Guild, and the narrative of the story moves to a huge Chinese-style building while the protagonist stands right in front of it and asks what it is here. Rocken then focused his attention on the sign hanging on the house and reasoned that there was also a human guild at the crossroads. Immediately after this, the protagonist slowly opened the doors of the building and reasoned that, however, he said that he was asking for forgiveness. At the same moment, Rocken looked forward with great surprise and fear, his mouth wide open. The protagonist would then find himself right inside the house, which was clearly abandoned, and say that it looked like a haunted house, reasoning that, as representatives of other races who look down on people say, there is a complete mess going on here. Immediately after this, the foot in the black boot along with the cane suddenly came into contact with the floor, and a certain voice asked who had complained. At the same moment, an unknown grandfather with a cane in his hand stood in place and asked that he needed something, an adventure, and why he came and made such a noise, while the system notification window announced that it was Harvan, a suspicious old man, and his level unknown. Then Rocken, with a serious and calm expression on his face, looked forward in great surprise. Immediately after this, the protagonist focused his attention on the golden badge on the old man's chest and reasoned that at first glance it seemed that there was nothing special about him. But this coat of arms indicated that he was a member of parliament. At the same moment, Rockin imagined in her head the warriors who were on the battlefield, while one of them held a flag with a coat of arms in his hand, and reasoned that the details would become known later, and the Parliament was an organization created by the Central Continent for the prosperity of mankind. Then the protagonist put his hand to his chest, reasoned that, given what would happen next, it was better to be polite, and said that he greeted the old man, and he was a level 160 berserker, Rockin. Immediately after this, Rockin continues to hold his hand to his chest, saying that he is the one who strives for the prosperity of mankind, and came here to see if he can be useful, until the old man standing right in front of him laughed and said that only you need to look at him, and people like him are rare. At the same moment, Harvan, scratching his beard, said that yes, and since he strives for the prosperity of mankind, that is, he has one job. Then he would open his mouth and say okay, and he thought it would do. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified about the hunt for iron turtles and its conditions, while the protagonist, looking at the system notification window, happily reasoned that they were interfering with the passage. At the same moment, Rockin said that some people simply like turtle meat, while Harvan, tucking his scarf with turtle meat, said that these tasty, or rather disgusting turtles, need to get rid of them. Then Rockin, leaving the building, reasoned that in any case he needed to earn the trust of Parliament, and said that he must trust him. Harvan, holding a fork in his hand, said that he should return quickly while he was already drooling. Immediately after this, the protagonist, leaving the building, exhaled heavily and said that it was so tiring to communicate with old people. At the same moment, Rockin, walking forward with his hands in his pockets, said that he needed to hold out a little longer, and now this quest seems insignificant, but with the passage of time. Then the protagonist, with a malicious grin, imagined silhouettes of different races in his head and said that the reason he came here was one of the main quests of the game, which is a racial quest. Immediately after this, Rockin spoke to take things step by step and activated the rune book to the east coast while a bright beam of blue energy flashed near the human guild. At the same moment, the narrative moved to an island with an active volcano, around which a huge number of trees grew, and monster birds flew across the sky, while the system notification window notified that this was an unnamed uninhabited island near the east coast. The palm tree, illuminated by the bright light of the sun, stood still, spreading its roots throughout the area. Then the protagonist, with the help of his battle axe, with a furious look, cut the body of the turtle monster, which roared loudly in pain. Immediately after this, Rockin stood on the sand, holding an axe on his shoulder, and said that he thought this would be enough, while the corpse of a turtle disappeared right in front of him, and the system notification window announced that he had 20 out of 10 iron turtles. At the same moment, Rockin, shaking his head from side to side, ran forward, leaving his battle axe in the sand, and reasoned that it was good that in his past life he had paid a lot of attention to the racial quest, and thanks to this knowledge, it was easy for him to hunt turtles. Then the protagonist, stopping in place in the middle of the beach, reasoned that moreover, and said that maybe it was worth digging around here. Immediately after this, Rockin, squatting down, began to furiously dig the sand next to him and said that it would be great if he found it in one try and asked that it be here. At the same moment, the protagonist looked down with great joy and said that this was great luck. Rockin then reached his hands towards the eggs buried in the sand and asked that luck was on his side, while the system notification window announced that they were iron turtle eggs and described them. Immediately after this, the protagonist, taking one of the eggs in his hand, reasoned that he had heard that by getting the egg of an iron turtle, you can meet a special creature, and said that this is great, and all preparations are completed. At the same moment, the bright fire of the fire illuminated the darkness around him as the spit stick stood next to him. Then the protagonist, holding pieces of meat impaled on a stick in his hand, stood in place while the system notification window notified that this was cut up iron turtle meat. Immediately after this, the meat on a stick was placed on spit supports and hung directly above the raging flames of the fire. At the same moment, Rockin, with a hungry look, sniffed the smell emanating from the meat that was cooking on the fire, reasoned that the one he was about to meet was the only intelligent life form on this island and the most powerful creature in the region, and he did not belong to anyone. To one faction, and if you anger him, then there will be no wet spot left of him. The protagonist then imagined a small pie in his head falling down, and reasoned that instead of being afraid, he needed to be careful in order to be sure to get it. Immediately after this, Rockin continued to sit near the fire and watch the meat being cooked on it while the smell spread throughout the area. At the same moment, the bird monster suddenly smelled the smell that came from cooking turtle meat. Then the protagonist turned sharply back with great fear and reasoned that he was here, until the bushes suddenly began to move behind him. Immediately after this, the monster's bird leg stepped on the sand with a sharp movement. At the same moment, the monster's wing suddenly appeared right next to the protagonist's neck, and a certain voice said that he. Then the bird monster, holding his claw on Rockin's shoulder, who was very scared, said who allowed him to come here. Immediately after this, the monster bird, opening its beak, smelled the taste of meat and said that this smell At the same moment, he exclaimed sharply, saying that this was the meat of the iron turtle while it hung directly over the fire and was being cooked. Then the monster bird with a hungry look said that this priceless meat and the meat of the iron turtle should be eaten without any seasonings. And who knows, he has the instincts of a true gourmet, and the protagonist sat with an emotionless face and simply remained silent. Immediately after this, the bird monster would stick out its tongue in hunger and say that it must taste delicious, while the protagonist reasoned that he, Chozo Timon, was the special creature he was talking about. At the same moment, Rockin, with an arrogant look, looking to the side, reasoned that usually it takes a long time to lure him out, but a piece of meat is much more effective than words. Then the meat on the stick continued to fry on the bright, raging flame of the fire. Immediately after this, Timon watched the meat being cooked with drool on his beak. At the same moment, he abruptly asked with an awkward look what he didn't want. He had nothing to say, and the protagonist turned sharply to the side with a serious look. Then Timon watched with great surprise what was happening, greatly frightened by the reaction of the protagonist. Immediately after this, he began to rush from side to side and say that if he had come this far, then he probably had business with him. And he was definitely right, and the protagonist, picking his nose, said that who knows, and he has nothing to say to him. At the same moment, Timon, greatly frightened by the words he heard, froze in place and was very puzzled by what was happening. Then the protagonist, rubbing his hands, looked arrogantly at the meat being cooked on the fire and reasoned that this was excellent, and just a little more, and the next quest would depend on how to use this ace. Immediately after this, Timon sharply said that he does not believe, he does not need his help, and the entire island is under his control, and he just needs to say if he needs something, and even if he wants to return to the mainland, until right before Rockin was sitting with him. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled sarcastically and began to argue that he had taken the bait. Then the protagonist sharply said that he needed a ticket to heaven, and Timon was very surprised by what he heard and looked ahead with an incomprehensible look. Immediately after this, Rockin held out his hand with a furious look and said that he had to give him the ticket, and then he would give all the meat to him, Mr. Timon. At the same moment, the bird monster flapped its wing, saying that he was a scoundrel, and so this is his goal. Then Rockin turned sharply towards the meat, holding a log in his hand, and said that if he doesn't want to, then let him leave. And Timon was very frightened by what he heard, spreading his wings wide apart, and said that he should wait if he will throw in some wood and the meat will burn. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a malicious look put his hand into the bag and reasoned that what a simpleton he was almost in his power, saying that he had completely forgotten. He still had it. At the same moment, the protagonist held a luminous egg in his hand, and Timon suddenly perked up and was very surprised, saying that it was the egg of an iron turtle. Then the protagonist said that it was true, and the taste of a fried egg with iron turtle meat was well known to him. Mr. Timon, while he, licking his beak, said that of course, and imagined steak and fried eggs in his head. Immediately after this, Rockin, holding a bag with a huge number of eggs in his hands, said that this is not an act of goodwill and not a request, but this is a deal, and isn't it worth it, and in any case he is neither hot nor cold about a ticket, and Timon, looking at him, said that these were iron turtle eggs, and where so many came from. At the same moment, he sharply leaned to the side, holding his wings to his head, and said that no, and he couldn't. Then Timon sharply shouted that okay, nothing bad will happen, and he will give him a ticket to heaven. Immediately after this he would pluck one of the brown feathers from his wing. At the same moment, with a deft movement of his hand, he threw the feather and said that he should take it, and made so much noise for the sake of the feather, while the protagonist caught it with both hands, looking at him with great surprise. Then Timon took the meat of the iron turtle in his hand, and in the other a bag with a huge number of its eggs. Immediately after that, he would shoot up into the air, flapping his wings, and say that people are damn snobs. At the same moment, he, holding the meat and eggs of an iron turtle in his paws, flew away and said that he should never return here again. And the protagonist, following him with his gaze, waved his feather and said that it was good, and see you later, Mr. Chicken. Rockin then looked at the brown cake he held in his hands with a mischievous grin and reasoned that great. He finally had it, a ticket to the Sky Island, and it was a chozo tail feather. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at the sun shining brightly in the sky and continued to reason that he doesn't know about anything else, but he cannot pass by the Sky Island, because the Sky Island forces even those who have risen higher to descend. At the same moment, Rockin, standing on the beach, looked at the sky and reasoned that he needed to wait a little, and he would soon come and sweep away everything in his path. The system's notification window then announced that this was a single guild of Crossroads people, and the narrative of the story moved to its headquarters, where Harvin said that he had indeed managed to catch them. Immediately after this, the old man looked at the corpse of the iron turtle with a joyful look and said that they were in perfect condition and had excellent taste. At the same moment, Harvin turned sharply back, coughing into his fist, and said that he wanted to say that he had helped the parliament a lot, while the protagonist, looking at him, reasoned that this was an old man. Then Harvin, climbing onto the turtle's tube, which was lying on the table, said that in any case, he had one more request for him, while the protagonist, standing nearby, watched everything that was happening and listened to him. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified about the collection of flowers, its essence and conditions for execution. At the same moment, the protagonist looked with great surprise at the system notification window, his mouth open, and mentally asked about this quest. Then, along with a malicious grin, imagining in his head the silhouettes of representatives of different races, he reasoned that without a doubt, even if he looked like a trifle, this was the beginning of a racial quest. Immediately after this, Rockin imagined 4 different symbols in his head and reasoned that there was a racial quest, and each race strives to fulfill its mission. At the same moment, the protagonist created an image in his thoughts of an elf with a green ball in her hands, who stood next to the world tree, and continued to reason that the high elves were reviving the world tree. Rockin then created an image in his head of a dwarf with a red ball next to a robot and reasoned that dwarves recreate the strongest weapons. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined in his thoughts the image of a gnome with a yellow ball in his hands against the backdrop of strange mechanisms and reasoned that the gnomes were restoring the ancient city. At the same moment, Rockin created in his head images of a gnome, an elf and a dwarf, who were climbing the stairs to a yellow cloud of energy and reasoned that by completing small tasks, they would achieve their goal. The protagonist then imagined in his head a man with a blue ball in his hand and reasoned that the quest of the human race is different from others and is the resurrection of the Emperor and the Crusaders. Immediately after this, Rockin continued to reason that their goal was to restore their former glory, and for this they needed to revive the Emperor and his strong army, and imagined in his thoughts the image of a man holding a breaking blue ball. At the same moment, the protagonist looked to the side with a thoughtful look and reasoned that they were no different from the undead, and in order to revive the Emperor, they would have to go against nature itself, while Harvin dragged the turtle's corpse somewhere. Then Rockin smiled sharply from the realization of everything that was happening and talked about the resurrection of the Emperor. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked forward with a smug look and said that, as expected, being a human is a lot of fun, and this time you will begin the human race quest first. At the same moment, the protagonist walked out of the human guild building with pockets in his hands and said that he would do everything step by step. Then Rockin looked thoughtfully at the system notification window with the quest conditions and said that the land of rebirth. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined a map in his head with an arrow from the crossroads to an unknown place and reasoned that it was quite far from the crossroads, and moreover, it was difficult to get to since it was not marked on the maps. At the same moment, Rockin imagined in his head several elves who were caring for the plants, and reasoned that there he needed to find a special greenhouse where the half-elves grew sacred herbs, although it was too large to be called just a greenhouse. Then the protagonist, putting his hands on his belt, said with a thoughtful look that, but the question is how to get inside. Immediately after this, Rockin opened his eyes wide and seemed to realize something. At the same moment, the protagonist, sharply raising his head up, opening his mouth wide, said that that's right, and that woman gave him something. Then Rockin remembered in his head the image of Turtle sitting at the table with an arrogant look and reasoned that this was the master of the Half-Elf Guild. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to argue that even this bitch can be useful and everything goes like clockwork, and with dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth, he imagined her, who was trembling and asking what anyone remembers her. At the same moment, Rockin suddenly clenched his hand into a fist with great force and said that this was great. Then the protagonist, stretching his hands with a malicious grin, said that since things were going well, excitement would not allow him to quit the quest halfway. Immediately after this, he rushed forward with great strength and speed, pushing off the ground with his foot. At the same moment, Rockin rushed forward with a joyful grin on his face and said that then he should have fun, and the land of rebirth should be waiting for him. Then the system notification window announced that this was a half-elf village, and the narrative of the story was transferred to a small settlement of houses with green roofs, which the protagonist approached. Immediately after this, Rockin, looking at the notification window of the system with a map, approaching the entrance to the village, said that he was finally there and in the half-elf village, which was not on the map, and here it was, the land of rebirth. At the same moment, the protagonist stopped abruptly in place with great surprise, until several spears suddenly blocked his path, and the elves said that he must stand. Then the 2 elves who stood guard at the entrance to the village, pointing their weapons forward, said that this was the territory of the half-elves, and it should be called. Immediately after this, the protagonist smiled sarcastically and reasoned that it was great, and it was time to take advantage of that effect. At the same moment, the system notification window notified about the unique first skill of the half-elf friend and its essence. The protagonist then put his hand to his chest with a serious look and said that he was the Berserker Rockin, a man, and, being a friend of the half-elves, he came here to see if he could help with anything. Immediately after this, the guards at the gate of the elf village said with great joy that he was the Rockin who helped find the saplings of the world tree, and they wanted to meet him personally, while the protagonist with a smug face reasoned that it worked. At the same moment, one of the guards in the elf village asked what it means. He wants to help them, and the other said that they can always find a job for him, even if it is not much, but it just so happens that they have a request for him, while the protagonist listened to them, stood right in front of them. Then Rockin looked at the system notification window with great joy and reasoned that great and thanks to the title. He immediately received a quest to the greenhouse, while the system notification window notified about pest control, its description and conditions. Immediately after this, the protagonist smiled sarcastically and, mentally laughing, reasoned that, as expected, this was a trifling matter. At the same moment, Rockin and the elf guard walked forward, and he told him that he should let him show the greenhouse, and he said that yes, and they could not go there, and reasoned that he was grateful to Tyrael, until she suddenly shuddered and she said she had goosebumps again. Then the system notification window notified that this was a secret greenhouse of half-elves, and the narration was transferred to a huge tree near which the protagonist stood and said with great surprise that, as expected. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked up with a smile on his face and said that it was breathtaking. At the same moment, Rockin imagined in his head the image of a huge tree and reasoned that magical herbs were grown in the half-elves' greenhouse, and that there was also a laboratory for the revival of the world tree. Then the protagonist, walking forward and despite the huge ladybug, reasoned that this is why the flora and fauna in this place are unusually large. Immediately after this, Rockin, looking up, around the tall blades of grass, said that he seemed to have become smaller. At the same moment, the protagonist turned sharply back with a serious look and, greatly surprised, looked at the grass, which rustled sharply. Then Rockin looked forward with great surprise and said what just happened. Immediately after this, a huge mantis appeared out of nowhere right behind him and struck with its paw, while the protagonist was very scared and said that something had rushed through there. At the same moment, blood flowed directly onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Then the protagonist with a bloody face sighed heavily and said that this was very bad. Immediately after this, Rockin tightly grasped the handle of his bloody battle axe with two hands and said that this is why they hate bugs. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his axe with a furious look and shouted loudly, saying that he had ruined his outfit, destroying the huge mantis, which was trembling in pain. Then Rockin, looking joyful with a bloody face, said that he should die and rushed forward. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck with his huge battle axe and, with a furious look, cut the mantis' body into two equal parts. At the same moment, the system notification window announced that he had completed the quest and must return to the exit to receive a reward, and he could receive an additional reward by killing more bugs or fertilizing plants, while the protagonist, wiping the blood from his face with his hand, asked that I completed the quest. Rockin then continued to say that this means that Bastard was that quest monster, while the mantis' body, cut in half, was pouring blood onto the ground. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a malicious grin, putting an axe on his shoulder, said that, however, it was too early to go back and the quest had additional conditions. At the same moment, Rockin focused his attention on the reward for completing the mission and said that the reward depended on the result of completion, and by killing 100 beetles, he would be able to receive a special reward. The protagonist then gripped the handle of his bloody battle axe with two hands with great force and said that newcomers might not understand how one could even find so many bugs. Immediately after this, two brightly glowing red eyes suddenly appeared right out of the grass. At the same moment, a beetle with large black rivets that he was moving suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then the huge monster beeline suddenly took out its sting and prepared to strike. Immediately after this, the huge centipede crawled across the ground and turned sideways. At the same moment, the protagonist stood in his place with a battle axe in his hands and said that, but this place was simply teeming with insects, while various monsters appeared in huge numbers right in front of him. Rockin then abruptly jumps away from the earth, destroying it and leaving behind a trail of red energy. Immediately after this, the protagonist would rise up in the air and swing his huge battle axe, saying that they should go to Daddy, while a huge centipede was right below him. At the same moment, everything in the area sharply shrunk in a huge amount of blood, and the limbs of insects scattered in different directions. Then the narrative of the story was transferred to the morning of the next day to a field with pink flowers, and a certain voice said that how much longer, and he would not last that long. Immediately after this, the guy with the shield blocked the blow of the huge bug monster and said that he needed to finish with him. At the same moment, the archer pulled back the string of his bow, about to shoot an arrow, and said that he should shut up, and he could not concentrate because of him. Then the guy with the shield, while blocking the huge bug, asked with displeasure if the bastard said something, and the archer with displeasure asked that he had some kind of problem, while the girl in white clothes shouted, calling out to the boys. Immediately after this, the guy with the shield and the archer turned around sharply and were very surprised by what they heard. At the same moment, the girl in black and white clothes shouted with great joy and at first kindly that there was no need to swear, but rather to be strong, and Eren would root for them from there. Then both guys abruptly succumbed to her love spells and, looking forward, said that they were not fighting. Immediately after this, the archer, with great embarrassment on his face, pulled the string of his bow, preparing to release an arrow, and reasoned that great, and he would show Eren his class, and said that the bug that was chasing them, Eren, should get ready. At the same moment, he released his arrow, saying that he was using the through arrow skill, and it hit the huge black beetle, which screamed loudly in pain. Then the guy with the shield, with great embarrassment, prepared to rush forward and reasoned that he was a bastard and thought he was one cool, and said that he should feel its power. Immediately after that, he slashed with his shield and said that he had activated the shield push skill as the huge black beetle continued to scream loudly in pain. At the same moment, the black beetle jumped back sharply after receiving several blows. He then suddenly surrounded himself with bright red energy and seemed to go into a rage and began to growl loudly. Immediately after this, the huge black beetle began to flap its wings and activated the King of Beetles combo attack skill, standing in place right in front of the archer and the guy with the shield, who were very surprised by what was happening. At the same moment, he jerked sharply from his place and, heading forward, while the guy with the shield was very surprised, the archer sharply shouted that he was approaching. Then a huge black beetle rushed past them, throwing them in different directions as they screamed and growled loudly. Immediately after this, the huge beetle monster continued to rush forward towards Eren, who, greatly frightened, screamed loudly and asked why he was rushing towards her. At the same moment, the girl closed her eyes and screamed with great fear that they were bastards and should hurry up and protect her and do at least something. Then the protagonist sharply shouted that he was using the dash skill, and Eren, opening one of her eyes, watched everything that was happening with great surprise. Immediately after this, he swung his huge battle axe straight at the black beetle as Eren watched in great surprise. At the same moment, the girl, with her eyes and mouth wide open, looked forward and tried to comprehend everything she saw. Eren then sharply grinned maliciously, realizing how strong the protagonist was. Immediately after this, Rocken jumps to the side, landing on the ground with two of his feet. At the same moment, the protagonist stood with a smug look right in front of the disappearing corpse of the bug monster and said that it was already 70, and there was very little left, while the silhouette of the evil Eren appeared behind him. Then some voices suddenly called out to Eren, who was next to the very surprised protagonist, and shuddered sharply. Immediately after this, the guy looking for the house with a wounded look asked where Eren was, and the archer shouted loudly that she should say that she was okay. At the same moment, they were both suddenly very surprised, fell into a stupor and opened their eyes and mouth wide. Then they pointed their fingers directly at the surprised and not understanding protagonist and said that he was a shit and their dear Eren, while he asked what, why and who Eren was. Immediately after this, Rocken turned sharply to the side with great surprise and incomprehension, until Eren grabbed his hand and tenderly said that he was her darling. At the same moment, she thanked him with a seductive look and said that she survived only because of him. Then the protagonist looked at her with great displeasure and disgust and wondered who the hell she was and what kind of leech she was. Eren hugged Rocken's arm, calling him cute, and looked at the two guys standing in front of them. Rocken began to get furiously angry. Veins appeared on his face and the guy could not understand why the girl was rubbing herself around him. One of the hunters folded his hands and began to tell Eren with a pitiful look that they had a lot of hunting and the girl should go to them. Eren hid behind Rocken and told them that she did not understand who they were. There was deep surprise on the faces of the two hunters and they did not know how to react to the words spoken. The hunter clenched his fist and with tears in his eyes began to tell the girl that he thought she was not like that. Rocken looked at the hunter with a sly smile. Eren closed her eyes with a smile on her face and touched Rocken's hand. The guy began to understand what was going on. Rocken began to talk about how the girl is a queen bee and she is attracted to men who are greedy for women. Eren does nothing, but gets everything. Eren smiled and held a weapon in her hands. Rocken began to talk about how in the Lord the girl often meets and looks different every time. Eren even specially changed her class to a priest, who is worth his weight in gold. Rocken did not understand what he should now do. Rocken began to clench his fists with anger, and Eren, meanwhile, held the guy's hand with a smile. Rocken was very annoyed by the girl. The guy would have killed her if it weren't for the fine for killing players. Rocken's surprised look began to think about the fine. The guy himself still did not fully understand this. A sly smile began to appear on Rocken's face. Rocken's hands took the hands of the surprised Eren, who did not understand what was happening. The guy began to tell the girl that this could not be. Rocken looked in love and began asking the girl how she could have ended up here and whether she was injured. Eren did not expect to see this and said no. Rocken began to bow in front of the girl and, looking at the floor, told her that he was Berserker Rocken and if the girl didn't mind, she could join him. Rocken promised Eren to give her impressions that she had never experienced before. Kryn began to smile sweetly at Rockin, closing her eyes. Behind the girl there were surprised hunters who could not understand what had happened. The girl began to tell Rockin that it was an honor for her and she was very excited. The guy said great to the girl and invited her to go. The hunters were all white and surprised with tears in their eyes. They began to talk about why they couldn't be happy even in the game. Eren walked, smiling and clutching Rockin's strong hand. Sly eyes began to appear on Eren's face, looking at Rockin. Eren looked at Rockin slyly and angrily, saying that he had taken the bait and now the girl, with the help of the guy, can pump up in a matter of days, so Eren needs to extract the maximum benefit. Eren laughed from behind Rockin, who remained silent and did not say anything. Rockin began to look carefully at the girl, opening his mouth wide and laughing loudly. Flowers grew in one of the areas. Surprised, Eren folded her hands over her chest and began to look at them carefully. Rockin's weapon began to swing at something with all its might. Rockin swung his Salam weapon at the ground with enormous force so that sand and dirt began to fly in different directions. Rockin began to look at something in surprise. Next to Rockin's body there was a huge monster beetle, which began to swing its paw at the guy. Rockin's leg began to quickly jump away. Rockin began to quickly move towards the monster with all his strength, wounding him and killing him. Eren began to look at Rockin with admiration, realizing that he was cooler than the girl herself thought. Eren decided that if she let this express bus into high levels, she would regret the rest of her life. The girl decided that this time, she must prove herself. Rockin's surprised gaze began to look at something. The girl told the guy that it was amazing. Eren began to smile at the guy and tell him with a smile that Rockin is very strong. The girl asked the guy if she could help with anything. A sly smile began to play on Rockin's face. In Rockin's head there was anger, which was angry with the girl, but on the outside the guy smiled and did not say anything to her. Eren was still smiling looking at the guy. The girl decided that since the queen bee was so active, it meant that Rockin's performance was effective. The guy decided that he needed to finish with the girl. Rockin stood opposite Eren and calmly began to tell her that he would like to ask her something. The girl began to shout to the guy to ask him quickly. Rockin's hand began to touch Eren's shoulder. Rockin kept his hand on the girl's shoulder and told the surprised Eren that in order to defeat the boss of this greenhouse Big Bird, the guy would need the girl's help. Eren did not understand what bossa meant. Rockin began to look carefully at the girl and tell her that only Eren would help in this matter. The guy asked the girl to help him. Eren smiled, but inside she was very afraid and did not understand what kind of boss she could be talking about, but the girl understood that she could not miss the express bus. Eren began to laugh and tell the joyful Rockin that she would help him. The guy began to tell Eren that this was expected of her and now they could go to him. In one of the places there was a huge tree. Evil Eren stood with an angry face, realizing that Rockin was joking about an important role. Eren stood in a flower costume and held an apple in her hands. The girl did not like that she was bait. Eren carefully recalled with an incomprehensible face that while she was attracting the attention of the big bird with fruit, the guy was sitting in ambush. The girl understood that it was easier said than done. Eren stood with an apple in her hands, not understanding why she should humiliate herself. Eren talked about what she thought. Rockin fell in love with her. The girl told the guy that he would see that she would seduce him and make him a slave. A huge bird sat on a branch, seeing an apple in the distance. The bird's eye began to quickly look at this place. Eren still stood with an apple in her hands and said that her hands hurt. The girl wanted to ask when this bird would arrive, but did not have time. Behind the frightened Eren was a huge bird. Eren looked up with frightened eyes and began to look at the bird. A huge bird of level 180 began to scream at Eren, and the girl screamed in fear, trying to run away from the bird. Eren began to run quickly, remaining calm and holding an apple in her hands. The girl remembered Rockin, who said that the first bird does not attack. Eren was running away from the bird that was chasing the girl. Eren began to understand that the reason why the bird was chasing her was the fruit, so the girl decided that if she remained calm and distracted the bird, then Rockin would come to the girl's rescue. The bird's huge paws broke the ground, and the frightened Eren ran away with all her might with an apple in her hands. The bird could not leave the girl and looked at her carefully. Eren's frightened face began to scream loudly, trying to escape from the bird, which was trying to eat the girl with an angry look. Eren quickly ran away and, closing her eyes, began to say with tears why Rockin did not come. Rockin sat on a tree branch, watching Eren, who ran away from the bird, shouting to the guy. Rockin was holding popcorn in his hands. Rockin ate obediently and wore glasses, saying that he had a wonderful view. Rockin began to look at Eren with a sly look and a grin, telling her that, as befits a working bee, the girl will work until her death. The guy told the girl that if she wants to live, she will have to run away. Eren quickly ran away in tears, and Rockin realized that the bird had not even begun to attack the girl. The bird began to open its mouth angrily, walking towards Eren. The bird's evil gaze began to look closely at the girl. Eren, screaming and her mouth wide open, began to fall to the ground at great speed. Eren dropped the apple and lay on the ground herself. The bird's huge paws began to quickly move towards Aaron. The bird began to look angrily at Aaron, who fell to the ground. Aaron began to look askance at the bird, shouting in fear at it not to do this. Aaron began to close her eyes out of fear and, with her mouth wide open, screamed for help. Aaron wrinkled her face and held her hands tightly in fists. Aaron began to slowly open her eyes, which already had tears in them. The girl did not understand why the bird did not eat her. The bird's claws and paw began to take the apple. The huge bird put an apple into its mouth, helping with its paw, while Aaron watched this with incomprehension. Frightened Aaron, with surprised eyes, did not understand what the bird was doing and whether his goal really was only a fruit. Rockin, with tears in his eyes, opened his mouth wide and began to laugh loudly. Rockin grabbed his stomach and began to laugh loudly, saying that the queen bee almost shit their pants. The bird carefully ate the apple without touching the girl. Rockin began to say that Aaron had never hunted before, so she knew nothing about monsters and did not understand when they were serious about killing. Rockin looked at Aaron with a grin and sly eyes and said that now, having experienced such stress, the girl would not show off for some time. Rockin began to look at something in surprise. Aaron got up from the ground and began to look at the bird. Rockin wondered what the girl would want to do. Aaron pursed her lip and began to talk about how she wanted to sit on 2 chairs, agreed to Rockin's proposal, and ended up becoming bait. Aaron was holding a stone in her hand. The girl was offended that Rockin promised to save her, but in the end he didn't even show his nose, although she tried very hard. Aaron, with all her anger, threw a stone at the bird, saying that she was very angry with Rockin. Rockin began to shout and say that Aaron had gone crazy since the bird could not be attacked. The bird sat silently, looking into the distance at the stone that had fallen. The monster immediately changed and became incredibly angry. The bird's eyes turned red, and the bird itself began to fly up, although it attacked Aaron. The bird quickly opened its wings. The bird began to fly up and point its claws and paws at Aaron, and the wind rose from behind the bird. Rockin began to look at what was happening in surprise and contempt, saying that the big bird is harmless as long as it is not touched, but if you anger the bird, a battle will begin in which the bird will fight until it is the only one left alive. The bird's wings began to quickly move upward. The large bird began to head towards Aaron, who was standing very close to the bird. The girl began to quickly rush away from the angry bird, which did not lag behind her. Rockin closed his eyes from laughter and, looking at this spectacle, began to say that he thought Aaron would just start swearing, but not get into a fight. The guy began to talk about how now the girl's death was a matter of time. Aaron lay on the ground with a bloody face and, closing her eyes, began to call Rockin. Rockin began to look at Aaron with some kind of contempt and lack of understanding of what she wanted from him. Rockin opened his mouth wide and looked down and decided that this should be enough for the girl to finally stop showing off. Rockin stood with his back on a branch and, taking the weapon in his hands, began to think that he was very soft-bodied. The big bird's gaze still spoke of anger. The bird began to fly angrily towards Aaron's body, which was already lying unconscious. Rockin's hands held his large and powerful weapon tightly. The bird flew at Aaron with anger, put out its paws with claws, and Rockin began to fly at the bird with all his strength, holding his weapon at the top. Rockin hit the bird with all his strength with his weapon, pointing it at the body. Rockin looked at the bird with a laughing smile, asking her where she was looking, since her opponent was a guy. Rockin struck the bird with quick movements, telling it to stay still. The head of the large bird moved in different directions from Rockin's blows. The bird jumped into the ground and took off at high speed and flew far away from Aaron. On the wing of the bird was Rockin, who held tightly to the bird and, opening his mouth from the wind, began to ask the bird what kind of speed it was, since they could fall. Rockin looked at the bird with great anger, his mouth wide open. The big bird began to fly straight to the tree. The guy decided that it wanted to get rid of him. Rockin stuck out his huge fist. Rockin began to fill himself with strength and, looking carefully at the bird, began to say that a berserker would not help here. Rockin had an axe in his hand. Rockin, with wild and cunning eyes, began to hold the weapon so that he could swing it with all his might. Rockin shouted to the bird that this was a bombing. Rockin's axe began to fly at the large bird. The bird was surprised by this and did not fully understand. Aaron began to open her eyes and, opening her mouth, began to say that she recognized this sound. Aaron raised her head up with surprise and fear and saw a fight between the bird and Rockin, which was not visible because of the blue spot. The large bird began to fly downwards at greater speed. On the bird's face one could read surprise and somewhere fear in the eyes. The bird still wanted to strike, but could not. Rockin's weapon began to shine brightest again. Rockin began to smile wildly and slyly, holding a huge weapon in 2 hands and telling her that this was not the end and the bird should be given a snack. The wings of the big bird began to push everything around away from them. The power of Rockin began to sweep across the entire sky in which the bird was located. Rockin began to laugh. Mockery was visible in the guy's eyes. The guy asked the bird what she thought would work. Raken was holding something large in the form of a weapon in his hands and deals a fatal blow to the bird. The look of the big bird showed fear and sadness. The bird screamed for the last time. Raken cut the bird in the sky into 2 parts with his weapon. The guy smiled and did nothing else. On the system window there were congratulations that Raken had defeated the big bird and raised the level. Eren began to look at Raken with fear. Holding her hands in her hand, the girl told Raken that in the end he saved her. Eren put her hands to her chest and began to tell Raken that her heart was beating fast and she wanted to become strong. Eren pursed her lips and, closing her eyes, began to tell Raken that he wanted to be like him. Raken looked at the girl with a sly, wide-open smile. Raken began to stand on the branch. Raken began to approach the eggs of the big bird. For the guy these were trophies. In one hand, Raken began to hold one bird egg. The guy said that it was strong. The system window began to tell Raken that if he put it in his inventory, then after a while a chick would hatch from it. Raken began to laugh madly. Pretending that he understood what to do, the guy decided that if he managed to tame the chick, he would become an excellent air transport, and in this case, Raken would also have the title for the first flight. Raken began to jump from the branch to the ground. Landing, the guy began to say that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Raken wondered if Eren had woken up. Raken began to look at the grass in which the letter was located. The guy decided that no one had swatted it, which means that she had left. Raken held the letter in his hands in surprise and began to look at it with wide open eyes. A sly grin began to appear on Raken's face. Raken looked up and tore into pieces the letter she wrote to him. Raken understood that in any case, she was not a complete fool. Raken began to scatter the girl's letter and, being in the field near the flowers, began to say that the raising of the queen bee was over and now the guy could continue his hunt for 100 monsters. A bright blue beam cuts through the sky, and a window with the inscription Crossroads appears. The blue-lit hero appears in the center of the street. He announces with a smile that he is starting a new quest, but he needs to outfit himself before leaving. The view falls on a wooden structure with several towers. On a wooden animal-like ledge one can see a Gab Island with a coat of arms, and a window appears with the inscription Forge of Palaces. The blacksmith, a strong, plump man, gives the hero new uniforms, which he really likes. The hero looks at his new item with admiration and a smile and thinks that if the dwarf says decent, then the item has at least a magical level. The hero declares that he loves gloves and armor. A berserker's breastplate appears. A window with its characteristics appears below it. Gloves made of tan alloy and their characteristics appear below. The hero understands that their indicators are simply excellent. The hero realizes that now he has the opportunity to increase his attack power and defense if he crushes enemies in a row. This is a very useful characteristic for one against all battles. It is shown how a dark appearance shines red in the sky and opponents look up at him. The hero thinks with a smile on his face that the characteristic is perfect for the next quest. It will make it easier to complete his plan. An image appears of an old man, leaning on a wand, happily inviting the hero to become his student, to which he irritably simply asks for the next quest. The hero with a happy face stands in new clothes and says that now you can go to the next location. A window appears with the quest exploring bones and its conditions. Raken walks along the road. With a serious look, he declares that he has arrived at the place. In front of him is a large village surrounded by rocks that are struck by lightning. The hero looks at the village from afar, throwing an axe behind his back. He says that this is the village of the undead Cradle of the Dead. The main character of the quest is the Lick. He is a magician who defied death. The Lick has extensive knowledge of mechanics and is reborn no matter how many times he is killed. A skeletal creature made of metal is visible in the darkness. His eyes glow red. A small ball shines purple in front of him. There is a view of a small building from which a wooden spire sticks out. Lightning flashes in the sky. The hero says that the reason why the Lick is known lies in his shelter, which is located in the Cradle of the Dead. It is difficult to get into even at level 190. The hero climbs onto the rocks and hides behind one of the stones, watching the villagers who have gathered near the wall. The hero, shrouded in a dark robe, decisively thinks that he must penetrate this village. The hero understands that the 50 undead that guard the village is a big problem. In order to penetrate there, the image of many skeletons in iron armor appears, whose eyes glow with a red light. Raken continues to look towards the village with a confident look and thinks that there is nothing impossible to defeat 50 guards with a level reaching 190. But the problem is their regeneration. Even with a good weapon, he is not in the most advantageous position. The hero begins to smile. A window appears notifying the start of a live broadcast from the Black Dragon Camp Cradle of the Dead. The war will be broadcast live. The broadcast viewer count is growing rapidly. Many comments appear, chanting the hero's name and surprised by the unexpected broadcast. One of the villagers runs his finger over the tablet. Huge fangs protrude from his mouth. His skin is all green. He tells his comrade that Raken has gone on air. He tells him that this is the same person to whom he lost in battle. They suddenly turn their gaze to the sky and exclaim in surprise. The giant image of the hero plunges the sword into the stone with all his might. The hero chants his name. Everyone raised their heads in his direction. Rockin takes off his robe and prepares his weapon for battle. In front of him is the same sword sticking out of the stone. He shouts with a smile that from now on conditions change. Whoever can pull out this sword will become its owner. No one will even have to kill him for this. The residents open their mouths in surprise and look in his direction. They are surprised that the sword can simply be pulled out without a fight. Residents stared at the tablet with open mouths. Comments say that this time the hero will definitely be killed. The guild needs to be convened. Many residents with weapons are running towards the hero. Comments say that some are already moving towards the cradle of the dead. One of the green-skinned creatures sits with a sly grin and adds a comment about getting up behind him, because this is more of a job for the thief class. Rockin smiles, his eyes sparkle, he is jubilant because his bait worked. The hero looks from the cliff at the many gathered creatures. All of them are armed. In front of the hero there is a sword, which is the target of the opponents. He understands that the preparation is complete. One of the opponents with dark hair raises his fist and chants that it is time to attack because they have the advantage. At this moment, everyone begins to run towards the hero with weapons at the ready. The hero stands on a rock above them and, with his eyes wide open, takes up his weapon. He considers them all primitive. Rockin loudly declares that the bombing is beginning. At that moment, a whirlwind of weapons flies from him towards the opponents. The whirlwind reaches the opponents. They begin to run away and scream in surprise and pain. A window appears that says that after successive kills, the attack and defense power are increased by 10 points, respectively. The effect is summed up to 20. The hero raises his hands in jubilation and looks furiously towards the enemy. He smiles and says that this was to be expected. The effect is superior all expectations, even though it is temporary. With an obsessive look, shrouded in red lightning, he asks them not to stop. At this moment, the dark-haired enemy points his weapon towards the hero and again orders his comrades to attack. The hero stands motionless next to the stone from which the sword sticks out. It is shrouded in a red glow. At this moment, a horde of opponents quickly approaches him with a scream. The hero gets into a fighting pose with a smile, preparing his weapon to strike. He is ready to attack with a smile on his face. The hero with a wide smile begins to scream, preparing to strike, his eyes glowing red. Rockin raises his hands, a weapon appears behind his back, he hits the enemy. They are all suddenly enveloped in red light, which knocks them down. Fragments of the earth fly in all directions along with their opponents. A giant red beam moves forward quickly. The hero moves quickly and attacks enemies with his weapon. They only manage to fly away in different directions without a chance. Rockin tells them that he will also cut everything without a break. A window appears stating that through successive kills, your attack power and defense have been increased by 20 points in total. Someone stands opposite the sword. In the place where the opponents were approaching the hero, a bright red explosion shines. Only cries for help can be heard. Standing by the sword was the same monster who offered to approach the sword from behind. He stretches out his hand to the sword and says that everyone is narrow-minded if they think that the hero can be defeated. Thanks to everyone's stupidity, he thinks that now he can take the sword. A bright blue beam hits the rock, sending fragments flying off. The hero advances, swinging his axe. Rockin smiles evilly and tells the creature at the sword that he is acting like a rat. He swings his axe. The creature, looking frightened, begins to scream loudly. A giant blue lightning bolt crashes into the ground. The creature, shrouded in smoke, begins to fall. A window appears that states that the effect stacks to the maximum, attack and defense each stacked by 200. The hero spreads his arms victoriously and smiles. He declares that his goal has finally been achieved. Rockin smiles. Biting his tongue, he holds an axe in the form of a blue glow and says that now it can move out. The battlefield is shrouded in smoke. Many bodies of creatures lie on the ground. One of them is still alive and says that he did not think that the hero's power was so great. The dark-haired creature's face is already covered with wounds, and he begins to scream with an angry look. The creature looks towards the whirlwind that has just formed. He says with fear that this is again the hated bombing skill. The hero's blow hits the village. The creature looks at it in surprise and thinks that he seems to have simply missed. A window appears warning that the village has been attacked by an enemy faction. Guards have already been called in for protection, and a round purple pattern appears on the ground that glows brightly. Skeletal hands begin to emerge from this pattern. With a loud roar, warriors in full armor appear. A window appears that says that this is the Undead Guards Battalion. Their level is from 150 to 190. The dark-haired creature hits his chest with his fist and joyfully looks at the guards. He says that now the hero will definitely end. The creature continues to say that the hero will definitely not be able to cope with the guards alone. Rockin at this moment looks at the approaching guards from a hill. He stands motionless. The hero suddenly raises his weapon. The weather is very cloudy. There is a black sky overhead. A bright blue glow begins to break through from the black sky. A bright glow in the form of lightning strikes the hero. The guards are watching everything at this moment. The hero smiles and hits the ground with his weapon. Everything around is illuminated with a blue light. Opponents scatter in different directions. Rockin says with a smile that he scored a strike. The dark-haired creature leans back in surprise. Alarmedly, he shouts that Rakan has done the impossible. He does not believe that it is so easy to kill the guards. The hero, still in motion, asks with a smile how a creature can think that this is impossible. With a smile, he swings his weapon again, creating a blue glow with this action. He says that killing the guards became possible because all the stupid people became his stats. The hero grins, sticking out his tongue. He tells the audience in the broadcast that they should watch carefully because the real battle is just beginning. One of the guards begins to growl angrily, spreading his arms. The guards approach the hero with swords from different sides. The hero's feet sharply push off from the ground. The hero deflects from the guard's blow, after which a purple glow appears. He thinks that he needs to move from left to right. The hero, with a confident look, sharply dodges the enemy's sword again. He thinks that a blow from the right awaits him next. While dodging the blow, the hero holds his axe tightly in his hand. The guard opposite is trying to hit him. Rakan thinks that even though the guards are undead, they are still AI, so if you know their patterns, then counterattacking is not so difficult. The hero deals a crushing blow to the guard. Everything lights up with a red light. Rakan shouts with a smile that he scored a strike. The hero still smiles widely and confidently says that he will destroy everyone with one blow. A bright red beam hits the ground. The hero, moving with lightning speed from one guard to another, inflicts crushing blows on them, leaving behind only a red light after the blows. The hero runs very quickly towards the village. The same dark-haired creature stands in front of him. He calls him crazy, understanding the direction of the hero. The creature points its finger at Rakan and shouts to the guards that they must quickly do something about him. The circular purple pattern on the ground is still glowing brightly, and a window appears, informing that a new summoning of guardians has been made. With a loud roar, a skeleton with bright red eyes appears from the glow. A window appears that indicates that he is one of a battalion of guards with a level between 150 and 190. The hero smiles widely and shouts that it is all useless. A bright blue explosion hits. The hero towers over the guards, brandishing his weapon, followed by a bright blue glow as the undead stare at him. The hero deals a powerful blow to the guards. They scatter in different directions. With a roar, everything around flickers blue. The hero holds the weapon tightly in his hand and looks towards the dark-haired creature, who stared back at him in fear. The hero raises his weapon and with a crazy smile says that he found a rat. The creature loudly calls for security and fearfully tries to run away from the hero. Rakan rushes towards the enemy and calls him stupid for such useless antics. The hero continues to run towards the creature, swinging his axe. He adds that he has just eliminated 50 guards. Now it will take time for them to regenerate. The axe blade approaches the creature's frightened face at lightning speed. At this moment, a loud scream echoes throughout the entire village. The hero approaches the sword on a hill. Around him, the bodies of defeated opponents are scattered across the field. Rakan takes the sword out of the stone. Rakan looks at the golden sword in his hand with a smile and says that even after turning on the broadcast, he did not find a worthy opponent. He is still waiting for him. The hero falls silent for a second, staring at one point. He begins to smile and says that there is still one type who can compare with him in strength. The image of Odin appears in front of the hero. The hero calls him an opponent who is equal in strength to him. The hero looks at the image with rage and says that Odin needs to wait a little, but one day he will definitely come and tear him to pieces. The hero walks through many red flowers. He stops among many of these flowers and says that the flower garden in the undead settlement is, as expected, very exquisite. Rakan stands among the flowers. Behind him stands a fence behind which there is a village. He says that the only place in the village where there is life is the Lick's laboratory. He was able to eliminate the players and destroy the guards, so it was quite easy for him to get there. The hero joins his hands and with a smile declares that we can begin. He cuts his palm. Blood flows from the cut. The hero looks at the blood that flows from his hand onto the flowers. Blood gets on the bud of one of the plants. Windows appear informing that the Garden of Resurrection has detected life force. The gate is activated. The hero continues to look at the flower with a smile and lets out a victorious exclamation. Small protrusions appear from the ground, looking like fangs. A passage underground, surrounded by these white fangs, opens in front of the hero. A window appears indicating that the hero is walking through the Lick's hideout. Rakan slowly walks along a long corridor with red lighting. He says that it is light here thanks to phosphors. The hero stops and looks at one of the lights. Then he confidently begins to move on and declares that he only needs one item. He needs to finish this matter as soon as possible. One ball emits a bright red light with haze. The hero stops abruptly. He looks at the large red ball in the center of the room. A bright light emanates from it. There are large glass flasks on the sides of the room. The hero declares that this is the Lick's laboratory. A question is heard from the laboratory towards the hero. He exclaims in surprise. A skeletal mechanical creature in a dark robe walks towards the hero, leaning on a stick. His eyes glow purple. A window appears that informs him that this is a death researcher. Lick Cylonian. He asks the hero how he dared to enter here, and assures him that he will get out. You obviously won't get out of here alive. The hero sharply directs the whirlwind towards the enemy and shouts loudly that he is starting the bombing. The lick stops in shock, staring at the impending blow. A bright, powerful explosion illuminated the entire room with blue light. Now the red beam hits the door with lightning speed. The hero, swinging an axe, raises clouds of dust. He shouts that his opponent only knows how to chatter. He furiously swings his axe and, with a crazy look, demands to give him the object. The opponent raises a large shield with a purple stone in the center. The hero delivers a powerful blow, but hits the shield with which he is protecting himself. Sparks fly in all directions from the blow. The hero, with purple flashes flickering around him, looks at the shield in surprise and exclaims. The lick hides behind a shield with an angry look and shouts at the hero to get out of his laboratory. The enemy directs a bright purple beam directly at the hero, who only manages to exclaim loudly, bowing his head. Rocken clenches his teeth, everything around him glows purple. The lick begins to laugh loudly. Looking at such a spectacle, he asks the hero how much he liked his shield. The lick creates patterns on the floor with his hand that take the shape of a circle. He asks his servants to rebel. Guards under the leadership of the enemy emerge from many patterns. The guards move towards the hero, who is trying to move away after the blow. He lies in the crater that was formed after the explosion. The hero's face is seriously wounded. He says with heaviness that he underestimated his opponent because he was going to simply knock him out and take the item. The hero begins to rise from the ground. He stands up abruptly, head down. Rocken raises his axe with his hand. With rage, he begins to smile and swings an axe. He shouts that in any case the enemy will have to be killed. 5 footsteps in a red-lit room. Rocken takes 5 steps at great speed, rapidly approaching the reader. The MC makes a jump attack on the red ball placed in the center of the lick's laboratory. After a powerful blow, the red ball shatters into a whole bunch of pieces. MC looks to the right with a grin, and notes with regret that what he just cut was a fake. Solonian screams in despair that MC is a coward. Rocken, with a playful grimace, quickly runs away from the lick, breaking the red lamps on his way. The lick shouts that how dare the hero run away in the middle of a fight and at the same time call himself a war, to which Rocken shows an indecent gesture and, laughing, asks who would buy into what the lick said. 4 red glowing lamps hang on the wall. Rocken explains to the reader that the lick is so excited because his life vessel, which contains his soul, is located in one of the hanging phosphors. The hero cuts another lamp in a jump. His eyes leave a red mark. MC continues to explain his actions, noting to the reader that no matter how many times he kills the lick, he will continue to be reborn. But if you destroy the vessel of life, he will not have time to squeak in front of death. The hero is surprised out loud that the next phosphor turned out to be empty. Rocken, with a crazy smile on his face, shouts that he just needs to destroy everything. The yeast lick sits with a blank look. He asks how a mere mortal dares to resist him. Solonian picks up a stone with an energy stone in the center. This stone, from which purple lightning sparks, is a close-up. The lick stone is stuck into the ground and energy begins to flow through it. Rocken, looking back at what the lick is doing, is surprised that the lick's energy is already chasing him. Rocken, with a clear look, looks back at the lick, who, as if distraught, raised his hands up and, declaring, shouts that he will show MC who is boss here. Rocken's grin in a close-up shot. He asks what this next trick is. Rocken's hand, from which the axe dematerializes. System windows report that Rocken removed his battle axe and instead equipped 2 axes. Rocken, shrouded in a red aura, holds 2 axes, crossing his arms in a jump. He shouts that the lick needs to attack and they will see who wins. The lick's spear-like vine shoots out towards the MC. Rocken deftly pushes off the vine and moves towards the lick with lightning speed. The vine flies over Rocken's head. He runs towards the lick with a mad grin. Solonian casts some kind of spell at the end of his arm, declaring that Rocken is finished. Another lick vine breaks through the ground. Rocken flees, pursued by the lick's spear-like vines. One of the vines tenses and presses in on itself, preparing to be released with great force. MC bends his body backwards to avoid the vines. The vines try to hit the hero, but he avoids them in every possible way without changing the direction of his movement. The hero, while in flight, begins to charge his axe with energy. The hero, shouting the name of his skill, bombing, releases a stream of energy into the lick's phosphors. 3 light sources break one after another. The lick's vines face the reader, blocking the hero's path to the rest of the phosphors. Rocken pushes off the ground. He flies straight into a cluster of vines. Jumping in a zigzag, he makes his way through them. MC twists in the air, preparing to attack the next sphere. Some ringing sound distracts the hero's attention, which makes him extremely amazed. He flies away from the phosphor, realizing that he could not cut it. He thinks that this one is stronger than the others and that it was the only one that could not be broken so easily. Close up of the red phosphor, Rocken realizes that he has found the lick's life vessel. Rocken lands on the ground and slows down for a while. He shouts that all that remains to be done is to break the vessel of life into small fragments. MC, shouting the name of the bombing skill, attacks the vessel of life. one of the lick's vines rushes towards the hero. The vine in flight repels the hero's skill, slowing him down close to the sphere of life. The hero, clearly surprised by what just happened, looks at this. A close-up of the lick's head, he states what he saw, saying that the hero found him. The lick, repeatedly strengthening his vine, enters a state of anger, shouting that he dares as a hero and declaring that he does not even hope to leave alive. The lick's manipulator takes the sphere and carries it towards him. The lick begins to insert the sphere into the hole in his chest. Solonian begins to become overgrown with dark energy, and the system window reports that he has absorbed his life vessel. The lick's leg is covered with energy that seems to copy human muscles. The system window reports that the lick has restored its original power, which was previously contained in the vessel. The lick restored his body and, like a monk, soared into the air and closed his fingers, surrounding himself with a sphere of violet energy which, raging around the sphere, repels Raken. The lick's entire body is covered with dark skin, except for his jaw, which still just hangs down. The system window reports that the lick is level 180 and is at the peak of his strength. The lick says that he is ready. The lick begins to summon something that bursts out of the ground, exploding the floor above it. MC, oblivious to this performance, jumps away and ends up behind the lick, swinging his axe, ready to cut off the lick's neck. The lick looks around, not understanding when the hero managed to get behind him, and asks the question when he managed to do this. The hero slams the lick into the floor with such force that it splits. Raken lands on the floor with great force and says that it is the lick's fault that he absorbed his vessel, and asks if the lick knows why he did not fight him, but only did what he looked for his vessel. The hero is surrounded by a murderous aura. He himself answers his own question, saying that fighting the lick without destroying his vessel would be a waste of time. The system window notifies that Raken is level 183rd. The lick, getting out of the rubble, says that the MC's words are nonsense, and that now the lick is the strongest. The lick, gathering strength, flexes its foot, preparing to launch itself off the floor. The lick flies towards the hero, shouting the name of his skill, Destroyer of Darkness, while the hero, bending his knees, prepares to fight back. The lick shouts for the hero to try to survive this. MC grins in anticipation. The lick, raising his fist, flies towards the hero. The aura disappears from the lick's eyes and life leaves them. We see how Raken, making a dash, cut the lick into two parts. The hero lands on the ground and slows down his momentum with his foot. The hero, with a mad grin, shouts that he told the lick that everything would be exactly like this. The hero's axe destroys the lick's sphere of life, and the hero, turning in the opposite direction, simply shouts that the lick is boring. The sphere of life shatters into small pieces. There is a surge and explosion of purple energy. System windows report that the hero defeated Solonian at the peak of his powers and that he has leveled up. The main character's leg, smoke clears. The hero stands with a smug smile, throwing an axe behind his back. He laughs at the lick, calling him a fool, and says that he himself absorbed the vessel and all that remained for the hero to do was kill the lick. A close shot of MC smiling as he says that now that the boss is defeated. A lot of books, and the hero finishes his thought that now it's time to farm. The MC holds the scroll in his outstretched hand. The system windows say that he has received materials for researching bones and that he has completed the quest researching bones. The hero says that the task is completed. Raken looks around, standing in a funny pose. The system window notifies that he is in the laboratory of the Lick Solonian. The hero, in doubt, says that, as in the case of Chorgi, there should be an additional reward in the laboratory. The hero, holding his hand to his forehead, notices something. The table on which there are blue-lit books lies. MC says that this is an additional reward, that these are skill books. The hero looks through the books. The system window asks if he wants to study the skill book Rise of the Skeletons, but the hero sweeps it aside, saying that it is garbage. The system window offers to study the Curse of Weakening skill book, but the hero also sweeps it away like garbage. The hero stands over the books, throwing them off the table. The system window asks if he wants to learn the Cursed Doll skill, but the hero, already irritated, shouts that this is garbage and asks why among the skills there is only complete rubbish. The hero notices something, surprised. The hero, with a joyful smile from ear to ear, holds a book above him. The system window reports that he has received a book of third-hand skills. A man who looks like a monk sits with his palms folded. Behind him are several hands made of mana. The reader is explained that the third hand is a skill that allows you to create a hand from mana by concentrating your thoughts, and that this strange skill allows you to create so many hands. How much mana and concentration is enough? The hero, clearly pleased, holds the book in his hands. He says that this skill sounds interesting, and that with it you can reach another level. Someone approaches the hero from behind. He stands in front of the books, saying that the trick of the skill is how to use it. One of the surviving skeletons approaches the hero from behind, but he does not pay attention to him, thinking and saying that he will leave this skill for now and that he will use it if the chance arises. A close-up of the skeleton's skull, its eyes glowing purple. The skeleton swings at the hero. Rocken grabs the skeleton by the skull. The skeleton is perplexed by the hero's speed, clearly frightened by it. The hero, with an outstretched hand, looks at the reader, an unkind grin on his face. He says that the skeleton has finally appeared and that he was waiting for him. The skull of a snarling skeleton is crushed by the hero's hand. MC cracks open a skeleton's skull with his bare hand. The hero stands over the headless skeleton, saying that he should have attacked immediately. The hero notices something and looks at his hand. He sees whole hordes of skeletons in front of him. Skeletons stand at the door. While the newly killed man disappears, the hero, laughing, asks the dead skeleton that he called his friends, but continues asking what he should do because this skeleton is already dead. The hero takes out an axe from his inventory, telling the skeleton not to worry because he will meet with them soon. The hero with an axe at the ready runs towards the skeletons. He swings his axe, shouting for the skeletons to quickly drag their carcasses towards him. With a powerful blow, he paints the head of one of the skeletons. Rocken jumps into the air towards the other skeletons. He, being in the air, swings an axe. Rocken crushes many skeletons in one blow, explaining to the reader that these guys are damned skeletons. On the ground lies a broken vessel from which a black liquid flows. The reader is explained that if the remains of the vessel of life are left unattended, it can pollute the environment with death mana, cursing the earth. Skeletons rise from the liquid that flowed out of the life stone. They continue to explain to us that until all the death mana runs out, monsters of level 160 will appear. Rocken, with a passion for battle and a fierce smile, tells the skeletons that they are noobs, explaining to the reader that if he is an expert user, he will quickly deal with the remains of the vessel of life. The hero, spinning like a whirlwind, kills many skeletons and shouts that although he is an expert user, he will never miss such a great opportunity to increase the level. 3 system windows, on 2 of them it is written that the hero defeated the cursed skeleton, and on the 3rd that he increased the level. The hero, holding his hand in front of him in the excitement of battle, says that his levels and abilities continue to increase and that he will only continue. The system window reports that the hero has made consecutive kills, and his attack power and defense are increased by 10 points respectively. The hero, with explosive power, destroys skeletons. Broken skeletons lie on the floor. Some of the skeletons fell into the cracks formed during the battle. Rocken stands, energy flows through him, he is turned away from the reader. The hero stands alone, in the middle of the former battlefield. The system window reports that he has defeated all the damned skeletons, and that the effect is cumulative to the maximum, and in total his attack and defense have increased by 200 points each. The hero looks at his hand, feeling his strength. He says that the effect of the armor reached its maximum just in time and that he planned to return, but with his stats, something he planned becomes possible. People walk around the city of the dead. The system window reports that we are now being shown what is happening at the same time in the cradle of the dead. Orc Kogwa stands holding his backpack by the straps. He is surprised at something. We are told that he has a level of 140 and that he is a researcher from the Black Dragon faction. Kogwa looks at the village where one orc sits, gasping. He says that the village is devastated and the users are destroyed. He asks if this is Rocken's doing, and says that this guy is a real monster. Kogvar, as if worried about something, stands, remembering the broadcast of how the MC took out many users. He says that he is glad that he found out about the broadcast late, and that if he had taken part in the battle, it's even scary to imagine that it would be. Kogwar is approached by an orc sitting near the ruins. He asks if he has a potion that restores health, to which Kogwar gives a positive answer. Kogwar hands the sitting orc a potion and asks what happened, to which the orc replies that he should not ask, there was a disaster. Orc, sitting in the background of memories of how Rocken invaded the village, says that MC invaded the village and destroyed all the guards and users, and when there was no one else to fight, he turned off the broadcast and disappeared. Kogvar stands opposite an orc who is drinking a potion of healing. He asks why it was necessary to create all this chaos, to which the orc replies that he does not know and that everyone knows that the hero has gone crazy. Kogvar holds his hand to his chin, thinking about something. He thinks that no matter how crazy the hero was, he still had to have a goal. A system window appears in front of the orcs, announcing the start of Rocken's broadcast, which causes surprise and fear in them. Kogvar, squinting his eyes at the reader, looks thoughtfully at the topic of the broadcast. The hero, as if out of nowhere, jumps out at the still unsuspecting Kogwar and the orc, who sees how the hero is about to cut his new acquaintance in half. Kogwar sees that the topic of the broadcast is the capture of the cradle of the dead. The city seems to be covered in furious energy and we see ash rising in the background. 2 orcs hold their swords at the ready. One of them says that the hero is crazy and that the fact that he started the capture cannot be, and the other asks him if Rocken has returned. MC's axe is covered in blood dripping from it. The hero stands on a hill against the backdrop of a severed head. Someone calls his name, and he addresses the audience of his broadcast, calling them trash. Rockin looks back towards the audience of his broadcast and asks if they thought that this would all end. Someone in the chat asks where the hero was until the current moment. Another user, with the nickname Secrecy, asks if there is such a thing function like capturing a village. And a user with the nickname Water Magician asks Rockin what he is going to capture if he has already destroyed the village. Skeleton guards rise from the ground behind the MC, and the system window notifies that the village has been attacked by an enemy faction and that guards have been called in for protection. The skeleton screams and attacks the hero, but the hero throws him away with incredible force. Another skeleton was split in half by one blow from the hero. The orcs look at all this in surprise. They shout that the hero pulled off the same trick as last time, and wonder how it is possible that Rockin destroys the guards with one blow and asks if the hero is a hacker. The hero looks back at the orc who is shouting all this. The orc notices this and gets scared out of his mind. The hero turned in the direction of the orcs who had just discussed him, who began to sweat from his presence. He says that he tells them the same thing, but they do not believe, to which the orcs cannot utter a word. Close up of the hero's smile as he says it's time for a special persuasion tactic. The hero puts on the sealed helmet of the Lion King, which the system window also notifies us about. On the air you can see the hero's axe that he holds in his hand. He asks his viewers that there are probably those who still don't believe him. A water magician writes in the chat, who is surprised that there are those who still don't believe to the hero. The man with the nickname Tonkin says that this is too much, and the man with the nickname David says that he agrees, and to be honest, the hero looks like a cheater. The hero stands up, ready for battle. He throws his axe on his back and says that none of this matters and asks a rhetorical question that his audience would ask, why? There is a red glow coming from the eyes of the hero, who is completely covered in armor, and he answers his own question by saying that whether anyone believes him or not, he will kill everyone in the village. Ming imagined people standing on a hill in front of the settlement and planting a flag. He noticed that this was a seizure. The main character told us that this is large-scale combat content that recognizes occupation only when the enemy is destroyed or expelled from the settlement. He noted that, however, due to the fact that users of the hostile faction are constantly revived and 50 guards appear for each violator, he imagined a crowd of warriors going into battle. Ming emphasized that it takes an entire clan to capture territory. He fought in the street. They hit blades with bright sparks. The stunned orc asked how he could occupy the territory alone, noting that usually a whole clan would come. The main character, with a distraught smile on his face, asked why he needed a clan if he could do it alone and why he should share the reward with someone. Ming struck him with a powerful blow. Red streams of energy came from his blows. His eyes glowed red. He was surrounded by monsters on all sides. He unclenched his hand and noted in his thoughts that as a rule, light explosions were heard. The orcs jumped on the main character. Ming noted in his mind that these were just useless numbers. He began to smile furiously and added that in conditions of overwhelming inequality of power, he swung his axe. He cut the orc in half. He cut off the body of the orc who was holding the spear. Ming cut off the monster's head. The main character dealt a series of blows to all opponents around him. He used a spinning attack. The frightened orc screamed that Min had killed everyone and the guys who had just opposed him were the strongest. He closed his eyes and said that it was all over and the revival of the guards was still far away. More than half of the users had already been destroyed. He asked if one person would really take them over. Min walked around the corner. He looked at the orc and declared that this was correct. The main character, looking crazy, said that since the orc gave the correct answer, a prize awaits him. The frightened orcs hugged each other and looked at Min's axe. A loud scream was heard in the area. Sunlight began to break through the dark sky. The light illuminated the corpses of the orcs. A dead orc was hanging into the well. The walls and ground were stained with blood. Ming held his axe in his hand. A notification appeared that he had captured the Black Dragon Camp Cradle of the Dead. Users belonging to the Black Dragon Camp will not be able to select Cradle of the Dead as a resurrection point for 3 hours. The cloak fluttered behind the protagonist. A message appeared that Ming had single-handedly captured enemy territory. Red eyes glowed from under the protagonist's helmet. A notification popped up that he had received the title Tyrant and he was the first to receive this title. Smirking, the main character said that the effect of the title was stunning since he was the first to capture the settlement solo. He began to study the title of Tyrant. He applauds his fighting power as Ming single-handedly captured a base the size of a large city. Title effects: this cancels the effect of the enemy camp. Increases all the main character's stats by 15% if he is in the enemy camp. Increases attack power and defense by 15% if attacked by enemy NPCs. Increases attack power and defense by up to 50% depending on how many representatives of the enemy faction attacked him. Ming said the audience's reaction was self-explanatory. He received many messages. He noticed that videos of battles bring in a lot of money on YouTube. Standing in front of the message, the main character cried out that this is great and the occupation is over and now you can return to your place, relax and continue the main quest. Ming received a message about what was ahead. He frowned at this. A mysterious warrior, shrouded in golden energy, rushed at the main character. He stabbed Ming in the chest. He flew far away from the stranger's blow. The main character lay in the rubble, and there were red marks from the impact on his chest. Ming started coughing up blood. Looking forward, he shouted that the fools of the Black Dragon faction were dead. The stranger was holding a golden staff in his hands. The main character watched the dark outline of a warrior walking towards him. The guy said that he sharpened his sword of retribution for today. He asked about who would have thought that this was all he could do. The stranger noted that his dear Tyler must be crying in heaven. The plot introduces us to the general of the garrison of the City of Ashes, Yaros. He asked with a smile on his face, "Is that right?" Frowning, Min asked in his thoughts where Yaros was from and was he really looking for him because of Tyler. Lying in ruins, the main character wondered whether he should run away like that time. Ming emphasized the fact that there are too many prying eyes. He started receiving notifications. The main character thought that he would not get any benefit from this fight and it would be better to run away. He brought his hand to his chest wound. Ming noted that even if it was a surprise attack and he only landed one hit, there was a huge difference between level 199 and level 200. He imagined the image of Yaros and noted that he was sure that he was stronger than him. The main character noted that this was expected from the general of the garrison of the City of Ash and he is on a par with Malkin. The main character presented the head of a lion. Ming remembered how the king of the universe struck him. The wounded main character was lying on the ground. He looked at the image of the king of the universe. His face was serious. Ming remained silent with a calm expression. Rising, he called out to Yaros. He asked if Yaros was the strongest there. He was taken aback by such a question. Mina asked again. They stood opposite each other. Yaros asked if the main character was afraid. Ming told him to shut up. Pulling the axe forward, the main character ordered him to answer. Holding the axe in front of him, Min asked if he could take charge of this place if he killed him. Yaros was filled with rage. Watching the main character, he said that Min was funny and asked about the head of this place. He started shouting that the main character was right and if he killed him, he would be the strongest there before moving to the continent. He raised his head and cried out that he guaranteed this as the general of the garrison of the City of Ash. Ming got into a fighting stance and declared that this was all he needed. Smirking, he asked Yaros to be careful. He stood in front of Yaros and emphasized that he would not get into meaningless fights. Sighing, Ming emphasized the fact that bravery and stupidity are very different things. He looked at Yaros. He saw the outline of his foe from the memories behind Yaros and asked what made Lorcan so stupid. He switched his fighting style on the screen. A message appeared that the equipment set was being changed to critical strike. Dark mana enveloped Mina. A dark robe appeared on him. Looking at Yaros, the main character thought that this guy could easily wield a hammer and it was pointless to count on protection. A white mask appeared on his face. A message appeared that he was wearing the Lion King's helmet. Min declared that he would finish him off in one blow. They both prepared to rush. The main character stood opposite Yaros. Messages started coming in where people were discussing that he was fighting Yaros and it was suicide. Penrado wrote that as far as he remembers, Yaros is level 200 and this is suicide. He added that we are talking about the general of the garrison of the City of Ashes and even for Lorcan this is too much. Tong Chu Kang asked in a message if Lorcan was okay in the head. A red aura enveloped the main character's body. Yaros had an orange aura around him. Pagober wrote that Minu will be taught a lesson this time. The sun broke through the dark clouds. Rays of light fell on the main character's mask. They began to prepare for the fight. They rushed at each other with lightning speed. Nin, with a distraught look, cried out about the berserker. Yaros was heading towards him. They clashed their weapons. They were looking at each other with a grin. They jumped back. The messages were filled with heated discussion about their battle. Kevin asked if this was really happening. I actually asked if he was playing another game. The Wave Mage noted that at this rate they would destroy the village. Hachai asked if she was imagining it. Gagdi asked what level Lorcan was. They clashed with blades. Yaros asked if the main character was blushing with a smile on his face, noting that it was not bad. Grinning, Min asked if Yaros wanted him to paint him scarlet too. They clashed their weapons. They slipped behind each other. The weapon flew out of their hands. They struck many blows at each other. Yaros grabbed the main character and threw him out. Ming looked at his hand, from which red sparks were coming. A huge stream of yellow aura surrounded Yaros. He rushed at the main character and swung his leg. Ming caught his leg. He jumped away from him. Ming held his fists in front of him, from which red energy emanated. Yaros dodged the protagonist's blow, and Min released the ribbons from his hands forward. He swung his fist with a smirk on his face. He threw an uppercut at Ming, causing his head to snap back. The main character hit him in the face with his head. He turned around and looked at Yaros. Ming rushed towards him with explosive energy, followed by his ribbons. Yaros lay in ruins inside, and a red stream of mana was directed towards the protagonist's axe. A stream of red mana appeared in front of his face, causing Yaros to be taken aback. Swinging his axe, Min wished him death. Holding a weapon that emanated bright energy in front of his face, the main character said that it was a strike. He struck Yaros. There was a powerful explosion. Clouds of dust enveloped the battlefield. Yaros jumped into the air. He landed on the ground. His shoulder was cut. Yaros frowned at this. Ming walked towards him, taking a stance with a grin on his face. He thought that, as expected, the fight was hard, but it was worth it. He looked at the effects of the Tyrant title and noticed that he could now experience the title Tyrant that he had recently received. He heard screams, someone calling the general. Ming frowned at this. The orcs ran towards the battlefield shouting that they were there. A message appeared that this was the garrison of the city of Ash. They approached Yaros and asked if he was okay. The orc asked why he left without them, noting that he understood they were in a hurry. Taken aback, the main character thought that Yaros was the general of the garrison. He wondered if the garrison had come with him. Watching the enemy and his army, Ming emphasized that he wanted revenge so much that he ran away alone. The main character thought that it was difficult to cope with Yaros alone, but with all the others. Smirking, the orc clenched his hand into a fist and asked Yaros to treat the wounds, and Yaros put his hand to his wound. He was enveloped in powerful mana, and with a smile on his face he told the orc to know his place. Ning was taken aback by this. Looking at the main character, Yaros asked if he had heard of Malkin, the general of the Crossroads garrison. Horns grew on Yaros' forehead. He said that strangely enough, he recently felt his presence, noting that he is one of those strong guys that he recognizes. A message appeared that the general of the garrison of the city of Ashes, Yaros, recognized him as a strong rival. Ning was dumbfounded by this. Purple streams of mana appeared on Yaros' body. A message appeared that he was ready to show his true form and fight him to the maximum of his capabilities. Yaros' body was enveloped in yellow mana, causing him to start screaming. He stepped on the ground with great force. A powerful flow of energy destroyed everything around Yaros, and Min watched it. He said that he was the general of the garrison of the city of Ash, killing Yaros. Min was perplexed by what he saw. Yaros, in his true form, extended his hand and asked him to tell him his name. A message appeared that this was a fighter Yaros of level 210. A bare foot covered in bandages stepped onto the ground with a crash. From the impact on the ground, everything was illuminated with a golden glow. Pieces of earth flew in different directions. Someone, illuminated by bright flashes, declared that he was the general of the garrison of the city of Ash named Yaros. The hero leaned back from the explosion. The hero's eyes opened wide in surprise, his face covered in red patterns. Yaros asks the hero to say his name. The general's skin is blue, large fangs protrude from his mouth, horns are visible on his head. He holds a round weapon in his hands. He extends his hand towards the hero. A window appears that says that the fighter Yaros has level 210. Rockin stands in a golden mask, sweat running down his face, worried. A smile appears on the hero's face. The opponents stand opposite each other against a background of purple light. Rockin says his name. Yaros finds his name interesting. The enemy smiles and declares that he will remember the hero's name. Rockin replies that these are his words. The white hair on his mask flutters from the wind. He looks at his opponent with fury. Yaros' legs are spread wide, and he holds a giant weapon with a ball at the end in his hands. The enemy disappeared, only the wind remained in its place. The hero looks in his direction with surprise and realizes that he has disappeared. Rockin, with an exclamation, turns his attention to something in the sky. He sees a floating house in the sky, rushing towards him. The hero puts his weapon forward. He clenches his teeth in horror and realizes that it is too late. He will not have time. He quickly raises his hands up to take the blow. At this moment, the hero's feet go deeper into the ground, which collapses with a crash. Rockin tries to hold the house with his hands and blood starts flowing from his nose. The same foot of the enemy appears in the sky, moving his toes. Yaros soars in the sky, from which a bright purple beam strikes from heaven at the hero, who, spreading his legs, receives it with heaviness. Blood begins to flow from Rockin's mouth. He is terrified, all illuminated by a purple light, trying to hold the blow. There are many large fragments of earth flying around. Using these fragments, Yaros quickly approaches the hero. A bright blue explosion hits Rockin's place, and the enemy flies back sharply. The hero, in a bright glow, sharply raises his head, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The hero bares his teeth and exclaims in rage. Rockin's vision deteriorates, and in a bloody frame he sees an enemy flying from the sky towards him. The enemy falls to the ground next to the hero, and an explosion is heard. Rockin is badly injured, but he declares that Yaros is only a weakling to him. The image of Odin appears behind the hero. One says that he is not worthy of death. Images of others from the Ragnarok Guild also appear. The hero has no face, his eyes are full of rage. He bares his teeth in anger. Raken, using the cry of madness, points his head up and asks Odin to shut up. Lightning bolts fly out of his red eyes. Everything around him turns red. Yaros steps back with an exclamation. A bright red beam hits with a roar. Opponents' weapons with bright sparks connect in battle. The opponent's foot begins to slide, breaking through the ground beneath it. Yaros declares with delight and a smile that the hero fights excellently, like a true berserker. Raken begins to scream loudly with rage, his eyes glowing red. Opponents approach each other with lightning speed to fight again. Yaros, with a confident smile, covered in sparks, is about to continue his appeal. He swings his weapon to strike. The enemy, with a smile, delivers a powerful blow to the hero's weapon, causing him to fly back sharply along with fragments of the earth. Raken looks at his weapon in shock. The enemy begins to run towards him. He quickly approaches the unarmed man. Yaros towers over the hero, who falls to the ground with a roar. The enemy uses the mountain skill. He delivers a powerful blow to Raken's face. A smiling image of Odin appears. The hero furiously turns his bloody face towards the enemy. An image of Raken appears, sitting on a pile of dead. Another blow lands in the hero's face. An image of shadows appears that descend from the sky. A bright glow appears among the dark clouds. An image of a hero appears with bright arrows flying from the sky. It's raining from the sky. A blurry image appears of arrows hitting the hero. Bright blue rays begin to emerge from Raken's body. Yaros stands above him and looks at it. He continues to hit the hero, from whom blood and bright light fly off in all directions. The enemy declares that this is the difference in their strength. An image of Raken appears, lying on the ground, defeated by bright arrows. The exhausted hero lies on the ground. He stretches out his hand to the sky. A blurry image appears. Raken extends his bloody hand towards the image of Odin in his head, who reaches his hand back. Yaros asks to feel his power. In the hero's outstretched hand, an axe appears from a blue glow, which is aimed directly at the enemy's face. He tries to strike again, but in response he hears a cry that says that the bombing will now begin. The enemy moves back from the axe and a loud explosion sounds. Everything around is illuminated by a bright blue bombardment. Yaros, along with fragments of the earth, flies far into the sky. The enemy, in bewilderment, covers himself with his bloody hands. He says that the hero has simply gone crazy if he uses explosive skills right under his nose. Raken is already holding his weapon in his hands. With an axe in his hands, he begins to quickly run towards the enemy, who are hovering in the sky at a distance from him. Yaros looks at him in surprise. The hero's eyes glow red. He continues to run quickly and shouts that he will definitely kill the enemy. Yaros lowers one foot to the ground. He starts laughing loudly and shouts that the hero is the best. He lowers his other leg. Yaros extends his hand and asks to attack him, because this time he will hit with all his might. He extends his hand and a bright purple ball forms in it. A flurry of annihilating blows begins, with many fists emerging from bright patterns that glow purple. Raken throws his axe towards his opponent with a smile on his face. He is preparing to deliver the death blow. Everything is illuminated with bright light and sparks. He begins to shout that his opponent will die, but he only looks back at him with rage. They simultaneously inflict powerful blows on each other using their abilities. The giant axe hits the purple fist. A gigantic explosion is heard. Everything is illuminated by a bright light. Raken starts screaming in anger. The impact of an axe on a fist produces many sparks. A bright glow appears in the air between opponents after the strike. Smoke and fragments of earth rise around. Yaros and Raken stand at a distance from each other. The flash fades away. The enemy, with a smile, calls the attack on him gorgeous. Raken stands with his back to the battlefield. Against his background, Yaros' body is divided into two parts. His torso falls to the ground. A window appears informing you that the broadcast has completed. Two viewers of the broadcast see a sign in the window that it has ended. With rage, Zeus shouts that no one knew that Yaros could be killed. Odin turns to the sky with a question. With a serious look, he asks the name of the berserker who won. A bright blue beam falls from the sky to the ground. A window appears that says that this area is Crossroads. Raken lands on the ground in the center of the square, leaning on one knee. A blue potion in a flask appears in your hand. The hero, lying on the floor, quickly begins to drink this potion, which restores his health. He thinks that death could be close. He does not understand how Yaros could even appear there. He looks at the tablet with the broadcast and begins to smile, because he understands that thanks to this fight he managed to earn extra money. He plays his video and thinks that he will get a lot if you count all the profits from advertising and donations. Raken utters a questioning exclamation in bewilderment. He walks down the street and stretches his shoulder. A window appears on which it is described that the hero is now at the crossroads where the United Guild of People is located. He says with relief that he got rid of the annoying debuff. With a crazy smile, Raken says that now it's time to start the next quest. There is a view of a building with a triangular roof, which resembles a temple and is located at the crossroads. Harvin, with a joyful look, says that he was not mistaken in the hero, because he completed all the tasks so quickly. A window appears that says that the quest research of bones is completed. The hero gives the scroll to the old man, who tells him that thanks to this he will now make progress in the study of flesh and bones. Harvin, with worry, plans to give the next quest to the hero, to which he, with a heroic look, asks the old man not to worry. A window appears with a description of the quest blood and magic and conditions with rewards. The Kensington Parliament has instructed Rockin to study death and rebirth. The hero, with a smile on his face, rejoices that he received this quest, because it is the last one possible in the third city. The information in the window explains the condition, which states that you need to get the blood of 99 different monsters. The hero thinks that the main catch of the quest is hidden in this condition. Frightening images of many monsters are shown. Rockin continues the idea that the blood mentioned in the condition must belong to monsters of various types of level 160 and above. In a past life he had to work hard to cope with it, but even so it is for him quite light. A map with monster camps appears. The hero says that in each camp you can find a maximum of 20 species, so even if you clear 2 camps, 4 will still not be enough. Images of orcs, trolls, goblins, and evil spirits appear. The hero understands that they will need to be killed, excluding only special NPCs, for example Yaros and Karos. The old man thinks that he wants to sleep, and Rockin is thinking about the quest. He doesn't care that he has to hunt players, but there are almost no players above level 160. The image of a 3-headed dragon appears. The hero thinks that he should storm the settlement and occupy it, but then he realizes that by killing the guards he will not get the blood he needs. The old man still thinks only about the dream, but Rockin continues to think. He raises his hand with a face, because he has a plan. The next day begins. A view of foliage and mountains opens up. A window appears that says that this place is called Forest of the Blind. The hero swings his weapon, hitting many opponents. He heavily states that he had to put in a lot of effort. He exclaims questioningly. Rockin joyfully shouts that he has finally succeeded. He raises his hand, in which lies a flask of blood. A window appears that says that he has obtained the blood of a stone mole. Around the hero, the defeated moles disappear in a blue glow. He thinks that the probability of blood loss was very small. Rockin sighs with a tired look. A window appears that says that 1 blood out of 99 has been collected for the quest. He thinks that he spent the whole day hunting, but received only 1 piece. The hero shakes the flask in his hand. He understands that with this method, albeit slowly, there is progress. Rockin begins to run quickly, because he understands that now is not the time to whine. He needs to move on. The picture opens with the hero striking a powerful blow to the cap of a large fly agaric. And this continued for a long time. During the day he extracted the blood of monsters, and at night he pumped up the Black Dragon camp to level 160. Min, wearing glasses with a tired look, types out pumping guides, so he leaked information and strategy for hunting near the city of Ash. From time to time, he earned experience to improve his skills by completing side quests from other times. A picture of him betraying the plant to a happy blonde girl opens up. Min lies in bed, and so many of his days pass in a crazy schedule. He lowers his foot to the floor. He starts to smile. With a triumphant exclamation, he raises his hands and shouts that he has finally finished everything. Min clenches his fist and bites his lip. He remembers the steel rhinoceros that he caught in the Black Dragon camp. He was the last among ordinary mobs. Min had to work hard, because the rhinoceros has high defense. Min happily thinks about snacks and drinks and says that he only has 4 representatives of different races of Black Dragon players left, but today he will throw himself a party. He sits down at the computer desk in his room and says that while they are bringing him a magnificent chicken, he should find a video on YouTube to which he will eat. Min clicks the mouse. Min looks at the screen in surprise. The video from the screen is chanting to stop Rockin quickly, because now the entire Black Dragon Guild has reached level 160. The hero is very happy about this news. He happily leans back on his chair and says that he did a good job. Now it will be much easier for him, because the level of a bunch of players has risen at once. With a thoughtful look, he puts his hand to his chin and says that there is only one problem left, because somehow they all need to be caught and caught. A frame of Yaros' death appears. Min understands that if rumors about this have already spread, then now everyone should avoid the place of the battle. Everyone will avoid him after this battle. He glances questioningly. The gaze falls on the video, which depicts a scarecrow, and the hero thinks. He smiles with relief. Min, with a crazy smile, states that if everyone is avoiding him, then he needs to make sure that they don't even realize that they themselves are approaching him. The next day comes. Rockin stands on a cliff and looks at the wooded area below. A red light illuminates everything around. A window appears that says that the hero is in the hunting grounds of the Black Dragon camp in the Red Moon Forest. The hero turns around with a smile and says that such a remote and deserted place is just right for him. The merchant's summon scroll appears in his hand. He says that it is time to use it. A merchant in a black suit appears in front of Rockin and greets him with a smile. A robe flies into the merchant's face as he talks about the highest quality goods. Rockin says that first he needs to change his appearance so as not to arouse suspicion, and then remove all restrictions on sales to certain races. The hero pulls out different clothes from the clouds of smoke in which the merchant is plaintively spinning and groaning. A window appears above the merchant that says about the change settings. A window appears that notifies about the registration of products for sale. The items in the hero's inventory are listed on the tablet, and the merchant's inventory is empty. Rockin says that now he will fill the merchant's inventory with magic and rare items. The merchant already stands with a menacing look in a black robe with red eyes. The hero laughs and says that he himself would fall for such a look. His eyes glow red, an evil smile shines on his face. He thinks that for the sake of good items that literally fell from the sky on them, everyone will want to make a deal with him. He stretches and looks at the merchant, at which point he says that the bait is ready. With a smile, he scratches his head and continues that all that remains is to use it. There is a view of the fence with the tower of the city of Ash. Someone wants to show something. A blonde man looks at a tablet and talks about a guy who published leveling guides. Another friend approaches him with questions. The comrade comes up and with a surprised look replies that he knows that guy, because thanks to him the entire guild reached level 160. The evil spirits with blonde hair say that this guy posted a new post. A post is shown on the screen that says that there is a secret store near the city of Ash. The comrades begin to discuss where this store is located. The view opens to the forest of the Red Moon, where a merchant in a robe hovers in the red light. The comrades understand that they can meet him there. A merchant with a serious look hovers in one place. Against his background you can see a stone behind which someone is hiding. Behind this stone hides Rockin with a weapon in his hands. He laughs evilly and asks his prey to hurry up. Two players walk through the dark expanses of the world. The little goblin, extending his hand to his orc teammate, says that everything is somehow strange here, and maybe they will return here later with other members of the guild. To which the red orc asks him why, and suddenly there is nothing there, and it's better for them to first will check. Suddenly, the orc with glasses notices something, narrowing his gaze. Taking his companion, he whispers to him to quickly hide, to which the goblin asks what is wrong with him. Standing behind a tree and peeking from behind it, he takes the goblin's head and points it to the side, telling him to look there, to which he asks where. They see Rockin giving an order to a dark ghost in a robe, to which they ask each other if it's not him, and what the monster who killed Yaros is doing here. Looking from behind the tree, the goblin's face changed to fear. Seeing that Rockin was not next to the monster, he said that he did not know, asking where the main character had disappeared. Looking at the ghost, they ask each other what it is, and maybe they can come closer. Players confidently approach the ghost, asking who this NPC is, and isn't it that special merchant from the main page. The large orc opens a notification stat in front of him, standing in front of the ghost with his partner, saying that the purchase window has opened, to which the goblin says that they are seeing him for the first time, so it is better to be careful. Lighting up the orc's face, he asks what it is. Looking at the merchant's system, he, with a hanging trembling hand, says that there are such rare and good goods here, and this is a Rockin in general. It is not surprising that it was so strong. The main character, standing behind a tree, was at the ready, holding his axe in his hands, listening to the players say that the prices here are steep. And there is also a purchase limit per player, to which the goblin partner suggests to him that they call all members of the guild, and they will take away as much as they can. Ming's smile becomes wider and wider from the laughter of the players that they will follow their entire guild. An orc with glasses points his finger towards the merchant, seeing his entire guild. The red orc, looking at the goblin with the ghost, gives him a thumbs up, asking if there was anyone here, to which he replies that there was absolutely no one. The guild approaches the merchant and his system, saying that this is the first time they've seen such cool items, and isn't it amazing? A red-haired orc with glasses says that now they can become as strong as Rockin, but suddenly behind him a hand pokes a finger on his shoulder. The orc turns back sharply. He sees a familiar silhouette behind him and immediately turns away. While other players look at the system with a smile, telling everyone that they should all chip in and buy everything they can, asking each other how much everyone has, and to collect as much as possible. Suddenly, the green orc standing by the system, in response to the silent report, asks what his teammate is silent about and how much money he has there. Suddenly, he turns around with aggression and asks why he doesn't answer. His eyes widened in horror. He, holding his head with his hand, and standing with his partner and the merchant behind, sees the murdered bodies of his guild. Suddenly, behind them, from behind the merchant, Min comes out. He ominously steps out from behind the merchant, swinging his axe, and says that this is bait and a big catch, calling them names. The axe blade flies straight towards the remaining survivors. In the middle of the forest, terrible screams are heard. Rockin takes a step forward. The notices say that he obtained goblin blood, orc blood, troll blood, and undead blood. holding flasks of blood crosswise in his hands. The guy says with a smile that he killed everyone in one fell swoop. Looking at the light with a smile, he laughs and says that apparently, since they are players, the chance of a drop is much higher. The main character waves his hand at the disappearing merchant standing in front of him, telling him to also try hard and now leave. The story notices state that he freed the merchant NPC and all items returned to his inventory. Against the background of a red sky with a forest, Min says that the ghost also returned the objects, continuing to ask himself what he can now go to the old man. The sun shines on a beautiful dark building in the city of the crossroads, and it is a united guild of people. An old man with narrow eyes who looks like a rabbit shouts to the main character that he is amazing, and thanks to him, his position in parliament has become significantly stronger. The story notice says that the guy completed the blood and magic quest. The little old man, holding one hand behind him, with the other hands the guy a letter, telling him to take it, and this is a scroll of gratitude from the Kensington Parliament, to which the guy, lengthening his nose with impudence, thanks him. Holding a letter with a seal in his hands, the notification says that a scroll of gratitude from Parliament has been received, to which the guy thinks that this is the whole reward. Looking at him with a madly open gaze, he thinks about it. That this piece of paper does not give him experience points, but he will still need it, and for now he will put it aside. Walking away from the old man, waving his hand to him from behind, as he did to him, he listens to what the old man told him that if he is ever in the capital, then let him support the Kensington Parliament, and he can help restore glory to the race of people, on that the main character answers positively, adding that if he has time. The guy exhales air from his mouth, standing in the sun against the backdrop of good weather with a good mood. He thinks that he has finished all the quests in the third city, and now it's time for him to go to the fourth. Imagining his mini version walking along a steep staircase with a sign with the word capital, he thinks about it, explaining that the problem is that in the capital there are no level restrictions, but the road to it is a real test. Imagining a ship on the water and a huge kraken under the water, he thinks that in order to get to the capital, he needs to cross the sea, which will be interfered with by creatures living in the depths, and they are incredibly dangerous. Looking forward with confidence, the guy says out loud that he should get ready, and for starters, he will not rush and will go somewhere. He takes a step, walking along the green path. Standing with the small creatures around the tropics and in front of the ancient structure, the notice says that this is a ruins southwest of the intersection. Against the background of the blue sky, with a confident smile, the guy thinks that many players have been here, but they are no longer interested in this place because there are no special items left there. Looking up at the blue sky, the guy tells himself that this place has something. He looks at the entrance to the old building, telling himself that the place has a secret that no one has yet been able to reveal. The main character turns his attention to someone's question about what they want here. He looks at two gnomes, one of whom confidently says that it's time to get to work, Barrier Warrior Gnome Gaki level 180, and the other who tells the guy that they will inform him as soon as they explore the surrounding area, Guide Gnome Miyuki level 180. Standing on the green field opposite them, the guy thanks them for their help, thinking that these guys are Nap's mercenaries whom he paid. Entering the building, Rockin thinks that to get through these ruins, you must go in a group, so he spent a lot of money on smart mercenaries. The hero, walking ahead, villainously distorts his face against the backdrop of uncomprehending, frightened dwarves. He thinks that this, of course, is expensive, but better than sharing the reward with the players. Standing with the whole team inside, two arches open opposite them, to which the main character says that now they are at a crossroads and orders the dwarves to listen to him carefully. The guy, turning to the gnomes, confidently tells them to go, Gauki to the right and Miyuki to the left, to which they nodded to him just as confidently. Imagining a room with a tiled floor, the hero tells them that if they go straight ahead, they will stumble upon a room covered with slabs. Turning his attention to the tiles with patterns, the guy continues to tell them that if they look closely at these slabs, they will find a slab with a pattern. Leaning towards them, he tells them that they must step on them and stand until he calls them, and no matter what happens, they cannot leave them, asking those if they understood, to which the dwarves unanimously responded with a positive answer. Standing in the hall in the middle of two arches, after some time, the guy says out loud that they should have arrived by now. He takes a step forward. Suddenly, the ground under his feet begins to tremble, from which, as if from happiness, he begins to say that finally something has begun to happen. Introducing the two dwarves, Min says out loud that it looks like they have made it. Standing wide on two legs, a notification appears in front of the guy that he has revealed the secret of the ruins, and the gatekeepers will stand in his way, to which the main character says that it is his move. A stone hand emerges from the ground. She starts flying straight towards Rockin. The guy again notices an incomprehensible symbol on the wall, with circles in the form of a square. Standing directly in front of numerous stone giants in front of a mark on the wall, the hero shouts at them with mockery to attack in a crowd. The story notice tells the hero to defeat the gatekeepers to obtain the key. Taking a big step, Min says that he knows he shouldn't say this, but there is one thing. Holding his weapon in his hands, he confidently, looking at them clearly, says that he will crush them into dust. Suddenly, evil stone statues begin to fly right at the main character, waving their arms, growling as they do so, to which the notification says that these are level 165 gatekeeper golems. Raken flies away from his location. He swings his weapon in flight with all his might, cutting off the arm of one of the stone one-eyed golems. A huge hand falls onto the stone floor of the ruins. The golem begins to growl in pain towards the departing hero. Raken's mouth slowly opens in a satisfied smile. With a crazy look and teeth clenched in a smile, he thinks that this is just lightness. Remembering the moment of the battle, he thinks that grinding monster blood was terrible, but he cannot deny that it helped level up. Standing wide on the ground and holding his axe in his hands, he thinks about how his body feels as light as the axe. Licking the tip of his axe and surrounding himself with an ominous red aura, the hero says that he has a good feeling. The notice states that his name is Raken, he is level 190, and he is a true berserker. He takes one big wide step towards the golems. Immediately, releasing his tongue, he breaks away from his place, swinging his axe. In a second, he crippled each stone golem with a different eye color in a zigzag pattern, causing them to crumble and fall backwards. His foot lands calmly on the stone ground. At this moment, right behind him there are numerous explosions from his destruction of golems. The dwarf Gauki, lowering his sword, walks in one direction. He, along with the dwarf Miyuki, emerge from their arches, walking along a broken stone wall. The dwarf angrily says in front of his joyful sister that they returned due to the hero's call. Miyuki adds that there was nothing in the rooms. Unexpectedly, she opened her mouth at what she saw. On the stone floor lies the broken hand of a huge golem. Also nearby is a sphere that fell from the golem. The hero's hand greedily grabs the sphere from the floor. He turns to the dwarves with a confident smile, asking what his dwarf friends are, saying that they are finally here. The gnomes, looking at the joyful guy with multicolored spheres in his hands, listen as he tells them not to stand like a pillar and let them help open the door. Raken placed all the required spheres, red, yellow, green, and blue, into the mark on the wall. The history notice states that the gatekeeper's key was verified. Suddenly, a mark on the wall with spheres begins to open in different directions. The newly appeared notification says that the entrance is open. The entrance to the cave opens in front of Raken and two dwarves. The guy confidently walks down the stairs, just like his little friends. He looks forward with confidence and a small smile, thinking that the difficulty of the hidden ruins is around level 170. Looking at the gnomes behind him, he continues to think that this place is full of ingenious traps and monsters, but these guys are capable of passing level 180. Min seriously steps his foot on the stone floor. Standing on the stone-tiled floor with the dwarves, the guy says that now the real fun begins. Looking at the corridor with a dark ceiling strewn with red eyes, numerous traps and spikes, Min says that there are monsters everywhere, and there are traps everywhere, but there is one thing. Looking at the confident dwarves, he calls them by their names, Gauki and Miyuki. With seriousness and a small smile, the guy, looking forward into the corridor, says that it's time to earn his money back and let them show what they are capable of. The dwarf heroes, standing in a warlike pose and opening their shields, take turns telling Miyuki that she understood and goes into research mode, like Gauki. But he goes into combat mode. Miyuki's face begins to illuminate with a peculiar light and pattern from her shield and magic. The gnome girl begins to scan the entire area around her like a program on a computer. All traps marked in red fall into her field of vision. With a pattern in her eyes and seriousness, she says that several traps have been discovered and she will guide them to a safe path. The gnome and the main character begin to quickly run after the girl. Suddenly, the main character, thinking that he is running correctly, turns to the side, but Miyuki sends him away, shouting that he needs to run straight. Presenting a diagram of the ruins and their route, she shouts that they now need to turn right, adding that they are almost there. Running forward, Miyuki's eyes widened at something she saw in front of her. Looking at the interesting door in front of her, she shouts to everyone that she has found a way out. Standing in front of the door, Miyuki tries to solve the code by opening the door. She placed her hand on it, expelling red energy from it, noticing that everything was happening as she thought. Holding the wall with her hand, she turns to Raken, starting to inform him that there is a barrier there, and it seems to her that someone very experienced has put it on, and it will take time to remove it, to which the guy asks how long. An incomprehensible creature makes its way to the heroes, overhearing Miyuki answering that it only takes 10 minutes. Looking at this green slurry, the guy with a smile asks her about 10 minutes. Turning towards the past corridor with living mucus and taking his axe in his hands, the guy tells her to act and they will take care of the rest. To which the girl, thanking them, adding that she would leave them to them, quickly turned around and began to conjure with the door. one evil slug begins to rush forward, to which the notification says that it is an ancient, deadly poisonous slime of level 162. The main character smiles and heads towards the slugs, swinging his axe and shouting at them to stop hanging around here and let them get out of here. Holding his sword in his hands, the dwarf Gauki vocalizes his combo skill. He instantly swings his sword, shouting a freeze spell. At that moment, the slugs around him froze tightly. Suddenly, all of them in an instant, frozen, broke into small fragments, leaving in their place a bright light ice explosion. The dwarf, sighing seriously, looked at what had happened. Crossing her fingers, Miyuki thoroughly examined the structure of the castle from the inside. Opening it, she shouts about it to her teammates. The main character, standing with the gnomes, looks at the opening door, to which notifications began to say that they had cleared the labyrinth, and the depths of the ruins had been opened. Both dwarves looked forward in surprise when they saw something familiar. The whole trio found themselves in a huge room with torches and columns, similar to an arena. Opposite them, from the staircase, a ghostly silhouette comes out, from which villainous green magic emanates, and he tells Min that he found him, but he ended up here. The character's eyes were different and directed in different directions. The ghostly old man looked up, shouting to the heroes that he would show them the horrors of his vicious power, and the story notice that appeared said that he was a vicious mad magician intoxicated with level 175 power. In the hall, illuminated in green, three stood opposite their opponent. A weapon appeared in the hands of the main character when he thought that the creature in front of them was the dungeon boss. The man with a staff in his hand and a long beard smiled as Rocken pondered that the mad wizard, intoxicated with corrupt power, was the second corrupted monster after Tyler. The old man clutched the staff with the skull in both hands and turned to the guy with the words that since he was able to come so far, it means he is quite capable. Green light began to emerge from the skull's eye sockets as the wizard raised his staff upward. Rocken and two others behind him watched as a huge crater appeared above the ceiling, and the old man shouted to the guy that he would meet his end here. Small lightning bolts began to appear in the funnel. Suddenly they hit an arched passage in one of the walls. The mad wizard opened his mouth and eyes wide, laughed and ordered his servants to go out and destroy everyone. Behind the metal bars, the sharks showed sharp teeth. The grate, behind which many pairs of eyes sparkled, rose when the main character thought that he, like Tyler, could increase in size, and that, moreover, each of his monsters had its own unique ability. A beastly paw with claws walked along the ground when Rocken added that the mad wizard's skill was mind control. Chimeras with shark bodies on four legs rushed forward with screams. At that moment a system notification was displayed that these were corrupted sharks of level 150, and the main character added that the old man controlled the monsters, turning them into his servants. The guy readied his axe, turned to Gauki and Miyuki behind him and told them to get into position. A system alert appeared that they were being attacked by a wave of monsters. The main character froze in place, and his assistants rushed in different directions. The shark head opened its mouth and roared. Rocken stabbed her and asked her where she was going. Suddenly the guy looked away. He turned his head and saw how the monster wanted to attack him. The main character's foot slowed down on the ground. He looked forward resolutely with empty eyes. Severed monsters flew around the guy after he used the whirlwind skill. Individual parts of the monsters continued to make characteristic sounds. Rocken opened his mouth wide and laughed. He exclaimed that the insects thought they were something incomprehensible, and then turned to the wizard with the question of whether this is all he is capable of. The old man stood opposite the guy and called him an arrogant human brat, and the main character grinned when he noticed that his opponent was trembling. The mad wizard was shaking and making a face with anger, while Rocken thought that he would immediately do to him the same as with the others, but unfortunately, he cannot. A transparent dome appeared above the old man, and the guy explained that he was protected by a barrier of vicious power, and therefore the main character could not do him any harm until he destroyed the barrier, but the wizard also could not attack him. Rocken decided that he had to hold out until these waves of monsters ended. He looked forward from under his brows, squeezed the hilt of the weapon and asked Gauki and Miyuki if they were still exhausted. The boy held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other hand, and fought with the monster. The girl grabbed the handle of the blade with both hands and struck blow after blow. Sweat appeared on Gauki's face, but he replied that he had no problem. Miyuki turned around and exclaimed that this was lightness. Rocken put his weapon in front of him and said that there were 4 more waves ahead, and invited his comrades to try hard. An enraged, defiled level 161 tiger lay without signs of life. A level 162 predatory corrupted wolf lay with its mouth closed and its muzzle bloody. Above the pile of defeated monsters, a system notification appeared indicating that they had defeated all the monsters. Rocken, with an axe on his shoulder, smiled. Miyuki stood behind him. A message appeared saying that they had dealt with the 3rd wave of monsters. The main character raised his hand in front of him and looked at it with the thoughts that although there were many of them, he noticed the effect of the blood seal. He then added that he didn't care how badly he was hurt, because the longer he fought, the more his blood began to boil. The guy put his hand to his chin, turned his head and turned to his opponent, saying that there were only 2 waves left, and asked if he was starting to worry. The Mad Wizard clutched his staff, shook and asked the guy how he dared to talk like that. He raised the staff up, a greenish light appeared from it to the ceiling, and the old man promised that he would make it so that he would no longer be able to open his mouth. Flashes appeared near 2 gratings. Both archways began to open. The old man opened his mouth wide and shouted for his masterpieces to come out. The wrapped foot and the shimmering green foot stepped onto the stone floor as the Mad Wizard cried out for them to show them what despair was. A level 172 corrupted half-elf with blonde hair let out a scream, and a nearby corrupted orc of the same level threw out his arms and roared. Rockin smiled and said that these were 2 waves at a time. The guy laughed and turned to the old man and said that he seemed furious. He put his weapon in front of him and turned to his comrades standing behind him. He said that they had a half-elf and he would deal with the orc. The old man pulled his staff forward and wished them death, at which time a system alert appeared that the 4th and 5th waves had begun. On one side, 3 people took off. 2 rushed forward from the opposite direction. Gauki and Miyuki fought with a blonde half-elf who had purple skin, and next to them Rockin repelled the attack of a huge orc who was already swinging for the next blow. The main character deftly dodged the attack and called the enemy pathetic. The guy roundhouse kicked the orc in the stomach and called him a weakling. The main character's foot landed on the stone floor. He extended his hand up, clenched his fist and executed the kick, shouting strike. A notification window appeared in which it was written that he had defeated the corrupted orc. The guy raised his wrist to his chin, looked to the side and asked the kids how they were doing. The half-elf spread her legs wide and brushed Gauki and Miyuki with her hair. One sword was engulfed in flames and the other blade was frozen as they used the combination skill. Gauki in a helmet with horns implemented the freeze technique. Miyuki closed one eye and used the burn skill. The half-elf found herself caught between fire and ice. She opened her mouth wide and screamed. The monster disappeared when it was surrounded by flames on one side and an ice wall appeared on the other side. A system alert popped up saying they had defeated the corrupted elf. Then a message came that they had dealt with all the waves of monsters. The old man froze as fragments of the barrier flew past him. A notification appeared that the barrier of evil power had been destroyed. Someone immediately rushed from their place among the broken stones. The main character rushed towards the old man with a weapon in his hand and exclaimed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Rockin smiled fiercely and raised his axe to strike. He called the old man crazy and wished him death. The staff in the Mad Wizard's hand sparkled. The old man put it in front of him, opened his eyes wide and used the light of annihilation skill. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. He cursed and thought that he had forgotten about this skill. The guy added that this is an algorithm for instant death after waves of monsters. A Mad Wizard with a staff in his hand sent a huge flash of light towards the guy. There was a powerful blinding explosion. The old man lowered his hand. He continued the attack, which led to a blow and fragments of stones began to fly apart. The Mad Wizard opened his mouth and did not understand what had happened. Gauki blocked the powerful attack with his shield. He used a combination skill called Huge Barricade. Rockin standing behind him asked him how he was able to block this attack. Sweat appeared on the boy's face. He closed one eye and said that he had almost no stamina and mana left, and that he could no longer withstand the blow. Someone rushed by, jumping from place to place. Surrounded by flames, Miyuki appeared above the old man. She swung her sword and attacked the Mad Wizard in the back. His hand let go of the staff. The attack that Gauki was holding back stopped. He opened his mouth and began to breathe quickly. The old man raised his hand in front of him and called the children names. He threw the girl aside and shouted at them to get out of here. His hand clenched his wooden staff. The Mad Wizard swung it, wished death on everyone and used the Hammer of Destruction skill. A blue glow appeared above Miyuki's hair. The old man struck the girl. Her body was covered with ice, and he was surprised at how her body could withstand this attack. A system alert appeared that Gauki and Miyuki would return to the mercenary guild. Then another notification popped up, saying that once they returned, they could not be called back to the battlefield. The main character pointed his finger at the word accept in the system window. The guy opened his mouth and turned to Gauki and Miyuki. He said that they did a good job. Rockin extended his hand, which held an axe, and said that thanks to them he would be able to completely clear this place and put an end to it. The boy began to disappear and said that they were returning to the guild. The girl managed to add that the order to return had been accepted. Both mentally wished good luck to the main character. 2 streams of light rose up, and Rockin and the Mad Wizard remained on the ground when a system alert appeared that Gauki and Miyuki had returned to the mercenary guild. The old man opened his mouth wide and laughed. He exclaimed that it was stupid on the guy's part because now he was left alone. A green glow began to appear around the staff. The Mad Wizard grabbed his weapon with both hands, raised it above himself and ran forward, saying that he would turn the guy into a cake. Rockin parried the old man's blow with an axe without moving. The madman stared and clenched his teeth. He could not figure out the feeling he was experiencing. In front of the old man stood the main character, twice as tall as him. The wizard compared him to a wall and could not understand how this little man could make him feel such powerlessness. The mad wizard opened his eyes and mouth wide when the main character called him bald. Rocken bared his sharp teeth and said that he needed something from him, and asked the old man if he wanted to suffer for this. The guy opened his mouth wide and bulged his eyes in front of the old man's face when he asked him if he would mind. The mad wizard opened his mouth and shouted, turning to the guy not to make him laugh because he was chosen by a vicious force, and answered the main character that only he would suffer here. The old man jumped away from the guy to the fragments of stones and began to say that Rocken seemed to be good at physical attacks. A black sphere appeared in the old man's staff near the skull. The mad wizard used the sphere of despair skill and sent it forward, and then asked the guy how he liked it. The axe began to disappear from the protagonist's hand when a system notification appeared indicating that he had removed the battle axe. A small explosion occurred near the old man. He opened his mouth wide and laughed, and then added that the guy was so smug, and now all that was left of him was a handful of ashes. The old man opened his eyes wide, sweat appeared on his face. Rocken appeared behind him and raised his fist to strike. While the clenched fist was moving towards the goal, the guy decided to add something. The mad wizard turned around sharply, looked back and began to ask a question about when the guy managed to get there. But he was interrupted by a powerful blow that crushed his face. The old man fell on his back and rose abruptly to his feet. At that moment the guy took off. He got into a fighting position and was preparing to strike his opponent again, saying what kind of Gauki and Miyuki he was. The main character attacked the old man in the stomach. The wave from the impact broke the stones behind the man. Rocken clenched both fists, put one of them in front of him and shouted at him to stop pretending, and asked the mad wizard how he liked this. The guy began to choke his opponent in the air with his cloak and hit his head on the ground. The main character launched a series of attacks, and the old man's face turned from side to side. When the guy once again crushed the old man's face, the mad wizard thought that this couldn't happen and was surprised that he had dealt with it alone. The guy's eyes sparkled. He continued to beat the enemy, who continued to curse and think that since everything happened like this, he would at least do something. Light began to emit from the holes on the old man's body as he shouted that he would take the main character with him. Rocken smiled and was glad that he had succeeded. There was a powerful greenish explosion. There was smoke everywhere, which was beginning to clear. The guy's foot confidently stepped on the ground. The main character with dark skin and snow-white hair raised his hand to his neck and said that he had finally done it. A system notification appeared saying that the berserk effect had been removed. The next system alert stated that after time had passed, the effect of immortality would end. Rocken walked along the stone surface and spoke. That the old man self-destructed, but something should have fallen from him. The guy opened his mouth wide when he found what he was looking for. He raised the hand that held the green orb in front of him and laughed as a system notification appeared saying that he had received an orb of corrupted power. The magic sphere shimmered, and the space around it seemed to be distorted. Rocken added that it was a hidden item that only dropped from the mad wizard. The guy schematically imagined that if he had killed the old man with his own hands, the sphere would have been destroyed, and an intact sphere could only be obtained if the magician blew himself up. The column of light rose high when the protagonist decided that since he now had this thing, it was time to pay the bills, after which he used the Book of Runes to get to the crossroads. The sun was shining above the garrison building at the crossroads. Garrison General Malkin opened his mouth wide in surprise when the orb of corrupted power appeared in front of him. Sweat appeared on his face when he took it in his hands and asked the guy where he found it. Rocken told him that he got it after killing a desecrated monster, and then added that it was most likely because of this that the defilement progressed. Malkin was preparing to leave the room when he shouted that this was a great find, and asked the guy to wait a little, and also promised that he would generously reward him when the results appeared. The main character smiled slyly and waved to him. He thought about what the reward would be, and decided that while he was waiting for him, he would look to see if there was any news on the internet. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes wide. Sweat appeared on his face as he pointed at the system window and stammered, muttering whether what he was seeing was true. On the screen there was a news story about the Lord with a headline about a fourth city beyond the sea and an image of a ship with dark silhouettes. The article said that members of the Zacian Guild went to the capital yesterday around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Rocken put both hands in front of the screen. He was furious and shouted about how some freaks could have gone to the capital before him. The guy looked furiously at the system window and said that they should definitely know about the Pioneer title. He looked again at the article with a picture of several silhouettes against a wooden ship and said that otherwise these guys at levels 106 to -170 would never have agreed to this reckless challenge. The main character leaned on the railing and added that with their characteristics, the probability of success at best is about 2%, that is, it is unlikely, but not impossible. He remembered the image of the ship and concluded that since they were so open about it, it meant that there were other groups that had already sailed or were preparing to sail. The guy held his head with both hands, gritted his teeth and began to worry that if one of the groups managed to get there, he would lose his precious title of first. Rocken imagined a ship sailing on the sea and realized that he would not be able to interfere with the ships that were already at sea, and that even if he set off right now, it would still be difficult for him to reach the capital first. Sweat appeared on his face. He raised his hand to his face, cursed, and said that that place was his only option, because if he went through that place, he would definitely be able to get ahead of them. He imagined a dark silhouette with characteristic ears and realized that this was almost impossible, because that place was so impassable that even in a past life he had to slowly conquer it after visiting the capital. The main character added that the success rate for both methods is extremely low and laughed nervously. Rocken put his hands on his head, standing at the railing, and shouted about what he should do when someone came up to him and said that he was delayed. Opposite the guy who exclaimed that the general had finally returned, Malkin appeared and said that he had brought him something special. The sphere rested in his hand when he turned to the main character with the words that he brought him the sphere with the corrupted power. Moreover, it was not damaged, and therefore, in gratitude for this, he prepared him a reward. A system notification popped up, saying that the guy had achieved an incredible achievement, as he was the first to determine what caused the desecration. The protagonist clenched both fists and beamed with joy as another system alert came through, telling him that the title Corruptor was being converted to Fell Hunter. The next notice stated that he was the first holder of this title. In the system window with the name First Fell Hunter, it was said that the Fell power is a mysterious energy whose source is unknown, but he not only overcame it, he also managed to uncover the reason for its appearance and effectively eliminate it. So the Fell will be wary of him. Effects of this title: damage from Fell power reduced by 20%, ability to detect Fell power improved, unknown effect by 2/3. The guy looked at the notification window with a smile and said that his performance had improved. An unknown effect caught his attention. Rocken said that, in addition, there is also this hidden option, that is, there will be another buff. He crossed his arms and added that he was looking forward to his reward. The guy stretched out his hand in front of him, on which there were red patterns, and looked at them. A system notification appeared with the name First Soul Piercing Power, an epic rank skill that is being developed. It said that the brand on the body, similar to a tattoo, gives the wearer a deadly soul piercing power, and a special ability was also added that is activated when extracting the heart of a corrupted monster. And the effects when activating the soul piercing force are as follows: the chance of critical damage is increased to 11%, critical damage is increased to 60%, can grow and develop by absorbing profane power. Rocken stood with his back bare. He clenched his fist in front of him and said that he now has that too. The guy smiled broadly and exclaimed that it had increased by 1% and 10%, and added that the increase was still small, but there was potential for growth in the future. Standing opposite him, Malkin said that he thought that their tracking and research would speed up thanks to the guy, and thanked him, and then added that he would give him one last reward. The general of the guard held out a book with a gold binding and said that this item should suit the guy perfectly. The main character froze in surprise when the book was in his hands, and Malkin added that this was a book of a special skill, and that he would most likely need it. A system window appeared above the book, where it was written that this is a book of the Two Hearts skill. It creates a second heart in the user's body containing magical power. Delivers the magical heart to the body, significantly increases vitality and endurance, and slightly increases strength, agility, and intelligence. The guy opened his mouth. His eyes stared at something shining while he thought that this couldn't be, because even in his previous life, when he was a ranker, he had never heard of such an imbecile item. Malkin crossed his arms over his chest and asked the guy standing opposite him whether he liked the award, to which he received a clear positive answer. The guard general grinned and said that he was glad, and that the book would be useful to the guy during his trip to the capital. Rocken opened his mouth slightly and asked his interlocutor how he knew that he was going there, and Malkin opened his mouth wide and laughed. The guy looked forward in surprise. Sweat appeared on his face when the guard general added that the goal of such a strong adventurer was definitely such a place, and concluded that it was obvious. Malkin stood, his arms at his sides, as he smiled and told the guy that he was strong, and perhaps even much stronger than him. He remembered the high ground and the fog and added that he had proven it in the cradle of the dead. While the guy was holding the book in his hand, the guard general summed up that he could perceive this book as a sign of his respect for the main character. Rocken looked down at the general's raised hand. Malkin smiled and extended his hand to the guy, saying that although they had not been together for so long, it was an honor for him to work with him, and then added that may blessings be with him in his future journey. The main character smiled widely. They shook hands, and the guy added that for him their meeting was an even greater honor. Under the cloudy skies of the crossroads, a personal training ground loomed. Rocken stood near the mannequins and stretched his hands when he said that he had heard that this site was good, and now he was convinced of it himself. A book floated above his hand as he decided to use the Two Hearts skill. He took the book in his hands and looked at it. The guy thought that he roughly knew what this skill was, but the details would have to be studied in practice. He raised the object above him with words about mastering the two hearts skill. An orange substance began to appear from the book. A huge arrow with a heart-shaped tip appeared above the guy. The arrow began to move in a certain direction. The main character froze, looked up and thought that she was flying. The arrow shot out. She pierced the guy's chest. He opened his eyes and mouth wide and screamed. The guy spread his arms to the sides. The arrow continued to enter him. The next moment, she almost penetrated his body. Rockin touched the place where the arrow had pierced with his hand and said that it hurt, and then added that he had never experienced pain of this level. There was a loud sound. The guy looked down in fear. There were two hearts in his chest as he exclaimed that he could definitely feel it. Rockin said another heart was beating. He opened his mouth and looked carefully at the system window. It was written on the screen that with the passive use of the two hearts skill, the power of the magical heart significantly increases physical abilities, while stamina is increased by 100% and health is increased by 300. Rockin touched the screen with his hand and exclaimed that this was simply amazing. The guy smiled broadly and said that not only did his characteristics increase, but he also had acceleration of blood flow, which temporarily strengthens a person by accelerating metabolism. The main character decided that this ability could be very useful in combination with other skills. His hand touched the system window, where it was written that strength, agility, and intelligence were increased by 50. Rockin smiled widely, sweat appearing on his face as he realized that this would help him in clearing that place. The blue sky hung over the sea in the coastal settlement of Murine when the protagonist stopped in front of the stairs. He put his hands on his belt and said that all the equipment was packed and that he had not forgotten anything and was ready to move out. The guy was going down the stairs while he thought that there were two paths to the capital. His foot landed on a flat surface as he thought of the first method, which was to take an ordinary ship to the continent. Rockin stopped in front of a building with palm trees behind it when he added that the second path lay through that place. The guy walked through the arch as he explained that this road could get to your destination twice as fast, but due to the high level of difficulty and the limited number of people, no one had ever managed to go there before level 200. The main character bared his teeth and said that now he was going to do it. Pressing with both hands, the guy pushed aside the thick wall. He opened his eyes wide and froze when he thought that he needed to collect various clues to find that place. Rockin stopped in front of a square hole in the wall and was glad that he already knew where that place was, so he could skip this step. The guy with a smile on his face jumped into the passage and found himself in the dark. He landed with both feet on the ground. The main character walked forward towards the light while he thought that he would definitely conquer this untouched place. He raised his hand in front of his face to block the light. The guy was under a huge dome at the bottom of the ocean, above which numerous sea animals swam, and inside which there were houses and strange plants. Rockin noticed that it was still incredible there. This place was called the underwater tunnel. Someone opened their mouth and asked the guy who he was. The main character turned around with a dissatisfied face. In front of him stood a tall man who angrily asked him why he had come here. Rockin placed his hand clenched into a fist against his chest. He bowed impeccably and introduced himself, and then said that he would like to use the underwater tunnel, so he asks for their understanding. The man standing in front of the main character was surprised and said that they had not had people for a long time. Sweat appeared on his face. He added that he still needed to think about the underwater tunnel, and told the guy to follow him when a system notification appeared that the man was the manager of the underwater tunnel named Aid. The man went to the houses and said that the settlement was in that direction, and Rockin exhaled and muttered that everything went well. There were many houses under the dome, and a system alert about that was displayed. That the guy discovered the underwater settlement, and that this is a monumental achievement since he discovered a forgotten territory. The next notice said that he had received the title of Pathfinder. The guy raised his clenched fist and rejoiced. The notification window stated that the title Pathfinder was a rare title given to those who opened up forgotten or unknown territories, and that the guy's endless challenge to himself was amazing, and the effect of this title was to increase the favor of neutral NPCs encountered in the exploration area. The next system message stated that due to the effect of the legendary title Nothing is Impossible, the attitude towards the guy in the underwater settlement becomes friendly. Rockin grinned and thought that because of this title, their favor increased and he passed the first test. Aid continued to walk forward, clenching his fists, while the guy thought that he shouldn't relax just yet because there were still many checkpoints that he had to go through. Fish swam above the transparent dome, and the main character and Aid continued to walk through the settlement, in which residents began to crowd. Rockin turned his head and looked back. A group of people looked ahead in surprise, and the guy thought that they continued to look at him, not even trying to look away. Apparently because he was a guest being seen for the first time in a long time, and then the guy quipped that it was like he had become a celebrity. I'd continued walking and asked the main character why he was heading to the central continent. Rockin opened his mouth slightly as he wondered if this was the second exam and replied that he was a member of the study group. The guy then added that he had determined that significant anomalies were occurring in the world, and was heading to the central continent to transfer all the information he had collected and continue his research. Ide raised his hand to his face and repeated the words that the main character is a member of the research group. The guy showed him the ring on his hand and said that he even had a sign of belonging to the explorers, and he himself thought that the keyword was a group of explorers, which should work with underwater inhabitants. Rockin remembered the people in iron uniforms and explained that underwater inhabitants had taken over control of the underwater tunnel since ancient times. Then the guy presented the ship and the open book and continued to think that with the development of navigation and magic, the number of people visiting the underwater tunnel gradually decreased. He imagined a man standing on all fours and concluded that this is how people on Earth forgot about a race called underwater inhabitants. Ide turned around when the main character stopped and said that they had faced many difficulties over this long time. Rockin bowed deeply and said that, as a member of the research team, he acknowledged that they had been treated with disdain throughout this time, and that he therefore wanted to formally apologize to them. The main character spread his arms to the sides, standing surrounded by underwater inhabitants, and added that he wanted them to know something, namely that his research group would never forget their noble sacrifice. The settlers began to cry when the guy asked them that they were not able to understand all the pain that these people had endured for a long time. In his head, Rockin applauded himself and thought about the amazing effect he had gotten, and added out loud with tears in his eyes that it wouldn't be enough to make all the hard work worth it. The guy's hand reached out to the item that appeared from the inventory, while he thought that now that he had touched their hearts with his speech, it was time for compensation. Ide stared at something and couldn't believe his eyes. Surrounded by a crowd of underwater inhabitants, the main character spread his arms to the sides in front of a pile of bags and asked about how long it had been since they had had supplies, so it must be difficult for them, and then said that everything he laid out was now theirs. One resident began to cry when he picked up a golden needle that would help him save his relative, and another man tearfully clutched an intermediate detox potion in his hands and said with regret that if only they had it a little earlier. Ide stood in front of the crowd and exclaimed that it was enough to create a booth, and that they could examine the objects later because they had nowhere to rush. The manager of the underwater tunnel addressed the main character by name. Rockin opened his mouth slightly, sweat appeared on his face. Ide opened one eye and told the guy that his intentions and the intentions of his research group were clear to him, and that they would happily use his gifts, and then the man added that the guy should not forget that a qualification test was still awaiting him. The main character smiled, although he was actually angry, and replied that of course he remembered this. Sea creatures continued to swim above the tunnel when I had said that we would now begin the test, and ordered the guy to climb onto the platform. The underwater tunnel manager and Rockin stood in front of the crowd of people. The guy dropped to one knee. Ade stood in front of him with a sheet in his hand and said that he, the manager of the underwater tunnel, would now announce the results of the qualification exam of a man and a true berserker named Rockin. The man opened his mouth wide and said that the first test was a proof of worth, which meant proving that the guy was worthy of going to the central continent. The main character beamed when Ide exclaimed that the first test had been passed, since he, being a member of the research group, had already proven his worth. In response, the guy thanked the man and thought that partly this was expected. Ade held a piece of paper in his hands and continued to say that the second test was a proof of honor. That is, it was necessary to prove that the guy was not a villain. The man added that this test had also been passed. He explained that one who had already demonstrated his honor and reputation did not need this test, and that in addition, being one of the defenders, he had already sacrificed himself for the sake of others, so this no longer required proof. Rockin remembered some moments from his life, and sweat appeared on his face. He was pleased with the words he heard. There were chests and sacks lying near one of the houses when Ide began to talk about the third test, which was proof of respect. The man explained that this meant honoring the souls of those who sacrificed themselves to create the underwater tunnel, as well as showing sincerity by contributing to its maintenance and repair. The main character smiled when he heard that this test had been passed. He was jubilant. The manager of the underwater tunnel opened his mouth and said that the items the guy handed over would help them a lot, and thanked him in the faces of all the residents. Rockin, standing on one knee, replied that there was no need to thank him, but he himself thought that it was so simple that he was even starting to look for a catch. He looked from under his brows while he thought about the fact that the main test of this exam was the fourth. Suddenly, Ide opened his mouth and said that he would conduct the final fourth test himself. The manager exclaimed that the fourth test involves proof of defense and determines whether he is worthy of protecting the underwater tunnel. The man tore the paper into shreds and told the guy to dive now and catch Merman. Rockin agreed with a smile on his face and thought that this was what he expected. The guy presented a dark silhouette with a weapon in the water and explained that Merman, unlike the mermaid woman, specializes in close combat. The main character then added that although mermaids are usually slow in the water, Merman is characterized by faster speed. The protagonist's feet were in the water above the corals when he thought that there was a way to lure him onto land and kill him, but due to the fact that as soon as he left this place, his test would be reset, he would not stick to this tactics. Rocken held the hilt of the weapon with both hands as he said that he had no choice but to risk his life to face his opponent. A system notification popped up stating that he could breathe underwater due to the effect of the item Murloc skills. The guy hit his chest with his fist and said that without underwater skills it would be difficult, but with this item everything is much easier. A shell appeared in his hand. A system alert appeared with the name Merman Summoning Horn. It said that this item was magical and could summon mermen, and that it was originally a means of communication between mermaids, but it was taken away by underwater inhabitants. Rocken used his horn, and sound began to spread through the water. After a moment, Merman's eyes lit up. The main character put his weapon in front of him, smiled and invited his opponent to approach. He began to move forward rapidly. Merman's trident was stopped by the guy's huge axe. He smiled and addressed the creature, calling it an ugly fish head. Merman, who is level 195, clenched the trident with both hands, opened his mouth and exclaimed that the guy summoned him very fearlessly, and promised that he would destroy him. There was a flash between them as they quickly pulled their weapons away. Merman began to move away from the main character. The creature cut circles around the guy while he was in the water. Rocken smiled and said that he realized how fast his opponent was in the water. Merman continued to move rapidly in the water. He aimed his trident at the guy holding the axe. The main character gritted his teeth and thought about doing it now. He opened his mouth wide and used the skill Scream of Madness, and Merman stopped in front of the guy. The creature bared its sharp teeth, grabbed its head and cursed. Rocken took the axe with both hands and swung it, and then wished his opponent death. Merman's eyes sparkled. When the guy lowered his weapon, he realized that his opponent had dodged the attack. The main character turned his head to the side when he heard laughter and how he was called stupid and asked about something that he still did not understand. Merman began to rapidly move around the guy from side to side, talking about this cold depth of water. Suddenly, the trident cut through the water. Merman pierced the main character's torso with the words that no one could defeat him here. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth, his eyes were empty, and he began to cough. Triton takes out his trident in the hero's back. MC is on his knees, blood oozing from his body and dissolving in the water. Triton stands over him and says that he likes what he sees, that the hero is so arrogant, but so pathetic. Triton brings his weapon to himself and squeezes it, saying that it is time to end the hero. The hero with 3 holes in his chest, his eyes in the shadows. The newt says that even though he pierced the hero's heart, he needn't worry too much. Triton flies with his trident at the reader. He says that the hero is already a corpse anyway. A beating heart, below, as if in some kind of system window, another one of the same. The hero gets up and knocks the trident out of Triton's hands with a turn. Triton is amazed by what happened. Bewilderment is visible on his face. He asks the hero what he did because he thought that the hero died. Rocken grabs Newt by the neck and begins to choke him. The hero, without letting go of the Newt's neck, rushes with it through the water at high speed, activating the Berserk skill. Rocken breaks through the walls, holding the Newt by the neck with his outstretched arm, a wide smile on his face. The hero, with a grin, close up, says that he was finally able to catch a Newt. Triton, lying against the wall, with the hero's hand on his neck, says that this is impossible because he definitely pierced the hero's heart. Rocken stands with a smile on his face. His scars glow in the depths of the sea, and the second heart is highlighted for the reader. He tells Triton that he should have checked how many hearts the hero has. The system window reports that Rocken has 2 hearts and that if one thing strikes, he will not die. The hero takes out a throwing axe from his inventory. The hero swings an axe at Triton. Everything on the hero's face glows with a red aura. There is a mad smile on his face. He says goodbye to the Newt, calling him an ugly fish head. Triton is terrified. The hero's power is approaching him. He screams with a prayer that the hero does not do what he is about to do. The water splashes, rising to a height on the surface, depending on how hard the blow is struck. The hero's leg with water flowing from it. Rocken stands and drinks a healing potion. Rocken, holding the potion to his mouth, sighs. He thinks that he lost 1 heart and that he is sorry that the effect of the skill disappeared. But he is not worried, because he understands that he can restore it as soon as he gets to the central continent. The temple is in an antique style. In the center of it rises a man, into whom light energy flows. It is explained to the reader that if you make a donation to the temple in the capital, you can heal any wound, a cut off hand, or damage to internal organs. Rocken drinks another healing potion, and thinks that it will be expensive, but a man approaches him from behind and distracts him from his thoughts by clapping his hands. The hero looks back at his guest, not understanding who it could be. The manager approaches the hero. He looks at him, clearly pleased, as does the manager, who is also smiling. Rocken turns to the manager, to which he says that MC has proven that he is strong enough to protect the tunnel, and that now he can use the underwater tunnel. Rockin smiles from ear to ear, looking at the system windows, which inform that the hero has received the right to use the underwater tunnel and that now he can use it at any time by paying for the passage. The hero is happy about this, thinking that his business is slowly getting better. But the hero is pulled out of his thoughts by the manager, who looks at him with caution, and sweat begins to flow from his face. He says that there is another problem, to which the hero, clearly annoyed by this, asks that the tests are not over. The manager, in the background of his thoughts about what is happening in the tunnel, he says that he has not been followed much lately, and he thinks that the hero will have a hard time getting through there and that it would be great if he could clear the way. A hero with a highly detailed face, clearly pleased with the text in the system window, which states that he has been given a new task to clear an underwater tunnel, for which he needs to clear the tunnel, and as a reward, he will be able to use a high-speed train. The hero thinks that the high-speed train sounds good. Rockin shakes the manager's hand, saying that he agrees to this, in response to which the manager wishes him good luck. Leg MC. The hero stands with a satisfied smile, throwing an axe over his shoulder. He says that this is not what the manager meant in front of him. It turns out that the hero is looking at the monstrously large underwater inhabitants. He says that it seems to him that all the monsters that live nearby have gathered there and, laughing, notes that it looks like a fish market. Blue Sea Devil. They explain to the reader that at great depths all these underwater monsters can be dangerous, but since they can barely breathe near the tunnel, their combat power is extremely low, and this means that, but the thought is interrupted. The hero jumps off the ground with incredible force. The hero, pursued by a trail of lightning, flies towards the fish. He shouts that they are just living lumps of experience. We are told that the hero used the reef attack skill. The hero flies through the monkfish, cutting it into two halves. It begins to scream in pain. The hero screams with fury in his eyes, asking who he should cut next, and says that the sashimi omakase from Rockin is open. The hero cuts a starfish. The hero cuts the crab. Many underwater monsters cut by the hero. The tip of the axe is placed on the ground. The view moves away. The hero stands in front of a plate filled with underwater monsters. Rockin says that the assorted sashimi is ready. 3 system windows inform you that the hero has cleared the underwater tunnel, that he can use the high-speed train, and that his level has been increased. The hero, with an ear-to-ear smile and crazy eyes, says that all he has to do is take the first express to the capital, and that it was easy. A view of the underwater tunnel, in which the rails are laid like a roller coaster. The hero's face is blown by a frantic stream of wind. He screams from the speed. The hero rides in a trolley along the rails. We see how difficult it is for him to drive along such curves at such a high speed. The hero's face, which is distorted by the flow of air, he thinks that he suspected that this would be similar to his previous trip, and that he was not mistaken, for which he should thank the gnome race. The hero, screaming, rushes along the rails. The hero flies out of the tunnel at high speed. He falls out of the trolley and flies in front of it, against the background of a mountain. The hero, with a dissatisfied grumble, falls and sticks his head into the ground. He stands up, nodding, trying to pull his head out of the ground. The hero pulls his head out of the ground. It is all covered with dirt, and he says, jokingly, that he has risen from the dead. The hero notices something that surprises him and opens his eyes wide. The hero stands up against the backdrop of a beautiful city surrounded by water. He says that he has finally arrived and that he is in the capital. A system window appears in front of the hero, which amazes and surprises him. It says that he has received an incredible achievement. The hero stands in front of a huge system notice that says that he has received the title of Discoverer, which was given to him for being the first of all players to discover the central continent. That they respect the incredible courage and adventurism of the hero, that he is the first holder of this title, and that this title is awarded to the first and only player. The effects are listed as follows. That the effect of each first title a hero receives is enhanced. That bonuses to experience and drop chance increase when he opens any dungeon for the first time. That all hero stats increase by 30 points. And that reputation NPCs in the alliance camps and neutral camps on the central continent increase by 1 level. Rockin is amazed by this and says that this is incredible and that this is an amazing effect. Highlighting a line from the system window where it is written about reputation, the hero says that increasing reputation is especially useful, since if it rises several levels from the effects, then the NPCs will be very friendly towards him from the very beginning. The hero notices something and hums, trying to comprehend what he saw. Many more system windows pop up in front of him, in which it is written about his title of the first. One of the system windows says that he is the first to cross the sea and arrive at the central continent, and that he is the first holder of the title to divide the sea. The effects of the title are as follows: that his movement speed underwater is increased by 50%. That attack and defense in battle with underwater monsters is increased by 30%. Another system window says that the hero received the title of Pioneer. Another system window says that the hero is the first to receive the title Nothing Impossible, which says that MC is a wonderful hero who is able to defeat a monster that no one could defeat, and that many envy him, but do not hate him, and that the hero is the only one who will receive this title. And the last system window reports that there was progress in the task of finding traces of the storm, and that it consisted of being the first to go through an underground tunnel. MC is surprised that he was given so many titles. The hero notices something and looks with narrowed eyes. He draws attention to the system window with the task of searching for traces of the storm. He says that he had already forgotten about the high-level training ground, since it was not really useful anyway, but it was the first point in this task. The hero, holding his hand to his chin, thinks about what this could mean. The hero, on a yellow background, makes a stupid expression on his face as if he realized something, saying the word possible. The hero happily steps towards the capital. He thinks that perhaps his hard work will be rewarded, but notes that he will deal with it later. The hero, in anticipation, looks towards the capital. He thinks that the most important thing for him now is the quest of the central continent. The hero remembers the old settlements and thinks that if the first 2 cities are needed for training, and the third is a zone for beginners. We see views of the capital, and the hero continues to think that in the 4th city the system begins to work to its fullest. The hero stands on a cliff, looking at the city. He thinks that he can change class. We see some kind of horn that is illuminated on the sides. The hero thinks that to change class he needs an imperial sign in the amount of 300 pieces. The hero takes a step, wondering what this means. An ogre with red eyes and a horn on his head. He breathes hotly and steam comes from his mouth. A level 199 ogre shouts as he stands in front of the hero, who holds his weapon at the ready, thinking that he has as many as 300 giant ogres to kill. The hero stands with a face full of anticipation and simply says that he is starting. The hero stands ready. The system window is above him. He thinks that no matter how many useful titles he has. We see above the hero's head that he is level 190. He continues his thought that he still won't be able to do much on the central continent unless he gets level 200 or higher. The hero runs towards the reader and says that he still needs to do it, and that he still has enough time, so the time has come. The hero takes off and prepares to attack the ogre. He shouts that it is time to enjoy leveling up. The system window notifies about the start of the 4th wall task, the goal of which is to defeat the ogres and collect imperial insignia in order to prove to the guild that he is a worthy fighter. The condition is to collect 300 imperial insignia. The ogre blocks the hero's attack with his club, which looks more like an uprooted tree. The ogre's face is tense. It is clear that blocking the attack was not the easiest for him. The hero begins to cut through the club, and you can hear it crunching under the pressure of his axe. The hero cuts the club and hits the ogre with his axe. The ogre looks at the hero with frightened eyes, as if he did not expect the hero to cut through his weapon. The hero hangs in the air, a slight grin is visible on his face, and he again raises his axe to attack. The hero, with a cool look, says that he will now deal a fatal blow. The hero's face disappears into the shadows and he smiles fiercely, as if loading his weapon with deadly force. The hero attacks the ogre, cutting it into 2 parts. An ogre against the sky, cut into 2 parts, steam coming out of them. Ogre club. The system window notes that his weapon was a magic type. The hero picks up a golden token with an image of an ogre horn on it. The system window notes that this is the imperial token that the hero was looking for. He laughs as he picks it up. The hero holds the token in his hands and notices, turning his eyes to the left, that other ogres have begun to scurry behind him. Without appearing from the forest, he says that they seem to have smelled the blood of their comrade. The hero puts the imperial token into his inventory and says that there are still 299 pieces left, which is echoed by the system window. At least 3 ogres are running towards the hero. He stands in a stance, ready to attack, and shouts for them to attack and that the endless hunt begins. The ogre hits the ground with enormous force, splitting it, but the hero manages to jump away. The hero, due to the inertia of the jump, slides a few more meters. He notices that the ogre is ignorant, that he has a lot of strength, but no brains. The hero jumps off the ground with such force that a blast wave is visible. The hero flies through the ogre, cutting it in 2. The hero lands on the ground and we see an explosion behind him. Another ogre swings a club from behind at the hero. The hero leans towards the movement of the baton and says that this is it. The hero turns sharply and cuts another ogre into 2 halves, and finishes his previous words that with this he will deal the final blow. The hero pulls out a token shining in the sun in his hand and says that at last. The hero, with eyes already mad from farming and with a smile from ear to ear, shouts that he has finally collected all 300 pieces. This information is confirmed in the system window. The system window against the sky, it is written that Rockin received level 200. He says that this is excellent and the level now corresponds. MC stands with a satisfied smile, surrounded by dead ogres, and says, laughing, that they call themselves kings of the forest, and it was easier to deal with them than with trolls. The hero, thoughtfully, puts his hand to his chin and says that he still has time, and thinks whether he should farm some more experience and increase the level. The hero hears some sound and stands ready. He asks if these are the remaining mobs. The hero lifts his axe onto his shoulder and says that this is good because he was just planning to hunt. The hero notices something and turns around in panic. The hero, cursing, gets up, hiding behind a tree. Rocken carefully peeks out from the tree and thinks why this monster appeared now. The axe stretches along the ground, picking up fragments of earth behind it. An ogre with two heads looks around. An ogre with two heads in full height. The hero thinks that it is a two-headed ogre, looks like an ordinary two-headed monster. A deer emerges from the forest thicket. The deer looks back at something from above. An ogre with two heads, which is tens of times taller than the deer running out of the forest, makes a sweeping blow in his direction. The hero thinks that the true strength of the ogre can only be seen in battle. From the blow of the ogre's axe, the deer turns into bloody scraps, but the hero, as before, hides behind a tree. He thinks that the ogre, like him, is a berserker, but only at a higher level. The ogre, covered in blood, eats parts of a deer in two mouths. The hero thinks that it is very likely that the ogre can use this berserk skill. The hero looks up at the ogre from under his brows. He thinks that he doesn't know how with other classes, but two berserkers are dangerous and that now it's probably better for him to retreat and that he will deal with the ogre after the fourth shift is completed. The hero's hand holds a book that magically turns through its pages. A building with some kind of animal skull is a roof decoration. The system window notes that this is a berserker guild. The hero places 300 Imperial tokens on the table and says that he would like to make the fourth shift and that he has collected all 300 Imperial tokens. The guild employee who is sitting in front of him, clearly surprised, stands up a little from his chair and looks at the laid out tokens. He asks a rhetorical question about the fact that the hero has collected such a huge number of tokens. The guild employee rushes his body towards the hero, who, reacting to this, arches his back and moves away from him. The employee says that Rocken is truly an outstanding hero. An employee with eyes full of joy and sympathy takes the hero by the hand, saying that he is the first such ideal berserker in his life. The hero pulls his hand out of the hands of the employee with a face full of dissatisfaction and thanks him, but in his thoughts he thinks that since he praises him, then let him give him a reward. The employee grabs MC's hand and puts something in it, telling him to wait a little, but the hero thinks that he will really be given a reward. The hero opens his hand and sees a shiny red stone in it. The system window notifies that he has made an incredible achievement, becoming the first expert in the class. The hero raises his head and looks at the system windows appearing in front of him, which say that he has received the title of first expert in the class and that he is the first holder of this title. The hero turns his gaze to the system window with a description of the title first expert in the class. The system window says that this title is awarded to the first to become an expert in his class, and that the effect of the achievement is that the MC now has a slot for creation skills. The hero, with a satisfied smile, squeezes the stone in his hand and says that this is great, but in his thoughts he thinks that only a player who has reached level 200 can become an expert. Standing in the same position, red energy begins to flow from the hero. He thinks that experts who have become skilled specialists in their field have their own perks. The hero looks through the system window, pointing his finger at it and speaking as if asking what it means that he finally has access to crafting skills. 4 people, one with a shield, another with fists, a third who seems to be running somewhere, and a fourth who hits with a sword. The hero thinks that creation skills can only be used by experts in the class and that they can be used together with combined skills. A man holds a sword burning with red energy in his hand. The hero thinks that at first glance, this may not seem so surprising, but if you add combined skills to all this, a man with a burning red ball jumps, making a blow. The hero continues his thought, thinking that if they are added, then despite the fact that the mana consumption will become very large, an incredibly strong skill will be available. The hero, looking at the system window, scratches his chin in thought, and thinks that if a slot for the creation skill is added, then out of 4 combined skills, he will be able to make 4 creation skills. The employee bustles around, inspecting the hero. He asks if the hero needs a skill book and says that he has to learn enhancement skills, but interrupts, asking and realizing that the hero has already learned them. The hero stands and looks at the employee with a smug smile, clearly showing his massive chin. The employee says that Rocken has learned the basics well, and the MC thinks that this is all thanks to the experience accumulated as a result of hard work. The employee puts a mountain of books on the table and says that the hero needs all 12 existing strengthening skills and that it will cost 60 gold. And also that there are also skills, strengthened heart, steel muscles, indomitable attack, fury, mana control, weapon destruction, and breaking through armor. The hero hands the employee a bag of gold, and he accepts it with a smile on his face. He says that there are 7 skills in total and taking into account their cost. The hero has another 70 gold pieces, to which the hero says that everything is correct and that there are 100 in this bag 30 gold. system window with the hero's skills, we see that he has a charge, strike, battle cry and berserk of the 4th levels, a shoulder strike, reef attack and throw of the 3rd, as well as strength, defense, attack, spin attack and a strong body of the 2nd level. The hero with a satisfied face leaves the guild building, and a joyful employee waves after him, shouting at him to come again. The hero walks, holding a book in his hand in front of him. He thinks that he still needs to study all this. The hero looks at the huge number of system windows and notices that there is a lot of things here. The system windows list for us that the hero has received the 1st level Mayhem skill. This skill deals 10 blows to the enemy at the same time in 2 seconds, 1st level mana control. This is a passive skill, which allows you to reduce mana consumption by learning detailed mana management techniques, and that the effect is that mana consumption is reduced by 30%. 1st level armor penetration penetrates the enemy's armor and reduces its strength, but when used, the strength and durability of the attacker's weapon is also reduced. The hero, clearly not too inspired, looks at the system window, thinking that he can directly use only the 4 listed skills, but notices that this is enough and that he can make combinations out of it. In front of the hero is a system window with creating a combination of skills. He selects 3 of some points. The system window tells him that he needs to indicate a group or skill book for the combination. The hero says that strength, attack, dash, blow, strong body, indomitable attack, and that he chooses outrage. The system window says that the combination is possible. The hero stands behind a tree, watching the forest, where ogres walk here and there. One of the ogres, scratching his head, walks straight towards the main character. We are noted that the rest of the skills created are registered. The ogre swings his club, preparing to attack Rockin. He punches, but MC jumps off the ground, dodging the attack. The ogre's club begins to crack in one place. The hero jumps into the air and spins, preparing to attack the ogre. He says that he will use Indomitable Advance. The hero flies in the air, close up, planning to attack. He completes his sentence by saying that in addition to his Indomitable Advance, he also uses a Fatal Blow. The axe, which has increased many times in size, cuts the ogre into 2 parts. The ogre's head is severed, blood flies out of his mouth and he lets out a final wheeze. The hero lands on the ground, and behind him the explosion that was left behind by his blow is visible. The hero, holding an axe in his hand, calls up the system window and types something in it. He says that he is registering the created skill with the name counterattack. The system window says that the created skill is registered. The hero moves away from the confetti that flew out of the system window. On his face one can read either irritation or misunderstanding. The system window shows a description of the skill created. Its description is simple. It is evading the enemy's attack and delivering a fatal blow to him. Evading the enemy's attack can only be done once and the user attacks immediately, after dodging, with 1.5 times the damage, and after deciding to deliver a critical hit, the damage increases by 50%. The hero says that wow, everything registered. The hero reads the letter, running his finger over it. It says that this is a letter to the future High Master, and that in fact the employee of the Berserker Guild who wrote this letter has long been waiting for such a berserker as Rockin, and that he is sending him the promised gift in the hope that he will definitely help him and he will accept him. The system window notifies that 1 slot has been added for the created skills. The hero throws the letter behind his back and says that then the employee admired him without stopping, and now he also gave him a gift, and that, although the hero doesn't like it, it's free, so he should benefit from this gift. Another ogre comes at the hero, and he says that now, but falls silent for a few moments. The hero begins to run. He jumps and is already hanging in the air over the ogres. The hero asks if now is the time to finish the preparations nicely. The hero makes a hit and makes a note to finish before meeting him. The system window notifies that the registration of all created skills has been completed. A forest over which birds fly and some noise can be heard. The hero stands in front of a 2-headed ogre that is hidden behind the dust. The hero stands in the shadow of the ogre, his eye glowing red, and he thinks that he is finally finished. A huge ogre stands holding an axe in his hand. His eyes glow with a purple light. The hero thinks that he has finally finished preparing to destroy this guy. The system window notifies that the 2-headed ogre is level 200. The hero waves his hand as if telling the ogre to attack and tells him to come to him. The ogre grins in contempt. The ogre holds an axe in each hand and emits a deafening howl, from which the hero's cloak rises, and he himself can hardly stand still. The ogre, holding an axe in each hand, runs towards the hero. The hero jumps up, avoiding 2 axe attacks, and thinks that apparently because the monster's main weapon is an axe in each hand, attacking it from both sides is quite troublesome. The hero, with a look possessed by the fury of battle, looks at the reader while an axe flies into his neck, thinking that this is not a hindrance since he has it. The axe enters the hero's head, beginning to cut it into 2 parts, and the hero's blood flows across the page. The name of the counterattack skill appears against the background of drops of blood. Blood drips down the page and a picture of the skill is visible. The hero ends up behind the ogre, leaving a trail of red energy behind him, and finishes swinging with the axe. One of the ogre's heads is cut off, shock is visible on her face, while the second has not yet understood what happened. Finally, the second head notices, but the first one is already flying off to the side. The ogre, in a frenzy, raises his axe hand into the air and begins to scream. The ogre with renewed vigor begins to attack the hero, breaking the earth into pieces with his furious attacks, from which the hero dodges. Getting closer and closer to the ogre, he mentally notes that the ogre is a berserker. The hero attacks towards the reader, a crazy smile on his face. He continues his thoughts, saying that he knows the skills of berserkers better than anyone else. The hero blocks another attack from the ogre with his axe. Under the weight of the attack, the hero begins to slide backwards. The ogre swings his other arm to attack the MC. A golden seal appears behind the hero. His face is unusually bright and he thinks that the time has come and pronounces the name of the disarmament skill. An ability icon appears in the diamond, looking like some kind of golden flash. Everything around the hero is filled with light from the seal, and the ogre looks confused by what is happening. The ogre's weapon shatters into many pieces when attacked by black attacks, which frightens him. The hero points his finger at the ogre with a smug, cynical smile. He says that despite the fact that the ogre used the berserker skill, if his weapon is destroyed, then it will be the end of him. The system window shows the description of the disarmament skill. The skill includes indomitable advance, dash, rampage, strike and destroy weapons, and the description is that this skill instantly destroys the enemy's weapon, disarming him. The ogre takes the remaining axe in both hands and swings it, preparing to strike. The axe hits the ground at great speed. There is no hero in the place where the ogre hit, but there is a red mark from him. In a diamond shape is a skill icon with a wave-like pattern. It turns out that the hero is already above the ogre, but he does not notice him yet. The hero asks if the ogre sees that he is behind him, a system window describing the evasion skill, which includes a step back, indomitable advance, defense and dash. The essence of the skill is that it is ignoring enemy attacks and willfully dodging them. The hero jumps away from the top of the ogre's head and asks if he is really a berserker. The ogre turns around and screams. The hero looks at the ogre, shrouded in red energy, and asks why the ogre is so slow. The hero, with his arms outstretched to the side, flies in the direction of the ogre's hand reaching out to him. The hero allows himself to say that the ogre is a disgrace to other berserkers. The hero, with his face in the shadows, folds his hands. The hero smiles. His smile is all that is visible in the shadows, and it is clear that he has completed some kind of finger gesture. One crazy eye of MC, visible through his own hand. Rockin is shrouded in red energy, black lightning streams from him, and we are notified that he used the race skill. The diamond shows an ability icon that looks like a red demon. With his skill, the hero, still hanging in the air, as if in some kind of sphere of air, throws back and slams the ogre into the ground with incredible force, from which the earth around begins to crack. The system window shows a description of the race skill, consisting of strength, indomitable movement, berserk, defense, dash, and outrage. The essence of which is that after activating the berserk effect, the neck and heart are protected, and the outrage erases everything around in a wild dance. The hero lands on the ground, not far from the defeated ogre, and says that it seems that the skill he created was too fast, and the ogre groans, lying on the ground. The ogre, covered in blood, tries to get up, reaching for his axe. The hero says that anyway, but falls silent. The hero raises his leg over the reader. He finishes his sentence by saying that in any case, he admits only one thing, this is the desire to continue the fight. The hero stomps on the ground, which causes energy waves everywhere, and his axe increases in size. The hero runs his hand over his weapon and says, standing in a cool pose, that this is a fight between two berserkers. The name of the skill is killing a berserker. There is an icon and a diamond showing two sides of one demon. The hero goes through the ogre, cutting it into the smallest pieces. The system window says that the two-headed ogre is defeated. The hero, against the backdrop of smoke, straightens his hair and says that he eventually overcame this one too, and wonders if it's time for him to return to the capital. The hero takes out the book and holds it in his hand. He says that he is using the Book of Runes to transfer it to the capital. A peaceful city, a towering chapel, a system window says that this is the capital. Rockin stands in the middle of the road, looking at his system window. He says that he has little mana left and that, as he thought, he cannot use creation skills often. Close up of MC, he grins while looking out the system window, saying that nonetheless. The ogre axe is taken from the inventory. The system window reports that its name is the double-headed ogre battle axe, that its rank is rare, and that it is the battle axe that the double-headed ogre used, and that although it is powerful, it is unlikely that anyone except a person with strength no less than that of an ogre will be able to lift it. And the following system window describes the statistics of the axe, the attack power of which is 1,200, the strength is 1,000 out of 1,000, and the limit is 600 or more pure strength, and with the effect of overwhelming force, an axe increases attack power by 20% against objects with lower strength ratings. The hero, rejoicing, looks through the system window, saying that this axe is a good thing, and that it was a good result for him, but he is interrupted by someone surprised by something that happened. People around the hero begin to fuss and run somewhere. A man urges a woman on, telling her to run after him, and that someone is there, but the MC does not understand what the sudden commotion is. The hero looks back, wondering who they are all talking about. The hero is surprised and opens his eyes wide, and his mouth shows his displeasure. He thinks something about this person. We see a woman with blonde hair who folds her palms in prayer, but at the same time, her face does not look like the face of a respectable person. Someone shouts that she is a saint, and someone shouts that the saint came to pray for them. The hero stands behind the crowd and thinks that it is true that this is the one he was thinking about. A hero with a benevolent smile in the shadows, and his eyes glow red, and the question about whether she is really there does not sound kind at all. Through it his hearts are highlighted, one of which is devoid of life. Hall, crowd, in the center a man kneeling in front of the saint, asking to help the sick man with his sacred light. She told him to show mercy to her prayers. She took his hands and asked him to always take care of them. Behind the girl there is a luminous ornament. The crowd exclaimed, "Sacred light, the wounds are healing." Men among the people in the hall, one of them said that he would be next. The hero approached the saint and asked if she was from the Tamura settlement on the central continent. He, smiling evilly, introduced himself and said that they were now exploring the central continent. She stood up and asked what business he had with her. The guy takes out something. The saint became worried. The hero has a small bag in his hand. He said that this is a donation to the temple. On Min's chest is a glowing red heart. There were 2 hearts. He looked at her and said that in return she would patch up his heart and, if possible, without waiting in line. White temple building, stairs. The guy raised his hands and said, "So this is what it feels like." He smiled slyly. The rank definitely had a good effect. He never thought that the saint would personally heal him right there. Ning snapped his fingers. Before the guys from other guilds arrived in the capital, it's worth a little preparation. He went outside. First, he needed to officially register as a citizen of Tamur. The guy looks at the business card in his hand. It's easy, because he has the title of the first visitor to the central continent. It stands opposite the building. Secondly, he needs to purchase real estate for a store near his place of residence. He has not yet decided what he will sell. He licked his lips. There were a lot of gold coins in the background. He thought that he would definitely occupy the best building. A good location should increase his income. Forge, he thought that he should put to good use all that he had gained in the battle with the ogres. A bald man with a beard behind the counter with a folder in his hands asked the hero if he wanted to create custom equipment. He signed the document and asked if he had brought the necessary materials. The guy replied yes. The man looks in surprise at the axe lying on the table. He exclaimed how he did it. "Isn't this the battle axe of the 2-headed ogre?" The hero's nose lengthened. He extended his hand forward, saying that with this he wanted to create personal protective equipment, everything except the helmet. The man took the axe in his hands and noted that it looked like he had a lot of money. The master hits the blade with a hammer. Behind him is a man with a bag on his shoulder. The hero thought that he chose this forge because here it is possible to create individual equipment. He scratched his head, looked at the screen, thought that it would be a pity to lose the effects of the current equipment, but the new one would be invincible, and the gnomes are the best blacksmiths. The man took a pen and a folder and asked what effects he needed. The guy answered, "The probability of a critical hit." The master began to write down. It would be suitable if there were 6 parts, including protection for the neck, shoulders, arms, chest, as well as pants and shoes. The door closed. The guy needs to come the day after tomorrow. Ming looked back with displeasure, thinking that one could pay and do anything at the crossroads, but it seemed that because of people like him, new restrictions had been introduced. The hero leaves the forge, thought that he could do other things for now. The last and most important thing remains to be prepared. The guards blocked the hero from entering the Tower of Evidence, asking him to introduce himself. The guy bowed, said his name, said that he was a true berserker and wanted to challenge this tower. In the guard's hand is a scroll. He said that Min is quite a capable warrior. The cost of entry is 5 gold. There is no additional fee unless he dies, of course. The grate rose. The hero entered the tower, and they wished him good luck. The top of the tower is hidden behind the clouds. There are stones around. This tower of honor and challenge, where users prove their strength. The test of the first floor begins. In front of the warrior with a sword stands a troll, behind whom there are many glowing eyes. The higher you rise, the stronger the monsters. You can move to the next floor only by killing all the monsters on the previous one. The warrior raised the golden cup. Although they don't drop any items, they do give the top 100 users some pretty valuable rewards each month. Min is in a dark room. Opposite him is black energy. Squirrel gnawing net, level 1, corrupted squirrel. There are trembling squirrels sitting in front of the guy. An axe appeared in his hand. He swung an axe. The animals flew to the sides. He said that he would be tormented by his conscience for killing them. The first floor of the Tower of Evidence was cleared. He wiped away a tear with a handkerchief, looking thoughtfully at the screen in front of him. I clicked on the screen, selecting repeat of the first test. Squirrels appear from the ground. The guy is standing with his back with an axe. He thought that before he would have immediately gone to the second floor. He grinned, eyes sparkling, repeating this test 999 more times. He could get it. A streak of light, the hero raised his axe. The hero's eyes glow, he struck again. A stream of air, stones fly at the squirrel, 999 out of 1000. The hero bent down, putting his hands on his knees. He received the achievement by killing enemies with one blow 1000 times in a row. Killed squirrels in the blood, the hero received the title One Strike Guy. The hero stands in the pit, exhaled. On the screen there is information about the new title and its effect. He grinned evilly, saying, "This is it, the ability to instantly kill an opponent with one blow, a title suitable for killing ordinary people." The hero looked at the screen, adding that he already had enough reputation. The first floor of the tower had been completed. He set a record. A ladder appeared in front of Min. Now he is first in the ranking. The ranking resets every month. He raised his head, thinking that this was expected. Even among ordinary level 200 users, no one would be able to break this first floor record for a while. He climbs the steps. The job is done. He can deal with the rest quickly. A vein bulged on the hero's cheek. Red eyes. Forward to the next floor. The cave, in front of Ming. The defeated enemy falls face down. The 54th floor is cleared. He scored the highest score. He pressed the screen. There is a blue glow around the hero. There are 29 days until the Tower of Evidence is reset. He stands with his back, pressed the screen. Min decided to rest a little and watch the awards. There are many blue windows in front of him. He raised his index finger. Irritated, nothing interesting. The guy frowned, but he received many hidden titles. On the screen there is a description of the titles: Master of Long Combat, Master of Evasion, and the Sixth Sense skill. He stretched himself. This skill was enough for him, and he would have to wait another month for the reward for first place in the tower ranking. He looked away, thinking he could have some fun. Large elliptical stadium, Tamer Central Arena. Ning opened the door. The soldiers look at him. Ning walks forward. A tall guy with scars on his body asked if he was new. Another said that a small fish had slipped towards them again. In front of him is a man with short black hair and scars on his face. The guy said that he wanted to register for the arena. He asked his rank. A half-elf with long brown hair looks at him with an evil grin. The hero replied that he is a soldier. The man handed him a gold token from the window, told him to take it, and when his turn came, he immediately went into the arena, then asked if he would participate now. The guy had a token in his hand, smiled and answered, "Yes, of course." The spectators are screaming, getting up from their seats. The rules of this place are very simple. 2 opponents fight until one of them dies. The hero sits cross-legged. There are no punishments outside the arena. He looked up with an evil grin, thinking that the Berserker effect rolled back every round. Was there a battle where his rage would be so useful? The guy raised his hand and felt a vibration in his pocket. There is a golden token in his hand. Finally, it's his turn. Since battles take place only with NPCs, finding a partner takes little time. He stood up, smiling contentedly. The maximum level of opponents is 190. Such battles allow you to warm up better than in battles with users. The guy's eyes glow yellow. There is a blue glow around him. He moves. Mines in the air above the arena. A samurai with long gray hair with a katana in a purple kimono. This is swordsman Mashimu. The swordsman holds his hand behind his back. The hero stands opposite. This opponent has the maximum level for the rank of a soldier. Nashimu pointed his finger at him and asked if this was his first battle in the arena, and added that he had nothing to worry about. He stood in front of the guy and said that he would become his 11th victim. Part of the swordsman's face disappeared, blood spattering. With a swing of his axe, Ming cut down the enemy. He pulled the axe aside. Dissatisfied, he won the competition, but at the moment he does not have a winning streak. The spectators stood up. In front of Min was the glowing silhouette of a defeated enemy. The hero had 10 points. The guy with glasses said that he was just an incredible rookie. The other was surprised that he killed Mishima with one blow. The hero looked to the side uneasily and thought that 10 points in one round was not enough. He could only hope for a bonus for a series of victories. He lunged forward, raised his axe, and shouted furiously who was next. The hero runs forward. Behind is the enemy whose head he cut off. Ming extended his hand forward. There is a grin on the hero's face. Another enemy has lost his head. In the arena, the bodies of the dead, swords. There are 2 screens in front of the guy. Thanks to a series of victories, his skills have been recognized. The enemy's level will be changed. He raised an eyebrow, looked to the side. Everything, as he thought, in order to upgrade, you need to go to a higher level. A new opponent appears before the hero. The large bald man put his hands on the handle of the hammer. This is the stone fist. Min raised his axe, jumped on the enemy. He decided to do the same as always. The men in the stands are shouting, fists raised. Night. Behind Min is a half-elf in the air, blood spattering from his neck. A man with an axe, arms and legs spread wide apart, cut in half. The hero sits on the bodies of the dead, squatted down, looking at the screen, 300 wins in a row in 2 days. He spat, thought he got one useful title, the guy with 50 straight wins, and that's enough. He tapped the screen and opened the arena shop. He clicked his finger on the screen, buying 20 pieces of Warrior's Honor, which increases reputation. The hero dusted his pants with his hand, upset. If his reputation had not been ruined by scoring points on squirrels, he would have had more arena points left. He stretched his hands, looked back, there would be no problems with taking first place in the first season. High tower, city street. Nin looked around. Tamura is quite big for the first city, but he will still leave it after completing several tasks. He stopped abruptly, looking at the building on the right. He needed to come here. Open gates, Palace of Knights. The guy entered the building. The knight holds the folder. Ming bowed and said that he would like to receive the rank of knight. The knight checked the documents and said that the hero met all the requirements. The conditions for raising the rank to knight were met. He put the piece of paper on the table and told the hero to sign the oath here. The guy drew his face on paper with a pen. Now he is a free knight. Standing with his arms crossed over his chest, the knight asked if he had a master whom he decided to serve. The guy stretched out his lips, holding the pen on them. The man added, if he has no options, then he will introduce him to a good person. The hero thought that he did not need this and did not even correspond to his rank. The king knights a guy in armor. To become a real knight, you need to find a master, dedicate your sword to him and sign the knight's oath. The hero thought, that's probably why the notification about the new title has not appeared yet. Ming shook the knight's hand and said, it's a pity, but he has a man whom he wants to serve, and he wished him good luck. The guy opened the door, thinking that there are many advantages in such work, but it is easy to get bogged down and not return to a free life, and if the gentleman has an intermediate rank, the restrictions are even stricter. The count angrily looks down on the knight. Greedy and selfish NPCs can always block the knight's path to achieving the highest rank. The hero leaned over, looked around. He is not going to remain a free knight. There is one place where they can help him, should he go there. He sighed. He put his hands on his hips and grinned. Oriental-style palace. Since he is here, you need to complete the race quest. You can skip the minor quests because he has reached the rank of knight. An old man with a beard and mustache reads a letter and asked if Harvin sent it. They were sitting at the table, threw the envelope to the side. The guy replied that he said to be sure to come to him and ask for help. The man confirmed that there were many worthy knights under his command. Above the guy's hand is a bag in a blue glow. He put it on the table and said that Harvin ordered him to thank him. The old man watches with one eye as Min opens it. He said that this is nonsense. He is not the kind of person who can be bribed with something like that. The man opened his mouth in surprise. Ming looks at the trembling old man with a sly face. He said that he filled it with precious stones so that it would not be so heavy. The old man said that their value is 2 to 3 times higher than gold coins. He pulls the bag towards him. He said he has one request. The level of favor of Representative Carbone has increased significantly. He crossed his arms over his chest. Behind the desert with pyramids, he asked if the hero knew the legend of the pyramid. Ming smiled evilly. Answering yes, he thought that he had spent a lot of time there, and of course he knew. Shadows of monsters with glowing eyes. Inside the pyramid live creatures that do not die or decay. The old man ordered to find out about them. The guy bowed, and a screen appeared with a description of the quest. The hero looks at the screen, read that the reward depends on progress. The guy at the entrance to the pyramid, eyes glowing in the dark. This quest cannot be completed by simply confirming completion. Player with a sword, mummies run towards him. A fight will inevitably begin as soon as he discovers them. Red stone, if he brings the bloody stone from there, then the quest will be completed, but now it is too difficult. Nin looks at the old man kissing the bag. The level of these creatures is around 240. Maybe it is because of the bribe, but the difficulty of the quest has become very high. The guy frowned. Starting from level 200, the stats increase more and more. The additional ability points when leveling up are also twice as large. An evil smile looks at the hero from the darkness, and monsters often also have titles and special effects. The door slammed. The guy thought that users would soon come here. He would do everything he could. Tetra Central Arena building. Through a window in the glass, a man hands Min a token. His rank in the arena league is knight. By winning, he will earn more points, for which he can purchase more other goods. Aristocrats are interested in knights who are in the league. Victories help increase their reputation. The hero nervously looks at the token in his hand. The man asked if he would participate right now. He replied that not yet. He leaves the building. If, while trying to score points, he catches the eye of another nobleman, he will have problems. Now the main quest is a priority. He stands in front of a palace with blue walls. The half-elves blocked his entrance with weapons. He needs to introduce himself. Min said that he is a member of the Crossroads garrison. The Guardian and Min look at each other. The guy thought that his body was almost as strong as Malkin's. The hero's identity was confirmed. Behind the counter is a small man in a gas mask. The hero would like to get information about the corrupted monster. The man straightened his collar, recognized the hero, and asked for a map if he had one. Min handed him a piece of paper. He walked over to the typewriter. He gave the piece of paper and said that the hero would come when he caught 3 defiled monsters. He would give something good. On the screen there was information about the quest into the depths. Min happily looks at the sheet, surprised that such a quest was given right away. He thought that he received extra points for revealing the reason for the desecration of souls. The man in the gas mask waved to the guy and wished him good luck. The woman's hair is tied up in a bun. Min extended her hand. There is a screen in front of him. He will deal with small tasks first. He approached the guy in the shirt. Next to him was a box with flasks. The half-elf holds a small bag in his hand. Min is running. The hero stretched, yawned, and thought, it's time to use this thing. The heroes stand next to the circle. The water in it rises up. This is Tamer's Pride, a teleportation magic circle. The hero thinks with a smile that for others this service may be expensive, but for him this cost is acceptable. There is a glowing book in front of the guy with glasses. He asked the destination. Min answered Remington. The guy raised his head and nervously asked if he was serious. Ming nodded. In the hand of the guy with glasses was a staff with a glowing stone. There are waves and blue light around the hero. Soon the magic will begin to work. A worker carries blue stones in a cart. Smoke comes from the chimney. Remington neighborhood. The guy stretched. He was angry that he still had not reached the final destination. He looks ahead thoughtfully. He doesn't need to go here at all, but to the countryside, which cannot be reached using a teleport. There is a sign with a picture of a horse. There is only one way to get there. For this there is just good transport. He got on his horse. He had to hurry. Trees, rocks, surroundings of Rinai. A guy is riding a horse. Half of this territory is mountains, but only a little copper is mined here. Due to the large number of monsters, even this mining is impossible. Min in front of the castle. The guard at the entrance, stammering, asked what business he was on. This is the hero's real destination. The guard was very surprised when the guy replied that he wanted to become a knight of this place. The gate opened. The guard, running away, asked him to wait a little. A man with a mustache and a white shirt and trousers ran out of the castle door and asked if he had come to become a knight. The hero shed a tear, looking at the Lord. He really looks pitiful, although that is why he chose him. Dark room. Lord on all fours. The first reason he chose this area was the concept of the fallen noble. The roofs of the castle, the mountains. The second reason is the potential of the territory. Sooner or later it will be absorbed by Remington, but this territory will hit the real jackpot. The guy bowed and said with a smile that everything was right. He wanted to become a knight of this estate. The Lord pointed to the side and suggested that they come in and talk first. The heroes are in armchairs, next to a small round table. The man admitted that their estate does not have reserves to pay Min a salary. The hero with a long nose raised his hand and replied that it was not scary and he would not demand it. The Lord asked if he had other conditions. The man shuddered in surprise. The guy told him to give him the land. Ming waved his hand and confidently stated that he was not asking for the whole land. He could give him ownership of part of this mountain as long as he was his knight. The guy mentally rubs his hands, said that the contract will be for 1 year. He thought that if everything goes according to plan, this year will be enough. The Lord put his hand to his chin, asked if he wanted to sign a contract as a mercenary. The guy explained, doesn't he think it takes time to get to know your master and understand whether you can trust and serve him? The man straightened his mustache. Min added that he would not ask for the mines necessary to manage this estate. If an ore vein was found in this territory, he would return it to the Lord and take another land for himself. Cave. The Lord asked why he needed the land. The guy replied that he needed full rights to the monsters that were hunted on this land. The man closed his eyes and agreed. However, when the hero goes on a raid against monsters, he will have to take 3 soldiers with him. The guy smiled evilly and replied, okay. He didn't understand. The NPC was doing this because he was targeting monster corpses. The guy gets up from his chair. The Lord expressed the hope that he will follow the instructions and actively develop the territory. The man bowed. The guy knelt in front of him and said that it was a great honor for him to serve the Lord. The Lord's eyes glow, raised his sword and said that he, Deckard, appoints Min as his knight. He touched his shoulder with the sword. The hero became a knight of the Rinai estate. The guy with the devilish smile, this land is a valuable place that will soon belong to him. The system notification window notified that this was an amazing achievement and he was the first user who was knighted and received the title of the first knight. The protagonist held his hand to his chest and stood on one knee. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified about the rare title of one knight, its description and effects. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that he was the first owner of this body. The protagonist grinned sarcastically and reasoned that he did not know what about escort quests, but this title was very useful during defense quests. Then Rockin, sharply raising his head up, looking at Deckard, asked that he could look at the soldier right now, then asked about right now with a surprised look. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at Deckard with a joyful look and said that if he could do it himself, while he asked with a confused look that it was true and said that he just had a job for him. At the same moment, the Lord walked around the room and said that he would soon need to leave the castle, and the protagonist, bowing to him, said that it was good and he would gather soldiers. Then Rocken looked ahead with a malicious smile and reasoned that it was necessary, and he only allows the arriving knight to run everything here, and in other lands and estates he would not be allowed to lift a finger. Immediately after this, the protagonist walked down the corridor towards the surprised knight and reasoned that, to be honest, he was the only knight, so he shouldn't care. At the same moment, Rocken thought with a serious look and reasoned that, by the way, monsters live here, and the highest level, which, in his opinion, is about 240. Then the protagonist imagined in his head a monster similar to a griffin and a huge sandworm, reasoning that the level is not that high, but that's a good thing, and hunting grounds above level 250 are still a pipe dream for him. Immediately after this, Rocken turned to the guard, who suddenly perked up and said that from now on they were starting a raid on the monsters near the city and the mine, and he needed to gather as many soldiers as he could to protect the castle and the inhabitants of the city, and who was listening his order. At the same moment of events, the narrative is transferred to the walls of the castle, in front of which the protagonist stood with the Lord and a huge number of soldiers, and Rocken asked if everyone was here. Then the protagonist, with a furious look, pointing his finger forward, shouted that once again a short and loud answer, and asked if they understood. Immediately after this, a huge number of warriors with a menacing look, standing right in front of the protagonist, shouted that everything was clear to them. At the same moment, Rocken turned sharply towards the Lord and said that they had to go, and he said that they should be careful. The protagonist then walked forward with a huge battle axe on his back along with the soldiers and reasoned that the only thing he was doing now anyway was putting on a show to gain the Lord's trust, and the soldiers should just follow him. Immediately after this, Rocken abruptly stopped and reasoned about not letting the monsters escape, saying that everyone should stop while monsters were visible in the fog right in front of him. At the same moment, the monster's paw stepped directly on the ground, and the knight was asked what kind of monster it was and what it was there. Then several monsters and wolves with a furious look were preparing to rush forward. The system notification window notified that these were werewolves of level 213. Immediately after this, Rocken, exhaling sharply, tilting his head down, reasoned that the latter were the same. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly exclaimed very loudly and reasoned that let them tremble from the strength that he, as their leader, would show them. Then, hearing a loud scream, the werewolf trembled sharply and groaned in fear. Immediately after this, the protagonist stepped on the ground with enormous force, destroying it, and said that yes, how dare they on their master's land. At the same moment, Rocken sharply rose in the air right above the real werewolves below, swinging his battle axe, and asked what imagined themselves as new masters. The protagonist would then strike furiously with his battle axe and say that they would pay for this. Immediately after this, the corpse of one of the werewolves fell straight to the ground, and his relatives watched this with great fear and surprise. At the same moment, Rocken sharply rushed forward in their direction and asked if they wanted to pay off their overdue debts. Then the protagonist would move his hand with a huge battle axe to the side and run forward with a furious look. Immediately after this, in the middle of the rocks next to the castle tower, everything around collapsed and exploded. At the same moment, the Lord, with great surprise, looking at the piece of paper, said that in this way he single-handedly dealt with all the masses around the city in just one. Then Dekarn, continuing to look at the piece of paper, said that this was very good and he had already shows excellent results, and the protagonist with a joyful expression reasoned that, apparently, he himself had a hard time believing it. Immediately after this, the Lord, with a blank look, said that if he sold everything that fell from the monsters, then the affairs of the estate would go better. And the protagonist reasoned that, apparently, he believed that he would take all the loot from the killed monsters and would not share it with him. At the same moment, the protagonist said with a benevolent look that he would sacrifice everything for the sake of the estate, and Dekarn asked if this was true. Then Rocken, with a malicious grin, looked at the system notification window, which notified about the raid on monsters on Mount Rinai, its description, conditions and reward, and reasoned that, of course, he had already received a lot of items and experience points from these monsters. Immediately after this, the Lord, signing the papers, sharply said that it would be great if he shared this with their residents, and the protagonist said that he would do so. At the same moment, the protagonist with a malicious grin imagined how he was like an angel, and people rejoiced at him, and reasoned that this would all become the basis for universal love and submission to him, and as soon as he earned more trust in himself, he would begin his main work. The narrative of the story then moves into the night to the rocks next to the factories, while Rocken said that the safety of the inhabitants comes first. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck the monster with his battle axe and gave the order that everyone who was trying to escape should be blocked, and the knights listened to his words. At the same moment, Rocken, holding his huge battle axe in one hand, stood right in front of the monster's corpse cut into two halves and said that, in principle, they were finished. Then the protagonist, turning to his soldiers and holding out a certain bag in their direction, said that they must sprinkle this on the place where the monsters were expelled, and they must do it well and not miss anything. Immediately after this, Rocken looked with a malicious grin at the two soldiers who opened a bag of green something and said that these were products to prevent the invasion of monsters created by magicians by imitating the body odor of a predator. At the same moment, the protagonist, smiling broadly, looked down and reasoned that while it is called predator excrement, but of course it is not real. Then Rocken, continuing to reason that this would help increase the areas of land that the inhabitants could use, and in just a few days, one more mine would be large enough to be developed and used, while the soldiers covered everything with predator excrement and said that this thing it smells very strange, but you need to be silent. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned with a serious look that as soon as this happens, the attention of the Lord and the inhabitants will be focused on him, and in the meantime he will implement the plan on his land, but, of course, first. At the same moment, Rocken continued to reason that he had to take care of something, and, using the book, he was transported to a wooden gate located right in the rock. Then the protagonist opened those same wooden gates with his hand, while the system notification window notified that he had entered an open dungeon, the Cave of Silence, and since he visited this dungeon once, he received a bonus plus 30% to experience and the chance of dropping items with an expiration date at 3 p.m. Immediately after this, the notification and system window notified that the bonus would increase by 10% due to the effect of the title of the first passer, and the protagonist stood right at the open door and looked inside the cave, reasoning that this was a bonus for one entry. At the same moment, the protagonist grinned sarcastically and reasoned that he couldn't leave something like this just lying there, and if he didn't take it, someone else would. Then Rocken, holding a book in his hand, walked forward through the cave and reasoned that he must clear all the dungeons of Tamura and will move so that his book of runes is already smoking. Immediately after this, the protagonist rushed forward, swinging his huge battle axe. At the same moment, Rocken approached a small stone door, next to which hung a torch with a blue flame. Then the protagonist, with a serious look, pointing to the side, explained something to his subordinate soldiers. Immediately after this, Rocken, using his huge battle axe, cut the tree monster's body into two halves. At the same moment, the protagonist opened his book of runes and flipped through the pages in it. Then Deckard said with a joyful look that it was all thanks to Rocken, and today they finally began developing the second mine. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding his hand behind his back, said that he would then strengthen the security around the city and the mines, while the Lord, sitting at his desk, said that, as he expected, he was catching everything on the fly. At the same moment, the protagonist, turning away to the side with a happy face, reasoned that the Lord was busy developing the mine, so now that he had gained a certain level of his trust, it was time to go to his lands. Rocken then bowed sharply, holding his hand to his chest, and said that he would then go on patrol, while his nose seemed to get bigger and Deckard gave him his approval. Immediately after this, the protagonist found himself at night right in the middle of a dense forest and asked what this land was that he received. At the same moment, Rocken, putting his hand under his cloak, said that he would look at what he bought in Tamur. Then the protagonist, taking out and unfolding a drawing of the building on blue paper right in front of him, said that he had found the plan of the house. Immediately after this, Rocken loudly shouted that the type of house was a large hut, while a huge two-story wooden house appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. At the same moment, the protagonist, entering it with a malicious grin, looking to the side, said that now, no matter what he does at home, no one will pay attention to it. Then Rocken, going deeper inside his house, asked what was there and said that he had to find the exact location. Immediately after this, the protagonist suddenly raised his leg with a furious look, preparing to strike. At the same moment, Rocken, with a malicious grin on his face, kicked straight at the floor with tremendous force. The protagonist then looked down with a joyful smile on his face as everything around him lit up with a blue glow. Immediately after this, Rocken looked at the hole in the floor from which a bright blue light was emanating, and said that he had found the passage to the secret dungeon the first time. At the same moment, the protagonist deftly throws his huge battle axe onto his shoulder, looking down, saying that the ladder. Then Rocken, with a wicked grin, would strike with his huge battle axe and say that he would break it. At the same moment, there was a beautiful blue crystal right in the air, reflecting the protagonist's face. Rocken then looked straight at him with a malicious grin as he continued to be in the air, emitting energy. Immediately after this, a huge cloud of dark blue energy appeared right in front of the protagonist, and he, standing right in front of him, laughed and said what happened. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that this was an ancient stone tablet with a strength of 2999 out of 3000, while the cloud of energy continued to be in the same place, and Rocken said that, as he thought, to enter you need to do the same as earlier. Then the protagonist, standing right in front of a huge cloud of dark blue energy, said that he could use it 2999 more times. Immediately after this, Rocken, with a malicious grin, putting his battle axe on his shoulder, said that it was too easy and entered the portal. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that he had entered a secret dungeon, the cave where the secret slumbers, and for one entry he received an increase in experience points and the probability of item drops by 30%, and the bonus for one entry increased by 10% due to for the effect of the Pioneer title while the protagonist walked through the cave with a joyful face. Then Rocken looked to the side with an arrogant grin and reasoned that he came to this dungeon because this territory has great potential. There are enhancement stones that only drop here. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined crystals of blue and purple colors in his head and reasoned that enhancement stones are mainly divided into ordinary and high quality. And ordinary enhancement stones increase the chance of enhancement by 6 levels, and high-quality ones by 8 levels. At the same moment, Rocken imagined in his head the image of a monster who was holding 2 blue crystals in his hands, and reasoned that although these stones drop from all monsters above level 200, ordinary enhancement stones drop out with a probability of 5%, and high-quality stones with a 1% probability chance. Then the protagonist continued to walk straight through the gloomy cave and reasoned that, but here the probability of a drop is at least 10% and, according to his feelings, even about 20. Immediately after this, Rocken imagined his hands reaching straight for the violet blue crystal and reasoned that, but since this is a secret dungeon with a limited number of clears, it is natural that the enhancement stones became rare items that sell for a large price. At the same moment, the protagonist, placing his huge battle axe on his shoulder, said that users were gradually starting to become interested in the strengthening system, and this meant that it was time for him to completely strengthen his equipment. Then Rocken, with a malicious grin, asked if he would sweep everything away clean. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the depths of the cave, where there were stone monsters in one of the rooms. At the same moment, the notification window here in the thread notified that it was a level 213 mysterious stone spirit as it waved its small hand while standing on the ground. Then the protagonist, looking out from behind the stone, watched the monsters and reasoned that all the monsters in this dungeon are spirits, the basis of which is stone, fire, water, and wind, and they are quite troublesome opponents, since they inflict not only attacks with stone, fire, water, or wind, but also physical attacks. Immediately after this, Rocken took out a small axe from his inventory and reasoned that, of course, this could work on someone else, but not on him. At the same moment, the protagonist used the air attack skill and, jumping from his place, struck a bolt of energy directly at the stone spirits. Then his blow from a cloud of energy fell directly on the enemies and destroyed everything around. Immediately after this, Rocken stood in place right in front of a huge explosion of white energy and said that for sure, and this is the core, while there was a strange golden crystal in the air above. At the same moment, the protagonist pushed off the ground with great force with his foot. Then Rocken, soaring into the air, destroyed that very golden crystal with his battle axe, saying that in this system they would continue to be reborn if he did not destroy the core. Immediately after this notification, the system notified that a fatal blow had been struck and the golden crystal had split into 2 halves. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a joyful look, landed directly on the ground with his one foot and said that it had already fallen out, while a strange glowing ball lay on the ground. Rocken then touched the glowing ball with his hand and said that it was all thanks to the bonus for one visit and a good start, while the system notification window notified that he had received a mysterious fragment. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at the shard with a malicious grin and said that, of course, if he was unlucky, some unnecessary thing would fall out using the mysterious shard. At the same moment, the system notification window notified that he had received the population stone, and Rocken was already holding a large blue crystal in his hand and said that he had received the enhancement stone the first time. Then Rocken smiled joyfully and, looking forward, said that here it is, a taste of a rare item, and now we need to continue. Immediately after this, the protagonist found himself directly in front of several fire avatars, which hissed loudly while the system notification window notified that they were mysterious level 215 fire spirits. At the same moment, Rocken rose sharply into the air right above the fiery spirits and asked what he was doing now. The protagonist then used his attack skill from above and struck directly at the fire spirits, destroying the cave. Immediately after this, Rocken, landing on the ground, looked around and asked who to destroy one, while he himself was surrounded by flames. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed forward with a furious look, swinging his armored arm. Rocken then rushed forward with great speed right past the stream of flames and used his killing blow skill. Immediately after this, the narratives are transferred to the water elementals, which were squeaking loudly, and the system notification window announced that they were mysterious level 209 water spirits. At the same moment, the protagonist rushed forward with great speed straight in the direction of the water spirits and said that it was true, and he could not waste the bonus time for one visit and would be grateful to them if they substituted themselves. Rocken then leaned forward to throw his punch while a huge stream of water energy flowed towards him. Immediately after this, the protagonist used the arbitrariness skill and cut the streams of water energy with his huge battle axe. At the same moment, Rockin abruptly turns back with a malicious grin on his face and said that he was waiting for the next one. Then the protagonist sat on the ground in a cave next to the remains of the water spirits and asked with a dissatisfied look that he had really already destroyed everyone. Immediately after this, Rockin, sitting on the ground in the cave, looked to the side and asked, "What does it mean? There will be a boss now?" While the system notification window notified about the mysterious level 234 stone spirit. At the same moment, the protagonist said that it was a stone spirit, while eyes glowing brightly with yellow light were visible through the darkness in the cave. Rockin would then abruptly look away with a malicious grin and say that he must be somewhat like an enhanced stone spirit. Immediately after this, the mysterious stone spirit sent its hand forward with great speed straight from the darkness of the cave. At the same moment, the protagonist, deftly dodging his blow, climbed onto his hand and enveloped himself in dark red energy. Immediately afterwards, he struck with his huge battle axe, using the rampaging sword skill, and cut through the body of the stone spirit. At the same moment, the mysterious spirit of the stone leaned down and grunted loudly in pain while the golden crystal that was the core was visible in its chest. He then stood up abruptly and loudly shouted his battle cry as the protagonist stood calmly in front of him, holding his axe. Immediately after this, the mysterious and stone spirit used magic, lifting several stones into the air, shrouded in yellow energy. At the same moment, a huge number of stones, shrouded in yellow energy, rushed forward straight towards the protagonist standing with a malicious grin. Then Rockin jumped sharply to the side with a furious look and said that with this piece of stone, while instead of where he had just been, stones flew in, surrounded by yellow energy. Immediately after this, the handle of a huge weapon appeared in the protagonist's hand, as if out of nowhere. At the same moment, Rockin struck with his huge axe directly at the stone spirit, destroying its golden core, using the killing blow skill, and asked what he thought could stop him. The protagonist then watched his opponent's death with a furious expression while the system notification window notified him that he had leveled up. Immediately after this, Rockin took a slow step forward, stepping directly on the ground in the cave next to the mysterious fragment, and said that the problem is that because of the core, he cannot simply destroy it. At the same moment, the protagonist looked at the yellow ball in his hand with a malicious grin and said that, but he was glad that the boss was 100% dropping high-quality enhancement stones, while the system notification window notified that he had received a mysterious fragment. Rockin then imagined in his head images of warriors holding out strange bags towards the man with the blue crystal, and reasoned that initially the lord of this land would have discovered this and sold tickets to this dungeon at a high price, but it would be more profitable to sell the high-quality enhancement stones themselves, they entrance fees, but it would be too difficult for NPCs. Immediately after this, the protagonist looked at the blue crystal in his hand with a smug grin and reasoned that, but since he was the one who discovered it, everything would be different, and no matter how unlucky the user was, 3,000 high-quality enhancement stones could be obtained by simply dealing with boss. At the same moment, Rockin smiled widely and continued to reason that he would be able to control the prices of enhancement stones in the central continent for a long time, and enhancement stones really gave real power. The protagonist then deftly took out his book of runes and used it, traveling towards Tamura as his body disappeared into blue energy. Immediately after this event, the narratives are transferred to Tamura's forge, hammer and anvil, as announced by the system notification window. At the same moment, the protagonist was sitting at a table on which there was a huge amount of shards, and said that it was better to use the initial capital of the bonus for one playthrough for strengthening, and began to use the mysterious shards. Then Rockin, with a dissatisfied look, threw the stone behind his back, holding a mysterious fragment in his other hand, and said what kind of trinket it was, while the system notification window notified that he had received a shiny stone. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to throw a huge number of different things behind his back and asked what could use him with it, and continued to open mysterious shards. At the same time, several system notification windows continued to notify him that he had received an enhancement stone, high-quality enhancement stones, a mysterious powder, and so on. Then Rockin, with a smug look, looking at the huge mountain of blue crystals, said that these were high-quality enhancement stones and he should take them. Immediately after this, the blacksmith, with great surprise and incomprehension, looking at the enhancement stones, asked what was so much and how he did it. At the same moment, the protagonist sharply said that he was asking to strengthen his equipment to level 7, and reasoned that if strengthening fails, then the equipment will not be destroyed, and the blacksmith standing right in front of him was very dumbfounded by what was happening. Immediately after this, he began to forge the weapon of the protagonist, who reasoned that it doesn't matter how many attempts it takes to strengthen. The amount is not important, but improving to level 7 is very important, while the system notification windows notified about failure and success. At the same moment, the blacksmith, holding the glowing battle axe of Rockin in his hand, said that everything was ready, and he, raising his index finger up, said that he had one more request. Then the protagonist, holding a bag in his hand, with a malicious grin, said that he wanted to improve with high-quality enhancement stones and reasoned that from level 8 it is necessary to use high-quality enhancement stones. Immediately after this, the blacksmith began his work, banging his hammer while the system notification windows announced failure and success, and the protagonist, watching him, reasoned that if he failed with ordinary enhancement stones, the equipment would be 100% destroyed, and, starting from 9 level, if you fail to use high-quality enhancement stones, there is some chance that the equipment will be destroyed. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a frightened expression on his face, continued to speculate whether he would succeed or not. But this is what the blacksmith does, while the system notification windows notified about failure and success. Then the blacksmith, raising his hammer, said that he had finished and asked what, or anything else, was needed, and the protagonist sharply shouted that no, and therefore that was enough. Immediately after this, the blacksmith said that yes, he finished, and there is no point in shouting, it's better to let him take his weapon. While Rockin, sighing heavily, held his battle axe in his hands and reasoned that he almost screamed, and these are gamer habits. At the same moment, the protagonist closed his eyes and said that he wanted to use the equipment. Then, right on his body, improved equipment suddenly appeared, shrouded in bright blue flames, and Rockin, looking at him, asked, "Isn't that cool?" Immediately after this, Rockin pointed at the system notification window and said that they would turn off the effect of the equipment anyway, and reasoned that it would quickly attract the attention of enemies. At the same moment, the protagonist took out a book of runes and said that he was done with the game. Then Rockin, holding that very book in his hand, opened it and with a furious look said that now active clearing could begin, and used the book of runes in the quarry. The system notification window notified that the bonus for the first entry into the secret dungeon had expired, and the tired-looking protagonist, putting his battle axe on his shoulder, said that he had been hunting for 3 days and would now die of fatigue. Immediately after this, the protagonist would put the axe into his inventory, looking at the system notification window, and say that he wanted to see if any useful information had been published. At the same moment, Rockin was greatly surprised, looking straight at the system notification window with a furious gaze. Then the protagonist, very angry, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, looked down and asked about these freaks. Immediately after this, Rockin, but his attention on the system notification window with the article, reasoned that one guild that had reached the central continent, the most discussed guild, were the Hellhounds. At the same moment, an image of a group with a red sign behind appeared in the protagonist's head, and he reasoned that in a past life they were called hunting dogs, and their main feature is that they can do anything for their own benefit. Rockin then imagined himself holding an ordinary axe in his hands and began to go down, reasoning that, but they would not lift a finger for a cause that would not benefit them, and one day he would be unlucky enough to run into them. Immediately after this, the protagonist imagined himself breathing heavily and raising his head, looking forward, reasoning that, of course, this meeting brought him a lot of problems, and then he died several times, and his level dropped, and items were lost. At the same moment, the protagonist recalled how he stood wounded in front of their group, and reasoned that it was at that moment that hunting dogs appeared in front of him, who took the opportunity and suppressed him, literally taking him by the scruff of the neck. Rockin then remembered images of his sworn enemies, who were like two Sallys over a group of hunting dogs, and reasoned that, however, as far as he remembered, the first guild to reach the central continent was Ragnarok, and these bastards don't know what tricks they used for snatching such a chance. Immediately after this, the protagonist shuddered sharply and smiled broadly, saying that okay, and this is even better, which means that instead of Ragnarok you will give them a proper welcome. At the same moment, Rockin turned sharply back with a malicious grin and said that there was only one port where they could arrive. The narrative of the story then moves into the real world to a tall blue glass building. Immediately after this, the protagonist sat at his desk, clicking on the keyboard keys, and said that he would download a few videos before going to meet them. At the same moment, Rockin, uploading his videos to the site, said that he thought that these videos could attract many new players, so he prepared an introduction video. But this no longer matters. Then the protagonist, with a malicious grin, staring at the monitor, said that no, and it will only matter for one guild, and the one who presented the city, and the one who just left the piers, thinks it will be immediately clear who one arrived here. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transported to a pier in a coastal city, to which a ship was sailing, and a certain voice asked if everyone had taken the Book of Runes, and was given a positive answer. At the same moment, a man with a black symbol on his cheek said that it was still good that he managed to save the Books of Runes. The system notification window notified that this was the God of Dogs, the leader of the Hellhounds Guild. Then the God of Dogs, stepping on the amphibious monster with his foot, asked that even though this is a new continent, why are there such mobs here? And said that even their level 190 seems to be about 20% stronger than the guys from the third city, while his guild members stood with his back. Immediately after that, he turned around sharply and said that they should be careful, and if they died before reaching the next city, it would be all over and the road would be closed to the public from there, while two of his subordinates nodded their heads in approval. At the same moment, the dog god said with a menacing look that, no matter what, their Hellhound Guild would retain leadership. Then the narrative of the story moves to a huge rift through which one could only walk on logs, and a certain voice said that everyone should wait. Immediately after this, the blonde guy, turning sharply back, said that the fog was too thick, and the god of dogs, leaning on the rock, said that we needed to get rid of it. At the same moment, he gave the order to the wizards to go forward, and the magicians, obeying the order, put their staffs straight in front of them. They then worked together to use their magic to send a stream of orange flames forward. Immediately after this, a bright orange flame cleared the fog a little, and a voice said that the fog was returning too quickly. At the same moment, a certain voice shouted that it was as if the sea itself was opposing them, and the god of dogs, continuing to hold his hand on the rock, said that the wizards must act. Then he gritted his teeth with a dissatisfied expression and said that who knows what is hidden behind this fog. Immediately after this, he, stepping with his foot directly on the ground, said that the priests should come forward, and they, obeying his order, began to cast magic. At the same moment, the god of dogs said that you can guess what kind of monsters they are just by sound. He then continued to say that they were quite high level and everyone needed to be on their guard, while after the fog cleared, undead monsters were visible. The system notification window notified that they were level 194 evil zombies. Immediately after this, the priests thrust their staves forward and, activating their magic circles, used a swift attack with their holy weapons. At the same moment, several beams of yellow energy were rapidly directed towards the evil zombies. Then, right in the middle of the rocky valley, a huge explosion occurred after the priest struck, and everything around was covered in dust. Immediately after this, the dog god said that they needed to reorganize and everyone should monitor the control of mana, while the priest sharply retreated back, running away from the zombie corpses. At the same moment, the head of the guild was very surprised, looking forward, and says that if they continue at the same pace, they will soon destroy them all. The dog god then asked with great surprise how many of them there were, while a huge number of evil zombies appeared in front, walking forward. Immediately after this, the guild leader, putting his hand forward, said that they were not the type to go ahead, so they needed to combine their forces and move forward while his subordinates stood right in front of him. At the same moment, the god of dogs sharply took up his weapon and said that they would begin a long fight, and now the right to command passes to the commanders of their groups. Then the members of the Hellhounds Guild, very tired of the battle, tried to fight off the evil zombies that surrounded them on all sides, and the god of dogs asked what the creatures were and how long they would appear. Immediately after this, the head of the guild, wiping the sweat from his face, leaning on his weapon, asked why there was always such a fast respawn, and said that there were no other users here and why they kept appearing. At the same moment, he said that he now hears a different sound and other monsters are coming, and everyone needs to be vigilant while his subordinates were surrounded by evil zombies. Then the guy, looking to the side, in fact the visible silhouette of a horse with a rider, asked that from a distance he looked like a person, and his ally, looking in the same direction, asked that this was an NPC and he was saving them. Immediately after this, the horse rushed forward with great speed, and members of the Hellhounds Guild scattered to the sides and shouted that he was approaching and they needed to get out of the way. At the same moment, the horse rushed with great speed across the battlefield, and the rider sitting on it used a book of runes, maintaining a mark while people fled in fear in different directions. Then the protagonist, with a malicious grin, reasoned that the kids were very scared, and it looked like they needed to have some fun. Immediately after this, Rockin used his hiding skill, abruptly disappeared along with his horse, and the surprised player asked that there was definitely a person here and he disappeared. At the same moment, he turned sharply to the side, asked where had he gone, and his ally said that right in front of him, only from the side, an evil zombie appeared, emerging from the dust raised in the air. The vicious zombies then attacked the guild members, stabbing them, and loud cries of a crowd of zombies echoed throughout the area while the dog god simply watched everything happen. Immediately after this, the head of the guild watched everything that was happening with great surprise and misunderstanding and cursed. At the same moment, the dog god, holding a weapon in his hand, stood right in front of a crowd of evil zombies running towards him and said that this guy had lured even more mobs towards them. The battlefield was then littered with a huge amount of players' weapons, with only a small mist floating around the area. Immediately after this, the protagonist sat behind one of the rocks and asked what happened faster than he thought. At the same moment, Rockin sharply smiled widely and said that if this continues, they will soon weaken, and asked that the endless battle with mobs will not soon shake their psyche, and whether he should return and look at their faces. Then the dog god, moving his hand to the side, commanded his subordinates, saying that they need to hurry, and as soon as they are resurrected, everyone needs to get into line. Immediately after this, he shouted with a serious look that they must pass before the zombies at the entrance are resurrected, and asked that it was normal for a bunch of zombies to die 5 times. At the same moment, his subordinate, looking at the system notification window and calling out to the leader, said that he should look there. Then the god of dogs, with great anger turning in his direction, said that he was up to his neck busy, and asked that there was something serious there, and his subordinate said that there was a video of Rockin. Immediately after this, the head of the guild, turning to the side, asked that he had time to watch such a thing, and said that he was of no use, while his subordinate showed the system notification window and said that he should watch it first. At the same moment, he continued to say that that bastard Rockin is here now, and the dog god looked with great surprise at the system notification window with his live broadcast. Then, in the system notification window, Rockin's video continued to play, and the guild leader said that here, and this is the gorge where they were killed. Immediately after this, the subordinate, clicking on the system notification, said that not only here, and also here, and these are all the places where these zombies killed them, and the dog god became very angry. At the same moment, the head of the guild with a dissatisfied look, remembering the crowd of angry zombies, was not mistaken. He said forward that it was really that freak who brought this crowd. At the same moment, the head of the guild opened his eye wide with dissatisfaction and said that he had finally found it. Then the dog god imagined in his head how his subordinates were attacked by evil zombies, and the protagonist, using the hiding skill, hid right in the middle of the battlefield and said that the reason for their deaths. Immediately after this, the guild leader imagined in his head how Rockin rode on his horse right across the battlefield next to the members of his guild and said that he was the one who rushed past every time they crossed the gorge. At the same moment, the dog god grasped the hilt of his weapon with great force and said that he commanded all the hellhounds. Then the head of the guild screamed loudly with rage and said that he needed to bring Rockin or whatever his name was to him now. Then the god of dogs, with a clearly displeased look, walked next to his subordinates, saying that Rockin is a freak, and why is he doing this to them? And before visiting the third city, they avoided the places where he visited, so they never met. Immediately after this, the guild leader, very angry, said that it is obvious that he is holding them back, and he arrived at the central continent earlier and is trying to stop them because he is afraid that they will catch up with him. At the same moment, the god of dogs, holding his head, swore and said that he had not seen him on the ship, and how then he ended up in this narrow gorge. Then the guild leader suddenly realized something and opened his eyes wide in surprise and realization. Immediately after this, the god of dogs, turning sharply to the side and pointing his finger at the surprised blonde guy, said that this was exactly what happened. At the same moment, he continued to say that it was all a horse, and so he crossed this narrow gorge, and his subordinates, greatly surprised by this, understood everything. Then the blonde guy, imagining in his head the image of the protagonist galloping on a horse across the battlefield, said that it was true, and just like Rockin drove the crowd, they can bypass the zombies using their agility. Immediately after this, he sharply turned to the side with a doubtful look, and the god of dogs, folding his hands to his chest, asked if there were any problems. At the same moment, the blonde guy, looking at the guild members, said that giving everyone horses worth 100 gold was contradictory, and the god of dogs asked if he would, and he had a lot of money or something. The guild leader then said with a serious face that a minority of the guild elite would transfer first. Immediately after this, the blonde guy asked about the minority of the elite, while the guild members were very scared by what they heard. At the same moment, the guild members with frightened expressions on their faces asked what it meant that the captains would go, and said that no, that's what they came here for. Then one of the people asked what they wanted to say, that they would take so many captains and leave them, and the other, greatly frightened, said that they should wait. Immediately after this, a guy standing in the crowd of warriors pointed his finger upward in the direction where the leg in red armor stood and said that everyone should look there. At the same moment, the protagonist sat with a furious look and greeted the guys, asking if they missed him. At the same moment, the guild members said that it was Rockin, and called out to the captain, saying that he himself had come. And the god of dogs, spreading his arms to the sides, said that he was on time and how they had offended him, that he was doing this to them. The protagonist would then abruptly jump off the wooden structure and land on the ground, saying that they didn't need to know this, while the guild leader turned sharply in his direction. Immediately after this, Rockin, raising his head up, looked back and said that they should just attack. At the same moment, the god of dogs, taking out his weapon from his inventory, asked that he was hinting that conversations here would be unnecessary. The guild leader would then say that everyone needed to prepare for battle, and his subordinate would say that they needed to find his weaknesses while the protagonist stood right in front of them. Immediately after this, Rockin took out his huge battle axe from his inventory, while the system notification window hung above his head, which was malfunctioning, and a certain voice said that his status window was hidden and how could absolutely everything be hidden. At the same moment, the protagonist, swinging his battle axe, reasoned that, of course, it could be hidden for a small fee, while the system notification notified about the fog cover, which for 7 days ignores detection or hiding the status window 100 times. The dog god then said with a serious look that he was a shameless guy and ordered the creation of Formation A. Immediately after that, his subordinates stood behind him, enveloped in yellow energy, while the guild leader shouted that they would see how much longer he could show off with their skills, while the system notification window notified that the Hellhounds Guild had the effect of forming the Unity Force. At the same moment, the protagonist, watching everything that was happening, reasoned that they were getting there by ship, and he was already worried that they had been gone for a long time. And they, it turns out, received a formation effect, and it could fall from the monsters, but the likelihood of this is very low. Looks like they got lucky. Then the dog god shouted with a menacing look that they must make the insolent person pay. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a malicious grin reasoned that usually the guild leader, watching everything from behind, only delivers the final blow, but judging by the fact that he is standing in the first ranks, eager to fight, he is confident in his abilities. At the same moment, the dog god rushed forward with great speed, pushing off the ground and holding a weapon in his hand while the system notification window notified that his actions were recognized as self-defense. The protagonist then took out an ordinary axe from his inventory and reasoned that due to his excessive self-confidence, he had no chance of success in this battle. Immediately after this, Rockin threw his axe, enveloped in energy, forward with great speed. The bombardment skill was activated. At the same moment, the dog god, leaning on his weapon, stood in the middle of the battlefield while everything around was exploding from the protagonist's blow and said that everyone needed to hold on. Then the guild leader, with fear on his face, looking to the side, said that if they disperse, their defense enhancements will disappear, and they need to wait for the right moment and attack him all together. Immediately after this, the protagonist clenched his teeth with great force, emitting red energy, and said that they were idiots and could just wait for their death. At the same moment, Rockin, with his mouth wide open, screamed loudly using his mad scream skill. Then, all the members of the Hellhound Guild suddenly shook and trembled in fear after using the skill. Immediately after this, one of the guys with sweat on his face said that this was some kind of sudden attack. At the same moment, the protagonist, soaring into the air, with a furious look, found himself directly above the head of that same guy. Rockin then used his leg to kick directly into the face of the Hellhound Guild member standing in front of him. Immediately after this, the protagonist delivered another kick to the warrior, while the dog god, standing right next to him, watched what was happening and said that he was rubbish. At the same moment, Rockin, with a furious look, stretching out his hand forward, asked what went where. The protagonist would then swing his huge battle axe straight at the dog god and create a gash on his chest. Immediately after this, the head of the Hellhound Guild said that it had disintegrated, and such an attack could not be blocked by the formation effect while his subordinates ran forward. At the same moment, the protagonist, moving his hands to the sides, said that this would not work. Rockin then rushed through the members of the Hellhounds Guild and destroyed one person after another with his huge battle axe. Immediately after this, the protagonist jumped up with a furious look and found himself directly above a huge crowd of guild warriors. At the same moment, Rockin, with a furious and bestial look, grasping the armor on his hand, advanced forward with tremendous speed. Then the protagonist sharply threw away the armor, removing it from his hand, and continued to run forward at great speed and defeat one enemy after another. At the same moment, Rockin, with a mad look, twisted the head of one of the members of the Hellhounds Guild and struck him with his fist directly in the face, throwing him aside. Then one of the guys running away from the battlefield asked that he used the Berserk effect, and the sorcerer lying right in front of him said that he did not have Berserk artifacts, and this was a huge rarity. Immediately after this, the red-skinned man called out to his captain, saying that they would all be killed and it was better to retreat now, and the dog god with a wound on his shoulder stood next to him. At the same moment, the head of the guild turned to the side with a frightened look, asking what he thought then, spare them. He then goes on to say that if he is not killed now, the issue will not be resolved while the red man is being cut into two halves. Then the dog god, with great fear on his face, shouted loudly in surprise and misunderstanding. Immediately after this, the head of the guild sat down on the ground, holding a weapon in his hand, and reasoned that how could he do it at once without using skills, and one way or another he definitely made a mistake. At the same moment, the protagonist, enveloped in blue energy, stood right in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by a huge number of corpses. Then, right in front of the wounded god of dogs sitting on the ground, the protagonist appeared, whose shadow fell on him, and said that he would say one. Immediately after this, Raken, pointing his huge battle axe towards his enemy, said that from now on, if he sees even one of his boyfriends, he will kill him. At the same moment, the protagonist continued to say that if they want to live, they must leave the guild or sit and keep a low profile in the third city until he moves to another territory, and the members of the Hellhounds listened to his words with great surprise. Then Raken, with a crazy look, still holding his battle axe straight in front of him, said that, but he would give them a chance to choose. Immediately after this, the god of dogs asked that yes, why was he doing this to them, and the protagonist, pointing his axe at him, asked that why. At the same moment, Raken asked with a malicious grin that it really mattered, and held his axe right next to the body of the head of the guild. Then the protagonist recalled the events of the past, how all the members of this very guild mocked him, and asked that it didn't matter to them either. Immediately after this, the dog god gritted his teeth with great dissatisfaction as he listened to him. At the same moment, the head of the guild, spreading his arms to the sides, said that it was good, and now he would go, and the protagonist swung his huge battle axe. Then Raken, with a look of fury, struck with his great battle axe and cut off the head from the shoulders of the dog god. Immediately after this, one of the guild's subordinates said that he was doing something bad, and the elf girl standing next to him said that he would save their lives if they left. At the same moment, the protagonist, standing up sharply, asked that he had said that he would kill everyone who caught his eye while the two were watching. Then Raken, with a mad look, swung his huge battle axe and asked who would catch his eye next. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the walls of a castle with a brown roof, to which the protagonist approached, sighing heavily and stretching his arms. At the same moment, Raken, sighing heavily, smiled widely and said that he was so glad to see them that he had imperceptibly become excited, but thanks to them he felt better. Then the Lord's soldier ran forward and addressed Mr. Raken, saying that he had returned, and he looked in his direction with great surprise. Immediately after this, the soldier held his hand to the Lord and said that the Lord was urgently looking for him, and the protagonist, listening to his words, asked about the Lord. At the same moment, Raken, sharply looking away to the side, said that he was already on his way, and reasoned that the time had really come. Then the protagonist, being in the Lord's room, bowed, holding his hand to his chest, while Dekarn said that Raken should pass. Immediately after this, the protagonist, straightening up sharply, asked that he was looking for him, and the Lord, sitting at his workplace, said that it was so. At the same moment, Dekarn, holding his hand on the letter with the red seal, said that he had called him to discuss this. Then Raken looked down with great surprise and asked about this letter. Immediately after this, Raken, with a serious look, reasoned that it was already clear who sent him, and the only one who could write directly to Lord Rinai. At the same moment, the protagonist imagined a portrait of a white-haired aristocrat in his head and reasoned that this is Lord Remington, and although he is a baron, like Lord Rinai. Then Raken imagined an image of him in his head, which seemed to control the unfortunate Dekarn, and reasoned that his financial situation was better, and he was more greedy and selfish, and besides, in a past life he had taken away lands from Lord Rinai. Immediately after this, the protagonist, holding the letter in his hands, taking it out of the envelope, reasoned that, but this time the letter arrived much earlier, and he was going to meet. At the same moment, Raken held Lord Remington's proposal in his hands and reasoned that he was offering to send people to him, supposedly for an exchange. Then the protagonist looked down with a malicious grin and reasoned that he was impudent, and openly declared that they were going to send a spy. Immediately after this, Dekarn cried, sitting at his table, and asked, turning to Raken, what, in his opinion, was the best thing to do in this situation, and the protagonist, continuing to hold the letter in his hands, said that he must agree. At the same moment, the protagonist, with a furious look, flexing his fist, said that he would come from his lands to him, and reasoned that since this was the case, then it was necessary to take advantage of the situation correctly. The narrative of the story then moves to a few days later at Remington's estate, as the plot tells us, and the protagonist, along with two other people, stood near the fence in front of the luxurious palace. Immediately after this, Raken, with a thoughtful look, reasoned that the people he had sent should have already arrived at the place, while behind him the soldier was greatly surprised at the huge castle. At the same moment, the protagonist recalled the images of three people and reasoned that, unlike them, the owner of this estate sent mining experts and administrators to them, and their goal, rather, was not to exchange pleasantries, but to study how developed the territory was. Raken then imagined in his head images of the three sent people who seemed to be looming over Lord Rinai, and reasoned that, of course, he explained to the Lord how to prepare for such a meeting, but he was still worried about him. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a serious look reasoned that he needed to finish quickly and return, while a knight in armor appeared right in front of him and asked that they came from Lord Rinai. At the same moment, the knight in armor said that they should come here. The system notification window announced that this was Remington's usual guard, Hansen. His level is 200. Then the protagonist, very angry, reasoned that it would be nice if he met them. Their captain, a regular guard, has been sent to them, and they are trying to kill their self-confidence from the very beginning. Immediately after this, the two warriors who came with the protagonist said that you just need to look at his chainmail, and they were jealous, while he reasoned that although this is good, the fact that they look down on them makes them less convincing. At the same moment, Rockin, with a malicious grin, continued to argue that this is why he brought Renee's soldiers with him. Then, right in front of the protagonist, Lord Remington appeared as if from nowhere, spreading his arms wide, not saying that this is what everyone is talking about him. Immediately after this, the two shook hands, and the protagonist said that he was the mad berserker Rockin. The Lord introduced himself, saying that his name was Sakinkun von Remington. At the same moment, the protagonist, with an arrogant look, looking down, reasoned that he behaves better with him than he thought, and he so wants to win the favor of his lord. Then Remington, spreading his arms to the sides, said that they must be tired, so they need to rest a little and talk about everything over dinner. While the protagonist smiled deceitfully and reasoned that he was really tired, but he wouldn't show it. Immediately after this, Rockin, holding his hand to his chest, said that he thanked him for his kindness, but he was here on business. If he didn't mind, he would like to see the estate, and Remington replied that he had heard about his devotion, and, of course, same. At the same moment, the Lord turned sharply, looking at the armored knight, who nodded in approval and silently understood his master's order. Then two knights in armor walked next to the protagonist, and one of them asked what he wanted to start from a village or a farm. Immediately after this, the protagonist, pointing his finger up, with a malicious grin, said that he would like to start with the dungeons, and the knight in armor asked what the dungeons were, and he didn't hear it. At the same moment, one of the knights in armor whispered in the ear of the other and said that Hansen should go report to the Lord, and he would take the order. Then the protagonist, with a malicious grin, reasoned that, like the dungeon where the secret sleeps on the territory of Rinai, there is also a special dungeon with a limited number of entrances. Immediately after this, Rockin imagined something yellow in color, shrouded in chains, and reasoned that since items from there bring a significant portion of the territory's income, information about this dungeon is hidden from the outside world. At the same moment, Hansen, running up to the protagonist standing still, turned around and said that the Lord had given permission. The protagonist would then say with a mischievous grin that he was grateful to him and reasoned that, as expected, Lord Remington was treating him special and he must be trying to win his favor. Immediately after this, the story's narrative moves to a rocky area near a luxurious castle, and the system notification window announced that these were the hills near the Remington estate. At the same moment, the protagonist followed two knights in armor next to the roots of huge trees and reasoned that they were closer than he thought. Immediately after this, Rockin imagined in his head the image of a bear eating honey from a pot, and reasoned that the special honey extracted here was Remington's signature product, and it was also good for health. At the same moment, Hansen stopped and pointed to a huge tree, saying that they were there, and the level of this dungeon was quite high, so careful preparation would be required, while the protagonist, along with the rest of the knights in armor, stopped nearby. Hansen then went on to say that it looked like a regular old tree, but if you looked closely you could see an old beehive and they had to knock it down while there was a stump of a beehive hanging on one of the branches. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a malicious grin reasoned that they wanted to help or thought that he could not do it on his own, and they wrote to him in some detail while Hansen gave an order to the archer knight right in front of him. At the same moment, the archer knight fired his bow, releasing an arrow with great speed. Then an arrow, just fired from a bow, knocked down a stump of an old beehive hanging on a tree branch. Immediately after this, that same half of the old hive began to tremble sharply and sparkle with a bright orange glow. At the same moment, a portal appeared as if from nowhere, as if from a yellow honeycomb, and the protagonist reasoned that this dungeon would definitely benefit him, and it was difficult to find a level 230 dungeon in their territory while the armored knights walked inside. Then the protagonist, getting down on one knee, lowered his hand to the ground, reasoning that he was using a book of runes and would save the mark and later study it in more detail, while the system notification window notified that the point had been added. Immediately after this, Rockin stepped with his foot directly on the ground next to the portal of bright yellow honeycombs. At the same moment, the system notification window announced that a secret dungeon of sweet death had been discovered, and as an initial bonus for entering, the experience gained and the chance of item drops were increased by 30% for 3 days. And the bonus for one entry will increase by 10% thanks to the Pioneer effect. But for now, the protagonist, along with the knights in armor, found himself inside a cave right in front of another portal of yellow honeycombs. At the same moment, the protagonist with a malicious grin, looking forward, reasoned that it was good that he also had a bonus for one entry. Then Hansen, looking at Rockin, turned to him and said that before the wave of monsters begins, he will briefly tell him about this dungeon. Immediately after this, he continued to say that the structure of the cave is simple, and after defeating a group of killer bees, it is necessary to destroy the hive. And then the queen bee will appear. After killing her, the dungeon will be cleared, and the protagonist imagined images of the monsters just listed in his head. At the same moment, Hansen asked if he wanted to join the cleanup, and the protagonist, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, laughed and said that no, and he would only get in their way. Then Rocken opened his cunning eyes and reasoned that, of course, this is nonsense, and bees can be killed even with closed eyes, but now it is better for him not to interfere. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to reason that the more these guys underestimate him, the easier it will be for him, while Hansen said that well, then they can handle it themselves. At the same moment, one of the knights in armor asked that he would not protect, and Hansen answered him that yes, and he thinks he is afraid. And the two of them walked forward while the protagonist stood behind them and just remained silent, listening their words. The protagonist then grinned mischievously as they talked about what and why their lord treated him like that. Immediately after this event, the narratives moved forward to 4 hours later when the yellow honeycomb portal suddenly began to sparkle brightly. At the same moment, several knights in armor came out of it, and the protagonist, standing right in front of them, said that they were truly magnificent. He admired them, while Hansen said that this was only their duty. Then the protagonist, turning to the side, laughed and said that he, too, should follow their example, and Hansen, waving his hand at him, standing behind him, addressed Mr. Rocken. Immediately after this, Rocken turned back sharply with great surprise, until a certain voice said that the Lord was calling him to dinner and he were being shown out. At the same moment, the narrative of the story is transferred to a huge hall where the protagonist and Lord Remington sat opposite each other at the table. Then Lord Remington, pointing his fork forward, asked so how was the excursion? Immediately after this, he began to eat, trying to cut the steak, saying that he hoped he felt something there. At the same moment, the protagonist, holding cutlery in his hands, said that yes, since his territory is more developed than theirs, and the technology is here, while the Lord sharply interrupted him and said that no, and that was not what he was asking him about. Then Remington cut off another piece of his riser with a knife and said that he knew that the territory of Rinai had no future. Immediately after this, he said that something could happen if nothing was found in the mines being developed, and the territory would go away, and the lands and rights he had received would lose value, while Rocken listened to his words with a menacing look. At the same moment, Lord Remington, bringing a piece of steak to his mouth, said that Rocken should go to him, and if he agreed, he would give him 3 times more land, and no, even 5 times more. Rocken then sharply grinned maliciously upon hearing the Lord's words. Immediately after this, the protagonist, smiling widely, said that is expected of him, and he seemed to understand the whole situation well. At the same moment, Rocken continued to say that it was good, and he is also a greedy person for profit, although you can't say so, but, however, while Remington, looking forward, asked about however. Then the protagonist, with great force, stuck his fork directly into the steak lying on the plate and said that it was 10 times. Immediately after hearing this, Lord Remington was greatly surprised and frightened, gritting his teeth. At the same moment, Rocken, furiously biting off a piece of steak, said that if he gives 10 times more, he will think about at least helping him. Then the protagonist sat at the table all alone at night and thought about something. Immediately after this, Rocken, folding his hands to his chest, simply remained silent, lost in his thoughts. At the same moment, memories of Lord Remington arose in the protagonist's head, who said that he was not an ordinary guy, and he liked it, and great, would offer him 10 times more land. Then Rocken, looking to the side with a mischievous grin, said that he didn't seem to mind the 10-fold increase. Immediately after this, the protagonist smiled broadly and asked what he thought. He did not know his plans. At the same moment, the story's narrative shifts outside of Remington's estate into the dark night. Then the protagonist in his room, holding an axe in his hand, looked at the bomb and weapons on the table, says that the test of the axe is over, and further. Immediately after this, Rocken, examining his equipment, which was lying on the table, said that it was good that he took it, and reasoned that the original purpose of his coming here had been achieved. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered how he interacted with the knight in armor and fiercely took a bite of the steak, reasoning that he had already made him think of himself as an incompetent knight who was only interested in wealth in order to ease their wariness towards him and Rinai. Rocken then continued to reason with a mischievous grin that this would make them act arrogant, deciding that the recent changes in Rinai's territory were just a coincidence. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to reason that, in addition, they would ease up on the surveillance of him a little, while one of the warriors in armor asked that they weren't following the knight from Rinai, and the other knight, smoking a cigarette, said that yes, okay, we'll watch when he goes outside. At the same moment, the protagonist with a hungry look imagined a barrel of honey in his head and reasoned that thanks to this he could calmly clean out their honey dungeons, and said that his mouth was watering. He then said he was using a book of runes and bright blue energy came out of his window as well. Immediately after this, the protagonist found himself in a completely different place, standing on one knee directly on the ground. At the same moment, Rocken, taking out an axe from his inventory, reasoned that it was a bit of a pity that teleportation did not work, even if he put a mark, because this dungeon was not part of Remington, and they only stayed in it for 3 days. Then the protagonist imagined the image of Lord Remington throwing up his hands and continued to argue that this was a little disappointing. But since he had already made conclusions about them in any case, now he could ignore him and pretend that there was no talk about land. Immediately after this, Rockin threw his axe and knocked down half of the beehive from the branch of a huge tree, saying that, nevertheless, for all these 3 days he could calmly defend the cave. At the same moment, the protagonist was standing near a tree, right in front of which a portal of honeycomb suddenly appeared. Then Rockin entered the portal and stepped with his foot directly on the ground, ending up on the other side. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that he had entered the secret dungeon of Sweet Death, and, as a bonus for one entry, the experience gained and the chance of dropping items was increased by 30% for 3 days, while the protagonist stood in the middle of the cave and said that it was surprising that in the cave is still light. At the same moment, furious red eyes belonging to monster bees could be seen directly from the honeycombs. Then the bees, abruptly flying out of their honeycombs, exposed their stingers, preparing for battle. Immediately after this, they began to flap their wings at great speed and fly forward. At the same moment, a huge number of monster bees flew forward towards the protagonist standing on the ground, while the system notification window notified that a wave of level 231 killer bee monsters was beginning. The monster bee then rushed forward with great speed, sticking its stinger straight in front of it. Immediately after this, the protagonist, sharply pushing away from his place, destroying the ground, rushed forward with great speed. At the same moment, Rockin, moving his hand to the side, took out an axe from his inventory. Then the protagonist, sharply rushing forward, cut the body of the killer bee into 2 halves and ended up behind her. Immediately after this, Rockin found himself right next to the beautiful yellow honeycomb and said that he had finally arrived. At the same moment, the protagonist looked forward with a joyful look and reasoned that if he breaks the hive, he will immediately move on to the battle with the boss. But this will not work. Rockin then suddenly clenched his fist with great force and raised it upward, preparing to strike. Immediately after this, the protagonist struck the honeycomb with enormous force with his fist and screamed loudly. At the same moment, the entire hive began to tremble sharply after Rockin's strong blow. Then, as if out of nowhere, angry red eyes suddenly appeared, and the system's notification window notified him, warning him that he had angered the hive and that a new horde of killer bees was approaching. Immediately after this, a huge number of bees flew in the air with a furious look directly above the protagonist's head, flying out of the hive. At the same moment, Rockin laughed and said that it was time to continue, taking out a strange ball from his inventory while the system notification window notified that he had summoned an aqua bomb. Then the protagonist threw that same aqua bomb forward with enormous force and screamed loudly. Immediately after this, the aqua bomb detonated sharply and began to glow brightly with blue energy, splashing water in different directions. At the same moment, it exploded right in the sky next to a cluster of killer bees, while the protagonist, standing on the ground, watched everything that happened. Then a huge stream of water enveloped the killer bee with great speed towards her. Immediately after this, all the killer bees that were there suddenly plunged into the water that appeared after the explosion of the aqua bomb. At the same moment, the protagonist sat on a rock with a smug look, escaping from the huge amount of water, and laughed, saying that it was refreshing. Then Rockin stepped with his armored foot directly on the ground on which there was a puddle. Immediately after this, the protagonist takes out his huge battle axe from his inventory and next to the immobilized bodies of the killer bees says that this should be enough and now you can start farming. At the same moment, the events of the story are transferred to a huge hive with a large number of honeycombs. The protagonist then says with a joyful face that this is wonderful, and held in his hands a huge number of killer bee complaints. Immediately after this, Rockin said that usually these items drop out with a very low probability, but if you take it away from the living, then the probability of getting a good item is 100%, and imagined a sting in his head while the system notification window notified that it belonged to a bee killer and described him. At the same moment, the protagonist brought a small axe to his face and said that now there was only one left. Then Rockin used his bombardment skill and sent forward a huge stream of energy, destroying everything in its path. Immediately after that, through the dust raised around him, he could see huge red furious eye. Immediately after this, a huge bee appeared right in the middle of the street, flying right next to the protagonist standing on the ground, while the system notification window announced that it was a level 239 queen bee. At the same moment, she sharply directed her huge stinger forward at high speed. Then the protagonist, with a deft movement, jumped to the side and dodged her crushing blow. Immediately after this, Rockin landed on the ground, breaking with his hands and feet, and, laughing, asked what, and this is the queen, saying that even for him such an injection would be extremely dangerous. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled broadly and said that however, Rockin would then push his foot straight off the ground with great force and shoot forward at great speed. Immediately after this, the protagonist rushed forward at great speed, holding a huge battle axe in his hand, and said that you can simply not get caught. At the same moment, the queen bee sharply pointed her huge stinger forward at high speed. Then the protagonist deftly dodged her blow, being right under her, and, rushing forward, said that it was very slow. Immediately after this, Rockin, jumping up and swinging his huge battle axe, headed straight for the queen bee's head. At the same moment, the protagonist struck with his huge battle axe and destroyed the body of the queen bee. Then the blow delivered by Rockin landed right between the queen bee's eyes and cut her into two halves. Immediately after this, the protagonist stood on the ground and talked about the head, chest, and stomach, while the queen bee's body behind him was cut into 3 pieces. At the same moment, the body of the queen bee, cut into 3 halves, fell sharply down. The protagonist then stood on the ground, moving his axe arm back, while the body of the queen bee fell to the ground behind him, splashing everything around in honey. Immediately after this, bright yellow honey began to drip onto the serious Rockin. At the same moment, several system notification windows notified that he had cleared the secret dungeon of the Sweet Death and received experience points, the sting of a killer bee, a pot of honey, while the protagonist, licking the honey from his face, said with a furious look that this is it. The narrative of the story then moves forward to a few days later at the Renai estate, as the plot tells us. Immediately after this, the protagonist placed a huge decanter with honey inside on the table. At the same moment, Dekarn, with great surprise, looking at the decanter of honey, said what it was and what it was, and Rockin with a smug look said that it was nothing. Then the protagonist continued to say that this was a signature product of the Remington estate, and he brought a lot, so let him eat to his health, while the decanter of honey continued to stand on the table and sparkle. Immediately after this, the lord with a joyful look said that he was grateful to him, and he must have been exhausted and should go to rest, and the protagonist, bowing, holding his hand to his chest, said that it was good. At the same moment, Rockin opened the door to his room, entering it. Then the protagonist, sitting on the bed, looked at the system notification window and said with a smug grin that now that he had caught his breath, he could see what was going on in the community. Immediately after this, the system notification window showed a note that the Hellhounds were on the verge of collapse, and the protagonist asked about the Hellhounds. At the same moment, Rockin imagined the events of the recent past, how he threatened the leader of this very guild, and said that it seemed that because of that incident, most of the guild members left, and that was great. Then the protagonist continued to look at the system notification window, point his finger at it and said that he would look at some other article. Immediately after this, the protagonist opened his eye wide in surprise and looked straight ahead. At the same moment, Rockin was reading an article about the Black Dragon Corps, which is advancing to the continents, asking what this was and how they crossed over. Then the protagonist saw in the system notification window that this happened thanks to the guild union, and said that this is how they created an alliance, and this is quite good. Immediately after this, Rockin, slowly getting out of bed, said that he still needed it to carry out the plan, so it was even better. At the same moment, the protagonist with a furious look, holding his shoulder, said that they needed to prepare a reception for them anyway. The narrative of the story then moves to a beautiful area with a huge number of mountains covered with forests, while the system notification window announced that it was a twilight valley of the central continent. Immediately after this, the protagonist walked along the ground with slow steps. At the same moment, Rockin looked ahead with a malicious grin, reasoning that he had not been here for a long time. Then the protagonist imagined in his head a map from the sea with the monster through the mountains to the castle and reasoned that this is a mandatory place through which the Black Dragon Corps must pass on the way to the 4th city. Immediately after this, Rockin approached the entrance to the cave and reasoned about the reason for his coming here, and said that it must definitely be here. At the same moment, the protagonist, smiling broadly, looked forward and said what he had found. Rockin then stood right in front of a huge fortress with flags and torches all around while the system's notification window announced that this was the headquarters of the Golden Lion Camp Squad. Immediately after this, a certain voice asked that he wanted to join the special forces, while on the wall of the camp headquarters there was a beautiful flag with a picture of a lion. At the same moment, the protagonist, spreading his arms to the sides, said that yes, he has a strategy that he would like to offer, and the warrior with a white cloak said that he should wait, he believes that he has enough skills to join them. Then the old warrior in armor, scratching his beard, said that self-confidence is the first but, while the system notification window notified that this is the commander of the Special Forces Harun with level 280. Immediately after this, the protagonist with a joyful look asks how he proved while the system notification window notified that this was Rockin with level 230. At the same moment, Harun turned sharply towards his warriors and said that there was a first way, and, turning to Marin, said that he should come here, and he, holding a load in his hands, said that he would come now. The warrior with a muscular body then walked forward and asked what his commander was calling, while the system notification window announced that it was a level 250 Marin Special Forces soldier. Immediately after this, Harun, pointing to the protagonist, over whom there was a notification that he was level 230, said that he needed to spar with him, and Marin, with great surprise, asked what was wrong with this weakling, that is, with him. At the same moment, the protagonist smiled and laughed, saying that out of respect he would remove all additional equipment before the fight, while Marin stood in bewilderment right in front of him. Then the system notification window notified that he had removed additional equipment, and Rockin, emitting a huge amount of blue energy, laughed and asked that something was wrong and he was scared. At the same moment, Marin clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and simply remained silent, discussing what and where a guy with a level below him got such equipment from. Then Haran, with a calm expression on his face, looked straight at the protagonist, surrounded by blue energy, and simply remained silent. At the same moment, Rockin and Marin found themselves in a battle arena around which a huge number of people had gathered, and Haran, as a judge, said that using weapons was prohibited and whoever fell first lost. Then Haran, sharply waving his hand in front of him, said that attention, and began. Immediately after the sign, Marin rushed forward with great speed, spreading his arms to the sides. At the same moment, with a smug grin, he clenched his teeth and reasoned that what a cocky kid he was and would lower his self-esteem. The protagonist then stood motionless in his place while his opponent's fist rushed towards him at great speed. Immediately after this, Rockin instantly used his hand to deflect Marin's fist, which struck him with great force. At the same moment, Marin sharply raised his gaze upward with great surprise and looked straight ahead. Then he abruptly jumped back, using several maneuvers, while the protagonist continued to stand in one place and not move. Immediately after this, the elf warrior shouted to Marin that he was doing some kind of nonsense and that he should stop joking, and that he needed to finish with him, and he, very angry, said that he had figured it out. At the same moment, Marin clenched his teeth with great displeasure, looking forward, and reasoned that the hell that just happened, and he didn't even flinch from its blow. He then stood on his toes and prepared to lunge forward and reasoned that it would show him the difference in their levels. Immediately after this, Marin rushed forward with great speed, stamped his foot on the ground, and spread his arms wide to the sides. At the same moment, he found himself right behind the protagonist and looked in his direction with a malicious grin. Then Marin, with a look of fury, swung his fist and prepared to strike with great force and speed directly at the back of Rockin, who stood still. At the same moment, Marin reasoned that he had caught him, and smiled widely and was pleased with himself. Then he suddenly threw his blow and was greatly surprised and frightened by what was happening until the protagonist abruptly disappeared from his place. Immediately after this, Rockin kicked straight off the ground with great strength and speed with his foot. At the same moment, the protagonist found himself directly behind his opponent, looking furious and preparing to strike. Then Rockin looked down madly and said that it was too slow. Immediately after this, the protagonist delivered his blow, and the wall of the Golden Lion camp headquarters shook violently and everything around shook. At that moment, two warriors, with great surprise and incomprehension, watched what was happening with their mouths open. Marin then looked forward with great fear on his face and was shocked by what had happened. Immediately after this, the fist of the furious protagonist was stopped by a hand in metal armor. At the same moment, Rockin stood still, striking with his fist, while Haran stopped him with his hand and protected his subordinate. Then, looking sharply to the side, with a menacing look, he said that we needed to end this. Immediately after this, he, continuing to hold back the protagonist's blow, said that this was enough, while he stood in his place with a furious look. At the same moment, Rockin abruptly stood up straight, while Marin was lying on the ground right in front of him, and between them stood Haran on one knee. The protagonist would then bow with a smile on his face, holding his hand to his chest, and say that he had done a good job. Immediately after this, Marin looked forward with great surprise and fear on his face, breathing heavily, and Haran, closing his eyes, said that now. At the same moment, he continued to say that he had proven that he was on level 1 with them, and stood up a little while right in front of him, and the protagonist with a malicious grin reasoned that, of course, this was so. Then Marin, getting up from the ground, swore displeasantly, and Haran looked at him while the protagonist, watching everything that was happening, reasoned that if he wanted to defeat him, he would have to go through special training about 100 times. Immediately after this, Haran waved his head and said that now it was his turn to keep his promise, and the protagonist immediately smiled widely. At the same moment, he asked, so what was his plan, and Rockin looked ahead with a smug expression on his face. Then the protagonist leaned towards him with a sly look and said that there was nothing difficult there, and he was the one. Immediately after this, Rockin began to whisper the essence of his plan into Haran's ear. At that very moment he was greatly surprised, and after hearing what he heard, he seemed to fall into a stupor. The narrative of the story then moves to the pier, where undead monsters emerged from the ship. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned that most of the members of the Black Dragon Legion who arrived at the pier after the Hellhounds were undead, and imagined in his head the image of skeleton warriors next to the dragon's seal. At the same moment, he continued to reason that there is only one secret that allows players from the undead race to achieve such results without any special features, and the secret is in one username of the undead race, and imagined in his head a figurine with the Undead Award of the Year with Skeleton Jester. Raken then reasoned that Yunda Hanum, who was nicknamed the 4D player while searching for content, discovered that many members of the Black Dragon Legion were disappointed by the lack of information about the arrival at the continent's pier, and imagined this player's video channel in his head. Immediately after this, the protagonist continued to reason that this is why he suddenly took the initiative as a representative of the undead and began to claim that he would arrive at the pier on his own 2 feet, and imagined the image of Unda singing into the microphone. At the same moment, Raken imagined in his head how dissatisfied people sighed heavily and threw away the pieces of paper with his announcement, and reasoned that, of course, this statement was ignored by everyone. The skeleton then put a weight on his leg, and the protagonist reasoned that his desire to create interesting content was invincible. Immediately after this, Raken continued to reason, and finally he was with weights on both legs, while Unda stood on the shore with weights on both legs and with a serious look. At the same moment, he suddenly jumped straight into the water and instantly sank to the bottom, while the protagonist reasoned that he had jumped into the sea. The system's notification window then announced the undead's unique ability, underwater breathing, which allows one to breathe underwater as Unda puffed out his cheeks and sank deeper into the water. Immediately after this, the protagonist reasoned that that day he used the only unique ability of the undead while Unda stood on the seabed using the skill of underwater breathing. At the same moment, Raken said that he was able to discover how to get to the pier, while Unda, jumping out of the water, climbed onto it and, laughing loudly, said that this was really cool. Then Unda stood right on the pier with 2 weights on his feet right in front of a huge tower in the middle of the city, and the protagonist reasoned that this was the amazing content he was looking for. Immediately after this, a huge number of skeletons with weights on their legs walked forward, while the protagonist reasoned that this is how the players of the undead race crossed the sea and, having united into a guild, were able to follow Raken. At the same moment, Harun, nodding approvingly, said that it was true that more and more of them had been arriving lately. Then he remembered how, with blades in his hands, he looked in surprise at 2 wet skeleton warriors lying on the ground, and said that it was, of course, strange that all those who arrived were completely wet, but he did not attach any importance to this, and he definitely a plan. Immediately after this, Harun, looking at the protagonist, asked that he really wanted to do this. At the same moment, Raken said with a serious face that yes, and they were probably trying to maintain their unification in the central continent. Then the protagonist imagined in his head a huge number of skeleton warriors with weapons in their hands, walking along the pier, and said that, of course, it would be very difficult for them to cope with the detachment on the pier. Immediately after this, Raken looked angry as if looming over the Golden Lion camp squad, and said that but he wanted to add a little more difficulty to them. At the same moment, the protagonist asked that they had nothing to lose, and Harun, thinking, nodded his head and said that it was so, but then Raken abruptly began to walk forward and said that then he had nothing more to think about, while Harun sharply grabbed his hand and asked what that is. He wanted to start now. Immediately after this, the protagonist abruptly rushed to the side, looking at the knights of the camp, and said that yes, and they have a lot of busy people here. At the same moment, Raken, turning back with a menacing look, said that we must hurry and greet the impudent people from the Black Dragon. Then a huge ship sailed straight to the pier, and a certain voice said that, fortunately, none of them froze to death in this sea, and they finally sailed. And he thought that he would throw away his skates from the cold, while the system notification window announced that this is a detachment of the Black Dragon Legion that has arrived at Deadmist Pier. Immediately after this, the skeleton warriors swam to the pier and climbed onto it, while one of them said that, nevertheless, Yunda Hanum made a really big discovery, and thanks to him, both the appearance of the guild and the arrival here passed very quickly. At the same moment, the skeleton warrior sat down on the pier and said that he needed to get some rest first, and his ally followed his example, saying that it was true because soon he would be on the road again. Then one of them said that he needed to stop and look there, and his relative asked with great surprise what went where. Immediately after this, the skeleton warrior asked that he didn't think that someone was approaching from there, and his kinsman said that isn't it another player from the undead race, while the silhouette of a rider on a horse with a huge battle axe appeared right in front of them. At the same moment, one of the skeleton warriors said that you need to look more closely, and that's it. Then the protagonist, sitting on his horse and holding a huge battle axe behind his back, walked forward with a malicious grin until one of the skeletons said that this was Raken, the slayer of the Black Dragon Legion. Immediately after this, the horse stomped its hoof on the ground right in front of them, and the protagonist said that they were thick-headed, while the 2 skeleton warriors suddenly stood up on their feet. At the same moment, the protagonist said with a furious look that they had spent a lot of effort on the road. Raken then continued to say that he thought they were glad they had made it, and so he prepared gifts for them as the skeleton warriors looked ahead in great surprise, all shaking. Immediately after this, the protagonist sharply waved his hand and said that the operation needed to begin. At the same moment, a huge number of Golden Lion Camp warriors, shrouded in green energy, appeared directly from behind him. Then the protagonist, tilting his head down, smiled widely and said that he is the true Berserker Raken, and he is here. Immediately after this, Raken rushed forward with great speed, raising a battle axe above his head with a furious look, and said that he would take this place. At the same moment, the skeleton warriors banded together with fear on their faces, saying that they were surrounded and had to do something, while the Golden Lion Camp warriors lined up around them. The skeleton warriors then find themselves surrounded by a huge number of Golden Lion Camp warriors and the protagonist, saying that he took the NPC with him. Immediately after this, one of the skeletons, turning to the side and looking at the members of the Golden Lion Camp squad, asked what but why they were not attacking. At the same moment, he turned towards the protagonist sitting on a horse, who lowered his axe hand down, and asked that this bastard Raken was really going to confront them alone, and he was ignoring them. Then the protagonist, with a calm look, looking ahead, reasoned that, as he said, they are thick-headed, and fighting them with a squad that does not know their fighting style is more risky than fighting them one. Immediately after this, Raken, thinking and imagining in his head two warriors who were surprised by each other, reasoned that yes, and besides, not everyone from the squad moves well, so getting together and attacking would be stupid. At the same moment, the protagonist put his huge battle axe into his inventory and reasoned that this situation needed a different tactic, and said that they should listen carefully. Useless undead who only have bones. Then the skeleton warriors, with great surprise, asked about only the bones, and he answered that it was true, and from that moment on. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a crazy look, his mouth wide open, shouted that he was declaring a battle for the occupation of the pier. At the same moment, the system notification window announced that the battle behind the pier was about to begin, and Raken, with a furious look, placing his huge battle axe on his shoulder, laughed and said that they were starting. The system notification window then announced that the flag item was given to the player who declared the battle, and the occupation was completed when all enemies were killed or a flag was planted at the specified location, while the protagonist looked with great surprise at what appeared in his hand. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that this was a battle for the piers, and you need to capture the Death Mist Pier of the Black Dragon Legion by planting a flag in the indicated place, and you can receive a title for the feat, reputation and title of the first occupation army, while the protagonist suddenly turned around side, looking at the tower with the dragon sign on top. At the same moment, Raken looked at the system notification window with an alert about the battle for the piers and said that he thought the rewards were not the best, reasoning that in the status window this operation was described a little provocatively, occupation or whatever it was called. The skeleton warriors then looked at the system notification window, which warned that if the pier was captured and destroyed, the steamships would stop running. And one of them asked what was happening. The other Black Dragon Corps would not be able to come until the steamships resumed operation. Immediately after this, a hand in metal armor suddenly appeared right on the protagonist's shoulder and a voice called out to him. At the same moment, Harun, standing behind him, said that he had to teach these guys a lesson and wished him good luck while Raken looked in his direction. Then the protagonist, with a confident expression on his face, nodded approvingly and said that he need not worry. Immediately after this, Raken began to walk forward with slow steps, holding his huge battle axe in one hand and a flag in the other. At the same moment, the skeleton warriors, greatly frightened by what was happening, began to shout loudly. One of them said that this would not work, and the other asked to quickly call the guards. Then the system notification window notified about the automatic summoning of undead guards, and a huge number of skeleton warriors appeared right on the pier out of nowhere. Immediately after this, the protagonist, with a crazy expression on his face, holding a battle axe and a flag in his hands, said that they should try to stop him, while the system notification window announced that the tidal effect of the natural born fighter increases the chance of a critical hit by 5%, and the tidal effect 17 per 1 youth increases defense by 10%. At the same moment, Raken, looking to the side with a menacing look, said that the effects of the titles are so powerful that he will be able to fight even with his bare hands, while several system notification windows notified that thanks to the effect of the PKK title, attack power and critical hit chance were increased by 10%, and the Tyrant title increases abilities by 15% in the enemy camp and attack and defense by 15% for NPCs. Then the protagonist took a sharp breath of air and, smiling broadly, said that now. Immediately after this, Raken rushed forward with great speed, holding a battle axe in one hand and a flag in the other, and said that we could begin. Storm on the pier. Ming jumped, raising his weapon. The skull split into pieces. An undead warrior is cut in half. The hero runs forward. There is an explosion behind him, shouting that the bones will become dust. He bared his teeth and activated the effect of the one-hit guy title. The undead Fabitas lies on the ground, disappears. The guy thought that this was ideal for fighting such annoying insects. The guards opened their mouths, fearfully saying that such creatures exist. He defeated so many alone. Haran and his squad. The undead do not understand. They will continue to watch from the side what their plan is. Ming pushed off the ground, jumps on the guard. He shouted furiously, "Get what you think of crows." The undead clasped their hands together, crying in fear. The hero attacked them using strike. He looked around, squinting from the light. Someone shouted, "Curse of Eternity." A ray of light hit the protection around the guy. The effect of the title Indomitable Will was activated. The undead with the rod was very surprised. Ming cut him down with an axe blow. Crazy looking, he shouted. They thought it would work on him. There is a squad of undead around the hero. He shouted for them to attack all together. The players run towards him. The undead jump on the guy. He put his foot aside. In a fighting stance, red energy around. He looked up, glowing eyes, smoke coming out of his mouth, using a combination skill. Axe handle in hand. Lightning, a whirlwind on the pier, used the wind wheel. The undead are carried away by an air funnel. Their bodies are split into pieces. Min laughs, "I thought they would fall for it." Flash from the ground. Ming flies to the top of the tower. At this rate his plan for conquest will be successfully completed. The skeleton shouted that this was absurd. The guy froze. Swing a glowing mace. Their weapons collided. Min looks forward in surprise. They sank to the ground. The captain of the Dead Mist Pier Guard in armor shouted that as long as he blocked his path, nothing would work out for him. The guy asked with a grin, "Really?" He runs forward, swinging his weapon. An axe hitting a mace. The guard manages to defend himself from his blows. Ming frowned, thinking that he was faster than he looked. A strip of light in front of the skeleton. The guy thought he should make it open. He asked mockingly, "They call him the king of the guard. He is too weak." The guard was indignant and called him an arrogant leather bag. Glowing mace. He raised his weapon over the hero and activated the protective mace. Ming opened his eyes wide. This is his chance. He dodged the blow. Counter-attack. The guard clenched his teeth. The guy made a jerk to the side, activated strength and acceleration. From the blade of the axe there are waves of flame. Swollen veins on the hero's hand. Sparks from the eyes, running forward with a furious scream. He hit the undead with an axe. The guard flies upward. The axe in the hero's hand disappears. The guy jumped up. He took the flag with both hands, then swung. It was time to finish. The skeleton shouted in fear, "Wait." The hero pierced his chest with a flag stick. Blood from the guard's mouth. An explosion in the sky in front of the tower. The undead squad looks up in surprise. A grin, blood on the hero's face. The captain is lying on the ground. Min is holding a flag that has pierced the enemy's body. The guy, laughing, said that it was too simple. He captured Death Mist Pier. Galloping horses. The commander and members of the Special Forces unit are on horseback. The soldier called out to Haran. He frowned and asked if the captain would do as Ming said, adding that of course he respected him, but this operation was very reckless. The man chuckled and asked if he would speak the same way once he saw the battle. In the background, a hero with a furious look. The captain closed his eyes, said that Min destroys everything in his path, and is truly a berserker. The hero, leaning forward, Haran said that such a person, no matter what method he uses, he always succeeds, so they have nothing to worry about. The guards are in the air, disappearing. When Ming captured the Death Mist Pier, all the guards guarding it returned to the city. The undead on the pier disappear. All users who find themselves in this vicinity are forcibly moved abroad. Ming jumped to the ground. He put his hands on his sides, lifted his nose, saying that such insects could not cope with him even in a crowd. The hero captured the first stronghold and received the title of the first occupation warrior. He looked at the screen with a description of the title's effect and thought that the effects only applied to defensive battles. On the screen there is information about the effect of the new title. The guy raised his fist, at least for a moment, but perhaps he could feel it. The coat of arms above the tower changed to the Golden Lion, a notification of the hero's capture of the pier. Men on the roof of a fortress engulfed in fire. He needs to decide what to do with the occupied territories. The peaks around the castle, if saved, will begin the quest to defend or reclaim the territory. Door lock sign in front of the tower. When choosing destruction, Black Dragon Legion users will not be able to use Death Mist Pier for 7 days. In front of Ming the screens, save or destroy, asked, "You just need to choose from these 2 options." He grinned evilly. There was nothing to think about. Tents, undead appear on the ground. Advanced base Kalstein. The skeleton sitting on the ground asked what this place was. The other one replied to calm down. This is their base. Area map, red arrow. This place is not so far from the pier. They were called here after the occupation battle. The undead, looking bored, said that this monster guy really captured the pier alone. Because of this, they can't use the pier for 7 days. The guardian quickly got up from the ground. Before the start of the urgent quest return of the pier 59 minutes. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Death Mist Pier, he shouted. Was Ming really going to fight a defensive battle? The guy clicked on the screen, set up large barricades. A wall appears from the water. The guy is opposite the high fence. He smiled widely. Spruce trees, mountains, surroundings of the pier. 50 minutes later, foot in sandal, stepped on the ground. Flags of different colors with symbols. A month in the sky, troops of the undead. One of the warriors turned around and asked how many people there were. Another suggested that there were about 500 NPCs per 100 users. Map. Arrows go from different bases to the pier. They are surprised. There will be a war. All the users must have gathered here. The undead in the hat said with a grin. Ming seemed to be completely crazy, not knowing that everyone was ready to rip his throat out, and believed in himself so much that he started a defensive battle. The undead are on the pier. He threw them out when they were not ready, and now he decided to start this fight with the angry users. A knight in red armor. He laughed and added that they added an NPC knight to their 4th city. Even Ming couldn't compare to him. The guard smiles evilly and said that he will take revenge for his humiliation. The squad goes to the mountains. The warrior stopped. Fog. They are standing on the pier. The guardian pointed his finger forward and shouted for Ming to come out and pay for everything he had done to the Black Dragon Legion. Narrow passage in the wall. The skeleton looked up with interest. At the top of the wall is the coat of arms of the Golden Lion. They exclaimed in surprise, "These are barricades." Ming's legs come out of the passage. He stood in front of them and asked menacingly if they liked the way he had embellished everything here for their arrival. The warrior said excitedly, "The function of defensive battle and fencing the pier with barricades. The wall around the tower." He was indignant. It cost at least several hundred gold. What an ignorant guy. The captain turned around. One of the guards asked him if this was strange. A cannon mount, a throwing weapon. He clarified that usually in defensive battles they install a turret, a ballista or something similar. The view of the wall is from the bottom up, but he simply erected barricades, leaving a narrow gap that is the entrance. Men with an evil grin, looking forward with glowing eyes. This is not a war for territory. The guy laughed. It's a hunting trap. With a glowing lion crest above the tower, the battle to retake Death Mist Landing begins. Nin per profile, time limit, hour. The guard wears a helmet, his eyes glow, and during battle, his merits and reputation are doubled. Screen time, the battle has begun. The captain pointed forward and gave the order to the throwers to load. The undead are fired from weapons, arrows fly upward. Shells are flying towards Ming. Explosion. The captain shuddered in surprise. The smoke clears. The guy stands among the arrows stuck in the ground, bending over. Smiling slightly, he said that this is a pretty strong ability. The knights dominate thanks to the title of First Knight. He raised his leg, shaking off parts of the arrows. He expected this, but did not think that it would be to this extent. The guy put his hand on his head, shouted enthusiastically that this was stronger than he expected. The effect of the title increases attack power and defense in proportion to the difference in personnel and composition of attackers. The undead opened their mouths and said that there were no scratches on it and this was not a bug. An axe appeared in the hero's hand. He laughed, noting that someone was talking about bugs. He prepared to attack and told them to get ready. It would be very painful for them. A guy in a tracksuit is looking at the monitor. Behind a girl in glasses with a gamepad and a guy in a hat with a console, there is one simple and clear way to prove your strength, and all gamers agree with this. Characters kill monsters with weapons. This is high damage. A guy with a big belly drinks from a flask. There is no point in hitting harder than necessary, but gamers still try to do it. The player hit the rock golem, the hardest hit a gamer can muster, to get drunk on that taste of high damage. In front of Ming is a squad of undead. In this situation, even a bully like him is no exception. A gap in the wall. He built a defensive structure without any weapon towers. A hero in a helmet, a flash of light, all this in order to look at their most powerful blows and show them yours. He stepped forward, jumped, he swung his axe. He threw the weapon forcefully using bombardment. The guard shouted in fear and was approaching. Warriors with wands in their hands, the order was given to deploy a protective barrier. A blue flame emanates from the rod. The axe flies towards the squad around which there is protection. Impact, black flash. The captain looks up worriedly and said, "It's blocked." Crack. The barrier breaks into fragments. The undead grabbed each other, screaming in fear. An explosion behind a knight in red armor. He turned around. Ming stands opposite him and said, "What a pity." The guy pulled his hand back and asked. His precious stats were completely useless. The grin, the sparkling eyes, it's even better than he thought, even if only for a moment, but he felt it. Stream of fire, smoke. The trembling troll asked what it was. The undead said that the protective barrier collapsed in an instant. The monsters look at the screen, shout that they can't and won't, and ask to be moved. The troll looks fearfully at the screen, where it is written that movement is impossible. The guy said with a grin, "It looks like it's not too late." Flag with the image of a lion. Smoke. Warriors of the detachment. In the foreground there is Haran with a sword. The forward base of the Golden Lion detachment is occupied and destroyed. The undead and the troll were in confusion and learned through the screens that their bases had been plundered. Ming made a movement with his fingers, laughed, and asked if they understood the situation they were in. He stood up and said that they themselves had entered this hellish zone. The troll punched himself in the face and shouted that he didn't want to fight with a guy like that. The knight turned around, the undead ran away. Katana in hand, with the help of the thumb he takes it out of its sheath. With a blow he cuts off the troll's head. The body fell to the ground. The knight put away his katana and stated that anyone who leaves the battlefield will be beheaded. If they are warriors of the Black Dragon Legion, they must fight and die with honor. The undead warrior held his spear in fear and said that he was simply mad. The troll added that there was no point in running away. The helmet disappears from Ming's head. He laughed. That's the samurai spirit. It looks like he's too scared to play games. Grin, glowing red eyes, the guy is grateful that he prevented the loss of experience. The knight came out to him, asked if his name was Min, and said that he highly appreciated the courage with which he confronted all this alone. Hand on the hilt of the sword, pulls out a katana. The third-rank warrior Kurobe took a fighting stance and said that the hero's attempts to harm his legion had hurt him too much, and for this he would pay with his head. The guy grinned, thinking he wants to win a one-on-one battle. Last wave, he thought it was worth a try. Apparently the last fight gave them the idea that a fight with him would be disadvantageous for them. Diagram of the battle site, arrows indicate the actions of the players. Min thought that the warrior wanted to act as a leader and the rest would support him from the rear. The guy bared his teeth, which was a wise decision, but he chose the wrong opponent. Behind Kurobe is the ball that the hero pushed towards him. His entire rear is not help, but extra baggage, because the effect of the title affects him. The warrior stepped forward. Ming took a step. They stand opposite each other. The knight looks forward, eyes glowing. Min and equipment. The wave hits the wall. She hit the tower where the heroes stand. Kurobe disappeared from his place. The guy opened his eyes wide. He raised his head and the warrior jumped on him. Counterattack. The hero's foot slides back. He screamed, his eyes glowing. Pushed the enemy away. He frowned, thinking that the warrior was very strong. If not for the effect of the title, it would be quite difficult. Kurobe jumped back. Ming was surprised. The warrior beckoned him with his hand. The guy swung his axe and thought that even now it was a little hard for him. Kurobe prepared to attack, with purple flames all around. A sharp sword passed through the air. Raken, wearing the Lion King's helmet, began to quickly walk straight towards the death researcher, who was brushing off Raken. Raken's sharp weapon was in his hands. Raken swung his weapon, trying to hit the lick, but he substituted his sword, which slightly protected him. Raken and the researcher began to fight for a very long time, but at the same time quickly trying to win. The lick's legs began to press into the ground. The researcher, with a quick and high jump, decided to get away from Raken, who was waiting for him below. The lick began to look angrily at Raken, telling him that this was his first hook technique. The lick was still upstairs, watching Raken closely. The lick began to accumulate enormous power through the night in order to throw it out on Raken, who was nearby. The lick's magic began to move closer and closer to Raken's tense face, which clenched his teeth. Raken's legs quickly began to run away from the monster, not allowing him to do anything. Raken, with enormous strength, also began to kill the researcher with his weapon and not at all afraid of him. The lick's power began to flow towards Raken, who saw all this and decided what to do in such a situation. Raken began to channel his power into a huge red ball of magic. The lick was on the bridge and watched Raken, who turned red, and at the same time the guy was holding a weapon in his hands. Raken began to open his mouth wide and with wild eyes began to talk about how this could be his father's receiver. Raken's hand began to quickly touch objects. The lick with angry eyes began to look closely at Raken. Raken's weapon began to swing quickly in different directions. Raken, in anger and magic, began to jump at the lick with all his might, creating a dance of madness with his weapon. Near Raken there were many people just like him. The lick began to look at it with wide open eyes in surprise and incomprehension, saying that these were doubles. The lick held his weapon in his hands and looked at the shadows that appeared around him. The researcher realized that this was just an illusion. The lick's eyes began to look at something carefully, and surprisingly, the monster began to think where to start. Next to the lick, Raken began to quickly swing his weapon. Raken began to break everything with quick movements, and Lick began to look at the breaks in surprise, realizing that the guy was very fast. Objects began to fly into the Lick's body and Raken tried to kill him. The Lick began to look at Raken with a laugh and a grin. Confidence was visible in his eyes, and the monster himself said not to make him laugh. Raken began to look confidently at the Lick, directing all his power at the monster. The Lick did not understand how a person could have such power. The Lick opened his mouth wide and began to shout at Raken with anger, looking at the guy with red eyes from anger. Raken's weapon came into point-blank range with the Lick's weapon. The Lick quickly began to point his sword at Raken, and the guy himself struck the Lick. The Lick's weapon rose upward, heading towards Raken. The Lick began to quickly fly towards Raken, pointing his weapon at him and trying to wound him. One of Raken's parts was injured by the weapon. Rockin lowered his gaze to the site of the wound and clenched his teeth in anger. Rockin quickly moved away from the Lick, who began to hit the ground with all his might, thinking that he had hit Rockin. Rockin began to hold a weapon in his hand, in the form of a stick. Rockin threw the stick with all his strength in a circular motion. The Lick's sword began to be firmly in his hands. The Lick, with quick and deft movements, began to swing his weapon at Rockin's wand and then cut it into two parts. The Lick began to look at Rockin with anger, his mouth open. Rockin began to run at the Lick with all his might, swinging his weapon. Rockin jumped over the Lick's weapon, preventing him from hurting him. Rockin's face began to show joy. The guy opened his mouth wide and looked slyly at the Lick. The Lick, meanwhile, began to look closely at Rockin. One of the orcs began to look at everything that was happening, raised his hand to his eyes and saw that there were only explosions. The orc looked at everything in surprise and realized that he could not even follow the movements. He knew that he would not help in any way. One of the dead began to look forward and tell the orc that something was fishy here. The orc did not understand what he was talking about. There were many assistants standing next to the dead man. The dead man understood that Rockin should be at least somehow worried about this. Rockin fought the Lick with anger and determination. The monsters understood that this guy was completely focused on their battle. There were an incredible number of explosions in the world. The dead began to say that even if they managed to shoot at Rockin several times, he would immediately deal with them. The monsters did not understand why Rockin left them alive. The dead man began to look carefully at Rockin, saying that this was just an assumption, but everyone understood that Rockin must receive some benefit from the fact that he saved their lives. The dead man thought, bowing his head down, and the orc watched the monsters. The dead man finally understood why this guy was so strong. The orc asked the monster what he wanted to say. The dead man began to look at the orc and offer him to escape. The Lick and Rockin were still fighting on the sidelines. Rockin began to look at the Lick in surprise, noticing that the fight had become more difficult. Rockin's eyes began to jump out. The guy opened his mouth wide and began to look to the side. Lichai looked at the place where his assistants were and heard Rockin asking where they all went. Rockin looked in their direction and told Lychee with tears in his eyes that they were cowards. Lychee looked in surprise at the place where no one else was. Rockin's look became tougher and more confident. The guy began to think that with the effect of the title he could have fun in such a large-scale battle. But in a one-on-one battle this title is useless. Rockin's surprised eyes began to look to the side. The guy realized something. An explosion began to take place in Rockin's place. The Lick began to jump at Rockin with enormous force, trying to kill him and swinging his weapon. The guy realized that now he had to fight the monster without increasing his characteristics. Rockin began to hold the weapon in front of Lichai, looking at him with anger. Lichai began to look at Rockin with mockery, telling him that he was an ordinary person and this was the real level without any tricks. Lichai began to attack Rockin, not allowing him to do anything. Rockin created an angry look and clenched his teeth. Lichai jumped on Rockin, swinging his weapon, and told him that this was boring and the guy should just die. A huge explosion occurs behind the building. Against the backdrop of the water, the embankment, and behind the building, a view opens up of a frantic fight, from which comes a magical lightning-fast light. The gaze falls on the ravine drawn by someone from the force of the blow. Also, the wall of the building split in the middle. Warrior Kurobe stands right in front of this whole picture, spewing violet energy from himself. He sheaths his sword, looking at all this, telling himself that he was just wasting time, and doesn't know what trick the guy used before, but it was all useless. Trying to smile and narrowing his pupil, the warrior admits that although initially, Rockin fought with him on an equal footing. Holding a canvas with the image of the Lion King in his hands, he says that he needs to hurry and report to the Shogun about the successful completion of the battle. Walking along the ravine he had made, and holding the canvas in his hand, the warrior said that he did not think that such brave warriors could be found in these parts, and he would personally behead those who ran away with their tail between their legs. He takes one step forward. Suddenly, the skeleton guy's face opens up in surprise as he notices something familiar in front of him. He looks at a wall with a crack from which red energy comes out, and the warrior asks what this disgusting light is. The main character sitting inside is filled with this energy. His eyes slowly begin to open from squinting, bathed in divine red energy. Suddenly, they opened wide, releasing jets of energy from them too. A warrior from the Legion, holding a canvas in his hand, looks in shock at the wall with a statue of the King of Lions at the top. He opens his mouth and eyes and asks in complete shock what is happening. The main character, clinging his hands like claws to the fragments of the wall, looks wildly at the warrior Kurobe. Standing in the hole, he begins to growl loudly and angrily. A notification says that Berserk mode has turned on. He immediately takes off from his place, flying straight towards the warrior, leaving a trail of his energy behind him and breaking stones around him. He, like an animal, quickly hits the skeletal guy, but he managed to put his sword in his defense. Rockin, wild-eyed and mouth wide open, shouts at the warrior and asks that who decided the fight was over. The skeleton, with its mouth and eyes wide open, looks at the guy with maximum shock. Their weapons bounce off each other, creating an energy light. The skeleton warrior takes off from his place and flies forward. The Legion member's face suddenly changed to become even more hostile and frightening. Standing opposite each other, the skeletal guy says that it's a pity, and even among black dragons, warriors like Rakan are rare. Standing stately and extending his hand to the hero, the skeleton invites him to come over to them, and the shogun needs such a capable fighter as Min. Imagining the head of the shogun on the throne, unveiling his sword, the warrior says that his ambitions will transcend continents and embrace the entire world, so let him be part of this great plan, to which the young man sharply orders the skeleton to shut up. He opens his mouth slightly, hiding his gaze in shadow. Under the mask, holding his axe, the guy looks at the Kurob warrior with red energy pouring out of his eyes, answering that he will not join this monster's team even on pain of death, so it's better for the warrior to shut up and prepare for battle. The skeletal guy, lowering his sword, stands in complete shock and petrification from what he heard, wanting to say something, but doesn't even know what. After grabbing his sword with both hands, he says that he understands. Pointing his sword directly at himself and emitting his purple-colored dark energy, the warrior Kurob says that then he will kill him. From what he heard, a smile appeared on the hero's face. He rushes out of his seat, and in the blink of an eye he finds himself directly in front of the warrior, already swinging his axe at him. He hits the skeleton with all his might. The warrior Kurob's sword swings at Rakan just as quickly. He hits the guy's previous location, but he managed to duck from the blow. The protagonist successfully hits his axe directly on the body of the warrior's armor, causing him to cough from the impact and pain. But he, taking his sword with both hands, begins to swing in the same way towards Rakan. He hit the main character right in the chest, cutting him to the point of bleeding. The guy, releasing blood from his wide open mouth, begins to scream, swinging his fist towards the skeletal guy. His fist flies straight into the face of the skeleton who saw this. The hero, hitting the warrior with all his might, sends him to the sky from the enormous force of the blow to the face, after which the main character begins to fly towards the skeleton imprinted into the wall. He flies towards it with all the enthusiasm and seriousness, suddenly noticing something in the wall. Warrior Kurob casts the spell 6 formula. He pours his violet ominous energy around and holds 2 fingers in front, pronouncing the name of the skill Hell. He stands with his feet on the broken stone ground when various monsters in huge numbers begin to crawl out from under his feet. The main character confidently flies into the hands of monsters, holding his axe. Monster tentacles crawl right into Rakan's eyes. They cover it in just one moment. Holding his etch in his hands, the Kurob warrior looks at his monster hands rushing towards the main character, waiting for the continuation or end of the battle. Hands pounce on Rakan one after another, preventing him from getting out. Suddenly, the monster's hand comes right into the main character's eye, forcing him to open his second eye in surprise. The skeletal guy, with his mouth wide open and eyes wide open, screams that he has caught him. Suddenly, all the hands that grabbed the hero lit up with a red flame of magic. The skeleton shouted indignantly that Min had disappeared. Suddenly, the skeleton's hand flies off in an instant, and behind him was the same Min, holding his sword, pointing it towards the warrior. With a dark but satisfied face, he pronounces the word counterattack. Turning around, the skeleton, in shock and incomprehension, asks him with a kick how dare he. Suddenly, a huge explosion formed in the middle of the area, causing rocks to fly apart. The skeletal guy flies to the side, falling down. He, with red eyes from anger, looks forward, falling down. Right above him he sees the hostile protagonist, which makes him start screaming with all his might. Rakan, with his mouth and eyes open wildly, tells him that this is the end, calling him a samurai. He begins to cut him up in flight, making dozens of movements with his sword, separating every part of the guy's body, and swinging, with a smile, finally shouts for him to die. The wind blows across the large building with its bank on top of which stands the majestic statue of the Lion King. Warrior Kurob's body begins to disappear. The main character sits on the ground with his legs spread apart. He lies on her, opening his mouth wide and squinting his eyes, screaming that he really almost died, and at first the beating was not difficult, but there is one thing. Remembering a squad of other players, skeletons, orcs, Rakan says that it was all because of these cowards, because these monsters carried away their legs, all his hard-earned stats simply disappeared. Looking up with a smile, the guy says that this is already in the past. The notice shows the elapsed time, adding that time is up and the defensive battle for Death Mist Pier is over. The guy gets to his feet, leaning on one of them. The notice states that the winner is the Golden Lion Camp. The guy stands proudly, holding an axe in his hands against the backdrop of golden, brightly lit wings. Standing in front of notices that tell him to decide what to do with the occupied territories, preserve or destroy. Putting his hands together, the guy sarcastically says that he won, so it's up to him to decide, and they need to forget the past and move on to the next stage. He points his finger to the side as an explosion occurs in the background of the departing detachment that fled from the battle. The orc player turns back in surprise and asks everyone that this is an explosion from the side of the pier, and he defended it so that he could then destroy it. The skeleton player points his finger at the notification, reading that the occupied territory of the Death Mist Pier has been destroyed and the use of the pier is limited for 7 days, to which the player assumes that this seems to be the case, and it turns out that now the pier cannot be used for 7 days, and this means something. Imagining a picture of the ship sailing to the pier, the player says that since this is the only pier on the central continent, this means that the Black Dragon will not be able to reach the central continent for another week. Imagining the image of a warrior with a sword against the backdrop of his flags, the player adds that in addition, all nearby bases have been occupied, so now everything will be different. The skeleton player, looking at the orc with wild eyes and a finger up, says that now he will either have to return to the crossroads again or wander aimlessly here for a whole week, to which the orc asks the one that he is joking. The orc player, spreading his legs wide and spreading his arms, asks the nearby skeleton, shouting why Rockin is torturing them so much and what benefit he gets from it. The skeleton player opened his eyes in realization and suggests that maybe this is all for the sake of merit and reputation, and the orc behind him again asks what they give for the battles of the battle camps. The main character climbs the stairs to a beautiful palace, while the players continue to discuss how he destroyed the pier and occupied all the nearby bases, and for this he must have received a lot of merit and reputation points. The menacing silhouette of Mina walks confidently, fluttering his cloak in the wind, while the players ask each other what this guy's plan is. Rockin's face twisted into a devilish smile. He walks along the stone floor among the columns straight to the elf's table. The notice says this is the land of war, a hall of fame. The girl at the table notices the guy. They exchange smiles with each other. The girl kindly greets the guest, asking how she can help him, calling him master, to which the guy kindly says that he would like to increase his rank. The girl's eyes turned into strange patterns, and she said with a smile that it means he wants to increase his rank and let him wait a minute. Suddenly her face hardened and turned pale, and she began to look at the guy with misunderstanding. She asks the guy standing opposite him in surprise that he has the rank of a knight, to which the guy, not understanding, answers positively, asking what it is. The story notice says that the guy is level 235, knight rank, and serves Lord Rinai. The elf slammed her hands hard on the table. She, opening her mouth wide and devilishly in front of the guy, begins to ask if he is joking, to which the guy notices that she is so suddenly active. The girl raised her hand. Raising her hand and blissfully holding her heart with her eyes closed, she says that the Hall of Fame is literally a place for noble people, and entry here is only allowed to warriors who have earned the glory of the Golden Lion after overcoming a difficult battle. Pointing her finger at the guy, whose eyes widened from the questions, she tells him that to enter here, you need at least level 208, and he only has 235, and a knight with such a poor territory simply has no right to enter here. With an arrogant face, closing her eyes and moving her hand to the side, she says that the Hall of Knights suitable for him is to the left of here, so let him leave, to which the guy stops her. With a malicious expression on his face, biting his lower lip, the guy points his finger at the notification, asking the one that maybe she can take a look at his merits and reputation. With a tired face, the girl activates her vision, putting her finger to her temple, thinking about how impudent he is, and how much he was able to save, telling him that now they will look at his merits. The elf's face turned to stone, his eyes and mouth wide open in shock. Looking at the confident guy with his hands folded on his chest, she sees that he has 8032 merit points and 10,231 reputation points, thinking that these are crazy values. Walking away from the table looking scared and trembling, with the evil hero pounding on the table in the background, she asks herself how he gained so much while only being level 235, and such values could make him at least an honorary baron. Asking if he would become, he scolds her for what she said. The girl stopped abruptly, standing with her back to the guy, to which he was surprised. The elf turns to him with a blissful face, holding both hands to her heart, telling him that he is a valiant knight, and she should help rise to the rank of honorary baron, to which Rockin says that this is impudence. The guy signs the paper with his signature, drawing a mini portrait of himself on it. Min angrily walks away from the girl, while she waves at him from the table, shouting at him to come again, and the guy says to himself that there are all sorts of strange NPCs, but the story goes that he still completed the rank increase. A huge notice appears in front of the main character, with information that the guy has become the first aristocrat, and he is the first visitor to the central continent to become a noble, adding that many people will praise his achievements and respect the guy. Looking at the notice with enthusiasm, the guy says that he won't be too angry, because he has made a lot of progress in executing his plan. Creating a ball in his hand, the guy smiles villainously and says that he will show everyone his growth with the help of the power he has acquired. Looking at the city with magic leading upward, the guy says that first he will return to the estate. Calling the teleport of the Book of Runes, he shouts the word of the territory of Rinai. The man, sitting at the table, tiredly looked forward when he saw someone. The main character appears in front of him. The man recognizes him, to which he, glowing with happiness, tells him to allow him to greet him. Rockin looks at him with suspicion and wants to add something, looking at the emaciated old man with a paper in his hands, from whom his spirit is already leaving. The guy says that he lost a lot of weight before they saw him, to which the man tells the guy not to worry about it. Remembering the picture of the trolley in the cave, he explains that with the second mine there has simply been a significant increase in work, and this is better than sitting completely idle. The guy, looking at the man with contempt, wants to hear something else from him, and he adds, recalling the moment of a conversation with one man at the table, the Lord says that after their last conversation with Lord Remington, he continued to send different people there, and these monsters, that is, people, are quite tiresome to communicate with. Looking ahead with confidence, tilting his head a little, Rockin replies with a small smile that it looks like the man opposite him had a hard time, thinking with a laugh that, as the hero expected, this monster Remington was targeting this territory. Standing opposite the man at the table, the guy shakes his head, telling the Lord to allow him to take his leave, and it's time for him, to which the man tells him to be careful. The guy thinks that this plan will soon be implemented. The castle door slowly opens. Going out into the street, the main character stretches without haste, saying out loud that there is still time, asking himself, maybe it would be better for him to collect the fortification stones. Remembering the incomprehensible monster with a tired face, the guy thinks that no, and he has already pulled out everything he could from there, so it's time to change the place for hunting. Walking forward, the guy says out loud, which means there are still a couple of places left. He puts his hand to his chin, thinking about something. Sharply removing his hand from his face, he says with a smile that this is a good place. The scorching sun illuminates the blue sky. The magical animal, with the main character on it, ran to the city in the desert, looking at its complete landscape. Sitting on a bird tired from the heat, the guy takes the cloth away from his mouth, noting that it's not fun there at all, asking why it's necessary to take quests here. Walking further through the city on his bird, the guy thinks that the purpose of arriving in the center of the desert is this quest. The skinny hand of the homeless man reaches forward. Rockin thinks that in a past life a huge number of players tried to complete it, but due to the complexity of the quest itself, everyone failed it. The homeless man stands right behind the bird walking forward along with Rockin. The guy continues to think, explaining that the reason was several failures. Ming turned back sharply. Suddenly, a homeless, emaciated man, raising his hands up, begins to walk with an incomprehensible cry at Rockin, frightening him. He, having blurred his face in a stupid manner, takes his bird and shouts that he is here. The withered lips of a homeless man are trying to say something. He, holding his hands near him, looks at the guy with a cry, shouting the word water to him so that he gives him water. The notice states that a resident is thirsty. The notification again says that there is a sudden quest of a thirsty resident asking him for water. The guy on his bird looks at the shaking villager sitting on the sand. The notification appears again asking Rockin if he will help a local resident. The guy, smiling broadly and confidently, thinks that this is great, and he thought it was a zombie, but this is a sudden quest. The guy, looking at the exhausted, shaking resident, thinks that this quest has broken countless users of the game, and at first glance the task seems simple. Looking through other houses from which people's eyes are peering out, he thinks that the moment he gives him water, other people, like zombies, will begin to come up and beg for water. Imagining the picture of wild homeless people running after the player without water, he thinks that if he does not satisfy the thirst of all of them, then this quest will become a trap that will cause resentment and loss of reputation. The guy, taking out a bottle, looks at it with a smile, continuing to think that since there are more losses than gains, players usually ignore the residents and pass by. But there is one thing. The guy opens the cap of a bottle with a characteristic sound. At the moment, a huge stream of water flies towards a homeless man sitting on the sand. He sees her before his eyes. Suddenly, the man blurred with joy and satisfaction, which caused a blush to appear on his face. Other people looked at the situation with wide eyes, asking what the water was. They instantly rushed to the good hero, shouting that he had water. Rockin snapped his fingers. Huge flasks of water appear behind him, from which even his bird was scared, to which the guy says that this is just chatter of incapable players, remembering his story and his thoughts. The story note says that he summoned a huge container of water. The villagers looked at the huge flask of water with their eyes wide in shock, noticing that there is so much of it, and it is enough for all the inhabitants of the village. A sphere appeared in the hand of the maliciously smiling guy. He said with a grin that this was his last performance here. The notice states that he summoned a water bomb. In a moment, he throws her with all his strength into the air. He summons an axe into his hand. Immediately, Rockin throws his axe with all his might at the water bomb, shouting the word bombing skill. Immediately, the bomb over the city began to explode with all its force, splashing water over the entire city. Rain poured down from the blue sky among the buildings. Happy people in the city raised their hands to the sky, smilingly saying that it was rain and how long it had not been, noting that it was so good that they even wanted to live. The history notice states that the guy completed a sudden quest, quenching the thirst of the villagers, and the reputation in the desert village was changed to an absolute phenomenon. Having collected himself, the guy confidently says that that's all, and on either side of him a bird is looking at him with its mouth open in shock, and on the other side, a homeless man is kissing him. Against the backdrop of a blue sky with a shining sun, the whole village approaches the flasks of water, which the main character looks at, and the homeless man who asks for water first. Placing both his hands together, the homeless man addresses Rockin, telling him that he, the traveler, saved them, asking how he can repay him. The notice says that this is the headman of the Azakal village. The main character with a divine face and a halo above his head answers the man that he simply did what he had to do, asking how they ended up in such a situation. The man, lowering his eyes down, imagines the well, beginning to tell that in fact not much time has passed since this happened. And although they did not have enough water, it was still not so scary because they had well, but the water in it disappeared a week ago. Remembering the landscape in the desert, in the sand of which there were human footprints, he says that the teleport to the neighboring village suddenly broke down. And there is still no news from those who went to look for water, and so they came to this. Holding his hands in lock and pleading with the guy standing forward, the man says that he understands how shameless his request is, but he asks to find out the reason for this. The main character stands opposite the man, reading a notice in front of him that talks about a new quest for the cause of the drought, and you need to figure out why this happened to the village, adding that you can refuse this quest. The guy, slowly revealing his smile, says that he already told them this. Pointing his confident face with his thumb, Rockin says that his job is to help them. The notification states that the quest has been accepted. In the middle of the desert at night there is a lonely well. The guy takes a step towards him. There, he stands in all his glory, holding his golden armored arm in the air as well as the entire one part of his golden armored case. The notice states that he is wearing a shadow helmet, blazing sun armor, and desert crossing boots. Looking at his arm and armor, the guy with a villainous smile says that now he can live, and it's good that he bought a set of heat-resistant equipment from a store in the settlement. Looking at the well in the middle of the settlement, he says that these are the items necessary for this quest. The well system begins to move. The main character descends on a rope straight into its depths. He falls deeper and deeper. In an instant, his feet touch the ground and he lands confidently. Standing in a huge cave, the guy says that the well has really dried up, and it's also so big inside. The guy's gaze attracts something. He sees a hole in the wall from which light comes, to which he asks himself that this is a passage, assuming that this is where he needs to go. The main character takes a step. From the hole, he sees sparks of fire in front of him, realizing what kind of place this is. A huge cave with lava and fire opens in front of him. A notice says that the guy has entered a dungeon of raging flames. Looking down with a smile, the guy says that apparently because of this the well has completely dried up. Waves of raging flames scatter to the sides. Suddenly, right from them, fire monsters appear. The notice says that this is the Spirit of Raging Flames level 241. Rockin notices that it is very hot here when suddenly an explosion occurs in one place. Jumping from above and swinging his axe at the fiery monster, the hero shouts to him asking if it's possible not to be so hot. He hits the monster, causing another explosion, noting that it's a strike. Waves of fire spread out from the impact, but unexpectedly, they again begin to gather into one satisfied face of a monster. The monster attacks the main character with all its fiery power, rapidly flying straight towards him. Rockin successfully dodged the fire by arching his back. Looking back at the explosion, the guy says that these guys are more persistent than the ones in Rinai's dungeon, adding that they need to use this right now. A scroll appears in the guy's hands, and he begins to say that it's time to activate the scroll of ice spells. The story notice states that the ice enchantment scroll has a time limit. His axe appears in the hands of the satisfied guy, only it is already frozen. Once again, the notice states that ice attacks have been added to battle axe abilities for 10 minutes. Taking the axe to the side and flying at the monster with a mad smile, the guy shouts and asks why there is so little time, adding that he needs to finish with it as soon as possible, otherwise he will no longer be able to use it. The main character flies straight at the little fiery monsters who are afraid of his strength. He immediately runs his axe over them, cutting through their fiery waves. Parts of the monster lights fall to the sides. Making hundreds of swings with the axe, the guy flies to the side, shouting the name of his skill, a crazy dance. He squints his eyes and smiles to the side, laughingly asking that he's pretty good. Suddenly, the guy's expression changed to anger. Right in front of him, something exploded in the wall, and he, flying to the side, asks what it is. Having risen to his feet, the guy looks forward with confusion, holding his weapon in one hand, having heard that someone is telling him to leave. A huge hand of a solar ghost appears right in front of the guy, who orders him to leave here. The notice states that it is a level 263 corrupted fire spirit. Raken stands confidently, pointing his sword directly at the monster, telling him that he has found the culprit of all this disgrace. The fire spirit, opening its mouth in anger, begins to scream, and the main character calls out to him, calling his name, the defiled spirit of fire. The monster puts his paw on his face, saying that he has a headache. He instantly swings his huge hand right at the guy's place, asking him with a scream what kind of pain this is. The monster hits the guy's previous location with all his fist, but he manages to dodge, flying in the other direction. The guy dodges the guy flying at him, pressing his leg towards himself. The main character, seeing the flames with a frantic expression on his face, asks what this is the corrupted monster, adding that it is an unimaginable destructive force. The spirit of fire again extends its hand to the guy, ordering him to turn to ashes. He creates a huge fireball from his magic, releasing it in a huge explosion towards the standing Raken, shouting that it is a firestorm skill. The guy looked ahead seriously. He's standing right in the path of the firestorm. The storm flies further along its path. Suddenly, in perfect order, the main character begins to burn blue, and flying towards the monster, he begins to shout back to him that it is time for him to become ashes again. The notice says that he uses the skill Crazy Dance, and all his doppelgangers begin to fly straight towards the monster. Opening his mouth in shock at the simplicity of the attack from the protagonist, the spirit says that this will not defeat him, calling Raken a fool. In his huge paws, he creates a firestorm. This whole storm from his hands spread to the whole room, and the monster, leaning back, shouts the name of the Flame War skill. Flames fly straight into the guy's face, to which he, gritting his teeth, asks what's going on. Instantly, the flames grab the guy, forcing him to make sounds from the pain of the burns. A huge tongue of flame charges its power directly into the chest of the main character. The guy's face begins to squint in pain, and he makes the same sounds. An explosion occurs between the monster and the main character, from which Raken successfully escaped to the ground. Holding his arm and the armor in the air, Mintisks with displeasure, looking at him and saying that if you hit him in the forehead, you won't be able to win. A water bomb appears in his hand, and he says that in this case he will use it. He throws the sphere forward towards the monster with all his might. The spirit's gaze opens when he sees a thing flying towards him. Directly above the monster, a capsule of water begins to open, pouring it out. The water explodes more and more, but the monster notices that this is a very weak trick. Opening his eyes and mouth, he shouts to the guy that he won't leave even a speck of dust from him. The notice states that he is using the flow skill. Suddenly, the spirit's eyes opened in surprise, and again, right above him, water began to spill in even larger quantities. The main character looks at the huge clouds of steam that have arisen. He stands among him, waiting for the guy himself to completely envelop his body. The guy looks away with a smile. His shadow with bright green eyes begins to disappear among the steam. The monster, having acquired legs, begins to fly around itself, driving away the steam, shouting to Raken that he is an idiot, and they thought to get rid of him with some kind of holy water. Suddenly, the spirit that has changed color turns its gaze to the other side. Looking at the clouds of raging steam, the monster says that because of the steam nothing can be seen. The shadow of the main character appears in a pair right behind the monster's face, to which the monster, opening his eyes, says that he really planned this from the very beginning. Suddenly, the hero jumps out of the steam and begins to swing his weapon at the monster, creating his icing magic. Grabbing a copy of the guy with one hand and cutting it in half, the main character at that moment flies from below. The monster, very angry and clenching its teeth, swings 3 fingers at the guy. Swinging towards nowhere, and standing, surrounded by steam, the spirit asks, swearing, where the guy went. In the other direction, a guy is flying, with a satisfied face, showing indecent gestures with both hands, laughing and telling the one that he is like a slow monster, asking the one that he might be able to hit him. The guy flies up from the floor. He instantly charges the spirit with all his icy power, cutting his body at the chest, leaving a huge hole in it, and the spirit emitting sounds of pain. Ice shards begin to fly off to the sides. The guy, grinning, looks to the side with a smile, thinking that this is great, and as he expected, the power of the spell has increased. Remembering the moment when the steam vortex began against the background of the steam, he explains in his head that the purpose of its creation was not only to limit his view. Looking at his frozen axe, he tells in his head that the moisture in the air crystallizes thanks to the ice spell, and this helped him use additional strength. The spirit, grinning and looking to the side, clenching his teeth and breaking into pieces of ice, says that, as he expected, the guy used small tricks, as is typical for all people. But, suddenly interrupting everything that is happening, the monster takes out his hand and one finger, over which a green drop of power begins to gather. Holding his hand above himself and creating huge magical vortices, the spirit says that however, in the face of such overwhelming power, this is nothing. The main character looks up at the green whirlpool in shock. Suddenly, the monster's finger changed its direction from top to bottom, and the monster began to rapidly, like a drill, break the entire floor beneath it with its spell. The ground begins to crack. The stones on the floor begin to break, and Rocken tries to run across them against the backdrop of green energy. The hero's face is covered with the magic of the spirit, and he says that he did not have time. The defiled spirit flies, standing on one of the stones, around the same stones flying in this green whirlwind of magic. The spirit looks ominously at the guy and says that he is pleased to see him in this position. Whirlwinds of magic fly around, enveloping everything in their path, and gradually surround Rocken's body, to which the monster tells him that the flame of purgatory is a symbol of redemption. This is the flame of judgment that will not go out until death, and now let him try to get out. Standing on a white background, the guy with a smile asks the monster to try to get out. With an animal look, the guy, standing with his hands folded in front of his face, says the name of the flow skill. Suddenly, among the green magic, red magic is formed. In an instant, the main character envelops everything around with his magic, basically leaving no room for green, to which the monster standing on one of the inverted stones asks the word what. Dragging the blade of his axe across the floor, Rocken says that he did not want to use this ability because of the consequences. In an instant, covered in red magic and green flames, spreading his arms, Min furiously says to the spirit's eyes that they will see which is stronger than him, flame or the main character himself. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.